This audiobook contains 5 censored sentences and 25 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Morphing into a bird's beak, a surreal and unsettling feature. Simultaneously, his once familiar human feet took on an amphibian-like quality, further accentuating the surreal nature of this metamorphosis. His eyes, too, underwent a chameleon-like transformation, enabling them to dart and survey the surrounding environment with an uncanny vigilance. What the hell? What did you do to yourselves? Zhang Mei asked in utter astonishment, her eyes wide and her voice trembling with shock. However, Rokuro didn't let Zhang Mei's shock deter him. Instead, he found it amusing and let out a hearty laugh, the sound echoing around the vicinity. He raised all his swords, each infused with 10k, and unleashed a series of aura slashes that sliced through the air, hurtling toward Zhang Mei. As if that wasn't enough, he started screeching loudly, the high-pitched sound assaulting her ears. The combined assault left Zhang Mei disoriented and desperate to cover her ears to block out the painful noise. Damn it, my ears are going to start bleeding if I don't find a way to stop that noise, she thought in frustration. She leaped back, creating magical circles behind her, and launched attacks at Rokuro, hoping to disrupt his attacks. To her surprise, Rokuro didn't dodge her counterattacks. He willingly accepted the onslaught, and small explosions rocked his body as her magical attack struck. Zhang Mei watched in disbelief as powerful regeneration abilities kicked in, rapidly repairing the injuries he had just sustained. Resilient skin, rapid regeneration, extra arms, and he still has the power from our eyes? This guy's a piece of work. How in the hell am I supposed to beat him? She muttered to herself, her annoyance growing as the battle raged on. Using his superior speed, Rokuro appeared in front of Zhang Mei as she landed, startling her with his sudden presence. An evil grin crept onto his lips, and his eyes locked onto her. "Checkmate," he muttered, a cruel satisfaction in his voice, before swinging all his swords toward her. Zhang Mei, in a futile attempt to defend herself, raised her sword and surrounded her body with 10k, but it was in vain. Her trusty blade shattered under the intense pressure of Rokuro's attack. She desperately tried to leap backward to avoid his strikes, but she was too slow. Rokuro's sword struck her chest and stomach, causing her to cry out in pain as blood oozed from her wounds. As if that weren't enough, Rokuro created a small red beam in front of his beak, aiming it at the helpless Zhang Mei. She could only stand there, paralyzed by shock and fear, as the impending doom approached. With a sinister smirk on his face, he unleashed the blast at point-blank range, creating a devastating explosion that obliterated everything in its path. Zhang Mei was flung away from the epicenter of the blast, her body mangled and ravaged by the impact. A large chunk of her stomach was missing on the left side. Her once beautiful face was marred by burns, and her left arm barely clung to her body by a slender thread of flesh. The aftermath of Rokuro's assault left her in a state of unimaginable pain and agony. As Zhang Mei lay there, slowly bleeding out, she clung desperately to the hope that someone would come to her aid. However, the battle in the skies of China raged on above her, leaving her all but forgotten. The realization that no help was coming washed over her, and she began to accept her grim fate. She had harbored a burning desire for revenge against her own clan, and now it seemed that revenge would forever remain out of reach. She yearned to meet her parents in the afterlife and tell them that she had avenged their deaths, but that dream was slipping away. Sorrow and rage surged through her heart, but she was powerless to change her circumstances. Her gaze shifted to Rokuro, who had readied yet another red beam, ready to deliver the final blow. "I guess you weren't so powerful," Rokuro taunted as he unleashed the beam. But then, as the world appeared to freeze, a familiar voice echoed in Zhang Mei's surroundings. "Are you going to let it end here?" the voice asked. Unable to rise from her prone position, Zhang Mei muttered, "I can't get up." Everything is so dull already. That's not the Zhang Mei I know. Shed shrugged this off and get up to keep on fighting. The voice continued. I wanna, but I physically can't. Cut me some slack, Jean, Zhang Mei whispered. The small pool of her blood beneath her was now more akin to a puddle. Aaron knelt down beside her and touched her head, using his healing abilities to mend her wounds. However, he stopped short of a complete recovery. Do you want to live? Do you want revenge? And once you've had your revenge, what will you do? He inquired, summoning a fraction of her remaining strength. Zhang Mei managed to roll onto her back and gaze up at the sky. She began to say, her voice weak. I want to go on a date with you. A silence filled the air, pregnant with anticipation. Then, Aaron chuckled. Is that all you want? It seems a bit strange, considering we haven't spent much time together, he remarked. Call it love at first sight then, Zhang Mei declared, her cheeks flushing as she laughed at her own audacity. All right, Zhang Mei, show me and your parents the power of Shizuna Rem Misurugi, Aaron encouraged. I won't run away anymore. I'll face them head-on and take them down if I have to, Zhang Mei declared with newfound determination. I've always regretted throwing away my name. It felt like abandoning my parents too. Then be reborn and kick his ass. I have to go back somewhere now, Aaron replied, hovering a small silvery white ball above Zhang Mei's forehead. Yeah, that's fine, but I love you so. I mean what I said earlier. Go on a date with me, she exclaimed. Aaron chuckled once more. Sure thing, Shizuna. The silvery white ball gently descended on her head and entered her, enveloping her in an immense sphere of radiant light. Simultaneously, the world seemed to resume its flow, and time began to move again. What? Rokiro cried out. The destructive ball he had conjured had vanished, and Shizuna's body was now engulfed in brilliant light. A burst of wind suddenly rippled from Shizuna's body, and with it, an intense light emanated, knocking Rokiro away. As he regained his footing, he looked back at Shizuna and was utterly shocked by her transformation. While not much about her physical appearance had changed, her most distinctive feature was her glowing silver eyes, which sent shivers down Rokiro's spine. Instinctively, Rokiro took a step back, horrified at the sight before him. He couldn't comprehend the sudden change in her condition. Impossible. How did you? Where are your injuries? There was no data about you having healing abilities, he exclaimed, his voice filled with a mix of disbelief and concern. A serene smile graced Shizuna's lips as she gazed at Rokiro, her eyes alight with a subtle assurance that needed no words to convey. Her very presence was a testament to her extraordinary talents. With a fluid, almost ethereal motion, she summoned forth two gleaming blades, forged not of steel but of silvery white aura. They materialized in her grasp, radiant and pristine, their presence akin to manifestations of pure grace and power. With the blades held before her, she formed a sacred, almost reverent cross. The symbolism was not lost on the observer. It was a gesture of silent reverence to a higher purpose, a ritual of sorts, one that marked the onset of a profound encounter. In that moment, Shizuna exuded an aura of solemnity and purpose, as if preparing for a communion with the unknown. Then, with the swiftness of a phantom, she vanished from her original position. Her abrupt disappearance was an elegant yet unmistakable alert to Rokiro. The world around them seemed to hold its breath, the very air tingling with the presence of the extraordinary. Shizuna's enigmatic departure set the stage for what was sure to be a remarkable display of her formidable abilities. I can still fight. Don't underestimate me. Just because you got a power up doesn't mean I can't win. This isn't some anime where you get to run away, Rokiro shouted defiantly, determined not to be outdone by her newfound abilities. With swiftness that defied the very fabric of reality, Shizuna embarked on a breathless charge towards Rokiro, the man-chimera monster hybrid who remained blissfully unaware of her impending attack. Her lithe form moved with grace and intent, and in a single, fluid motion, she crossed both two silvery white swords. Time seemed to bend around her, and the blades sliced through the air with a precision that could only be born of mastery. Before Rokuro could react, Shizuna had already reappeared behind him, a phantom in the darkness. It was as if she had become a shadow, a manifestation of the night itself. Her silhouette was a stark contrast to the chaos that had enveloped her opponent. And then, with an explosive burst of power, the man behind her erupted into a silhouette of shimmering silver and white. It was an awe-inspiring transformation, a breathtaking display of the forces she had harnessed. This radiant silhouette coalesced into a colossal silver-white cross, a symbol of power and redemption that seemed to shake the very foundations of the world. The appearance of this monumental cross did not go unnoticed, for it heralded its presence with such grandeur that it transcended the boundaries of Earth itself. It pierced the celestial sphere, reaching out into the cosmos, its silvery radiance extending far into space. The enormity of her attack was such that even the moon, that distant celestial companion of Earth, could not escape its reverberations. The lunar landscape trembled in response, as if paying homage to the incredible force unleashed on Earth below. In that fleeting instant, all across the world, from the ranks of Team DXD to their enemies, and to the leaders who gazed upon the spectacle in awe, a collective gasp of astonishment was drawn. Shizuna let out a sigh, her body gradually returning to its usual state as the silvery white aura that had enveloped her dissipated into the ether. Her ethereal blades, the very ones that had wreaked havoc just moments ago, also disappeared. She placed her hands on her hips and glanced back at the lifeless Rokuro, although even his lifeless form had been obliterated by the sheer force of her attack. She playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked, "Looks like I came out on top in the end." A faint blush colored her cheeks, and she turned her attention to the space in front of her, her thoughts seemingly racing. "Wait, did I just confess?" Her voice quivered with embarrassment as she questioned her own words. "Damn it, but it must have been the heat of the moment." She groaned and shivered, clearly flustered. "Well, now that I've said it, I have to go through with it. I guess it's not all that bad." Shizuna came to terms with her accidental confession and began walking away, adding with a mix of embarrassment and excitement, "Besides, I did gain a new power-up from this. Just you wait for me, Jean," she sang cheerfully as she leaped into the skies to rejoin her team. In the rainforest of Zishuangbana, nestled within the Yunnan province of China, various shadowy figures darted swiftly through the lush, verdant landscape, resembling dark phantoms that danced in the daylight. Unbeknownst to most, an imposing barrier shrouded the entire forest, concealing it from the prying eyes of those who were not privy to its secrets. Rixia Mao, the leader of the group known as the 8 Divas, found herself ensnared within this mystical forest, trapped by the barrier. Her predicament had resulted from her family's relentless pursuit. She had successfully evaded them for a considerable time, mainly due to the protection of Ningguang, the Jade Emperor, and Long Wang, the Dragon King. In this secluded corner of the supernatural world, Rixia's story unfolded. She hailed from a family renowned for their skills as assassins. Even from a moment of her birth, she was ingrained in the supernatural realm and subjected to rigorous training in the arts of assassination, a legacy passed down through generations. Unlike her peers, Rixia faced more significant expectations since she was the daughter of her family's current leaders. As a diligent child, she dutifully followed her family's commands, gradually rising to become the most formidable in her generation and surpassing her forebears. She inherited her parents' exceptional talents, rendering her a prodigious talent from the day she was born. However, her heart did not align with her family's profession and upbringing. Her true passions were entirely different, and she was, at her core, a gentle soul. This realization dawned upon her at the tender age of 12. Her family remained oblivious to her true nature for several years, until an accidental discovery led to her capture. Subsequently, she underwent a year of relentless torture as her family sought to break her spirit. However, as a monstrous prodigy, she eventually broke free and fled. It was in her moment of desperation and exhaustion that Long Wong, the Dragon King, came to her rescue. He provided her with refuge, but he could not keep her as he had other obligations. Eventually, Rixia found herself under the care of Ningguang, who offered her a new path in life that allowed her to harness her innate talents. She became the leader of the 8 divas and found solace in her new home. For years, she eluded her family's relentless pursuit, living in the protection of Ningguang. However, the tide turned when an alliance formed between DXD and other supernatural factions, exposing her presence. In their desperate pursuit of reclaiming her, her family struck a sinister deal with the Cow's Order, leading to the unfolding of these events. Amidst the tranquil, mystical forest, the voices of her pursuers echoed, a haunting reminder of her past and the familial bonds she had sought to leave behind. "Come back to us, you foolish child," echoed a female voice through the dense forest. The urgency in her tone was impossible to miss. "You can't keep running away forever," chimed in a male voice, the words filled with concern and a hint of frustration. The forest seemed to hold its breath, as if anticipating a response. Various magic attacks were hurled in Rixia's direction. She displayed remarkable agility, evading them with finesse while simultaneously launching her own magic to counter, each hitting their mark with pinpoint precision, resulting in agonized screams resonating in the distance. The relentless attacks continued as an onslaught of kunai was sent hurtling her way. Rixia deftly avoided the initial barrage, but her attackers had more tricks up their sleeves. Through the use of intricate magic, the kunai's trajectories were altered mid-flight, and a duplication spell multiplied the number of blades attacking her, forcing Rixia to leap out of harm's way once again. To her astonishment, a few of the enchanted kunai managed to land, striking her shoulder and eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. Clutching her injured shoulder, Rixia quickly assessed the situation. Invisible kunai? There's only one person in the clan capable of such a technique, she thought, recognizing the signature technique of a particular clan member. Wincing through the pain, she extracted the hidden kunai and applied a restorative ointment to her wounds. A swift and shadowy figure hurtled toward Rixia, her instincts kicking into action as she summoned her trusty sword to fend off the assailant. The newcomer proved to be a tall man, his long raven-black hair cascading straight down his back. His piercing blue eyes bore an unyielding determination, accentuated by his attire of full, sleek black ninja suit, which seemed to blend effortlessly with the dim surroundings. "Renzo," Rixia greeted, her voice carrying a hint of strain, not just from the physical exertion, but also from the weight of the unexpected confrontation. The ninja, identified as Renzo, answered in an emotionless, almost mechanical tone. "The head wishes to have you back, and as a member of the clan, I must obey their command." His obedience to the clan's directives was unwavering, and there was a palpable sense of detachment in his response, as though he were but an instrument of their will. Renzo vanished from sight, becoming an elusive specter, while a relentless barrage of kunai was sent hurtling toward Rixia. With her swift reflexes and honed instincts, she danced gracefully around the projectiles, making their attempts to strike her appear almost comically futile. However, in the blink of an eye, Renzo reappeared beside her, his fist aimed squarely at Rixia's back. It seemed like the perfect moment to catch her off guard. But to Renzo's dismay, Rixia's agility and combat experience proved unparalleled. In a swift motion, she executed a leg sweep that swept him off his feet. Before he could react, her clenched fist collided with his face, propelling him away. Undeterred by the throbbing pain, Renzo skillfully landed on a sturdy tree and promptly launched himself back into action. This time, he harnessed the power of shadow clones. Multiple doppelgangers materialized, each wielding a diverse array of weaponry. Some had magic circles drawn on their palms, brimming with destructive spells ready to be unleashed upon Rixia. A formidable storm of kunai and magic attacks was unleashed upon Rixia. Renzo, with his unique ability to obscure his weaponry, incorporated invisible kunai and spells into the attack. Yet, Rixia remained unshaken. She deftly balanced on one leg, spinning gracefully with her sword in hand. This seemingly choreographed maneuver allowed her to intercept the majority of the incoming kunai, even those concealed by invisibility. Then, with a seamless transition, Rixia brandished a new weapon gifted to her by Aaron. She sprinted headlong toward the approaching magic attacks, slashing through them with unparalleled precision. In mere seconds, each of the devastating spells was bisected, sending sparks and magic energies scattering. To Renzo's astonishment, Rixia's tactics changed once more. She closed the distance between them, appearing beside him as if by magic. Her knees struck with incredible force, catching him by surprise and sending him hurtling through the air. Before he could recover, her heel found its mark, connecting with the side of his head. With a thunderous impact, Renzo was sent plummeting to the ground, his form contorted in pain and surprise. Paralyzed, Renzo lay on the ground, staring up at Rixia, who had gracefully returned to the earth beside him. His face bore a bitter smile as he posed a question, his voice laced with curiosity and pain. Was that move you just used part of the dance sequence you attempted all those years ago? A somber smile crept across Rixia's face as she gazed down at her friend. You were the one who caught me practicing those moves back then, she replied softly. To answer your question, yes, that was indeed part of it. Renzo seemed to accept her response with a simple nod before a sudden, frantic, dinging noise emanated from his body. Alert and instinctually wary, Rixia quickly leaped away from Renzo, just as he, the man she had known since childhood, erupted into a catastrophic explosion. Once she landed safely, Rixia cast a bewildered and horrified gaze at the spot where Renzo had been laying mere moments before. Her thoughts swirled in a chaotic whirlwind, all culminating in one pervasive question. Why? The baffling, abrupt nature of Renzo's demise left her utterly perplexed. A voice, soft and measured, interrupted her tumultuous thoughts. I can see it in your expression, the question on your mind. Why? The voice observed. Rixia's eyes widened, recognition dawning as she spoke the name. Miku? Is that you? But why did Renzo? Miku, a woman clad in a daring ninja outfit, appeared before her. She had striking blue hair styled in twin tails, azure eyes, and a buxom figure. She extended a hand in a friendly wave. Hey there, Rixia. It's been a while. How have you been? Miku, Rixia muttered, her tone filled with sorrow and confusion. Miku responded with a warm smile and went on to explain the unsettling truth. We have an explosive magic spell implanted in our hearts. If we're defeated by you or your allies, it will activate and well die. The only way to avoid this fate is for you to come back to us without further resistance. With a bemused chuckle, Miku continued, although there's no guarantee things will unfold that smoothly, given how our leaders and his wife have been a bit unhinged for the past few years. Plus, the cow's order is behind this whole predicament, so the outcome is still very much up in the air. But Rixia began to protest. Even if you find a way to remove the spell, I want switch sides, Miku interjected, her expression etched with a pained smile. Our parents and siblings also have this spell on their hearts. If we switch sides, they'll just kill them too. So it's quite the predicament, isn't it? The whirlwind of emotions and choices left Rixia speechless. She wrestled with feelings of anger towards her own parents for the heartless burden they had imposed on her friends and their families. Despite being estranged from her clan for many years, she had never harbored resentment towards the few friends she had made among them. Abruptly, Miku charged toward Rixia, tears streaming down her face as she implored, Please, Rixia, come back with us. I don't want to die. Then, don't, interjected a different woman's voice, surprising everyone in the forest. Miku came to a sudden halt, her path obstructed by a woman who emitted an eerie, pale light from her hand. With a flick of her fingers, she unleashed a pulse of energy that impacted everyone within the forest. Rixia was bewildered by the unexpected appearance of the woman before her. Stammering slightly, she muttered, "We're Selene." The moon dragon god, Selene, had graced them with her presence. She glanced back at Rixia, explaining, "I have been called upon by your concerns, young Mao, although it was my master who informed me of such matters." Her gaze shifted to the weapon that Aaron had bestowed upon Rixia. Rixia, in turn, noticed Selene's attention to the weapon. An anxious thought raced through her mind. Did he find out from this? She gazed at the weapon, her worry intensifying, before urgently turning to Miku. "Wait. If you defeat her, Shell." Before she could finish her sentence, Selene interjected reassuringly. "No need to worry, Rixia Mao. I have lifted the spell from their hearts. The same applies to the affected families, as I dispatched one of my subordinates to address the matter, Fufu." Her words left Rixia utterly flabbergasted. Selene's eyes took on a draconic intensity as she continued. "Now then, shall we engage in more playful endeavors, followers of Mao?" A sly smirk graced her lips, sparking a sense of anticipation in the air. Chapter 14, Part 4, The Spear of the Universe and the Ice Queen of Demise, third-person point of view nestled within a yokai-inhabited village. Tucked away amidst the picturesque mountains of the Kyoto region, an extraordinary event was unfolding. This unique occasion had one singular focus, offering a wide array of merchandise related to the infamous Breast Dragon Emperor, or, as it was more colloquially known, a pay dragon. The event was carefully tailored to cater to the diverse crowd of yokai and supernatural beings that called this village their home. Booths and stalls showcasing various goods adorned the village streets, inviting both visitors and residents to indulge in their favorite-to-pay, dragon-themed items. The merchandise available exclusively at the Kyoto event venue was also offered here, allowing those who hadn't secured tickets to the event to partake in the excitement. A lengthy line had quickly formed leading to the showroom, filled with enthusiastic yokai fans and other supernatural beings eagerly awaiting their turn to make a purchase. Among the bustling crowd, two notable figures stood out. Balberith, sporting his cherished epee dragon hat, was accompanied by none other than their leader, the esteemed high-class Grim Reaper, Zeno. They were part of the renowned team, known as the Black Satan of Darkness Dragon King. Both patiently waited in the long line, which seemed to stretch into infinity. The reason for their presence here was quite unique. Balberith had his heart set on acquiring a highly sought-after limited edition action figure, the epee Dragon Doron Yukai Clear version. It was a collector's gem that had captured his imagination. Zeno, being the responsible leader he was, couldn't allow Balberith to venture alone into the chaos of this event. As they inched forward, Balberith's chest pulsated with excitement. The anticipation of getting his hands on this exclusive figurine made his heart race with every step they took. The wait was almost over, and soon they would lay their eyes upon the prized collectible. Balberith understood the struggle all too well. Acquiring a limited Breast Dragon Emperor, a pay dragon action figure was no walk in the park. His initial attempt at the show event had been a fruitless endeavor, leaving him empty-handed. In fact, the opportunity to purchase the prized limited figure slipped through his fingers even before the show began. The store had run out of stock, and it seemed that these exclusive figures were flying off the shelves. The lesson had been harsh and clear. Snagging a limited event figure was a cutthroat competition, a war in itself. On his second attempt, Balberith had learned his lesson and eagerly joined the line at the venue, an experience he had never gone through before. But his anticipation came crashing down once more. "We are very sorry, but the limited edition figure has just been sold out." The cruel news hit him like a sledgehammer, and Balberith could only watch in disbelief as the last remaining figure went to a fortunate child, who wore a triumphant smile. Envy welled up in Balberith's eyes as he gritted his teeth, agonizing over how his most coveted possession had slipped through his grasp. Not being able to purchase that elusive figure had given him his first taste of defeat. He wasn't about to give up, though. His third attempt was already underway, and he had lined up hours before the shop opened. Balberith's heart raced as he reached the cashier, his voice trembling as he placed his order. "Oape Dragon Duron Yokai, clear version please," he muttered. The cashier nodded, and Balberith's shaky nerves began to ease as he finally achieved what he had been yearning for. As the Tengu shop assistant received the order, they carefully packed the items into a bag and proceeded to calculate the total price. Balberith, filled with anticipation, received his items and left the cashier's counter. For a brief moment, he stood there in astonishment as the reality of the situation sunk in. He couldn't believe it. The coveted limited edition action figure he had been yearning for was finally in his hands. It wasn't a dream, but a tangible reality. Balberith gazed into the partially open bag, revealing the Ape Dragon Doron Yukai clear version action figure with its stunningly transparent armor material. Overwhelmed by happiness and satisfaction, he found that the emotions he felt at that moment were beyond words. It was a true victory, a triumph that reached the depths of his heart. "Shall we head back home now?" Zeno inquired, having accompanied Balberith throughout their errands, even assisting in creating a magic circle for their return journey. They were ready to depart. Balberith had no time to reply. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rocked the village's entrance, sending shockwaves through the vicinity. The earth quivered, and the loud concussive blast reached the ears of all within hearing range. Following the deafening detonation, the anguished wails of Yukai filled the air. Panic erupted as the startled Yukais scattered in all directions, their fear evident in the chaotic frenzy that ensued. However, just as Zeno was about to address the situation, Balberith abruptly broke into a sprint, making a beeline for the village entrance. "Wait, Balberith. Don't be so reckless. If they discover we're here..." Zeno hesitated, his words trailing off. After a brief internal struggle, he squared his shoulders and shook his head, opting to complete his thought. "Whatever consequences come our way, they'll bear the brunt of them." With that determination, he hastened after Balberith. The two of them moved stealthily through the village, their senses attuned to the unique auras that pervaded the area. These auras represented a curious mix, combining the essence of artificial devils with beings created by various deities of the night. Balberith, still somewhat oblivious to the day's operation, had been focused on securing the coveted Ape Dragon merchandise he had set his sights on. As they pursued their path, Zena's mind raced with questions. Unbelievable. Did Hades-sama order this attack? If so, we should have been informed beforehand. Unless it was done by another god. Was it the work of Erebus Group? He mused, quietly voicing his suspicions to Balberith as they stealthily moved forward. Balberith couldn't care less about the potential consequences. He was determined to get to the bottom of the commotion. "Yuwa, my Ape Dragon." The heart-wrenching cries of the children in the village reverberated through the air as they lamented the destruction of their beloved merchandise. Balberith's focus snapped in a particular direction just in time to witness a devil ruthlessly smashing the coveted Ape Dragon Doron Yukai clear version action figure. The devastation was twofold as the child's eyes welled up with tears, overwhelmed by the loss of his recently acquired treasure and the fear induced by the presence of the menacing devil. An overpowering irritation coursed through Balberith as he fully grasped the significance of the rare item. He knew all too well the arduous struggle involved in obtaining such a prized possession, and it only fueled his resolve as he charged toward the devil with unwavering determination. The devil and his companions, meanwhile, only found amusement in the child's suffering. "Jai-ha-ha-ha!" They cackled, cruelly pointing at the weeping child. "He's crying because we smashed his toy. How pathetic!" jeered one of the male devils. Balberith, with the fierce intensity of a protective parent, finally confronted the malevolent group. His voice boomed, "Hey, why did you do that?" "Huh, what the fuck do you want?" hissed one of the devils, attempting to sound intimidating. Balberith jabbed his finger towards the shattered figure and inquired, "Do you realize how valuable that figure is? It's a really rare item, and we waited hours just to get it." Dumbfounded, the devils stood still, their amusement fading into an awkward silence. They soon burst into hearty laughter, some clapping their hands while others clutched their stomachs in merriment. "What's this guy's problem?" one asked, shaking his head with bemusement, as they continued to laugh, both at Balberith and the heartbroken child. In the background, Zeno observed the unfolding situation with a watchful eye, his presence barely noticeable. "He's got a screw loose in his head." Another voice chimed in. "Let's teach him a lesson," someone else added, conjuring a sinister, demonic aura around their hands. As they prepared to strike, their attention was abruptly pulled back to Balberith, the young super devil, who swung a powerful fist into the arrogant devil's face, sending him flying and leaving the others in shock. An intense and oppressive aura enveloped Balberith as he demanded, "He'll ask again, do you have any idea how important and rare that item was? Hey, isn't he part of that team in the tournament set to face Indra?" One of the devils nervously inquired. This revelation caused fear to ripple through the group, and many of them instinctively took a step back. "Who gives a fuck? It's just a small and stupid toy." Balberith's fury erupted, and his punches mirrored Aaron's exactly motion. Each devil he struck was sent sprawling with one blow, leaving the rest utterly horrified. "Dude, what the hell again?" Balberith unleashed his fist, knocking out another devil, and another, and another. This repeated until all the other devils had been defeated in a single punch. What in the world am I going to tell Hades-sama? "We came here in secret to buy an action figure, but instead, he's taken down the group we were supposed to join," Zeno muttered in disbelief, shaking his head. Just as things were getting out of hand, two teams arrived in the village, led by the first-generation son Wukong and Sona Citri. It was Team Sona Citri and Team Journey to the west. The team leaders swiftly directed their members to deal with the intruders, who were left stunned by the sudden reinforcements. However, Sona and son Wukong spotted Balberith and Zeno, which immediately made Zeno panic as they approached. "Aren't you two from Team Black Satan of Darkness Dragon King? What are you doing here?" Sona inquired, her tone laced with suspicion. Before Balberith could respond, Zeno hurriedly stepped in. "We came here to buy this," he exclaimed, eagerly waving a bag in the air that Balberith held. "You want to get this because he's a fan of a pay dragon." As Zeno earnestly tried to explain their presence to Sona and son Wukong, Balberith was drawn to a child who was still sobbing due to having lost his action figure to a cruel devil earlier. While Zeno spoke to the young heiress and the Monkey King, Balberith couldn't shake the words he had once heard from a pay dragon, one of the many quotes from the show that echoed in his mind. "Don't do good things just because you want people to praise you or like you. Do it because you want to." There are many less fortunate people out there, and that simple gesture of kindness from you can mean the world to them. Their smiles are always worth it, and you'll feel good in the end too. As Zeno continued to persuade Sona and son Wukong, Balberith seized the opportunity. He reached into the bag, pulled out the coveted toy, and approached the tearful child. "This, take it, so you don't cry anymore, okay?" he muttered awkwardly as he knelt down beside the young Yukai. The child's crying ceased, replaced by a look of amazement. Is it okay, Oni-chan?" the child asked, addressing Balberith as Big Brother. Balberith nodded silently. "Like me, you waited in line for a long time to get this, right? We know that it's really precious and important. So, here, don't cry, okay?" he told the child, extending the cherished toy. The child's face lit up, and he gratefully wiped away his tears. "Thank you, Oni-chan." At that moment, the child's parents arrived, rushing over to profusely thank Balberith. He simply nodded in response, offering a reassuring smile. After the child's parents extended their gratitude a few more times, they hurried away to safety. Once they were out of earshot, Balberith allowed the tears he had been holding back to flow. He had waited for the longest time to obtain that item, only to give it away just now. Yet, amid the bittersweet emotions, his heart didn't ache as much as he had expected. He felt a strange calmness and even a touch of happiness. "I was bigger than that child, but the smile he showed me really made me happy too. Is that what the Apay dragon meant?" Balberith pondered, watching the family run off. Sona and son Wukong, too, were taken aback by Balberith's actions, and Aaron's words from the past echoed in Sona's mind. Balberith and Varine aren't bad devils. They weren't raised right by Hades, so if you encounter them, try to reason with them if you can. I have plans for them, so if you don't meet them until a certain time, leave them to me. Not bad devils, huh? Sona mused, her gaze fixed on Balberith. After a bit more questioning, Sona and son Wukong eventually decided to let the duo go on their way. Wait you! Kanami let out an exuberant scream, flourishing her true Longinus in front of the goddess Hecate. Sis, that's embarrassing. Please stop, Natsum said, her face buried in her hands, overcome with embarrassment. Accompanying Kanami were her sister Natsum, Jean from Chow Chow's team, and Fusey. The other members of the Slash Dog team were occupied with another god in the same dimension and had already returned to Earth to assist in thwarting the divine assault. Jean-san, please don't join her, Natsum protested, cringing as she observed Jean adopting a peculiar pose resembling her sister's antics. Hecate remained in her place, watching the girl's antics with amusement, her arms crossed. It took Natsum another minute of persuasion to finally coax the group into facing the goddess. Sorry for the wait, Hecate-san, Kanami shouted and enthusiastically waved in Hecate's direction. It's not a problem. If you wish, you can keep going, replied Hecate in a composed manner. Perplexed by the goddess' oddly tranquil demeanor, Jean couldn't help but inquire, why do you seem so calm, Hecate-sama? Aren't you part of the Gods of Darkness group conducting this attack? Hecate closed her eyes and pondered the question for a brief moment. She then reopened her eyes, fixing her gaze on Jean. In reality, I was growing bored with the world. Many years have passed with nothing particularly significant happening. The last major event took place with your team, the Slash Dog team, and a few other groups, but it all ended rather abruptly. With a simple gesture, Hecate conjured a small chair and seated herself, repeating the process for the four girls. They scrutinized the chairs, found no hidden enchantments, and then comfortably sat down to listen to Hecate's words. Bored with the world? I heard that certain gods and goddesses want some excitement in their lives. That's why they sometimes involve themselves with normal humans. The more mischievous gods even influence the world slightly, so the human world goes into a bit of turmoil. Fusey mused, offering her insights. A gentle smile graced Hecate's face as she nodded in agreement with Fusey's observation. That is true. A few gods and goddesses have indeed dabbled in human affairs in the past. However, actively influencing the human world occurs less frequently. Although, with the presence of evil gods, such whims can lead to more chaos. Nevertheless, they run the risk of drawing the ire of other gods, which keeps such interventions relatively rare. Originally, I joined this group to fill that void. You are familiar with my divine portfolio, are you not? Hecate inquired, her eyes shifting between her companions. Kanami eagerly raised her hand, and Hecate acknowledged her by pointing in her direction. You're associated with crossroads, entranceways, night, light, magic, protection from witchcraft, the moon, knowledge of herbs and poisonous plants, graves, ghosts, necromancy, and sorcery, right? Natsum, struck by Kanami's knowledge, cast an incredulous look at her sister before remarking, You knew that? I'm genuinely surprised. I study subjects too, you know. I'm the leader of our team, so I have to be knowledgeable about stuff. Kanami retorted. However, before the two sisters could dive into their usual banter, Fusey cast a silent yet intimidating glance, effectively putting a stop to their argument. Indeed, I am Kanami Managawa, Fusey responded, maintaining a calm demeanor. However, as I mentioned, I initially joined this group to fill a void in my life. Since last year, it has become significantly more entertaining, and honestly, I can't just leave without any repercussions, can I? Natsum, taken aback by the revelation, couldn't help but voice her shock. So, you've been trying to leave but haven't succeeded? Wait, are you telling us that you participated in this attack just to escape? Hecate couldn't help but smile, impressed by Natsum's perceptiveness. Fufu, very perceptive of you. Natsum Inagawa. Yes, once Jean came along and made things more interesting in this world, I wanted to leave. However, as I mentioned, it's not that simple. The various events that he and his comrades have intervened in, the other two universes connected to ours, and the Raiding Game World Tournament, where even gods can participate, it's all incredibly exciting, she explained, her voice tinged with enthusiasm. But can we be certain you're not trying to deceive us? Jean inquired, her tone laced with wariness as she regarded the god. Chow Chow and our team have ventured into the Phantasma, and we've learned that almost everyone over there who isn't part of the resistance is prone to deception to gain an advantage. Hecate responded with a serene smile. I've observed your guardedness ever since I offered you these chairs, but you have my word that I harbor no intent to harm or fight you, unless you explicitly wish for that. Fusey chimed in, her skepticism evident. How can we trust your intentions? In human mythology, gods like you're known to embody both benevolent and malevolent aspects, though I understand this to be true for many deities. But given your association with witchcraft, it's not an easy concern to dismiss. Hecate understood their reservations. You raise a valid point, she admitted. How about this? Don't you possess powers that Jean bestows upon you from time to time? Why not ask him to lend you some of that power to use against me? It would serve as a guarantee that I won't betray you. Her proposition left them momentarily taken aback. In an unexpected turn of events, Kanami shot up from her seat, catching everyone in the vicinity off guard. She drew in a deep breath, and the immediate response came from Natsum, who swiftly covered her ears. Her preemptive action was a clear indicator that she knew precisely what was about to transpire. Arun! Kanami's scream reverberated with such force that it rattled the very foundations of the realm. Her scream alone nearly shattered the dimension George had created. Fusey, immediately alarmed, leaped up and pinched Kanami's cheeks with a firm grip. Awa! Imza ypsilon. After Fusey released her cheeks, a small item materialized in front of Natsum, and she snatched it up. The item was accompanied by a small note that read, "This will kill her if she lies or harbors any ill intentions toward your group or the Alliance." Natsum promptly shared the information with the rest of the group, and all eyes turned toward Hecate. The item that materialized took the form of a bracelet, and without any reluctance, Hecate extended her hand towards Natsum, indicating that she should help her fasten it. Natsum cast a quick glance at the others, who all nodded in agreement. With their collective approval, she gingerly placed the bracelet around Hecate's wrist. Upon securing it, the bracelet emitted a faint clanking sound, and Hecate winced ever so slightly. What a vigorous little accessory. It dug into my wrist's flesh, Hecate remarked, her tone more amused than pained. Now what? Natsum inquired as she fixed her gaze upon the goddess standing before her. Undoubtedly, Jean's powers and blessings are more effective for you than my own, replied the goddess. But I am willing to assist you in combating anything that has been transported to this realm. At present, aside from the 3 artificial super devils who are here, the only other gods in this realm are Tartarus, and he's occupied with Jean at the moment, and the other is 8. Surely you're familiar with her? 8, the goddess of mischief, blindness, delusion, folly, and reckless actions. Not much is known about her, as Mephistopheles hasn't disclosed much information regarding her. However, some human texts contain intriguing details about her, although their accuracy is questionable. Fusey chimed in, sharing her knowledge of 8. Before Hecate could divulge further details about 8, a tremendous explosion rocked the area to their west, drawing a sly smile from Hecate. Well, for starters, she began, she's over there. I can sense that some of your friends might be in that direction. Piece of shit. Stop. Middle screamed, deftly evading countless powerful water streams unleashed upon her by multiple clones of a certain goddess. A little help, please? She cried out in desperation. We're a bit busy right now, midget. Try to get rid of them yourself. Cookie bellowed at his fallen angel teammate. They're also clones, so they're weaker. Fight them. They're clones, my ass. Just because they're clones doesn't mean shit. Middle snapped back. Meanwhile, other members of the Slash Dog team were engaged in a face-off with the Goddess 8. She didn't take them seriously and seemed to be using the fight as a way to pass the time and play tricks on them. In her typical capricious fashion, she had joined the Cow's order on a whim, relishing the opportunity to prank as many people as possible. Throughout her time with the Cow's order, 8 hadn't actively participated in any significant missions. Instead, she had snuck into various pantheons and factions, gleefully playing pranks on their unsuspecting residents. Surprisingly, she had refrained from taking lives, a practice she continued on this day as well. While 8 was tangling with the Slash Dog team, she did so without a sense of seriousness, using the encounter as a way to waste their time. Although her actions may not have aligned with the Cow's order's mission, her ability to disrupt their opponents was an inconvenience to the team. Cool, mate. Little birdie, fly. 8 commanded her clones, urging them to continue pelting Middle with water magic. 8 herself was preoccupied, dodging and skillfully avoiding many of Maruam's attacks. Despite her claim of not being a fighter, the goddess displayed impressive agility and maneuverability, much to Maruam's surprise. He had been instructed by Aaron to go easy on 8, as his father did not want her harmed. Obeying his father's directive, Maruam held back, but he soon discovered that Atesh's nimbleness was a force to be reckoned with. Hey, you're that Maruam who was with Lapis, right? Why did you abandon the Cow's order? Inquired the real 8. Maruam hadn't anticipated this kind of question during their ongoing battle. He continued his attempts to grab the goddess while pondering how to respond. However, 8 was far from finished with her questioning. You were close with that little fallen angel. Are you in a romantic relationship? If so, she's the jealous type, isn't she? So here, she shouted. In a deliberate move, she allowed Maruam to grab her chest, taking him by surprise. 8 even let out an exaggerated moan, drawing attention to their peculiar interaction. What the hell are you doing, you skank? Screamed Middle. The sudden surge in her powers generated enough force to disperse the clones of 8. She then directed her attention toward them and unleashed a barrage of multiple light spears, enhancing her attacks with duplication magic, multiplying their number. Kia Onu, she got me several clones, succumbed to Middle's powerful onslaught and started to vanish, leaving the rest of her team in astonishment. Oh, I didn't expect that kind of reaction. I suppose she becomes stronger the more emotionally agitated she is. Oops, exclaimed 8 with a snort. She then laughed to herself before vanishing from Maruam's grasp. Maruam remained standing there, bewildered by the strange sensation he had experienced. His relationship with Middle had been progressing at a gradual pace, as both of them continued to learn more about each other. They had also found a house they were interested in purchasing, and they intended to consult Aaron after this operation. Aaron had offered to buy the house for them and make various upgrades, similar to his own home. Come back here, Middle bellowed, her voice filled with renewed fury, as she gave chase to the goddess. Cookie Samejima observed this unfolding drama with a smirk before flying over to his friend, Maruam. You look confused. What's bothering you? Have you never touched breasts before? Cookie inquired, an air of teasing in his voice. Maruam pondered for a moment before responding. Breasts? My father does seem to have a love for those, doesn't he? To answer your question, no, I haven't had such an experience. I didn't see the appeal, even after asking my father about it once. Cookie, with an air of jovial wisdom, declared, women's breasts are where the dreams of men come true. He playfully patted Maruam's back, continuing, of course, there are other aspects that guys are fond of as well. Just take your time to discover your own preferences. Suddenly, Calawarna entered the scene with the force of a wrecking ball, executing a spectacular roundhouse kick to Cookie's stomach, sending him tumbling away. Maruam sighed as he followed his lover, Middle, and found her locked in combat with the Goddess 8. Middle was giving her all, but her attacks couldn't land on the agile goddess, who seemed to be toying with her. I use my divine powers, you know. Are you aware of some interesting details about your boyfriend? 8 inquired with a sly smirk, causing Middle to blush profusely. Middle didn't respond verbally, but continued to launch light spears at 8. However, her face was flushed, and her embarrassment was evident. Having lived for a long time, she was well aware of various aspects of people's lives, including their physical relationships. While she wasn't a virgin herself, she knew that Maruam didn't prioritize such matters, as they had discussed it before. Sex isn't everything in a relationship. It's just a bonus for me. If that's all you can think about, you're an idiot. Maybe even lonely or an incel. Middle's shout took the goddess 8 by surprise. Adding to Atesh's astonishment, Maruam appeared behind Middle, firmly grasping her arms to prevent any escape. A sly smile graced Middle's face as she unleashed a torrent of light balls of energy towards 8, who couldn't help but break into a cold sweat as the blazing projectiles swiftly approached her. Wait, let's talk. 8 desperately cried out in an attempt to extricate herself from this perilous predicament. However, neither Middle nor Maruam uttered a word, and the luminous orbs were mere moments away from their target. Okay, wait, I give up, please stop. Atesh's plea rang through the air, and in a matter of seconds, the menacing light balls dissipated. They fell harmlessly to the ground, and 8, on her knees, was left breathless and drenched in sweat, her face mirroring her relief and exhaustion. My life flashed before my eyes. It was just a joke, she gasped, her exhaustion still evident in her voice. Sometimes your jokes go a bit too far, 8. Nevertheless, it was amusing to witness you in this state of panic, a rare sight indeed, remarked a woman's voice. The collective attention of those present turned to the source of the voice, revealing Hecate, Natsum, Kinami, Fuzi, Jean, Shigyun, and Ajamu. Shigyun, puzzled by the unexpected appearance of Hecate, questioned, what happened with, Hecate-sama? Guys? Her gaze shifted towards the goddess, flanked by her teammates. Natsum began to explain, it's a rather long story, but in short, she's now collaborating with us. It appears you all had no issues with the goddess 8. But what caused that earlier explosion? Her inquisitive tone held a note of concern. Shigyun confessed with a hint of embarrassment. That was my fault. I attempted something with Poe. She gestured toward Poe, who was now covered in black powder. Cookie approached Ajamu, sensing the man's evident fluster, and inquired, and what about you, man? You disappeared after she made those clones. Ajamu's face reddened even further, and he turned away, refusing to answer, leaving Cookie bewildered. 8, however, chuckled and disclosed. He found himself trapped in a prison of breasts. As a virgin, he couldn't handle that. Her laughter sent Ajamu into a fit of shame, covering his face in embarrassment. My man, you had a good time, didn't you? Cookie said, and he burst into laughter while looking at Ajamu. Ugh, please stop, Ajamu muttered, feeling ashamed. He turned to Hecate and asked, so you've switched sides? I have, Hecate replied, although you already know how I felt about this entire mess. Huh, I had a feeling. So, did Jean convince you to switch, huh? I wonder what other terrible things he has in store for our universe. 8 pondered. Well, I give up. So, go ahead and capture me, or whatever. I don't really care at this point, although I'm not looking forward to facing Zeus again. Calawarna gazed at Fuzi, who responded with a confirming nod. She then conjured anti-magic restraints and gently secured them around Atesh's wrists. Remarkably, 8 offered no resistance whatsoever. Fuzi, with a gentle tone, inquired, 8-sama, we're going to relocate you to a different location. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us? 8 pondered for a moment, her voice thoughtful as she explained, well, the 3 artificial super devils here are quite formidable. Whoever you send to confront them must be capable of standing their ground. Fuzi assured her, rest assured, the individuals assigned to face them have displayed their strength during the tournament. You've witnessed their might. 8 nodded in understanding, a hint of humor in her voice. I see. Well, that's all I have to say. I didn't want to mention that you should keep an eye out for Tartarus. But since Jean is the one facing him, I suppose there's no need for me to say anything. Is there? She chuckled lightly. Fuzi smiled and shook her head, her confidence evident. No, You're absolutely right. Following their brief exchange, Ajamu, Middle, and Kalawarna were tasked with escorting 8 back to the Alliance's prison facility. Chow Chow strolled casually towards the formidable artificial super devil that stood before him, twirling his spear in a nonchalant manner. Every effort the devil made to harm him was swiftly nullified by Chow Chow, leaving the devil increasingly frustrated. The night before, Chow Chow had finally discovered the missing piece of his life's puzzle, allowing him to move forward with his head held high. He hadn't been confident that the person he had asked for help would agree, but he should have expected it, knowing that this person did things at their own pace. The artificial super devil currently challenging Chow hailed from Team Black Satan of Darkness Dragon King and was named Sonolin. Sonolin possessed the potent trait known as crushing. Nonetheless, every time the super devil attempted to utilize this trait against Chow Chow, the human effortlessly and swiftly countered the attack. Why? Why will my attacks work? Sonolin demanded in frustration. He charged at Chow Chow, but just as he was closing in, he had to swiftly leap back. A barrage of twisted, shadowy blades emerged from Chow Chow's shadows. Chow Chow, wearing a confident smile, responded, "It's because you lack strength and determination." With his superior speed, he effortlessly closed the distance between them. He nonchalantly drove his knee into Sonolin's stomach, sending the super devil tumbling backward. Then, Chow Chow directed his spear at Sonolin. A ball of draconic energy gathered at the spear's tip. Within moments, it unleashed a massive and formidable surge of energy, obliterating everything in its path and inflicting further damage on Sonolin, intensifying his frustration. Sonolin crashed forcefully into the ground, a considerable distance away. Chow Chow swiftly followed, but as he drew nearer to the super devil, he noticed an intense fury burning in the devil's eyes. The devil commenced pounding his foot into the ground, generating powerful shockwaves solely through his immense physical strength. "Fuck you! Don! 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 Don!" Sonolin screamed in frustration. Chow Chow grinned and then shut his eyes. He twirled his spear around, and as holy energy and radiant light emanated from his weapon, he deftly pierced through all the invisible attacks Sonolin had directed at him. He nimbly leaped through them as if he were playing with jump ropes, further provoking the super devil standing before him. Chow Chow reopened his eyes and brought down his spear with a swift motion, creating an aura-infused slash that sped towards Sonolin. In a desperate attempt to defend himself, Sonolin immediately shouted, "Don!" However, to his complete astonishment, Chow Chow's attack sliced through his invisible attack, forcing him to leap aside. Regrettably, he didn't evade unharmed, as a minor injury materialized on his leg, intensifying his anger. Before Sonolin could utter another word, Chow Chow swiftly materialized by his side, forcefully driving his fist into the devil's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Yet, the young man did not pursue the super devil. Instead, he nonchalantly twirled his spear in his hand, while whistling a carefree tune. With a relaxed gait, he advanced towards Sonolin, wearing a contented smile upon his face. As Chow Chow moved closer to Sonolin, he decided to voice his thoughts aloud, letting them spill out without reservation. With a light-hearted tone, he exclaimed, "Zoom, zoom iron," and then sheer chuckle. Chow Chow confidently thrust his spear forward, intercepting the countless demonic orbs being hurled at him. On contact with his spear, the orbs disintegrated into oblivion. He recited the final verse of a song. The Epee dragon also pushes today, but his expression soon shifted to one of somber reflection. However, his spirits quickly rebounded as he resumed singing, all the while steadily advancing towards Sonolin, who had just managed to regain his footing. The super devil unleashed a relentless onslaught of demonic attacks in Chow Chow's direction, artfully weaving in his crushing techniques. Simultaneously, Sonolin charged toward Chow Chow, launching a flurry of punches and kicks with unwavering determination. Much to Sonolin's frustration, Chow Chow effortlessly parried the demonic attacks, expertly slicing through the invisible strikes and gracefully evading the punches and kicks. This humiliation was unlike anything Sonalin had ever experienced, especially considering that he was scheduled to face a god in the tournament soon. If he couldn't defeat a human who had lost the most powerful Longinus sacred gear, how could he possibly hope to overcome Indra and his formidable team? These thoughts only intensified Sonalin's inner turmoil, directing his anger both inward and toward the formidable adversary before him. This style of combat, I wouldn't have even considered it in the past, when I held myself in such high regard, he pondered, continuing to evade Sonalin's attacks with impressive finesse. I once believed that by wielding the holy spear, I could become the strongest, the protagonist of the world. In those days, I possessed the holy spear, one of only 13 incarnations in the world capable of challenging a deity. This conviction led me to believe that I was chosen by destiny itself. Others who shared my vision rallied behind me, and as I pursued my extraordinary goals, I felt like the central figure in an epic tale. We banded together, thinking that those who joined me could also emerge as heroes. But, alas, I was grievously mistaken. Images of Aaron Toole, Vala Lucifer, Tobio Accuse, Aurelia Le Guin, and the other formidable individuals who had gathered around Aaron flashed through Cao Cao's mind, causing him to wear a bitter smile. At this moment, he harbored uncertainty about whether he could engage any of them on an even playing field, but he swiftly dismissed those thoughts. Sonalin threw another punch at Cao Cao, but his mind was elsewhere. Lost in thought, Cao Cao's eyes suddenly lit up with life. He muttered, so slow, and swiftly responded by elbowing Sonalin in the face. The powerful blow sent the devil hurtling backward, causing him to crash onto the ground. Cao Cao pondered the nature of protagonists in a story. He thought, those who can become the central characters, the ones who create miracles, they're chosen by miracles, and they can make those miracles happen whenever they act. As he looked back on his life, Cao Cao had an epiphany. He realized, I am no longer the son of those nameless villagers who just happened to possess the world's strongest spear. His thoughts then turned to his very first comrade, the one who had become his closest friend and journeyed with him across the world. He mused, hey, Siegfried, did you believe in your ability to be the protagonist right up to your final moment? If you did, was it genuine happiness? Would you have been happier meeting Aaron Toole instead of me? Would you have avoided your fate? These contemplations swirled in Cao Cao's mind. However, his reflections were interrupted by a powerful shockwave that reverberated through the pseudo-space. It had to be Aaron Toole's attack. Watching the unfolding chaos, Cao Cao recalled a conversation they had just the day before. I trust Laronia's words, your actions here, and the commitments you've made. So, let's start here as friends. Cao Cao. Friends, huh? Cao Cao pondered, a reflective look in his eyes. Yeah, we're friends now. Suddenly, Sonalin let out a thunderous cry, shouting, snap, bam, gun, dun. Countless invisible attacks were launched at Cao Cao. However, with remarkable ease, he either sliced them apart or elegantly evaded them. Cao Cao leaped away and breathed a sigh of relief, having concluded his inner contemplation. He gazed up at the sky and declared, we'll transform the phantasma skies into something just like ours, an endless blue expanse for them to cherish. He turned his attention back to Sonalin, his smile brimming with determination. And he'll do it with this very spear. Cao Cao shut his eyes and carefully selected 2 sacred gears to employ. He had been working hard to develop this ability, although his aspiration was to ultimately manage 3 simultaneously. Nevertheless, for the time being, wielding 2 was sufficient. Balance, break, he softly uttered, and the spear of the universe in his grasp began to glow. Behind Cao Cao's back, a radiant halo emerged, accompanied by 7 orbs resembling bowling balls. His arms, legs, shoulders, and the spear itself were enshrouded in an impenetrable darkness, impervious even to the brilliance of light. This was a fusion balance breaker, uniting the powers of the true Longinus and Canis Lycaon. Cao Cao recollected his previous balance breaker experience while wielding the true Longinus. He and his team had dedicated considerable time to accompanying Tobio Accuse on solo missions, which had granted him valuable insights into how his sacred gear functioned. Cao Cao had also sought Tobio's wisdom on the matter, and, although he hadn't had the chance to receive a detailed explanation from Aaron, he did obtain a comprehensive book outlining the workings of all sacred gears. This volume covered their abilities' potential balance breakers, ranging from the regular crest side to abyss side, and, finally, the mysterious X side. Only true God-class beings, and those of even greater power, can hope to challenge me, Cao Cao asserted with confidence. His words only fueled Sonalon's growing frustration. You, a mere human, stand no chance against me. Sonalon's furious roar reverberated through the battleground. The artificial super devil clung to his delusions of invincibility, despite the mounting evidence to the contrary. Throughout his relatively brief existence in this realm, Sonalon had achieved victory in nearly every endeavor. There were, of course, the exceptions in Vereen and Balberith, whom he considered siblings due to their shared lineage. While he had accepted his limitations in comparison to them, he held ambitious aspirations to one day surpass them. However, the unfolding situation made it appear increasingly unlikely. If only Sonalon could master his notoriously short temper and resist the taunts and provocations from his adversaries, he might have truly risen to become one of the most formidable devils in their world. Regrettably, it seemed he would fall short of realizing his full potential. Sonalon, driven by a burning desire to prove himself, charged relentlessly towards Cao Cao. His crushing ability wreaked havoc, reducing everything in its path to rubble and compacting the surroundings. Unyielding in his pursuit, he drew nearer to Cao Cao with every passing moment. Maintaining an air of unwavering calm, Cao Cao extended his left foot, and from the very shadow he cast, an impressive array of spearheads and dark, distorted blades emerged. Swift as an arrow, these ominous constructs shot towards Sonalon, effectively intercepting his aggressive attack. The ensuing clash of powers was fierce, yet, despite some initial quivering, Cao Cao's spearheads and dark blades remained intact, unbroken. Recognizing the dire situation, Sonalon sprang away, narrowly avoiding the oncoming attack. But Cao Cao's resourcefulness knew no bounds. Leveraging his exceptional strength, he manipulated the terrain beneath him. Activating the formidable Hatharatana, he gained the power to lift and manipulate any object touched by the mystical orb. With deftness and precision, he seized a substantial portion of the ground and flung it like a projectile in Sonalon's direction. Then, with a flourish, he unleashed a series of aura-infused dark slashes, obliterating the airborne debris into countless smaller fragments that danced menacingly in the sky all around Sonalon. But Cao Cao wasn't done. He harnessed the power of Asuratana, allowing him to switch positions with one of the smaller fragments in a blink of an eye. Seizing this strategic advantage, he brought his spear to bear on Sonalon, who, in a desperate attempt to protect himself, summoned his crushing ability and enveloped himself in a shroud of demonic aura. Despite Sonalon's best efforts, the combined might of the true Longinus and Canis Lycaon abilities proved overwhelming, slicing through the defenses and delivering a devastating blow. The searing, holy aura left Sonalon writhing in anguish as he grappled with the excruciating pain. Cao Cao continued to employ this sequence of attacks, utilizing Asuratana to evade any strikes Sonalon attempted. He seamlessly switched positions with debris and pressed his attack on the Super Devil, slowly sapping his strength. Eventually, Cao Cao harnessed his Gahapatartana, giving rise to warrior-like entities that operated much like Blade Blacksmith's balance breaker, Blade Knight, Massachusetts. The young hero ingeniously maneuvered these warriors, causing them to teleport each time he employed Asuratana. Simultaneously, they descended upon Sonalon in a coordinated attack. This small yet effective strategy played out brilliantly, catching the agitated and bewildered Super Devil off guard. He found himself subjected to relentless and simultaneous attacks until he fell to the ground, down on all fours. It seems like you're down on your luck, Sonalin. Any last words? Gao gao in guit, kakaka. You idiot. Sonalin retorted with a defiant shout. He summoned a formidable mass of demonic energy above them. I'm going to unleash this in Kyoto and Yurikyoto. Even if you kill me now, they'll still continue on their paths to those places. He exclaimed in triumph, believing he had secured victory. However, Cao Cao's expression remained calm and unruffled. He didn't even react to Sonalin's threat, responding only with a sigh. What's with that reaction? I'm going to kill everyone there. Sonalin raged. Cao Cao wore a confident smile as he spoke. I have powerful and reliable friends and comrades. Do you really think they'll let such a thing happen? With his spear hovering just above Sonalin's back, precisely over his heart, Cao Cao continued, I doubt you'll get a second chance from Jean, so you won't be reincarnated. It's not a loss, so it doesn't matter. He delivered his words to the super devil and thrust his spear downward, piercing Sonalin's heart, killing him. As soon as Cao Cao took that action, the two massive balls of demonic attacks hovering above him vanished, teleporting away to Kyoto and Yurikyoto. In the skies above Kyoto, the first demonic ball conjured by Sonalin appeared, leaving those below in awe. Hey, shouldn't we do something about that? Inquired one of the members from DXD. Gaiusuk, let's perform that move again. Zenobia exclaimed over the transceivers. I'm ready when you are, Zenobia-senpai. Gasper promptly responded. No need, Suzuka's voice calmly interjected. Suddenly, an enormous sphere of flames hurtled towards the colossal demonic orb, swiftly engulfing it. The intense heat radiated down to Kyoto, causing some of the onlookers to feel the scorching blaze, with a few even finding their clothing beginning to melt, leaving them astounded. The attack came swiftly, but it was swiftly dismantled by Suzuku Himejima. She gave orders to her team, saying, Let's continue our defense, everyone, and they responded with enthusiastic cheers. What is that? A curious frog Yukai asked as they gazed upwards at the second demonic ball conjured by Sonalin. Most of the Yukai belonging to the West Yukai faction were well aware of the ongoing events taking place outside in Kyoto and its surroundings. Nevertheless, they hadn't expected something like this to transpire, especially since Aaron had established a barrier to prevent such occurrences. Only two individuals drew a conclusion about how it had happened. Sharon stood atop Yasaka's residence, her eyes fixed on the looming ball. Fufu, Aaron-sama, you're quite the mischievous one, aren't you? Intentionally permitting something like this to teleport here. How cheeky of you, she mumbled, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Sharon had taken great care to ensure that Yasaka and everyone in the realm remained oblivious to her comments. As she prepared to deal with the situation, she observed the young Yukai whom Aaron held a fondness for, desperately attacking the ball in an effort to destroy it. A smile curled on her lips as she found their attempt admirable, although she knew they were not yet strong enough to make an impact. Suddenly, Yasaka and Konu materialized beside Sharon, accompanied by Irene and Ophis, who had come to be with Yasaka and Konu. Sharon, I'd like you to safeguard our faction's people and structures, along with Irene. Ophis and Konu are here to deal with this threat, Yasaka instructed. Sharon bowed respectfully and replied, Of course, Yasaka-sama. Fufu, Irene-sama, shall we begin then? Irene nodded in agreement, and they both vanished. Powerful barriers enveloped the buildings and inhabitants throughout Yurikyoto, ensuring their protection against any potential attacks. Konu, Ophis murmured. Konu responded promptly. She swiftly transitioned into her fox dragon god form, causing her hair to turn white and her eyes to shine red. Ophis, too, enveloped her body in a shroud of draconic energy, most of it jet black. I will keep an eye on everything from here and intervene if things don't go well. Go ahead, Ophis, Konu, Yasaka reassured them. Both of them nodded once more and then leaped toward the massive demonic ball. They swiftly reached the front of the demonic ball, and Konu ascended higher, positioning herself just above it. She extended both of her hands toward the ominous sphere and exchanged a brief glance with Ophis, who acknowledged her with a nod. Ophis floated beside the ball, her hand poised for action. With a powerful uppercut, she launched the massive demonic ball skyward. Kunu reacted swiftly, surrounding the ball with her foxfire. Ophis, her hand still extended towards the now-enveloped attack, clenched her fist. The once colossal demonic ball, now cloaked in Kuna's foxfire, condensed repeatedly until it vanished. A triumphant grin adorned Kuna's face as she returned to Ophis. The dragon god opened her hand and displayed a circular, glass-like object with a string attached to it, giving it the appearance of a pendant. This object was the very attack they had just compressed, molded into a necklace-like form through Ophis' unique powers. Do you think Aaron will like it? Kunu stammered nervously, gazing at the gift in Ophis' hands. I believe he will. He cherishes all the gifts we give him, replied Ophis. However, we should purify it. I don't think he'd appreciate a gift from one of the artificial super devils who once threatened Yurikyoto. Right? Let's do that. Kunu responded eagerly, and she and Ophis took off, flying back to Yasaka's home. Irene and Sharon had already returned to Yasaka's side, and they found amusement in Ophis and Kuna's thoughtful plan. Who would have thought they'd come up with something like this? Irene remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, it's quite creative. Maybe ITLL become a keepsake of this moment, something to reminisce about in the future, Sharon added, smiling. Yasaka, positioned between them, simply sighed and shook her head, her expression filled with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Back within the pseudo-space, a cheerful woman with white hair found herself in a face-off against a fresh super devil dispatched by Hades as part of Erebus Group. This artificial super devil, although still relatively new, displayed a remarkable level of skill and potential, placing her on par with Sonolin, Gressel, Varine, and Balbrith. Her name? Lafina. This artificial super devil went by that name. She was dressed in a distinctive gray and red hoodie that enshrouded her head, featuring horn-like protrusions that extended near the front, giving her an intriguing and unique appearance. Her entire ensemble followed a similar style, resembling a one-piece dress with several elegant silver accessories tastefully adorning her attire. Her striking, glowing red eyes added an element of mystique to her countenance. Short, silvery hair cascaded down to her shoulders, adding a touch of elegance to her overall look. She sported metallic gloves that encased her hands, adding a futuristic edge to her ensemble. In those gloved hands, she wielded a magnificent sword, its blade a mesmerizing fusion of crimson and jet black, emanating an intense, almost otherworldly crimson flame. In the midst of their clash, Aoife, a woman with striking white hair, wielded her trusty sword, Fragarak. Across from her stood Lafina, whose outward appearance might have suggested fiery intensity, but her countenance remained devoid of emotion. She grappled with a sense of self-doubt and existential uncertainty as she confronted Aoife. Lafina had come into existence at Hades' hands, and her creation had been a fortuitous turn of events. Hades had invested months of effort attempting to produce more super devils, yet Lafina and another male super devil were the sole successful outcomes, the latter remaining unassigned for this particular mission. The male super devil surpassed Lafina in power and had been born before her. Consequently, Hades had placed him under rigorous supervision and training, envisioning his potential contribution to the group's endeavors. In contrast, Lafina was a more recent addition to their ranks. She possessed considerable power and untapped potential, yet her assistance was deemed vital for Erebus Group, leading to her dispatch in this mission. In her own thoughts, Lafina believed that Hades regarded her with less value and had thus dispatched her to this mission. Much like Meruem, she found herself on a quest to discover her purpose, something beyond merely fighting. Despite being relatively new to existence, she displayed a level of maturity surpassing that of her fellow artificial super devils. Lafina's curiosity was piqued by Aoife, particularly during their battle. The smile on Aoife's face remained constant. Contrary to what one might assume, Aoife's smile didn't stem from a love of combat. In fact, she despised it due to its inevitable outcome of death. That's why she favored the tournament, which allowed her to engage in a form of competition that did not end in fatality. Sometime earlier, Aoife had requested a particular ability from Eren, one she had named Reach. While it might not have seemed particularly special, it held immense significance for her. Reach granted Aoife the power to perceive people's true intentions and emotions. Aligned with her caring nature, Aoife was determined to assist as many individuals as she could. Thus, whenever possible, she would accompany Eren during his missions as the middleman to provide aid to those in need. At the moment, Aoife could sense Lafina's uncertainty, not only about the ongoing battle, but also about many other things. So, she posed a question. Do you even want to fight me? Lafina's eyes widened as she gazed back at Aoife, her crimson sword never ceasing its relentless attack. Both of them continued to vanish and reappear at different points within their surroundings, their blades clashing with such intensity that they produced shockwaves, ice, and flames. However, amid the chaos of their duel, Aoife and Lafina's eyes remained fixed on each other, their gazes filled with curiosity. I don't know, Lafina responded with uncertainty. I was created solely for the purpose of battling Hades' Samus enemies. Nothing else, nothing more, but you yearn for more in life, don't you? Aoife interjected. You must have received some form of education from Hades, correct? Yet, you've never experienced the love of friends and family. With a burst of strength, Aoife pushed Lafina away, causing both of them to land at a distance from each other. Despite the separation, their eyes remained locked on each other. Tell me about yourself, Aoife exclaimed, leaving Lafina bewildered. Aoife quickly closed the distance between herself and the young super devil and swung her sword at Lafina. With swift reflexes, Lafina managed to block the attack, but Aoife's persistent smile puzzled her as they continued their intense duel. Aoife began sharing details about her life while they sparred, which only served to deepen Lafina's confusion. Despite her perplexity, Lafina's training had instilled in her a strong sense of attentiveness, and she listened diligently, absorbing every piece of information Aoife offered. After an entire 2 minutes of conversing and engaging in a relaxed battle with Lafina, the super devil finally inquired, "Who's Eren?" I forgot to mention that. My bad. Eren is actually Jean, the middleman," Aoife responded. Eren is Jean? Lafina pondered. But Hades-sama had informed us that he was malevolent, that he aimed to obliterate the multiverse in our own universe. Could this woman be deceiving me with lies then? But Lafina hesitated, her gaze fixed on Aoife. The woman standing before her didn't exude an aura of evil. Her gentle smile emanated warmth and comfort. Hades-sama warned us that the middleman would bring about our destruction. Aoife responded, her confusion evident. What do you mean by that? Lafina took a moment to gather her thoughts before explaining. Hades-sama believed that, being an outer god, the middleman would only bring chaos to the world, the universe, and the multiverse. He claimed that the middleman manipulated the leaders of various factions and pantheons to join his side and form Team DXD, all to further his own agenda. Lafina's words left Aoife in stunned silence. Upon the creation of the artificial super devils, they fell quickly under the sway of Hades, along with anyone nursing grievances against Erentul. They were instilled with the belief that everything he did was inherently wrong, perpetuating injustices throughout the world. They were made to perceive his very existence as a threat to the entire multiverse, and that the only way to restore balance was to eliminate him. Hades further emphasized that dismantling the sacred gear system in heaven was essential for their prosperity and the restoration of equilibrium in their world. The young devils, born from Lilith's previous bodies, were but children and lacked the discernment to distinguish right from wrong. However, over time and under Hades' guidance, as well as the influence of their educators, some began to question whether their indoctrination was entirely accurate. They gradually came to realize that Hades held a strong bias against the middleman, which clashed with the information they uncovered on the supernatural internet. Nonetheless, many continued down their chosen path, unconcerned with the discrepancies, as they had long been deeply ensnared by the process of brainwashing. There were only a few exceptions to this rule, as some individuals received unique treatments, distinct forms of instruction, or, in Lafina's case, entered the world with minimal education before being thrust into it. That's just wrong, you know? Remarked Aoife, her disbelief evident. Have you not seen the supernatural internet? She inquired, genuinely surprised. Lafina, however, responded, I have, but due to what Hades-sama has told me, am uncertain about what to believe anymore. Their swords collided once more, the clashing of metal filling the air, before they both separated. As Aoife landed, she paused in contemplation, then turned her gaze back to Lafina and posed a question. Will you trust me? Lafina hesitated for a moment before replying, We've only just met. Why should I trust you? Aoife raised her sword and called out, Point taken. But how about this then? From her ring, she produced an item and held it out to Lafina. If either of us lies when I activate this, we'll both face dire consequences. It will only deactivate when one of us dies. Lafina seemed perplexed and inquired, You're risking your life for an enemy? Most people would see that as foolish, you realize, right? With her persistent smile, Aoife replied, I couldn't care less about what others think. I'm living life on my own terms, and I'm happy. But what about them? They're trapped in a ceaseless cycle, repeating the same things day after day, living in misery. Yet, they resort to mean words to feel better about themselves. To be honest, I feel quite sorry for them. How about it, Lafina? Aoife asked with a warm smile, sheathing her sword and extending her free hand toward the super devil, a gesture of peace and camaraderie. Similar to Balberith, Lafina had stumbled upon the Epee Dragon show while conducting research about the middleman and his altruistic actions. She had been curious to verify the accuracy of Hades' claims about the middleman's work, which had led her to uncover conflicting information. As a result, her initial animosity towards the middleman had significantly waned. Lafina gazed at Aoife's outstretched hand for a full minute, a sense of contemplation in her eyes. Eventually, she sheathed her own sword, signaling her acceptance of the offered hand of friendship. Aoife, interpreting this as a positive response, approached Lafina with a casual grace, though Lafina still appeared somewhat reserved and tense. Aoife gently patted Lafina's back to offer reassurance. Okay, let's sit down and talk about ourselves. Ask each other a bunch of questions, all right? Aoife suggested enthusiastically. Lafina quietly nodded, her demeanor gradually softening as she agreed to engage in a conversation that held the promise of understanding and friendship. Aoife carefully positioned the device on the ground, activating it to create a small protective barrier around them. Within the confines of this shield, the tumultuous sounds of battles outside became muffled, and the barrier itself assumed an opaque appearance, veiling them from the ongoing chaos. Aoife turned to Lafina, her eyes reflecting a sense of readiness. So, shall we begin, or would you like me to take the first move? She inquired. Lafina took a brief moment to consider Aoife's question. Finally, she looked at her, curiosity etched across her features, and posed a query of her own. Why is Jean also called Aaron? That'll take a long time to explain, but if you're okay with that, I'll tell you, Aoife said with a mischievous grin. Lafina, intrigued, nodded in response. Oh, before that, Aoife exclaimed, pressing a small device. A compact, blue, game-like screen materialized before her. Her deft fingers navigated through its settings, making various adjustments, before she dismissed it with a satisfied smile. Lafina, curiosity piqued. Couldn't help but ask, what did you do? Aoife leaned in with a conspiratorial whisper. Like I mentioned earlier, this story will be quite lengthy. So, I made a little tweak to how time works in this space. Even if we spend an entire day here, Only a few seconds will pass in the outside world. Lafina's eyes widened in amazement at the clever manipulation of time. That's incredible. Anyway, Aoife continued, the faintest blush tinting her cheeks. Let me begin our story. Her unexpected blush puzzled Lafina, who waited with anticipation for the tale to unfold. Aoife spent a total of 8 hours sharing her and Aaron's story with Lafina. By the end of the narrative, for reasons she couldn't quite grasp, tears welled up in Lafina's eyes. She struggled to understand the depth of her emotions, as her limited understanding and life experience left her perplexed by these newfound feelings. A melancholic smile graced Aoife's face as she continued. Aaron was a peculiar blend of special and ordinary. He hailed from a family of immense wealth and influence, yet he remained unconcerned with those matters. His heart was set on his friends and his mother. Most individuals raised in the luxurious environment that surrounded Aaron tend to become snobbish and arrogant. However, I believe Miss Royson played a significant role in keeping him grounded. She let out a sigh and a chuckle. But aside from that, Aaron was, in essence, an ordinary person. He excelled in some subjects, struggled in others, and achieved above-average results in certain areas. He wasn't the compassionate and all-accepting person he became now. He reserved his kindness for a select few. Aoife scratched her cheek thoughtfully and added, maybe, no, Aaron told me that it was because of me, but I never intended for him to change in that way. But perhaps it was for the better? In any case, our paths crossed again by chance, and the same chance brought his mother and her maid, Cindy, back into our lives. Aoife tenderly patted Lafina's head, her touch akin to soothing a child. I never intended to make you cry. I'm sorry about that. Well, that's our life story so far. I guess showing you my memories through this magic circle also helped. Hee hee. But yeah, those are the chapters of our lives. Do you mind sharing yours? Lafina nodded and commenced her own narrative. Although it wasn't a lengthy account, it weighed heavily on Aoife's heart. She couldn't bear the mistreatment of Lafina and the other super devils, and it deeply saddened her. At the same time, she couldn't condone some of them for the chaos and malevolence they had unleashed. She understood that these super devils were essentially infants left to run wild in their universe. But it was a complex and painful reality to reconcile with. Suddenly, Aoife rose to her feet and extended her hand toward Lafina, her voice filled with earnestness. Join our side, Lafina. Now that you know the truth, do you truly wish to bring destruction to this world, this universe, the multiverse? What Hades desires is merely control. Ultimately, you're nothing more than a pawn for him to manipulate. Why do you think he dispatched you shortly after your birth? He doesn't care about your well-being. Come, join us, and live the life you desire, Aoife implored, her voice echoing with conviction. As a devil, you have an extra 10,000 years ahead of you. Don't let this opportunity slip away. Take my hand. Her plea rang out as she peered down at the artificial super devil. Lafina hesitated, her hand rising partway, but then freezing in midair. She grappled with the decision. Both Aoife had shared the intricate details of their lives with her. She hadn't expected their stories to be so extensive and convoluted. In the end, she realized that the evil middleman wasn't striving for destruction, but for peace, even if it was solely within their universe. Lafina began, looking back at Aoife. The same warmth and welcoming aura radiated from her. Gressel had lost his temper a while ago, and his fury erupted in a torrent of harsh words. Fuck you, you stupid fucking whore. You can't even face me head-on, hiding behind your puny ice bitches. He bellowed. The target of his rage was none other than the middleman's formidable ice queen, Lavinia Rennie. She had harnessed her sacred gear, summoning her icy creations to confront Gressel. As time passed, it became evident that her strategy both infuriated and frustrated the super devil. Nonetheless, it proved effective, as Gressel's body bore numerous cuts and bruises. Lavinia's ice and snow served a dual purpose. Not only did they inflict damage, but they also slowed Gressel's movements. This compelled him to endure a barrage of increasingly forceful blows. The entire alliance had been briefed on Gressel's formidable resistance ability, so Aaron decided to make a strategic adjustment. He modified Lavinia's sacred gear, Tempest Extinction, and granted her access to Food Chain, providing her with a potent advantage against Gressel in their ongoing clash. Your language is quite crude. Could you please refrain from using profanities? Lavinia implored, her brows furrowing as she addressed the super devil. In response, Gressel erupted with anger, shouting, "To hell with you, you bitch. He'll fucking kill you." He charged at Lavinia once more. In this pseudo-dimension, Lavinia had 3 of her ice dolls accompanying her, along with Aloe and Suno, all ready to engage in a fierce battle against Gressel. Q, another one of her potential ice summons, remained ready for deployment, yet Lavinia found no immediate need to call upon her. Lavinia had not previously disclosed, nor demonstrated, that her new balance breaker, Tempest Extinction, included a total of 8 potent summons that outclassed her standard ice dolls. Q, Aloe, and Suno represented merely the first 3 of these new summons, and there were others concealed within her, each symbolized by one of the small, translucent blue orbs adorning her dress during her balance breaker state. Aloe, the nimble ice kitsune, dashed towards Gressel, her fur glistening as she summoned several large crescent ice auras, sending them hurtling toward the super devil. Gressel, well aware that his resistance was entirely ineffectual against Lavinia Rennie and her icicle creations, sprang into the air, narrowly avoiding the oncoming icy attacks. However, his foot became ensnared in the freezing deluge, causing a significant slowdown in his movements. Meanwhile, Suno, the majestic ice bird, soared high above and released a potent blizzard that pelted Gressel relentlessly. The frigid tempest further impeded his mobility, encasing his legs in ice and dragging him downward. He plummeted back to the ground with a thud. But before the chilling impact, Gressel bore a wicked grin, only to erupt into a swirling puff of smoke. As Gressel's clone vanished, Lavinia's keen senses alerted her to his presence behind her. She moved swiftly to the side, narrowly evading his lunge. "What the fuck?" Gressel began, but before he could finish a sentence, a large icy arm materialized from a magic circle on Lavinia's side and delivered a mighty blow to the side of Gressel's head, sending him hurtling away. Simultaneously, Suno and Aloe unleashed a volley of icicle spears in his direction. Gressel, agile in the midst of chaos, managed to evade the projectiles by contorting his body in midair. "Do not underestimate me. I am skilled in hand-to-hand combat," Lavinia stated calmly as she observed Gressel landing. "I don't give a shit, you dumb bitch. Fight me on equal terms." Gressel roared, his anger toward Lavinia unabated. His resistance had proven entirely futile against her, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Initially, Gressel had hoped that his resistance trait would adapt gradually to counter Lavinia's abilities, but as their fierce battle raged on, he became increasingly aware that no such adaptation was occurring. His confusion deepened. A troubling realization settled in Gressel's mind. The middleman was undoubtedly responsible for this. The mysterious figure had, in some manner, manipulated Lavinia so that her powers circumvented his resistance trait. This realization further fueled Gressel's exasperation, nurturing a deep-seated grudge against both Aaron and Lavinia. Paradoxically, he recognized his own vulnerability in the face of this powerful enemy. "It would be wise to surrender now, as it's your only chance of survival," Lavinia stated with a dispassionate tone. "Your comrades are falling one by one, and soon you'll be the last one standing. Some may have even switched sides to save themselves." Gressel, however, reacted defiantly. "Huh? Surrender and become a coward like them? I'd rather fight to the end, you fucking stupid witch. It's no wonder Glenda was so fond of having you around, 'cause you're so dumb. Your parents were fun punching bags for a while, too." He taunted, laughter accompanying his words. Lavinia's icy expression grew even colder as she regarded Gressel with simmering resentment. She didn't appreciate him mentioning Glenda's name, and she detested his mockery of her deceased parents. Her summons sensed the change in her demeanor and turned their attention back to her, swiftly returning to her side. This sudden shift bewildered Gressel even further. Lavinia addressed her summoned beings with gentle firmness. "I'd like to handle this on my own for a bit. Stay here, okay?" They responded with silent nods of understanding. Lavinia then disappeared from their midst and reappeared beside Gressel, delivering an ice-infused punch between his legs. "Oh!" Gressel emitted a pained shriek as he began to topple forward, desperately attempting to protect his most sensitive region. But Lavinia showed no mercy, executing a palm strike infused with icy energy that struck his chin and chest, sending him hurtling away. For a brief moment, Gressel succumbed to unconsciousness. He certainly hadn't anticipated that his taunts would culminate in such a brutal response. However, he quickly roused himself, now even more infuriated than before. You fucking bitch. Stop taking cheap shots. Do you genuinely believe the middleman would trust you in your relationship when you play so dirty in a battle? I'd bet you're actively cheating on him, and my guess is it's probably with Vala Lucifer." Gressel bellowed, his feet firmly planted on the ground, though his genitalia still throbbed with pain from the earlier attack. Gressel displayed a mix of intelligence and foolishness. On one hand, he had the astuteness to recognize that Aaron was the one responsible for rendering his resistance trait completely ineffective when it came to Lavinia Rennie. However, on the other hand, he often allowed his own emotions, particularly his unchecked anger, to get the better of him. This led him to make reckless and unintelligent remarks, further exacerbating his predicament. Much like Sonalin, if Gressel could only rein in his short temper and refrain from uttering ill-considered words, he would indeed be a formidable and challenging opponent. Regrettably, much like his fellow Super Devil, the odds were stacked against him, and it seemed unlikely that he would survive the day. Lavinia gracefully extended her foot, causing countless transparent circles to materialize all around Gressel. He found himself utterly bewildered by this strange phenomenon. Each of these ethereal circles emitted a faint, melodic hum. Any attempt by Gressel to move was met with an unexpected and paralyzing chill that seemed to freeze him in his tracks. He tried to articulate his confusion with a stammered what, but the simple act of speaking proved equally fruitless, causing him to stand there in utter astonishment. Lavinia had aptly dubbed this technique Frosty Symphony. It had the remarkable ability to detect any form of movement by the intended target and instantly immobilize them. She had honed this power through her Tempest extinction. With measured steps, Lavinia advanced toward Gressel. The Super Devil remained imprisoned, unable to make even the slightest motion without succumbing to the numbing frost. Even the most minute gestures like moving his eyes or drawing a breath led to his immediate immobilization. Lavinia had perfected this technique to such an extent that it could even target vital processes like blood circulation, breathing, and heartbeat, making the slightest physiological activity a trigger for freezing the hapless target in place. Gressel's thoughts raced with frustration and panic. He found himself immobilized, unable to move, and this dire situation deeply unsettled him. He pondered, I can't move. I don't want to die like this. It's so lame. What the hell is wrong with this woman? Despite his desperate efforts to struggle and break free, his movements only seemed to exacerbate the freezing effect, rendering him increasingly powerless. Lavinia, her voice cutting through the frozen stillness, addressed the Super Devil with icy indifference. Making statements like that is unacceptable, Gressel. There are boundaries you should not cross. With a pointed gesture, her finger emitted a brief glow, summoning a small orb of light from Gressel, which floated toward her. Gressel, his mind racing, felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness. He couldn't fathom what Lavinia had done to him. A strange smile graced Lavinia's face as she murmured, So, this is your resistance. I'll make use of it and bestow it upon one of my babies. Gressel, now comprehending the reason behind his strange emptiness, was overcome by anger. However, his outburst was short-lived as he found himself immobilized once again. Frustration welled up within him, and after a minute of relentless attempts to speak, he managed to string together a simple yet audacious sentence. "You fucking bitch. It'll kill you. And once I do, it'll bring you back to life just to kill you again. It'll revive your parents, only to kill them again in front of you, over and over." These words, spoken in defiance and anger, were all Gressel could manage to articulate after repeated bouts of being frozen. Lavinia, with a heavy sigh, shook her head in response. "Attempting to reason with you appears to be impossible. I can't entirely blame you. Given your time under Hades and the cow's orders command," she empathetically conveyed to Gressel before turning her attention to her side. "Shai-chan, can you come out?" The last orb on Lavinia's balance breaker attire shimmered as the space adjacent to her congealed and twisted before ultimately shattering. Emerging from the fragmented distortion was a woman who now stood beside Lavinia. Shai possessed an ethereal beauty, her skin a delicate shade of almost porcelain white. Her most striking features were her pale blue eyes, framed by long, cascading white locks that reached all the way to her ankles. Elfin ears adorned her head, and on either side, azure horns with intricate cloud-like patterns added a touch of mystique. To complete her enchanting appearance, she adorned her hair with dainty white flowers, enhancing her ethereal charm. Her attire was a work of art, mostly a one-piece dress in a rich shade of dark blue. Near the hem of the skirt, golden diamond patterns shimmered, adding an element of opulence. Hints of white were interwoven throughout, creating a harmonious contrast that made the dress truly stand out. Draped behind her was a grand, billowing white scarf, its fluffy texture mirroring the softness of clouds. Adorning her delicate hands were gloves, a marriage of white and blue, harmonizing perfectly with her overall ensemble. "Mama, oui spirici." She, along with 3 other humanoid-like ice summons and a dragon other than Q, had the unique ability to converse with Lavinia in human speech. Lavinia responded with a warm smile as she gently patted Shai's head. Shai was her most powerful summon, boasting remarkable abilities. Though Lavinia had no intention of pushing her to the limits at this moment, she had something intriguing in mind. "How long do you think you could do that for?" Lavinia inquired, her gaze shifting towards the frozen figure of Gressel. Shai shifted her attention to Gressel, her eyes fixed on him as she replied, "He's weak, so probably just a few seconds." Lavinia continued to stroke Shai's head affectionately. "Shai-chan is such a good girl. Please go ahead." In response, Shai blushed at the display of warmth but resolved to carry out the task. She focused her gaze on Gressel and extended her hand toward him. She stood there, seemingly lost in her contemplation of the super devil, leaving him bewildered. Although it appeared as if nothing was transpiring, Shai was actually in the process of assimilating every aspect of Gressel. His name, strengths, weaknesses, personality, everything about him was being absorbed, with Shai discarding any elements that could prove disadvantageous, modifying or even evolving those attributes. Once she had completed this intricate process, she would incorporate these traits into herself, enhancing her own strength in the process. The time it took to perform this task hinged on Lavinia's total power and the strength of her opponent. If her opponent's power was on par with Lavinia's, the process would be more time-consuming. However, if her opponent was weaker, Shai could accomplish it nearly instantaneously or within just a few seconds. In Gressel's case, "I'm done, Mama," Shai whispered. "Good girl." Lavinia praised her summon. "Oh, and here, you can have this too." Lavinia extended a small sphere containing Gressel's resistance trait. Shai nodded in agreement and accepted the ball, which swiftly merged with her. With a quick process, she transformed and enhanced it, making it faster and more efficient. When she finished, Shai nodded to Lavinia, who acknowledged her efforts. "Now that we're finished, we can dispose of him. Aaron has no use for him, and his unruly nature isn't welcome in the Alliance." They did consider changing him, similar to what Aaron did with Avetsa and Sadinal, but he no longer holds value after I took his trait. You have the green light to eliminate him, Lavinia declared with a cold, unwavering tone. Lavinia hadn't forgotten Gressel's earlier threats, which had targeted her and her deceased parents. Ordinarily, Lavinia held a strong aversion to taking lives, a sentiment reserved for humans and select supernatural beings. However, in Gressel's case, there was no room for moral ambiguity. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans and demonstrated a complete disregard for anyone but himself. As he gained victories in the tournament, his ego swelled, deluding him into thinking he rivaled Vereen, Balberith, Ajuka, and Surzex. In reality, he only marginally surpassed Rizavim in specific areas, making him even more reprehensible than the latter in others. "Okay," Shy muttered. She raised her hand in a diagonal motion and released a swift, pale blue slash aimed at Gressel. The attack struck its target, cleaving the super devil in two and swiftly terminating his existence. Lavinia directed her palm toward the dismembered remnants of Gressel's body and conjured a medium-sized fireball. The searing flames devoured any traces of the super devil, reducing him to naught but ashes. With that, the majority of the battles within the pseudo-space reached their conclusion, leaving only 2 engagements unresolved. The sole contenders left within the pseudo-space were Tartarus, who now faced Aaron. Meanwhile, Chernobog stood as the other last remaining challenge, engaging in a formidable duel against another team who had bravely taken on the task of confronting him. "I didn't expect you to show up in person, Zoria. My organization informed me that you were engaged in a battle against Siriato, the Malbranche," Chernobog expressed, his surprise genuine. Zoria, accompanied by a select few, stood face-to-face with Chernobog. In their quest to confront a god of chaos and darkness, they had strategically assembled a team of individuals with abilities capable of countering such formidable powers. Alongside Zoria were Griselda, Lint, and Istia, each chosen for their unique strengths. Initially, Dulio and the other brave saints were scheduled to join them in this endeavor. However, circumstances had led to their deployment to safeguard heaven, a precaution taken to ensure they were not targeted. This precaution extended to other pantheons and factions around the world, all taking measures to protect their interests. "Purin wants you back, and he'll retrieve you, even if it means enduring your cries and screams as I drag you," Zoria retorted, leveling her gun at her fellow god. Chernobog's laughter barely had time to echo when a new god materialized, striking him forcefully with a fist. He struggled to block the powerful blow, getting blown away in the process. Zoria mumbled in surprise, When did you get here?" The one who appeared was another deity from the Slavic pantheon, the polar opposite of Chernobog Belobog, the god of light. He floated there, sporting a gentle smile and even a playful wink. "Hello, everyone," he chimed in, exuding an air of geniality. "I've come to retrieve this troublemaker with us." "Wow, I didn't expect to have 2 gods fighting alongside us today." "Well, not counting Jean Payson," Lint remarked with a chuckle. Behind them all, Istia maintained her distance, a silent observer of the unfolding events. She had struck a pact with them, pledging to only intervene should circumstances spiral out of control. However, she harbored trust in their collective power, believing it was more than sufficient to overcome Chernobog. While the full extent of his abilities remained shrouded in mystery, her confidence in her companions ran deep. "Little Jean was the one who brought me here," Belobog chimed in with a joyful sing-song tone. "As soon as I heard that Cherry, Chernobog, was here, I readily agreed. Let's join forces, Zoria." Their conversation came to an abrupt halt as a burst of darkness engulfed the surroundings, causing them to turn their attention towards the source. Emerging from the dissipating darkness, Chernobog stood, dusting himself off, and promptly adjusted his glasses with a wry smile. "Belobog, it's been quite some time, hasn't it? I trust you're in good health." He chuckled, his tone hinting at his discomfort with the nickname. "But let's not dwell on that. It's time to commence our confrontation. Wouldn't you agree?" He flashed a confident smile at them. With a snap of his fingers, shadowy figures materialized around them, their dark blue eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Towering menacingly behind Chernobog, an enormous entity, reminiscent of a giant troll, loomed. Istia, who had been standing apart from the group, summoned her battle axe and couldn't help but grin. "It seems I won't be staying on the sidelines this time," she muttered with excitement, her anticipation growing as she readied herself to join the battle. "Zoria and I will handle Chernobog. Miss Griselda, I entrust the troll to your care, and may I assign the smaller foes to you, Miss Istia and Miss Lint?" inquired Belobog. Istia gave the man a thumbs up before she leaped away, wielding her battle axe to slam down and dispatch a large group of the shadowy figures. Yet, their persistence was clear as they rapidly reformed, thanks to Chernobog's continuous creation. "Yes, sir," Lint exclaimed, offering a salute to the god. She promptly armed herself with her sword and gun, enveloping them in purplish holy flames through her incinerate anthem, joining Istia in combating the shadowy creatures that surrounded them. With a bow to Belobog, Griselda replied, "You can count on me, Belobog Summa." A warm smile crossed Belobog's face, and he and Zoria vanished before reappearing in front of Chernobog, who seemed poised for battle. The trio engaged in their encounter after teleporting further away. However, as they left the area, even larger creatures comprised of darkness and shadows manifested all around them. "Yoa, why are there more?" Lin exclaimed in surprise. "Who cares? We get to kill more of them." Istia responded with enthusiasm. Lint, however, couldn't hold herself back, exclaiming, "I'm not a battle maniac like you, Istia Payson," as she continued to eliminate the shadowy creatures. Returning to Griselda, she pivoted to confront the colossal troll constructed from darkness and shadows. With a graceful motion, she invoked an arrow crafted from pure light, drawing it taut against her bowstring before loosing it. The luminescent projectile sped forth, unerringly impaling the giant troll's shadowy head and triggering a violent detonation that obliterated her immediate opponent. Griselda, believing the threat had been vanquished, was taken aback when, to her astonishment, not one but two colossal shadow trolls materialized before her. These newly emerged foes loomed even larger than their predecessor, casting ominous silhouettes that seemed to fill the entire space. "Interesting. Should I target their core, then?" She pondered aloud, her voice tinged with resolve. With a graceful leap, Griselda soared backward into the sky, unfurling her celestial wings to gain a strategic advantage over the formidable twin adversaries that now confronted her. Griselda unleashed a volley of radiant arrows, directing her attack towards the pair of shadowy trolls. Her skillful aim quickly dispatched them. Yet, despite her efforts, an unsettling occurrence repeated itself. The two shadowy trolls transformed into three, growing even larger in stature. A hint of frustration colored her expression as she murmured to herself, "It appears that I must aim for their core to achieve a permanent victory, or perhaps I must await the moment when Zoria-sama and Belobog-sama defeat Chernobog-sama for these resilient trolls to be defeated for good." She floated gracefully above her adversaries, contemplating her next move, determined to put an end to the relentless cycle. With the three gods, Zoria and Belobog stood side by side, their eyes fixed upon Chernobog, who appeared oddly content, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Before proceeding, Belobog voiced the question that weighed on their minds. "Cherry, would you mind shedding light on your motives for all this? You appeared satisfied with the way things were before your sudden disappearance." Chernobog nodded and began to explain, "You're right, Belobog. I was content with our world as it was. However, after Hades' group approached me and outlined how the sacred gears were impacting our universe, I couldn't help but start pondering many things. Initially, I was skeptical, but I delved into my own research and eventually made my decision." He continued, "I must clarify that I do not advocate the destruction of Heaven's sacred gear system, nor do I endorse harm to Team DXD or Gene. In fact, I'm inclined to sit down with other leaders and seek a compromise. However, Chernobog's expression darkened, and he locked eyes with the two gods before him. As the tournament unfolded, with humans and hybrids evolving their sacred gears and even achieving balance breakers, my concerns deepened. Sacred gears possess the potential to threaten gods and deities alike. Balance breakers, as the name implies, unshackle the full potential of these sacred gears and disrupt the world's equilibrium. If we allow this to persist, what fate awaits our world? He questioned, his brows furrowed. He concluded, his voice tinged with earnestness, I didn't join Hades' group for world domination or to take lives. But I couldn't discern an alternative solution given my limited influence. I understand that Perrin and many others are angry with me, but I implore you to consider my perspective. Perrin expected you to say that, as did the other leaders of the Alliance of DXD. Zoria explained, they acknowledge your concerns, but they deem them unwarranted. Jean has already stabilized both systems in heaven. Furthermore, he's altering the very concept of balance within our universe, ensuring it remains intact. Chernobog, taken aback by this revelation, shook his head. Then I'll reserve my judgment until I witness it firsthand in the future. But for now, darkness enveloped his form as he cast a confident smile at Zoria and Belobog. How long has it been since we last sparred, Belobog? Far too long. But this time, our duel has a purpose to bring you back. So, I won't be holding back, Belobog declared as a divine light surrounded him. Zoria too shrouded herself in a radiant aura. I emerged victorious in our last encounter. What makes you think this time will be any different? Chernobog challenged. Belobog's reply was swift and powerful, as even more divine energy surged from his being, catching Chernobog by surprise. It was only when Chernobog spotted a small dragon tattoo on Belobog's arm that he couldn't help but chuckle incredulously. Chernobog's voice held an unwavering determination as he acknowledged the odds stacked against him. I see. Well, I may be headed for defeat, but I won't back down. His resolute words resonated in the air, a declaration of his unyielding spirit. With those words as the backdrop, the two gods, Chernobog and Belobog, cast aside any hesitation and charged towards one another. Chapter 14, Part 5, as the deterrence for evil across the omniverse third-person point of view. So, how's everything going on your end? Azazel asked as he made his rounds within his organization, checking up on his people. He, like many others, remained well-informed about the current state of affairs in the world, but left it to DXD and anyone else associated with them to handle. Everything is running smoothly, and the others are still locked in their cells, refusing to cooperate. To be honest, it might be best to give up, Azazel. They'll never cooperate. Not even if we wait 1,000 years, replied a woman with long gray hair pulled back into a ponytail, her sharp green eyes reflecting her frustration. Azazel pondered this for a moment and took the clipboard from her hand, reviewing its contents. Well, we won't dwell on it too much. They'll have a word with Jean about it once this ordeal with the gods of darkness is behind us, he assured. He shifted his attention to the woman and inquired, How about you and Bisuspiu? The woman Azazel spoke to had previously been the subordinate of the seventh Eradicator, Yinio. Currently, Yinio was engaged in a mission in a different universe under Aaron's command. However, Aaron had employed some persuasion, leading his former subordinates to switch allegiances and join DXD. Their movements were subject to heavy monitoring, and they weren't permitted to leave Grigori for the time, being without a guard. Bisuspiu had assumed the role of a trainer within Grigori, while Abilka, the woman conversing with Azazel, worked as a general aide throughout the organization. Unlike Avetsa or Satinal, Aaron hadn't altered Bisuspiu and Abilka's entire existence. Both of them had harbored silent frustration about the state of their universe for a while. Even though they were compelled to cause harm to many of their universe's inhabitants, if they resisted, it would be their lives on the line. While breaking free from their old habits was a gradual process, they were genuinely making an effort, and many residents of Grigori kept a watchful eye on their progress. We're doing fine. It's still strange being part of this universe, though. Albilka hesitated for a moment, her voice trailing off, but ultimately she continued after feeling the weight of Azazel's expectant gaze. Even though the cow's order is still a threat, this world is beautiful. It's no wonder Kita chose to betray our universe. The sky, in particular, Azazel wore a broad grin and gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Huh, you're absolutely right. It's one of those things he'll never get tired of gazing at. I guess Gene's been rubbing off on me with his fascination for the sky. Anyway, keep up the good work. He'll go check on the others, he declared before leaving. Albilka remained rooted in her spot, her mind free to wander as she observed Azazel's departure. This life is a significant improvement compared to my past. While I may not have a conventional family, I suppose I could count Master Yunio, even though he's undergone a remarkable transformation after his defeat by the Outer God. With a slight shake of her head and a deep sigh, she added, I'll just deal with whatever comes and think about it later. Right now, I should go and check on Bai Susby too. Albilka arrived at a particular training room and paused by the door. In the center of the room, Bai Susby was engaged in giving precise instructions to a diverse group that included fallen angels, yokai, angels, and devils. They all seemed attentive to his guidance. Yeah, just like that, keep it up. Bai Susby's commitment to his role as an instructor was evident, earning him a reputation as a highly effective trainer. As he sensed someone observing them, he turned his attention to the doorway and spotted Albilka, who nodded in acknowledgement. Take a 10-minute break, and while resume afterward, he informed the trainees, prompting some to collapse on the ground for a rest, while others headed for refreshments. Bai Susby motioned to a nearby bench, and Albilka made her way over, taking a seat beside him. A brief silence hung between them before Albilka broke it. How are things? She inquired, noting that it had been a week since their last conversation. Despite their close proximity in the same living quarters, they hadn't interacted much during that time. Bai Susby offered a measured response. So, I'm earning a paycheck for this work, and I enjoy more freedom than before, he shared. I think choosing to leave Fumara and the Phantasma was a wise decision, he added, surprising Albilka with his change of perspective. Your change of heart happened quite rapidly, she commented, somewhat taken aback. I mean, you've seen it too, right? Compared to our previous lives, being here feels like a dream. We don't have to constantly worry about mission failure and the severe consequences that could entail, like death or permanent injury, Bai Susby reasoned. Albilka silently concurred with his assessment, even though she couldn't bring herself to vocalize it to anyone just yet. How about you? You seem to be managing quite nicely, even if your occupation is a bit more vague than mine, Bai Susby inquired. Albilka reflected for a moment before responding. It's quite similar to yours. I have more free time when I'm not working, and most of that time I spend in the human world, exploring all they have to offer. Unlike our universe, they have an abundance of entertainment, and, well, they even offer services of a certain nature, she added, shaking her head at the thought. Yeah, I haven't ventured into that territory yet. How about you? Bai Susby asked. Albilka shook her head, indicating she hadn't explored that particular aspect of the human world. Well, when the time comes, I have a goal. I'd like to join DXD, and if they permit it, I want to participate in their operations in the Phantasma. I've discovered a few worlds they could help liberate, offering them a significant advantage, he shared, revealing a surprising aspiration that left Albilka stunned. I thought you wanted to stay here. Did you change your mind? Albilka questioned with a puzzled look. Bai Susby nodded, his expression serious. I did, but I also have this desire to transform our universe into something more like this one. I recently spoke with Chow Chow, the wielder of that powerful spear. He and his team have been in our universe, gradually liberating various planets and factions as they fought for the resistance. Our goals align, so I feel compelled to return. He glanced at Albilka with a skeptical gaze and continued, I've been informed that I can only visit the human world with a guardian present. What about you? It sounds like you're going there by yourself. Albilka sighed, her eyes betraying a hint of frustration. I still have a guardian accompanying me, but it seems I enjoy a bit more freedom for some reason. I did ask Azazel about it, but he never gave me a straightforward answer, she explained. They engaged in conversation for a while longer, exchanging thoughts and ideas, until Bisuzbia's break came to an end. He returned to resume the class he was teaching, and Abilka, too, left to return to her own responsibilities. It was becoming increasingly clear that their destinies were evolving, influenced by the mindsets and actions of Aaron and the world of DXD. These creatures are endless. Can't you do something about them, Istia Payson? Lint vented her frustration, having engaged in a relentless battle against the shadowy beings conjured by Chernobog for the past few minutes. Istia, while continuing to dispatch the creatures with ease, responded, I was rather enjoying the repetitive slaughter, but I can see how you might not share my enthusiasm. She nodded with an air of profound understanding, as if she had just had a groundbreaking revelation. Lint's lips twitched in response, but she wisely opted for silence. She knew better than to provoke Istia, who had a reputation for being rather violent toward most people. However, there were exceptions among Aaron's circle of friends, such as Aaron himself, the fated ones, his mother, Aoife, and Cindy. For the rest, well, their status was subject to change, depending on Istia's ever-shifting mood. I'll sever it from him, Istia declared, leaving Lint puzzled. Excuse me? Lint responded, tilting her head in confusion while deftly dodging another strike from Shadowy Monster. Just watch, Istia bellowed before leaping skyward. Her body became enshrouded in radiant energy and crackling lightning, and she cried out, I found you. Charging toward a specific spot, she raised her battle axe high and slammed it into the ground. As Istia's weapon connected with the earth, the shadowy creatures flickered slightly. This development left Lint perplexed, but her confusion didn't last long. Witnessing Istia swing her battle axe at another shadowy foe, she noticed that this time the creature did not return. It remained lifeless. A grin spread across Lint's face. Yes, finally. All right, let's do this. Balance break, she shouted with enthusiasm, activating her balance breaker. 3 towering, purple, holy flame angels manifested upon Lint's activation of her balance breaker. Among them were 2 males and 1 female, known to be representations of people she held a connection with. The 2 males embodied Siegfried and Fried, while the female represented Lint herself. Get him, Lint cheered, pointing at the shadowy creatures. The 3 fiery angels thrust their hands forward, unleashing large, purple, holy flames that engulfed everything in their path. The shadowy creatures posed no challenge against the might of Lint's angels. They crumbled and dissipated under the relentless attack. Lint, her angelic wings unfurled, surged toward the remaining opponents. In one hand, she wielded a sword ablaze with vibrant purple flames, while the other clutched a firearm. With precision and unwavering determination, she discharged holy purple bullets, each round finding its mark in the creatures' heads, snuffing out their eerie existence. As she closed in on a group of the shadowy beings, Lint gracefully swung her sword, cleaving through them and immersing them in holy purple fire. Swiftly, she retracted her wings and dashed towards another cluster of these menacing entities. In a single, fluid motion, her blade struck down another wave of the shadowy creatures. Meanwhile, her loyal angels maintained their relentless onslaught against the remaining foes. Both Istia and Lint couldn't help but notice that the numbers of the shadow creatures were dwindling, and an inscrutable smile of satisfaction played on their lips. However, they also observed that Chernobog continued to manually summon a few fresh adversaries. Nonetheless, they remained undeterred, understanding that these newly summoned shadows wouldn't automatically rise from death. They knew that the god would have to cease his summoning eventually, lest he deplete his own energy by continually producing these menacing enemies. Griselda couldn't help but notice the renewed enthusiasm shared between Lint and Istia as they battled the shadowy creatures. She had also observed with the Electa had accomplished earlier, and suspected that she had somehow managed to disrupt the infinite production and resurrection of the shadow monsters. At the moment, Griselda found herself faced with approximately 10 massive shadow trolls. The relentless multiplication of these creatures was beginning to test her patience. She had previously attempted to attack what she believed to be the core of these shadow trolls, but her efforts had proven futile, leaving her perplexed. Nonetheless, seeing her two teammates fight with such fervor inspired Griselda to make another attempt. The shadow trolls began hurling balls of darkness at her, but with grace and agility, she deftly evaded each one. In the midst of her evasive maneuvers, Griselda pinpointed the most recent addition to their ranks. She raised her trusty light bow, taking aim at the creature, and loosed a light arrow that homed in on the shadow troll's head. The arrow reached its target almost instantaneously, piercing the creature's head before detonating. Griselda watched the spot with anticipation while continuing to evade more attacks from the remaining shadow trolls. Her patience was soon rewarded with a smile as she realized that she had successfully permanently eliminated one of the creatures. Her elation was palpable. It appears Istia has made an impact on the situation. Let's finish them off then, Griselda murmured to herself with newfound determination. She unleashed a torrent of light arrows from her bow, raining them down upon the shadow trolls. The sky in her immediate vicinity became a sea of arrows, each troll being the target of more than one projectile. It seemed as though Griselda's arrows served as her silent resentment towards these relentless enemies, relentlessly pummeling their already down bodies. Once the onslaught concluded, Griselda remained suspended in the air, wearing a satisfied expression. At long last, her opponents were eradicated, never to return. Griselda's actions had gone unnoticed by her, and in her fervor to attack their opponents, she inadvertently targeted the very creatures that Lint and Istia were engaged with. This forced her teammates to seek refuge behind their respective magical defensive circles and barriers. In the wake of this chaos, Lint couldn't contain her shock and fear, and she raised her voice to address Griselda. "Griselda-san, why did you do that? I thought I was going to die." Her face bore a look of genuine horror as she confronted Griselda. Perplexed, Griselda turned around and tilted her head slightly. What do you mean?" she inquired innocently, unaware of her misstep. Lint, still incredulous, shot back at Griselda, her emotions running high. "Your arrows were seriously close to hitting us. Were you that annoyed by those things?" Her gaze remained fixed on Griselda, her disbelief apparent. Griselda realized her blunder, her hand instinctively moving to cover her mouth. "Oh dear," she muttered under her breath, anxiety in her voice. She approached Lint, her concern evident. "I didn't hurt you, did I?" she inquired, her voice laced with worry. She carefully examined Lint, seeking any signs of injury. Lint responded with a reassuring smile. "I'm fine, don't worry. Istia Payson placed a barrier around us after scooping me up like a rucksack," she explained, breaking into a laugh to ease the tension in the air. I'm relieved to hear that. Griselda exhaled deeply and placed a reassuring hand over her chest. However, before she could continue her sentence, a massive explosion filled with golden divine energy erupted not too far from their location. Lint, her curiosity piqued, inquired, "Is that perhaps Belobog-sama? Should we head over there to see what's happening?" Istia, esporting a confidente Ismael. Responde, "Hell yeah. I think their confrontation is nearing its end." Griselda, who had keenly sensed the dwindling energy of someone involved, chimed in, "Let's go. I sense someone's energy is very low in that direction." Without hesitation, the three of them took flight and quickly made their way to the source of the explosion. They arrived in the area and were met with a sight that left them astounded. Chernobog, once a formidable figure, now knelt on one knee, his right arm severed and the left side of his face horribly scorched. On the other hand, Belobog displayed comparatively minor injuries, with a few cuts and bruises on his face. Belobog, addressing his fellow god, inquired with a mixture of concern and triumph, "So, Cherry, Are you ready to surrender now? Chernobog, despite his dire condition, managed a chuckle, followed by a deep sigh as he slowly sank onto the ground. I would have preferred it if you hadn't sliced off my arm and seared my face, but yes, I can't move anymore. It'll stop my resistance, he replied. With a hint of regret, Belobog turned to Zoria, the goddess who had provided support during the battle. I'm sorry, Zoya. You didn't get a chance to shine here, he said, expressing a measure of disappointment. Zoria shook her head gently and reassured him. No, it's all right. I could only offer support. As Belobog was about to continue his sentence, the tranquility was disrupted by another formidable shockwave that rocked the pseudospace. Turning their attention in that direction, they witnessed the colossal form of Tartus hurtling toward the center of the pseudospace. Belobog chuckled, remarking, "It appears our Gene is about to conclude his battle as well." He approached Chernobog and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Griselda, too, approached the defeated god and affixed a single handcuff to his remaining arm, as the other was lost in the conflict. "Let's unite with our little outer god," Belobog exclaimed with enthusiasm, and everyone else readily concurred. Together, they ushered Chernobog to join them, even if he was reluctant. "Why, you wretched lizard, can't you comprehend that your mere existence disrupts the delicate balance of the multiverse, particularly our own? If you're so inclined to sow chaos, why not venture into another universe and wreak havoc there instead?" Tartarus roared at Aaron. At that moment, Aaron had assumed his Diabolos dragon god form, a formidable sight to behold. In addition, he had summoned Draig and Albion to fight alongside him. Apophis and Comptoir were also present, although they had been assigned to provide support rather than direct combat. Whenever Tartarus attempted to wield his dark powers, Apophis and Comptoir efficiently nullified his abilities. Aaron, however, opted to use his fists, determined to administer a thorough beating to the primordial god. "You're just using that as an excuse to dominate the world, our universe, and to some extent, the entire multiverse. But let me assure you, even if you somehow manage to succeed and venture into other universes, you'll inevitably encounter even more powerful individuals who'll defeat you. So, wouldn't it be a better option for us, along with Team DXD, to take you down?" Aaron asked with a confident grin, removing his helmet as he addressed Tartarus. Tartarus' bloodshot eyes immediately fixated on Aaron, burning with a fierce intensity. Countless tentacles shot toward Aaron and the two dragons by his side. Draig and Albion skillfully evaded the tentacles, but Aaron remained unwavering, his stance resolute. As the tentacles approached a certain radius around Aaron, they were swiftly disintegrated. Tartarus, unfazed by this development, continued to glare at Aaron and persisted in his relentless assault. Frustration marred his features as he attempted to employ his darkness, only to have both Comptoir and Apophis thwart his efforts, further exacerbating his anger. Aaron soared toward Tartarus, his jet thrusters propelling him forward with determination. Tartarus bellowed, his voice echoing ominously. "A direct attack. I see. Very well, come at me, dual no, outer god." In response, countless tentacles surged forth, racing toward Aaron in a menacing wave. But Aaron wasn't alone in this battle. Draig's fiery spirit roared to life. "Don't forget about us, you big jerk," he shouted, not one to mince words. His fellow heavenly dragon Albion couldn't help but interject, "Dear Lord, can you not call him that?" The imagine is horrifying. Draig chuckled mischievously, giving Albion's shoulder a friendly pat. Much to Albion's chagrin, he found himself in agreement. Both heavenly dragons inhaled deeply, gathering their power, before releasing a combined attack of red and white breath. The powerful surge of energy shot past Aaron and collided with Tartarus' thrashing tentacles, disintegrating them and striking the god himself. Tartarus grimaced in pain as a portion of his form was seared and the agony spread through his body. Yet he was unable to retaliate, as the Apophis and Comptoir were skillfully sealing his darkness and shadows, leaving him infuriated and powerless. DD, 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 DD. Aaron's armor resounded as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Tartarus. With determined force, he thrust his fist into the center of Tartarus' body. Aaron enhanced his punch by infusing it with the power of bravado, delivering a devastating blow that sent Tartarus hurtling through the air once more. However, Aaron was relentless in his pursuit, quickly closing the gap and preparing his cannons for a decisive action. "Do it," he commanded with unwavering resolve. Blaster! All four cannons unleashed their potent energy beams, converging on the colossal entity known as Tartarus. The resulting impact was nothing short of cataclysmic, as a colossal explosion rippled through the pseudo-dimension, shaking its very foundations. George's voice crackled over the transceiver, brimming with concern. "If you use another attack like that, ITLL obliterate the space I've painstakingly crafted." In response, Aaron's voice resounded calmly through the communication device. "Understood, but I must extend my apologies." "Gene, you are absolutely infuriating," George exclaimed, his irritation palpable. George's frustrations amused Aaron, eliciting a hearty laugh from him. However, as the fiery explosion gradually subsided, the scene that unfolded was markedly different. Tartarus lay there, grievously weakened, completely motionless. Yet, his eyes, filled with unyielding fury, remained locked on Aaron. Despite his weakened state, Tartarus didn't hold back his emotions. In a deafening scream, he challenged Aaron's choices, his voice ringing out in anger. "Despite possessing such incredible power, why do you insist on playing the role of a child's imaginary hero?" Aaron, not one to be silenced, shouted back with equal fervor. "Things just happen like that. I just wanted peace so I could live life peaceful with my friends and loved ones. Is that too much to ask?" As he poured his heart into his words, Aaron's aura flared once again, creating a powerful shockwave that sent everyone, except for Tartarus, hurtling away from the epicenter. In the wake of this explosive display, the resolve in Aaron's eyes burned brighter than ever. With power like that, you could establish an ironclad rule over everything. No one could dare to oppose you. The world, our universe, and even the entire multiverse would tremble in fear at your mere glance. Yet you choose not to. How foolish can you be? Tartarus shouted back, his voice resonating with exasperation. Aaron's response was passionate and unwavering. "I have no desire for any of that. Ruling with an iron fist seems not only exhausting, but also incredibly isolating. You never truly know who genuinely cares for you, or if they're just pretending out of fear for the repercussions. I want no part in such a life. It sounds incredibly shit." Aaron's words were laced with conviction as he vocalized his perspective. A voice spoke up, and Aaron turned to see Irene and Ophis approaching. "Irene, Ophis, what brings you two here?" "I thought you were in Kyoto with Yasaka and Kunu," Aaron said, genuinely surprised by their appearance. "Everything is settled there, and I wanted to come and help you," Ophis explained as she floated toward Aaron. Tartarus couldn't hide his shock. The dragon god of infinity and the dragon of dreams. "I can't believe you two have shown up here," he grumbled with growing frustration. "You're on his side and don't even want to rule everything yourselves?" Irene rolled her eyes in response, dismissing the notion. "Pass, that sounds too dull," she replied. Ophis chimed in softly, shaking her head. I can't eat sweets or enjoy good food if that happens." Tartarus found himself utterly dumbfounded. He hadn't expected such seemingly trivial reasons from either Ophis or Irene. After all, both of them occupied the pinnacle of power, so their indifference to material pleasures perplexed him. If other gods who shared Tartarus' mindset were to hear such sentiments from the two dragons, they too would likely be confounded by their perspective. Aaron removed his helmet, revealing a warm smile as he gently patted Ophis on the head. His gaze then shifted back to Tartarus, and his sharp, focused pupils fixated on the opponent before him. "Could you two give me a little space? I'd like to use that," Aaron requested, his determination evident. Irene, though surprised by his decision, responded, "You're going to use that? I didn't expect it, especially considering it was rather impulsive the last time you used it in your dimensional gap home." Despite her uncertainty, she complied and took Ophis aside. "You can return when I'm finished," he assured them. With his right arm raised toward the sky, an air of anticipation filled the dimension. A moment of silence enveloped the area, and all eyes were riveted on Aaron. Then, a sudden tremor surged through him, followed by a brilliant burst of light that rippled outward, shattering the pseudo-space George had created and propelling them back to Earth. Once the radiant display had subsided and everyone turned their attention back to Aaron, astonishment was the prevailing sentiment. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and a few even found their mouths hanging agape. Kanami, who had witnessed the transformation, couldn't contain her shock and exclaimed through the transceiver, "Iya, what the hell is that? I went to the bathroom back then, and that's what I misseed." Her surprise was palpable, echoing the astonishment of those present. Before them, Aaron appeared clad in a new and unfamiliar suit of armor. It took the form of a colossal dragon, a sight that left most onlookers completely astounded. The dragon's size was only slightly larger than that of the Earth, and for those unaware of the transformation, the experience was nothing short of shocking. As they gazed skyward, their eyes met the astonishing sight of a gigantic mechanical dragon looming over them, an image that would remain etched in their memories. However, Aaron promptly adjusted his size, growing to a stature only twice as large as Tartarus. He hovered just above Kyoto, his gaze fixated upon Tartarus. The mighty deity remained immobile, not of his own accord, but due to Aaron's constraining power. The armor enveloped him in a rich shade of obsidian, with the boosted gear gems transitioning into a vibrant sapphire hue. Towering behind him, a pair of massive onyx wings unfurled, crackling with intense azure energy. This ethereal radiance was mirrored by the gems embedded in his armor and the mechanical tail that snaked from his lower back. At long last, Aaron found his voice. "Your fangs easily reach the people important to me," he began with unwavering determination. "That's why I'll sever them before that happens. DXD, and I won't stop here until we eradicate you and the remaining members of the Cow's Order," he declared with conviction. Aaron's words hung in the air, charged with a palpable resolve. "Consider this my own interpretation of Apocalypse Answer Arms, AXA." His tone grew resolute as he steeled himself for the impending battle. "Here I come, Tartarus. Answer, 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 answer." Upon hearing those words, a shiver coursed through Tartarus' battered body, and he attempted to retreat. However, his injuries were severe, rendering him entirely immobile. In response, Aaron's tail unexpectedly extended, reaching towards the heavens, and multiplied by 100-fold. Each tail sported a colossal cannon, even more substantial than what he possessed in his Diabolo's dragon god form. The energy surrounding his wings surged, infusing them with newfound power, causing the entire world to tremble in response. Abruptly, Ophis and Irene materialized before Aaron, both gesturing towards Tartarus, who was clearly bewildered by their sudden reappearance. "We saw it," Irene asserted. "Saw it," echoed Ophis. In his previous life, Aaron wasn't born with any exceptional talents. He was just a simpleton. He possessed no special gifts, only his unwavering determination and rather foolish motivations for seeking peace, Irene added. "But whoever crosses his path, he extends the hand of friendship, willing to become their ally, their friend." "Friend!" Ophis exclaimed passionately, her own aura intensifying as she pointed emphatically at Tartarus. The strength of an individual is measured by the comrades they gather. That is the essence of the dual dragon emperor of unprecedented sovereignty. That is, the Epee dragon. Ophis concluded, and Irene nodded in agreement. Incredulous and unable to fathom the concept, Tartarus questioned, "Do you honestly believe we can comprehend something like that? Even if you can't grasp it now, there's always room to learn," Aaron declared, his attack fully charged. "But for the time being, this is the end, Tartarus. Answer, 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 answer. Rest now, O primordial god of the abyss." The words were whispered gently by Aaron, a soothing incantation that seemed to carry the weight of eons. Revelation All-Range Blaster. The array of cannons lining the tail of Aaron simultaneously discharged enormous, potent blue beams, their trajectory zeroed in on Tartarus. These luminous energy beams converged halfway to their target, culminating in a cataclysmic impact that left nothing of the god. As the beams struck him, a violent explosion ensued, birthing a colossal pillar of energy that surged outwards into the expanse of space. The earth itself quaked with intensity for a brief, yet tumultuous span, its very core reverberating with the shock waves of the explosion. Even the silent void of outer space trembled in response to the colossal release of power, bearing witness to the culmination of this dramatic attack. As the onslaught came to a halt, the aftermath revealed that Aaron had inadvertently slain the god. He hadn't harbored any intention of doing so, and a deep sigh escaped him, revealing his genuine regret. "Oops," he muttered, recognizing the unintended consequences of his actions. He promptly reversed his transformation, but not without incurring a light smack on the head from both Irene and Ophis. A soft chuckle escaped him as he surveyed his surroundings, touched the transceiver, and declared, "This mission is now over." However, Kanami, not one to let the matter slide, urgently protested from her spot behind Aaron. "Hold on. You can't just breeze past that transformation. I demand compensation." Amused by her persistence, Aaron grinned and beckoned for her to come closer. In response, Kanami propelled herself toward him, a stream of excited but incomprehensible words flowing from her. Aaron Toole's soliloquy several hours had slipped away, and I found myself on my way back home. Earlier, I had informed the Alliance of our triumphant victory and had returned with the gods and other vital figures we had captured during the operation. Among my tasks was also reviving Tartarus, for my intention had not been to end his life when I used that attack against him earlier on the day. In addition to that, I had a bit of repair work to do around Earth and naturally beneath it as well. You see, Leanne took her battle with a Malbranche deep into the ocean's depths. Frankly, it didn't occur to me initially, though the impact on the terrain was quite evident. But the underwater damage was an unexpected twist. However, from what I gathered in my meeting, a few Pantheons had some things they'd like me to do, so I was going to go there the next day, since they were insistent on me taking the rest of the day off. In the end, I relented and was going home. As I left the building through the front entrance, I was greeted by the devil guards there and went onto the streets of Lilith. Coincidentally, "Oh, Aaron, are you done now?" inquired Lilith, her eyes resting on me. She was accompanied by two other individuals, one of whom was Frida Zagan, the devil we had rescued last Halloween. The other person was Churel, an apprentice of the Witches of Oz. "Yeah, I just wrapped up," I responded with a hint of surprise. "I didn't anticipate running into you all here. And you're Churel, right? What brings you here? I thought you were still kept in Grigori's cells." I directed my gaze toward Churel, curious about her presence. I've been granted permission to leave now, but I still have this," she explained, raising her wrist to reveal a bracelet. "It monitors my movements, and there's a fallen angel tailing me as well." She cast a furtive glance backward, and we spotted a fallen angel in pursuit, who subtly acknowledged us with a nod. "I see," I responded. "Best of luck with your new life, then. How about you, Lilith?" "I've only visited a few times since joining the Alliance, and I wanted to explore the place," Lilith replied. Frida came along because she was curious too. "Only visited a few times. That's quite the understatement. When she came here, She found herself essentially confined to a room, endlessly fielding the same questions for a minimum of 8 to 12 hours. It was only when the older devils were content with her answers that they ceased their invitations for her return. I also suspect Lilith wouldn't have wanted to prolong her stay here, as it surely would have drained her mentally. With a tired sigh, I remarked, "All right, well, I'm heading home since I'm done, and I have another busy day tomorrow." Lilith responded, "In that case, we'll join you since we're essentially finished as well." Just then, Frida approached and took hold of my arm, her expression a warm smile. "It appears that Frida agrees," Lilith noted. She turned to Churel and added, "We'll be on our way, Churel. If you ever need anything, you have our numbers." Churel, a touch nervous, stammered, why yes. Thank you for your help. Oh, and, please say hello to God Serena for me." And she gave a respectful bow. God Serena? I pondered for a moment, recalling that he was the one who had defeated Churel in the past. Did she hold some sort of affection for him, or something? "Is there a ship sailing here?" Drake chimed in. "Just stop it already." Albion muttered wearily. When we arrived home, we were instantly thrust into a scene of utter chaos. This was a sight we had grown somewhat accustomed to. In the sprawling entrance hallway, a tense standoff unfolded between Kuroka and Lisa. Kuroka assumed a defensive posture, with her body poised on all fours, her posterior elevated, and her tail alert. Meanwhile, Lisa stood with her hand pressed against her cheek, discharging faint, purple sparks of lightning from her body. Onlookers gazed upon this confrontation from the vantage points of the kitchen and living room doorways. What's going on here?" I inquired, casting a curious glance toward the two combatants. "Kuroka here forgot to return a book to the library on time," Lisa explained, a tinge of annoyance in her voice. "You know how I am about that. I was just about to return it, Naya. I was on my way to the library." Kuroka retorted, her defenses still up. "You read?" I playfully asked, shooting Kuroka a teasing look. "That's just me, Naya," she exclaimed, looking a bit taken aback. "You have to be somewhat smart to use magic, you know?" A chuckle escaped me in response to her answer. I turned my gaze back to Lisa. She had moved into my home shortly after we began dating. However, even before that, when I hired her to take on the role of our librarian, she had been quite dedicated to her job. If anyone dared to return a book late, they would find themselves facing rather severe consequences. Nonetheless, when it came to people outside our home, I had to be a bit more lenient given the complexities involved. I decided to take a different approach, suggesting, instead of resorting to violence, why not settle this in a more conventional manner? The loser will simply have to do what the winner wants for a little while. Upon hearing this, Kuroka and Lisa exchanged thoughtful glances. Kuroka rose to her feet, and the two of them slowly closed the distance between them. The room seemed to grow heavy with silence, and an air of tension filled the space. Without further ado, they both extended their hands in front of each other, ready to engage in what they fondly referred to as the one-death game rock, paper, scissors. In simple terms, they played a single round of rock, paper, scissors, with the loser committing to either fulfill a favor for the winner or face a penalty game as determined by the victor. Finally, the moment arrived, and they began the final round. Both competitors raised their arms, and with a dramatic swing, they unveiled their fates. The winner was none other than Fufu. Lisa chuckled triumphantly, while Kuroka slumped to her knees in defeat. The victor was undoubtedly Lisa. "Inaya, it's Nyover," Kuroka mumbled, her voice tinged with disappointment. Standing tall above her fallen rival, Lisa declared, "You will assist me in the library for the next week. But don't think you're off the hook for your other responsibilities." "Huh, wait, Lisa, that's a bit too much, Naya," Kuroka protested, a look of shock in her eyes. Kuroka was indeed a busy member of the household. She assisted Grafia, Reiko, and Ine with cooking, contributed to my restaurant, and dedicated her free time to training with Aurelia's team. Unlike the previous year, she had a wide array of duties to attend to. The days of leisure were behind her. "Fufu, losers can't really complain, can they?" Lisa teased, a hint of smugness in her tone. Kuroka, on the other hand, cast a pleading glance my way, silently pleading me for leniency. She's right. The loser must fulfill their end of the bargain. And if they don't, well, further consequences will follow, I responded, my tone carrying a sense of inevitability. I'm sorry, Kuroka, with a despairing cry. Kuroka let out a prolonged nya that resonated throughout the entire household. Another couple of hours had elapsed, and Kuroka had spent the entire time sulking. She accepted her punishment, though she didn't miss any chance to request that I pamper her, deeming the situation unfair in her eyes. At the moment, I found myself back in my office, a familiar setting. Two devils had joined me, and they had resided in the underworld since the Halloween incident the previous year. Despite being granted the freedom to leave, they had opted to stay, having secured employment there. These two devils were none other than Severa and Imperia, the artificial super devils. I had invited them to my office to discuss something of significance. Whether they chose to accept my proposal was entirely at their discretion, and I was merely putting forth the suggestion to them. Aaron Sama, why did you summon us? I mean, we became your subordinates just a few months ago, but you've never reached out to us directly, Severa inquired, her curiosity evident in her tone. Imperia chimed in, yeah, it's a bit unusual. So what's up, Aaron-sama? Her playful nickname, for me, brought a chuckle. And I looked up from the pile of papers I'd been organizing. Both of you are aware of the operation that took place today, right? I asked, and they both nodded in acknowledgement. Two members of Team Black Satan of Darkness Dragon King were killed because they sided with Hades' group. Ordinarily, they would be disqualified, but they were rogue members, and there's no evidence of King Zeno being involved in anything suspicious. I leaned forward and proposed, so, hey, race my idea. I'd like the two of you to join Team Black Satan of Darkness Dragon King and take the place of those two members. Their expressions revealed their surprise at the proposition. Are you serious? Imperia asked in disbelief, her brow furrowed. Severa, too, regarded me with a quizzical expression. I nodded solemnly. I am, and I've also proposed this to the Alliance leaders, and they've given their consent. As far as they're concerned, Team Black Satan of Darkness Dragon King is still in the clear, at least for the time being. If they avoid any further missteps, or if any mistakes they make are minor enough, they'll be pardoned, I explained. While some of the leaders exhibited hesitation, I remained confident that the team would stay intact until their showdown with Indra's team, whenever that might be. The next two games were scheduled to be announced following Valley and Sun Wukong's team's match, making it an eagerly anticipated event for many. Severa raised a question, her expression thoughtful. You mentioned we have a choice, right? I nodded in response to her inquiry. Could we possibly have some time to amend? I tried to join some teams, but they turned me down just because I used to be a terrorist. Imperia chimed in, her arms crossed in evident annoyance. They're a bunch of assholes. Imperia, we shouldn't rush into a decision. Think about it, Severa cautioned, her voice tinged with concern. Consider the attention we'll attract if we accept this offer. Many still perceive us as terrorists within the supernatural world. Just today, two members of Team Black Satan of Darkness Dragon King were involved in an attack and got killed. Their reputation is already mired in controversy, not to mention the uproar they caused when they defeated Team Ashura during the preliminary rounds. Between the two of them, Severa appeared to be the more level-headed one, once you looked past the eccentricities ingrained in them due to their upbringing. Thanks to the re-education efforts led by Ajuka and Surzex, they had gradually shed some of their old habits, although remnants of their original personalities still lingered. Who cares? Imperia responded, glancing at Severa. Why should we be concerned? We just need to prove that we've moved beyond our past. Vala Lucifer and Chow Chow managed it. So why can't we? Are you so afraid of what others think that you'd let their opinions dictate your life? Imperia stood up and thumped her chest, her voice unwavering as she added, well, I don't. I couldn't care less about their narrow-minded opinions. They're weak, after all, so what could they truly do? Oh, some words hurt? Please, that's just nonsense. If they don't like what they see, they can simply look away, those morons. Severa appeared genuinely surprised by Imperia's words and the way she articulated her reasoning. She sat there, her mouth agape, gazing at her friend. As previously mentioned, Imperia wasn't one to express herself in such a manner. She tended to be more straightforward and, dare I say, had a penchant for using colorful language. So, when she delivered her words to Severa in such a manner, it was certainly uncharacteristic of her. If that's your decision, I won't stand in your way. However, I do appreciate some time to deliberate on my own choice. If that's acceptable, Aaron-sama, Severa said with a respectful bow. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging her request. With a gracious tone, I replied, of course, Severa. Imperia chimed in, bringing a touch of optimism to the conversation. We have AR-sama to turn to for guidance, so I'm not concerned at all, she stated with an endearing smile that brought a grin to both Severa's and my own faces. Is there anything I need to take care of, like paperwork or something? She inquired. No, I prepared 4 documents for you. 2 that express your agreement to join and 2 indicate your disagreement. You'll submit the appropriate one today, and you'll be all set to join Zena's team when the match kicks off, I informed Imperia. However, a hint of a challenge lingered as I continued, but you'll need to train independently for now, since you can't meet the team yet. Ajuka and Surzex are coordinating with Shiva to notify them. Imperia nodded, understanding the situation. Well then, if that's all, we'll be on our way, Severa stated. Yeah, that's it. Thanks for coming, I replied as they made their way out. I suspected they were headed to the kitchen for some food before departing. I heaved a sigh and glanced down below my desk, into the limited space there, and muttered they've left. Aquino, why did you teleport there? In that confined space, Aquino had teleported in part way through my conversation with the 2 visitors, and she had playfully issued some provocative threats. However, I had managed to discreetly defuse the situation. Aquino chuckled mischievously and playfully wrapped her arms around my thighs before nestling her head between my legs. Actually, Latia told me to pass something along to you, which is why I'm here, she said, her face nuzzling the sensitive area. Could you stop that for a moment and just tell me? I requested, attempting to shift away from her advances, but she deftly halted my movement. Aquino glanced at me briefly before a mischievous smile danced upon her lips. She inched closer and playfully tugged at my shirt collar. Yet, just as she began to continue, I gently halted her. Her brow furrowed, and she pouted, saying, "You'll share my information if you allow me to enjoy some of my well-deserved drink. I've worked really hard today. Pretty please?" I sighed, casting a glance at a nearby clock, then returned my gaze to Aquino. Tell me what you know first, and I promise I'll take care of you for a while. How does that sound? A bright smile spread across her lips as she playfully zipped my pants back up and straddled me. Deal. So, Latia has had a conversation with Ajuka-sama about extending an invitation to the other leaders for a meeting at your moon base. They'd like to visit soon to discuss future plans, including the colonization of other planets in our universe. Latia also mentioned that they're interested in establishing bases in the Phantasma and Eevee Etold universes. You'll eventually form alliances with them, although she noted that Ajuka-sama's comment was somewhat casual, so she's uncertain if he meant it, Aquino informed me, then leaned in to capture my lips in a passionate kiss. In response, I returned her kiss, my mind mulling over this new information. I had already intended to create connections and alliances in those 2 universes. However, in a way, I already had that through the Etold faction and the resistance in the Phantasma. Establishing bases and other arrangements would have to wait until we liberated those universes from the grasp of Fumara, Magnum Tenebrosum, and Melvazoa. As I pondered these thoughts, the intensity of the kisses exchanged between Aquino and me grew, enveloping us in a heated embrace. Our passionate moment, however, was abruptly interrupted when the door to my office swung open once more. We paused and turned our attention to Velgrind and Latia, both of them displaying a faint blush. Returning my gaze to Aquino, I noticed that she had started to unbutton her shirt, her bra peeking through as she revealed more of her alluring figure. I was getting impatient waiting, so I decided to come over, and that's when I bumped into Velgrind-san. But I never expected to find this, Latia lamented, her voice tinged with exasperation. Have you informed Aaron about it? She inquired. Akino responded, Yes, I did. We had just finished, and I thought we could take a moment to relax. You were sort of interrupting my pampering, she mumbled, her cheeks puffed out slightly in annoyance. It won't be a lengthy conversation, and it'll be out of your way soon, Latia assured as she approached, conjuring a chair for herself. Velgrind exchanged a brief look with me before exiting the room, implying that she had something she wished to discuss privately with me. Let's begin. Akino let out a small huff of annoyance. She said it wouldn't be a lengthy conversation. I chuckled and gently pinched her nose. That was hours ago, Akino. No need to be so annoyed. We were currently in my office, reclining on one of the couches. We'd spent the past 8 hours together and were still under a blanket, as we'd chosen not to get dressed just yet. I wanted to avoid any potential awkward encounters if someone walked in. Akino shifted in her position, snuggling closer to my chest. Her voice carried a hint of sadness and loneliness as she asked, You're leaving again tomorrow? Yeah, there are a few things I need to attend to, I replied, gently planting a kiss on the top of her head. You'll be training with your team again, right? You'll be back before you even realize it. But I can't help wishing I could go with you sometimes, she mumbled, a hint of frustration in her voice. Well, once we're done with college, you'll have all the free time in the world. You or anyone else can come with me, as long as you're not tied up with something else, I reassured her. That's true, she acknowledged, her tone still tinged with a touch of sadness at the thought of waiting. The door to my room swung open once again, and in walked Aaron, have you seen Akino? Ah, she began but then blushed. Never mind. Akino, could you come with me? Annie Shuri wants to discuss something with us. Probably more wedding-related stuff and dresses, she explained with a sigh. Akino turned to look at Suzaku before giggling. She gave me a kiss on the lips, and with a snap of her fingers, was dressed and ready. We're off then, Aaron. But if I have some free time, I'll definitely join you again, she said before leaving with Suzaku. Sure, I mumbled, quickly getting dressed. Velgrind entered the room, took a seat on the same couch I had been on, and waited. I couldn't help but ask, How long were you waiting? 8 hours, she replied dryly, shooting me a slightly irritated look. Point taken, I acknowledged. So what did you need? I summoned a cup of coffee and took a sip. I'm going with you tomorrow, Vel declared. Well, that's a given. You've already mentioned it, I replied. I thought you might have forgotten, so I interrupted her. You accompanied me to the Shinto pantheon, and you joined me on the visits to the Roman and Philippines pantheons, even before you explicitly mentioned your desire to do so. I won't forget, Vel, I assured her, and she let out a sigh. I understand. Thank you, she said with a polite nod, and began to make her way towards the exit. Is that all? I inquired, curiosity nudging me as she moved away. Upon reaching the doorway, she halted and cast a brief, somewhat hesitant glance back in my direction. Something seemed to be on her mind, although she appeared hesitant to share it. A subtle blush tinged her cheeks, suggesting that it might be somewhat embarrassing. Well, it's really nothing. I'll see you tomorrow. As I rose to my feet, I returned to my desk with a determined resolve. Let's get to work, I whispered to myself, fully aware that I had a long night ahead. With a focused mindset, I cast another protective barrier around my office, preparing to face the tasks that awaited me. This is quite the unusual bunch, I muttered to myself. The next day dawned, and it was approximately 11 in the morning when I was about to set out, my first destination being the Egyptian pantheon. Accompanying me on this journey were Velgrind, who had expressed her intent to join me yesterday, along with Natsum and Graphia. And then there was Tiamat, a surprising addition to our group. She had arrived at my home earlier that morning, after the other tournament organizers had held a meeting. For some reason, they had decided to assign her to me to keep an eye on me. I felt I had been conducting myself rather well, with no troublesome incidents, particularly considering my roles as the middleman, a paid dragon, and my involvement in the tournament organization. Nevertheless, I accepted their decision, and Tiamat would be accompanying me on this day. Is everyone prepared? I inquired, casting a quick, reassuring glance at my companions. In unison, they all nodded, signaling their readiness. With a swift motion, I initiated the teleportation, whisking us away to next destination. Upon our arrival, we were greeted by the magnificent panorama of the Pantheon. For those who hadn't been here before, it was a breathtaking sight that filled them with wonder. Graphia had accompanied me on a previous visit, so she remained relatively unfazed. We had reached the same platform we'd used in our previous visit, having taken the official channels to get here. Natsum pointed to a distinguished building and inquired, "What's that building for?" "That's the library. If you'd like to visit, I can take you there," Graphia offered. She then turned to me and suggested, "Aaron-sama, I can stay here with the others while you meet with the gods, if you prefer." The other members of our group exchanged inquisitive looks, but Graphia paid them no heed. "Il est sûr de Graphia. Don't worry, Graphia. It shouldn't take RA too long to fill me in on the situation, and we can make our way there afterward. If any of you are interested in exploring this place, please feel free to do so. He'll handle my responsibilities while you enjoy your exploration. I can wait. There's no need to hurry. After all, I came here to assist with your job. We can always return another time, can't we?" Natsum reassured us with a calm tone. "That's a valid point, Natsum. We're here to support Jean. So let's proceed to meet the gods," Tiamat chimed in. Velgrind joined in agreement, and even Graphia, after a moment of consideration, closed her eyes and nodded her head. The decision was entirely theirs to make, and I held no preference for either choice. With a mere snap of my fingers, we appeared right in front of the palace where RA resided. The palace guards recognized me and readily permitted our entry. I still remembered the way to the throne room, and we quickly navigated our path there. "Excuse me," I called out loudly, and the sound of the doors swinging open startled everyone inside. "Yo, I'm here to lend a hand, and I've brought some reinforcements with me," I informed RA. In the room, RA and Hathoth stood, accompanied by a few servants. "Jean, you certainly know how to make an entrance," RA exclaimed with a hint of surprise. "Thank you for coming. If you're ready, we should get started." "Absolutely," I replied casually. "I'm eager to begin, so let's get to it," I assured him, and RA nodded in agreement. RA gave a nod before addressing me. "It's actually concerning Shu City. Since our alliance, there's been a noticeable influx of people relocating to our realm, and many have settled in those new cities you constructed. We're genuinely grateful for this, but not everyone who's moved here has been, shall we say, obedient. There are some rather unruly individuals." Raising an eyebrow inquisitively, I queried, "Are you suggesting that I should take action? What about Shu himself, or any of the other gods, or even the local supernatural police? We've been doing what we can for the past few months, which is why we haven't approached you about it until now. We've maintained a vigilant watch on them, but they're aware of our surveillance, so they've been quite secretive in their actions. Our suspicion is that they might be planning some sort of attack here, but I must stress that this is purely speculation," RA explained. "The individuals leading our scouting efforts on our side are Iris and Nephthys, and they've enlisted the help of some of their subordinates. Still, it remains quite challenging to gather information. Most of the activity appears to be centered in Shu's underground city portion, so ID suggests starting your investigation there." Ra's expression grew more serious as he continued. "The other city in question is the rabbit village where Vera and Kuro reside. They've been reporting incidents like missing items and mysterious thefts happening during the night. However, when we stationed guards there, the items they claimed were stolen would inexplicably vanish right before their eyes. We strongly suspect that these incidents are the work of the same troublesome group." Natsum was brimming with curiosity as she asked, "What are they called? Do you happen to know any of their names or details about their powers? Anything that could provide us with some useful insights?" RA, understanding the importance of the information, nodded in response to Natsum's inquiries. "Their group goes by the name Dusterian Skeeble. We suspect that their leader might be a female yokai of some sort, but that's the extent of our knowledge. Their operations have been shrouded in secrecy, making it challenging to gather more detailed intelligence. However, The information I've just shared with you is entirely accurate and verified. We've received some recent news. Hathoth began, her eyes filled with excitement. One of the arrivals is undoubtedly a devil, but they appear to be a prisoner. However, what sets them apart is that they believe they possess a unique trait, akin to the power of destruction possessed by the Gremory and Bale devils. I pondered the information, placing my left hand's index finger and thumb under my chin as I cast my gaze aside, lost in thought. "Is there a problem, Jean?" R.A. inquired, clearly puzzled by my reaction. With a smile for the god, I shook my head and replied, "No, nothing to worry about. This situation should be relatively straightforward, but I do have a favor to ask of you." "Anything, please name it, as long as it helps us," R.A. responded earnestly. Summoning a small clipboard and a sheet of paper, I jotted down the tasks I needed them to undertake before outlining our side of the arrangement. It was a matter of a few hours of discreet work. In the list, I had included certain names, specifying that these were to remain confidential, as they were our informants within the group. Handing the list over to R.A., he and Hathoth perused the contents. It didn't take them long to finish, and R.A. promptly agreed, his curiosity piqued. "May I assume that these names are—" "Yes, that's correct. Except for the ones encircled in blue, the others listed in red are informants or are affiliated with their group. So please keep those in the red out of the loop. They'll give you a few hours to carry out the tasks. Just be cautious that the others don't discover what's happening. We wouldn't want any unnecessary chaos, would we?" I said, and R.A. nodded in agreement. "Very well. We'll attend to it as promptly as possible, Jean. He'll contact you once it's all completed," he assured us as we exited the grand throne room. As our group assembled outside, we found ourselves standing in silence, taking in the breathtaking scenery of the long bridge before us. It was then that I turned to Natsum, gently took her arm, and pulled her close for an embrace. Her initial surprise quickly gave way to acceptance as she returned the hug. Her cheeks tinted with embarrassment, she murmured, "What's gotten into you all of a sudden? This is a bit embarrassing." I smiled and replied, "Oh, nothing. I just wanted to hug you. By the way, it seems like your time with the Slash-Dog team really paid off, doesn't it?" Natsum playfully headbutted my chest and said, "I'm not an idiot. Of course, I do know how to handle myself during a serious mission. But it seems like you're not too concerned. Is this not a serious matter?" Her question piqued the interest of the others in our group, and they inched closer to listen in on our conversation. I proceeded to provide some context, explaining it's a small group that Ta oversees. They receive certain benefits from him and the Cow's Order. However, he doesn't consider them particularly significant, as their main role is to retrieve specific items and information from here and deliver it to him. They're not highly organized, except for their leaders, which limits their influence. I continued, acknowledging their ability to control Shu's underground city, saying, "I must give them credit for managing to control Shu's underground city. It's quite spacious down there. Nevertheless, we should expect some resistance, and it'll fortify the buildings there. We'll divide into two groups since we're targeting their two main bases. One is located within Shu's city, and the other is near the canyons of the Rabbit City, where Vera and Kuro reside. Unfortunately, they won't be able to assist us, as they're preoccupied in the Greek realm," I informed them. Graphia furrowed her brow and inquired, "Would it be wiser to notify the Alliance about this?" "They will be informed. I've already instructed R.A. to include it in the briefing. For now, let's make the most of our time here. We're set to begin in a few hours, so until then, let's savor our time here," I suggested. We then departed from the area to embark on a few hours of exploration. Third-person point of view in Shu's city within the Egyptian pantheon, the group, known as Dusterian Skeeble, was in the midst of preparations for another night of thievery. While the actual heist was still a few hours away, they were gathered for a planning session. We should consider one member began, eager to discuss their strategy. However, their meeting was abruptly disrupted by a deafening explosion that resonated from the entrance of their secret hideout. Simultaneously, a formidable barrier materialized around their base, causing considerable chaos and confusion among the group members. To make matters more bewildering, some members who had been in the underground city were forcibly teleported back to their base. What in the world was that? Have they finally launched an attack on us? One panicked member blurted out. I can't even use my teleportation magic. What's happening here? Another member exclaimed, their voices fraught with alarm and uncertainty. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't actually prepare a speech, so let's just go with this if I wait out. The male's voice and announcement were abruptly cut off, leaving many listeners in confusion. However, they recognized the voice immediately. It belonged to the middleman. Aaron, Grafia, and Natsum had infiltrated the underground base in Shu City, while Tiamat and Velgrind were dispatched to the ones near the Rabbit Village. Upon entering the base, Aaron used a swift kick to send the door crashing down. He then encased both bases with a powerful barrier that prevented any form of teleportation magic, technique, or magical items from being used by anyone affiliated with Ta. I'll let you two roam freely while I head toward the main hall. It's not too far from here, so take your time. Also, be prepared to meet some eccentric individuals along the way, Aaron cautioned as he left them to their mission. As Aaron strolled away, a melody escaped his lips, the lyrics of the Epee dragon song. There is a breast-loving dragon living in the edge of a certain country. His voice resonated through the entire base. Damn it, it's the middleman. Get him, cried out one of the members. With a swift motion, he conjured a fireball and hurled it toward Aaron. However, Aaron opened his mouth wide and consumed the fiery attack, leaving the attacker utterly bewildered. Aaron fixed his gaze on the bewildered assailant, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. In a swift retaliation, he launched the absorbed fireball back, but this time it had swelled threefold. The explosive burst obliterated the assailant, and the sheer force of the blast sent him hurtling through the air, leaving him unconscious and defeated. This scene played out repeatedly, as numerous members made futile attempts to attack him in their desperate bid to halt his advance. Their leaders were already cognizant of the situation, but not all of them were present at the moment, as they were dispersed between the two bases. In total, there were 6 leaders, 3 of them stationed at the base where Aaron was, and the other 3 located at the base where Tiamat and Velgrind were stationed. Natsum sprinted through the base. Her agility and strength, combined with her wind manipulation and her trusty light gun, proved formidable against the various foes she encountered. Griffin, her loyal sacred gear, was equally essential in the battle, providing vital support. However, the fight took an unsettling turn when one of the male members of the enemy forces shouted, "Get that bitch with big tits." His sentiment was quickly echoed by a female member with particular vehemence, who added, "Yes, women with big tits must be eliminated." She couldn't help but contrast her own flatness with the target's endowments. Natsum couldn't help but mutter to herself in disbelief, "What's wrong with these people?" She skillfully evaded the barrage of elemental attacks, launched her way, and extended her hand, channeling her powers to release a powerful vortex of wind that swept through the enemies, defeating them swiftly. After defeating her enemies, Natsum couldn't help but glance down at her chest. Thoughts swirled in her mind as she pondered, "I'm not that big, am I?" Aaron mentioned they're the right size for his hands, so Sylph interjected with a playful tone, "Those are quite lewd thoughts, Natsu." Natsum jolted in surprise, her face flushing crimson. "Oh, I forgot you were here. You've been so quiet today." Sylph responded, "Hee, I was simply admiring the scenery, Natsu. I intend to rejoin you all before we depart for another pantheon. By the way, brace yourself, Natsu. I sense a rather formidable foe ahead of us." "You don't need to tell me that. I sense them too," Natsum replied. She then turned her attention to Griffin, who regarded her with a quizzical expression. "You don't look at me like that. I was just, who cares? Just help me out, Griffin." The sacred gear offered a smirk and agreed as they resumed their sprint through the corridor, dispatching their enemies along the way. Eventually, they reached a room that was predominantly metallic, adorned with an intricate network of pipes. The walls exhibited signs of decay, were crumbling and oozed with leaky water, mirroring the state of the entire base. At the room's center stood a peculiar man. His short, tousled black hair framed a visage marred by scars over both his eyes. He wore striking red lipstick, a necklace around his neck, a black hoodie jacket, cargo pants, and red sneakers. When he locked eyes with Natsum, his purple irises emitted an unsettling glow. However, as he attempted to take a step forward and speak, a mishap resulted in a rather undignified tumble, causing his face to meet the floor with an audible smack. Sylph made a sudden appearance at Natsum's side and couldn't help but chuckle at the man's embarrassing tumble. Griffin, the bird-like sacred gear, also sported a smirk as he watched the unfolding scene. The man, his fury evident, swiftly regained his footing. James Bond, one of the leaders of our he began, attempting to assert his identity. However, Natsum, holding her ring aloft, swiftly used the appraisal function on it, cutting him off mid-sentence. She calmly asserted, "No, you're not. You're Clarion. Why would you lie about your name?" Her gaze fixed on the man, curiosity evident in her eyes. "Enough, wench," Clarion proclaimed with unwavering confidence. "I shall deliver you back to our leader and, in turn, to Master Ta. Our rewards will be most generous." With this declaration, he gestured emphatically with both his hands towards Natsum. In an instant, the surrounding metal surged toward Natsum, behaving almost like tentacles reaching out to ensnare her. However, much to Clarion's surprise, Natsum didn't make any attempt to evade the impending attacks. By her side, Sylph, the spirit accompanying her, and Griffin, her sacred gear, sprang into action. Sylph began to twirl playfully, her finger pointing at the metallic attacks. From her fingertip, a potent wind vortex shot forth, obliterating Clarion's attacks. Griffin, not to be outdone, flapped his wings, generating several swirling currents that sliced the metallic attacks into hundreds of smaller pieces. Yet Clarion remained undeterred by this setback, persisting in his relentless attacks. Clarion was about to unleash a string of words in his defense, but once again, Natsum's swift action quelled his protest. She pointed her gun squarely at him and, without hesitation, squeezed the trigger. The ensuing explosion of light aura was nothing short of spectacular, obliterating everything in its path, leaving nothing but a vast crevice in its wake. Only the protective barrier, masterfully erected by Aaron earlier, stood as the last line of defense, absorbing the destructive force and preventing any further damage to the surrounding terrain. Natsum fixed a skeptical gaze on her opponent and inquired with an arched brow, "So, shall we carry on with this fight, or do you think it's time to throw in the towel?" Clarion, shaken by the sheer power displayed by Natsum and her companions, couldn't help but feel a growing unease. He had a keen awareness of the formidable abilities held by members of DXD, but the power of their imposing leader and the presence of the god Ta only added to his apprehension. In a trembling voice, he stammered, "I won't let it end here, woman." Determined to press on, Clarion stamped his foot forcefully on the ground. His powers surged, giving birth to several colossal, jellyfish-like monstrosities, crafted from the abundant metal and scraps strewn around them. With a simple thought, he set them into motion, commanding the metallic creatures to attack Natsum and her allies. These mechanical jellyfish soared towards their targets, their sinewy metallic tentacles surging with crackling electrical energy. Natsum let out a sigh of determination as she raised her hand toward the metallic jellyfish and released a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades, slicing through them with precision. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprinted toward Clarion, materializing beside him in the blink of an eye. He hadn't comprehended the swift turn of events yet, as it seemed like Natsum had vanished right before his eyes. In an instant, Natsum clenched her hand into a fist and delivered a powerful blow to the side of Clarion's stomach. An audible crack echoed in the air, followed by a strange noise from Clarion. He crumpled to the ground, incapacitated by the force of the strike. "Vous vous vite. Didn't Independent Illinois tell you anything?" he gasped out, But I think why you broke something. Natsum let out a weary sigh before gently tapping his forehead, rendering him unconscious. Following that, she administered a slime pill into his mouth and ensured he swallowed it, effectively healing any injuries he had sustained. To further ensure his compliance, she used a sleeping spell and secured him with anti-magic cuffs. Mission done, Sylph gleefully chimed in, clapping her ethereal hands. Natsum, although mentally exhausted, corrected her, saying, "No, we haven't dealt with the rest of them yet. But this guy was certainly eccentric. It almost felt like a child in an adult's body. His power was quite unique, huh? He had control over metals, or something like that. What did your appraisal reveal?" Sylph inquired, landing on Natsum's shoulder. "I believe it's called ferrokinesis," Natsum explained. "It's the ability to summon, control, and manipulate all types of metal." Although it seemed like he didn't fully grasp the extent of his powers, Azazel would love to lay his hands on him. "Even though it's not a sacred gear, it's quite powerful, isn't it?" Sylph remarked, playfully poking Natsum's cheek. "Unless Aaron has other plans for his powers, he might just claim them as well. So we can't be sure. That power is remarkably powerful, as I mentioned. But Aaron did mention that if the wielder wished, they could potentially manipulate the metals within our bodies. The very thought is rather scary," Natsum elucidated, gently halting Sylph's playful gesture. "Regardless, let's take this guy with us." Natsum extended her finger toward the unconscious Clarion and levitated him. They began to move away from their current location, heading towards the spot indicated by Aaron earlier. In a grand and spacious chamber, an exuberant man continued to perform his acrobatic feats, his joyful shouts echoing throughout the room. "Ha! Ha! Ha! Two! Oria!" Graphia, poised as ever, seemingly partook in a duel with this energetic man. With graceful fluidity, she deftly sidestepped and leaped to avoid the occasional strikes he aimed in her direction. However, it was clear to anyone observing that she invested very little effort into what appeared to be a fight. Her eyes bore a hint of detachment, a reflection of her disinterest in this lively display. The man in question bore the name Dryon, a yokai of curious appearance, resembling a deer that had evolved to walk on two legs. After his latest elaborate dance routine, he unleashed a series of vibrant green auras, each taking the form of colossal eyeballs. These mystical projectiles zoomed through the air, converging on Graphia. Unfazed, she simply strengthened the aura surrounding her, effectively stopping the oncoming attacks in its tracks. With a mere flick of her left hand, a powerful ice attack emerged, rapidly encasing everything to their left in a glistening layer of frost. Dryon, having narrowly evaded the freezing onslaught, was momentarily startled by the near-death experience. He gazed at the ice with wide-eyed amazement and exclaimed, "Holy, I almost had my dear ass frozen." Graphia's mood dipped further as the pun escaped his lips. Generally, she had little patience for wordplay of this nature. It was a realm she mainly reserved for Aaron, her fiancé, offering him a unique leniency. When others ventured into pun territory, it was met with a distinct and palpable irritation on her part. Determined to bring this absurdity to a close, Graphia began to walk toward Dryon, which clearly perplexed him. He responded with a grandiose gesture and exclaimed, "I see. So you've finally come to your senses, devil. Join us, and we shall reign supreme in this realm. You could even become my wife." He punctuated his statement with a wink that only served to exacerbate Graphia's irritation. With a combination of grace and swiftness, Graphia materialized behind Dryon, her right hand enveloped in a shimmering silver aura. In one fluid motion, she delivered a swift blow to his neck, rendering him unconscious. The dear Yukai was utterly unprepared for the rapid sequence of events that unfolded. However, after the impact to his neck, he emitted a rather unpleasant noise, releasing a burst of flatulence that both irked and disgusted Graphia even further. With a bemused expression, Graphia couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Why are the people you fight always so odd, Aaron?" Why can't we ever face anyone who isn't eccentric? She cast a curious glance toward Dryon before firmly seizing his neck and proceeding to haul him away. Oh, Graphia, you're finished too? Natsum inquired as she and Graphia reconvened at their earlier meeting point. However, before Graphia could respond, the unconscious Dryon emitted another flatulent noise. Natsum regarded him in astonishment and asked, "Did he just pass gas while he's unconscious?" Graphia's facial expression, as well as the lifeless look in her eyes, served as her response as she nodded. I initially believed it was a one-time occurrence, but as I continued walking, he kept occasionally releasing gas. "I've already used magic on my nose to avoid smelling it," she explained with a weary tone. "My condolences," Natsum expressed sympathetically. "Let's link up with Aaron then." She playfully poked her nose and employed a specific magic spell to shield herself from the scent of the gas left behind by the slumbering deer Yukai. As they continued down the corridor, they encountered more unconscious bodies along the way. None of their enemies were deceased, but the injuries they bore would keep them incapacitated for days or render them ineffective even if they awoke, impeding their mobility. Suddenly, the distant sound of drums filled the air, leaving them perplexed. They exchanged uncertain glances before picking up their pace. Their journey eventually led them to an even larger chamber compared to the ones they had traversed earlier. Within the chamber, several colossal statues of Ta loomed, while numerous massive, floating lights bathed the room in an ethereal glow. At the apex of the room, a small replica of the moon, seemingly conjured by magic, hung, suspended, an unexpected sight for both of them. Adorning the walls were an array of weapons in various shapes and sizes, alongside several paintings of Ta and another figure, a woman, a female Yukai. The female Yukai bore a striking resemblance to an octopus, her distinctive features setting her apart. Her hair consisted of verdant, sinuous tentacles that flowed like seaweed, and her eyes glowed with an eerie shade of green. Dark purple lipstick adorned her lips, adding a touch of mystique to her visage. Her attire was equally captivating. She donned a long, flowing green dress that cascaded to the floor, revealing a generous expanse of her chest. Adorning her neck and wrists were ornate golden accessories, while multiple golden rings adorned her fingers, gleaming in the light. Completing her ensemble, she wore striking purple earrings that dangled gracefully. Behind her, additional green tentacles swayed and undulated, lending an otherworldly aura to her presence, moving with an enigmatic grace. "I'm glad you two could join us," Aaron began, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Meet Ictea, a self-proclaimed octopus queen. She's already sent the devil to Tiamat and Velgrind's location, and I've informed those two of what happened, so they'll retrieve them for us. I've taken a liking to you, boy. So become my pet," Ictea hissed, her voice laced with venom and lust. The tentacles behind her lunged forward, aiming to ensnare Aaron, but they were thwarted by an invisible force, his infinity. "Stop playing hard to get and become mine." "What did you do?" Natsum inquired, her tone tinged with slight irritation. "Why are we assuming I did anything?" Aaron replied with a chuckle. He found amusement in Natsum's accusatory tone. Drake then chimed in, stating, "Natsum, Graphia, the truth is partner has a skill called Harem Protag EX. It allows him to get any woman he wants. He's been keeping a Jaya. I was joking." "Stop. Still, partner." Natsum and Graphia approached Aaron, positioning themselves behind him. Inquisitively, Graphia queried, "What have you been doing? I expected you to finish this before we arrived." Aaron sported a slightly rueful grin and confessed, "I actually inquired about something, and then, well, she sort of just kept on talking and talking." Natsum, with a hint of amusement in her voice, pressed him, and, shrugging, Aaron replied, "I might have tuned her out about a quarter of the way through. It was pretty dull, mostly consisting of her recounting her history as a rather shitty person, followed by a substantial amount of bragging since she caught Ta's attention." "By the way, what were those drums we heard?" Natsum inquired, curiosity lighting up her eyes. "Oh, those? Aaron responded, a knowing glint in his eyes. He pointed in opposite directions, and each woman turned her gaze toward one of them, where they saw drums adorned with floating drumsticks, poised to start their rhythmic beat once again. Aaron nonchalantly clicked his fingers, signaling the start of the eerie percussion. We're about to finish this. A low, frustrated grunt escaped Iktea as she conjured hundreds of swirling magic circles, flinging them violently toward Aaron, attempting to smother him in their magical onslaught. However, the magical maelstrom never reached its intended targets, as his infinity stopped them. She then redirected her attack, aiming it at Graphia and Natsum, but they too were swiftly protected by Aaron. Frustration boiled within Iktea as her offensive efforts seemed entirely in vain. She clenched her teeth and desperately tried to resort to her teleportation magic, but it also proved futile, much to her increasing irritation. The aggravation welled up within her, and she was on the brink of trying yet another approach when Aaron advanced upon her. His powerful grip clamped around her head, squeezing it relentlessly. Iktea's body went rigid, and terror overtook her as she trembled violently. You know, I started to get a headache as soon as I saw you, since you reminded me of someone I really don't like, he hissed silently, his malevolent gaze piercing deep into her very soul. The sheer intensity of it forced her into soiling herself, leaving her utterly terrified and mortified. That's disgusting, Aaron mumbled with a cold resolve, maintaining his powerful grip. He continued to tighten it, causing Iktea to squirm helplessly within his grasp. She tried to claw at his unyielding hands, but it was to no avail. She then attempted to use her magic, only to find that she was completely unable to access it. Fear and dread consumed Iktea as the chilling specter of death encroached upon her. She had been this close to death just once before, and she had made an unspoken vow to herself never to come near it again. Please, spare me. I'll tell you anything, Iktea pleaded, her voice filled with desperation, her eyes almost popping out in sheer terror. Aaron was on the verge of dismissing her plea when he felt a set of 4 arms wrap themselves around him. They pulled him back from the abyss of ruthless resolve, and he turned to find both Graphia and Natsum embracing him. No words were exchanged. Their actions conveyed everything he needed to know. Aaron closed his eyes and eased his grip on Iktea. He released her, and she clutched her head, coughing and gasping for air. She didn't attempt to flee, both knowing and fearing that escape was futile and could very well lead to her death. Aaron turned back to Iktea, his eyes filled with compassion, even as he put her to sleep to alleviate her suffering. He healed her wounds and summoned anti-magic cuffs to secure her. Then he turned to Graphia and Natsum, pulling them into a comforting embrace. My bad. I guess seeing someone who closely resembled Nyarlathotep made me use a bit more force, he explained awkwardly, attempting to play off his intense reaction. Neither of the 2 women uttered a word, but instead, they clung to him even tighter. They remained in that comforting embrace for several more minutes. They're really not much of a challenge, Velgrind muttered under her breath. Boredom had settled deep within her as she faced enemies she considered mere clowns in her presence. The foes she encountered seemed laughable at best. Earlier, she had a run-in with a supposed leader, but their prowess was as laughable as a clown's act, boasting nothing more than the power of fish. This so-called fishman monster, as the man dared to refer to himself, only fueled the scorched dragon's growing annoyance. Despite her orders to keep these enemies alive, she couldn't resist burning them to ashes. Yet, perhaps there was a hint of a silver lining. Their charred remains at least bore some resemblance to their original forms. Well, what did you expect? These are just very weak underlings of Ta, or should we even call them that? He's essentially just using them, Tiamat replied, her immense strength easily defeating another enemy. Velgrind merely shrugged in response as they ventured into a slightly larger room than the ones they had previously explored. In the center, they discovered a grim torture device with a young female child connected to it. Is that a devil? Maybe it's the one Hathoth mentioned, Tiamat pondered aloud, her curiosity piqued. Velgrind squinted her eyes at the child, whose gaze was already lifeless. That child is close to death. We should remove her from his contraption. Beyond the device, they noticed a rather portly man, clad in a black trench coat and fedora hat. He sported a very peculiar and extravagant mustache and beard, with piercing blue eyes and long black hair. As soon as he spotted the dragons, he tipped his hat in a bow. "Howdy, ladies. Are you enjoying the show?" he asked with a sly grin, his gaze fixed on the two dragon women. "Should we kill him?" Velgrind inquired, her golden eyes gleaming with determination. "Kill him," Tiamat declared firmly, leaving no room for doubt. In an instant, both women vanished from their positions. Tiamat materialized directly in front of the sinister contraption and, with a mere flick of her wrist, obliterated it. Swiftly, she caught the child and administered a slime pill. Within moments, the young one's body, riddled with injuries and wounds, began to heal, although she remained unconscious. Meanwhile, Velgrind had manifested herself behind the man. As he turned, he was met with a swift and punishing kick to his balls, crushing them in the process. The man's eyes rolled back, and he started to topple backward, but Velgrind wasn't done. She delivered another kick, sending him hurtling toward the destroyed device. Tiamat, anticipating the move, deftly shifted away from the man's path, and Velgrind teleported herself beside her companion. "That guy," Tiamat began to say something, but Velgrind raised her hand to stop her. "I know," Velgrind replied, her gaze still fixed on the man writhing on the ground. "That's why I got rid of them. I just can't comprehend people like him." Her voice sounded calm, but beneath the surface, it was brimming with disdain and loathing. Velgrind had traversed through various worlds and universes, accumulating a wealth of experiences. Spending time with Aaron and the others had broadened her understanding of different aspects of existence as well. It was precisely because of this that she had developed a strong aversion to individuals like the man before them. People like you should be wiped out from the multiverse. Utterly repulsive, Velgrind muttered as she swiftly brought her foot down on his face, obliterating his head and ending his life. "Let's head back to Aaron. I'll understand why," Velgrind said as she led the way. Tiamat and the young child followed her out of the base to reunite with Aaron. Aaron Tool's soliloquy, "Our small operation," ended approximately an hour ago, and during that time, I had been in contact with the Alliance along with RA and Hathoth. Isis and Nephthys, as well as their subordinate, were aware of our actions, and they provided assistance behind the scenes. Additionally, several other individuals associated with Dusterian Skeeble were apprehended and were slated for imprisonment within the Alliance's facilities for questioning, potential rehabilitation, or, in some cases, extended incarceration. However, I found myself with a new addition to our, household, you could say. This matter primarily concerned me, Velgrind, and Tiamat. The young devil girl who was returned to us had no remaining family members, as she was the sole survivor of the Boer devil family, which had been believed to be extinct. It turned out that they had located the last two members of her family hiding in the human world, killed them, and abducted this young girl with the intention of selling her on the black market. Her past was a harrowing one, to say the least. I'd rather not go into all the gruesome details. The mere thought of it infuriates me. Since her rescue, she has clung to me, refusing to let go. At times, she has also requested to be held by Tiamat and Velgrind, as they were the ones responsible for saving her. Velgrind appeared somewhat awkward in handling the situation, but Tiamat, with her experience in caring for dragon hatchlings in the familiar forest, was more at ease. Natsum looked at the sweet little girl who was nestled in my arms, too timid to meet anyone's gaze, and asked, "What's her name?" I answered, based on my abilities, she goes by the name Vivi Boer. Natsum nodded, a hint of sadness in her eyes because she couldn't connect with the child, but she understood why. Isis approached us, along with R.A., Hathoth, and Nephthys, and inquired, "What do you plan to do with her, Jean?" I took a moment to think, and then replied, "You'll need to have a more in-depth discussion with the devils, especially the Satans, but my wish is to either adopt her or provide the kind of care I've given to Ingvild. She doesn't have anyone, and considering all the hardships she's faced, I want to give her a place she can truly call home. This declaration shocked everyone present. To be completely honest, I never anticipated having a daughter when the day began. My initial plan involved going to other places with everyone present, so now I might have to make a temporary return home. I'll have to ask Velgrind of Tiamat to stay with her there, as the alternative would be to bring her along with me, which I wasn't entirely comfortable with. I didn't want to expose her to more frightening things at this time. In any case, let's head back home for now and explain the situation to everyone else. Afterward, they'll reach out to Surzex, I informed my group, and we promptly departed after bidding our farewells. A few minutes after arriving home and explaining the situation to everyone else who was there, a bit of chaos erupted. However, I was relieved that Vivi seemed to be getting along well with the other women in the household. It was as though she could sense our connection, and she had bonded with the other fated ones. Currently, she was cradled in Suzaku's arms. I reached out to Surzex through a magic circle and asked, "So what do you think?" Surzex took a moment to respond, saying, "It sounds like you're hesitant to bring her here because it might still be traumatizing for her. Well, head there in a few hours once I inform the rest, Jinkun. But I doubt Zikram-sama will have too many complaints about this. I'd also like to meet your daughter." "Fufu," I mumbled, Surzex, and he chuckled. "Fufu, I know. I'll go talk to them now and get back to you, but for now, just wait, okay?" "All right. Thanks," I replied, and I dismissed the magic circle. I returned to the living room, where everyone was still curious about Vivi. However, I couldn't help but smile at the sight of her peacefully sleeping in Suzaku's embrace. It seemed like she would be just fine here. As I quietly contemplated the situation before me, the thought crossed my mind that perhaps we could continue our original plan if Vel or Tiamat were okay with staying here. Tiamat, who had always shown a deep trust in my judgment despite initial reservations about monitoring me, stepped up beside me. Her voice carried a sense of dedication as she spoke. "Aaron, I have faith in you and your decisions. I was among the few who initially opposed the idea of keeping a watchful eye on you. So, let me make my intentions clear now. I'm willing to stay at your home to look after Vivi. Does that sit well with you?" I responded with a grateful nod. "I'm absolutely fine with that, and I appreciate your willingness." With my assurance, Tiamat proceeded to join the group of individuals who were in proximity to Vivi. Meanwhile, Velgrind, Grayfia, and Natsum glanced back at me, and I reciprocated with a nod of agreement. Determined to complete my remaining tasks for the day efficiently, I wanted to ensure I'd be back home before Vivi awoke. With this goal in mind, we departed for the other pantheons and factions. True to my promise, we managed to return home in less than an hour. That day brought forth many more events and developments, which kept us occupied. Yet, I couldn't help but think about the looming event just a few days away, the intense showdown between Valley and Sun Wukong in their upcoming match. Chapter 15, Part 1, Team White Dragon Emperor of the Morning Star versus Team Journey to the West Arentul's soliloquy. A few days had gone by since my journey through the supernatural world, and the time for Valley and Sun Wukong's match was fast approaching. At the moment, we were getting ready to head to the event. I was all set, but many of the girls were busy helping Vivi get dressed for the occasion. She had started speaking not too long ago, and I was the first to hear her words, which filled my heart with warmth. With that said, even though Vivi was still a bit hesitant about going anywhere other than my home, she had agreed to come with us and watch the match. There was one condition. She wanted to stay close to me, and I had no objection to that. However, this decision left some of the other girls a bit disappointed because they had hoped to spoil Vivi and shower her with attention. It was quite evident that there would be a bit of a competition to see who would get to sit beside Vivi and me, which would be quite intriguing to see. As I patiently waited in the entrance hallway of my home, the first person to descend the stairs was Aine. Cradled in her arms was Vivi, dressed in a charming, frilly blue gown, her hair fashioned into twin tails, and a delicate necklace adorning her neck, a gift I had given her just the day before, which had brought her immense joy. To be honest, I had expected Suzaku or Lavinia to be the first to attend to Vivi, so seeing him take up this role felt a little unusual, albeit in a heartwarming way. Perhaps It was because Ain had experienced the loss of her own child in the past, and now she was channeling all that love and care toward Vivi. It was also possible that the other girls allowed Ain to do this as a way of supporting her. As they made their way to the bottom of the staircase, both Ain and Vivi approached me briskly. No one else followed them, as it seemed they wanted to give Vivi some space. Perhaps some of the others needed time to get dressed as well. "You both look fantastic," I complimented them with a warm smile. Ain blushed in response to my compliment, playfully glaring at me, while Vivi beamed with happiness. I gently patted Vivi's head, eliciting a delightful giggle from her, and then I planted a tender kiss on Ain's cheek. "Where's everyone else?" I inquired. Ain explained, "They're all getting ready at the moment. We've been with Vivi, selecting an array of outfits for her. Over the past few days, we went on a shopping spree, and now her closet and wardrobe are overflowing with clothes. To be honest, we were a bit overwhelmed with choices," she added with a tired sigh, reflecting the efforts put into Vivi's new wardrobe. "Is that so? Well done, then," I replied, my uncertainty evident in my response. When it came to fashion, I had to admit I wasn't the best judge. Sometimes I relied on Rias, Aquino, and Grafia for advice on what to wear. I couldn't forget the time when Lavinia, Aquino, and Suzuku helped me choose my attire for that hot spring trip with everyone. Gradually, everyone began to gather in the entrance hallway, still fawning over Vivi's presence. However, Lavinia and I had put in some extra effort in our outfits that day. I had sought her and a few others for help in selecting the right clothes the previous night. Valley was our younger brother, and if he emerged victorious today, we planned to celebrate by dining out together. His biological family would also join us, and we'd all have the privilege of watching the match directly from the VIP room in the underworld. We decided to indulge him, even if we were going to a restaurant, by allowing him to order a ramen dish. We also made a call in advance to check if the restaurant could accommodate this request, and fortunately, they agreed to it. Whether it was due to their flexibility or perhaps allowing it to happen because of my presence, I wasn't sure, but we were grateful nonetheless. Once we confirmed that everyone had gathered, we set out for the stadium where the match was taking place. Earlier, I had asked Leanne to fetch Val's family, and they would rendezvous with us at the stadium. As we arrived at Lucifer Stadium in Lucifad, we made our way to our VIP room. Just outside, we spotted Leanne, along with Lina Metzik, Val's mother, his half-siblings Rasmus and Hela, and Ivar, their stepfather. We exchanged friendly waves and entered the room. Once we were all settled inside, Lina expressed her concerns. "I'm feeling quite nervous about this. It's going to get hurt, right?" Mom responded to Lina's worries by saying, "Rating games are considered sport, so while the players may get injured, there won't be any fatalities in this tournament." Lina, still anxious, brought up another concern, but I've read that normal rating games in the underworld sometimes have accidents where a player ends up losing their life. Rias, eager to reassure the worried mother, chimed in, "That's an extremely rare occurrence," Linus said. "If anything, there's a higher chance of a human getting into a car accident than dying in a rating game. The officials are very meticulous about safety in these games." We were hopeful that our explanations would help alleviate Lina's concerns as we settled into the room. After addressing Lina's worries, she happened to spot Vivi in our company and inquired, "Who's that?" Well, I began to provide an explanation about who Vivi was and why she was accompanying us. As I shared this information, Vivi reached out to me, seemingly wanting to be held. With some hesitation from Ain, she entrusted Vivi to my care, and the little one nestled into my chest. And that's how Vivi ended up being with us. Ivar chimed in with a question, sparking the curiosity of everyone present. He asked, "Will she go by the name Vivi Tool?" To be honest, I hadn't given it much thought, even though I had expressed my desire to formally welcome her into the family. Well, eventually, yes, I responded thoughtfully. But I do prefer wait until Vivi is a bit older before I even bring up the topic of adoption. Some people might not want to be adopted, you know. For now, we'll stick with Vivi Boer, but if she decides to change it in the future, that's absolutely fine with me. Looking back, I realized my words might have sounded a bit strange. Nevertheless, my intentions were genuinely pure. I had done some reading on the subject after bringing Vivi home. At the end of the day, she was my daughter through and through. It was heartwarming to see how she regarded many of the girls here as her mothers too. My own mother and a few others had once been mothers themselves and possessed valuable experience in raising children. With their support, making this spontaneous decision to bring Vivi into our lives would be more manageable for all of us. During the past few days, when I and the others were swamped with our commitments, Mom, Cindy, Vinalana, Shuri, Barakil, Gondal, and Kaisis came to our aid. They provided guidance, suggestions, and showed us what we needed to buy. Tiamat also chipped in with her expertise, although most of it was centered around taking care of dragon babies rather than human ones. Right when we were on the brink of resuming our conversation, the game's announcer began to address the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been quite some time since our last epic showdown. Today, we are in for another thrilling game featuring two beloved teams. Representing the West Side is a renowned team hailing from the East, led by three illustrious first-generation Buddhists. Let's give a warm welcome to the formidable team journey to the West. From the western corner of the stadium, Sun Wukong's team made their entrance. They were a rather small team with only 6 members, possibly the most compact squad in the entire tournament. Nevertheless, their popularity was undeniable, and the crowd in the stadium erupted with cheers in their favor. Now, turning our attention to the East, we have a team comprised of exceptionally powerful individuals. Once branded as terrorists, they underwent a transformation in the latter half of last year and joined the Alliance. Leading the charge is the descendant of the Lucifer bloodline and the wielder of the formidable Longinus Divine Dividing. Please extend a warm welcome to Team White Dragon Emperor of the Morning Star and their esteemed leader, Vale Lucifer. Once again, Vale's team emerged from the eastern side of the arena, and the crowd, including those in our room, erupted in cheers and support. Go, Vaco, and good luck, cheered Lavinia, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Rasmus joined in, exclaiming, "Oh, big bro is there. With a team name that cool, he's bound to win." Hella, equally excited, added her voice to the chorus of support, saying, "Go, big bro and Albie." In the midst of the crowd's cheers, Lina watched with a mix of nervousness and excitement as her son took the lead of his team down there on the field. Her heart swelled with pride. Ivar, seated beside her, wore an eager expression. He had been eagerly anticipating the chance to witness a live game. I had sent him a few matches on DVD discs, which had watched with great interest, but being present at the event was a whole different experience for him. As the two teams converged in the middle, Vala declared, "We're going to win this, Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong responded with a hearty laugh, saying, "Ho ho ho. The young ones of today have certainly become bold, haven't they? Well then, young Lucifer, show me how much you've improved since the formation of Team DXD." A soft, gentle blue light began to envelop both teams as they prepared to be transported to the game field. Without any further delay, both teams are about to be transported into the playing field. Who will emerge as the victor in this clash between these two formidable teams? He inquired with anticipation. Team White, Dragon Emperor of the Morning Star. King Vala Lucifer, Queen Fenrir, Bishop Calantha, Vordenberg Bishop, Lu Fei, Pendragon Rook, Gogmagog Rook, Zhu Beiji, current generation. Knight Arthur, Pendragon Knight, Shao Wujing, current generation. Pawn 5, Biko Pawn 3. Genbu Duman Team Journey to the West. King Sung Wukong, first generation. Queen Neza Bishop 2, Shao Wujing, first generation. Rook 2, Zhu Beiji, first generation. Knight 2, Wang Tianqing Pawn 8. Yulong third-person point of view. The two teams found themselves in an unexpected field, transported to an aquatic battleground. It stretched before them, a vast expanse of water that shimmered under the sun's gaze. There were teeming coral reefs, dotted with small islands, and an abundance of lotus flowers and enormous lotus leaves scattered about. Unlike their past matches, there was no delay this time. The match started immediately, just moments after their abrupt teleportation. Valley, the leader of the group, wasted no time. You know the plan, go. With remarkable swiftness, he transformed into his balance breaker and then shifted into his powerful Imperio Juggernaut overdrive. He soared through the air, heading directly for a specific opponent, a determination burning in his eyes. Biko, one of Vala's comrades, couldn't help but voice his concern, shouting, wait, leader, are you seriously going to leave us behind like this? But Valley had already taken off, charging headlong into the midst of the conflict. Damn it. Well, let's go face those outrageously powerful geezers over there. Jinbu-chan, I'm counting on you. The rest of you, wrap up quickly and come help us if you don't lose. With resolve, Biko and Jinbu set off on their journey to confront the legendary first-generation Sun Wukong. Jinbu Duman had recently become a part of their team, thanks to her budding romance with Valley. What made the arrangement work smoothly was that Jinbu had no prior affiliations with any other team, ensuring her full compliance with the tournament regulations. Consequently, she stepped in to fill the spot left by Salamander Tomita for this crucial match. Vala's sharp eyes swiftly locked onto Neza, the imposing queen of Team Journey to the west. Without a moment's delay, he unleashed a relentless volley of demonic aura attacks in Neza's direction. Sensing this impending attack, Neza calmly shifted his attention and conjured his fire-tipped spear, one of the 4 divine weapons at his disposal. With a casual air, he deftly deflected the oncoming onslaught. A subtle, knowing smile graced Neza's lips as he stood his ground, even as his own teammates dispersed in different directions. Vala Lucifer, he inquired, addressing his adversary by name, you seem eager to engage me in combat. Valley, meeting Neza's gaze, responded with a hint of intrigue in his voice. Yeah, the chance of facing a remarkable figure like you, a veritable Buddha, holds a unique draw for me. Neza couldn't help but let out a hearty chuckle. Is that so? He replied, his voice carrying a playful undertone. Then I'll do my best to leave you impressed. With those words, he unleashed a relentless barrage of divine aura attacks in Vala's direction. Valley, the young descendant of Lucifer, displayed impressive agility as he attempted to dodge the incoming onslaught. Yet, he soon realized that evading every attack was an impossible feat with a swift maneuver. He turned on his heel, raising his arm defensively, and uttered a single word. Compress. Compression divider. The moment he spoke the incantation, the atmosphere crackled with energy, and his unique ability, the compression divider, sprang into action. To everyone's amazement, it succeeded in compressing Neza's formidable attacks, leaving the god momentarily taken aback. Vala couldn't help but wear a triumphant grin on his face. Without wasting a moment, Vala's form blurred with increased speed as he materialized right in front of Neza. His fists became a flurry of motion as he rained down a torrent of punches upon the divine being. Neza was no pushover, though. He skillfully dodged and deflected many of the incoming strikes, his movements a testament to his exceptional combat prowess. However, amid the intense exchange, a sense of excitement welled up within Neza. Valley was one of the select few in the world who could push him to such limits, and this confrontation was a stark reminder of the thrill that combat brought him. Neza heightened the output of his divine aura, causing Valley to be pushed back by its force. This time, Neza took the offensive approach, swiftly closing the gap between him and Valley. He unleashed a relentless barrage of thrusts in the direction of the young man. Valley, determined not to be outmatched, exhibited his agility and skill by evading and deflecting every strike directed at him. He harnessed both his demonic aura and 10k to neutralize the divine aura emanating from Neza's spear. This strategic move ensured that he remained unharmed as he skillfully parried each of Neza's attacks. Vala Lucifer, you are undeniably remarkable, Neza acknowledged with a hint of appreciation in his tone. It appears I can truly unleash my full power in this tournament, all thanks to you. In an instant, Neza's speed underwent another surge, leaving Vala struggling to fully grasp the extent of it. His body, unfortunately, failed to react promptly, resulting in a piercing blow to his shoulder as Neza's spear found its mark. Simultaneously, scorching divine flames seared his skin, compelling him to hastily deliver a kick in Nez's direction and retreat swiftly to avert any further harm. Why don't you consider using that formidable form, the one that can even pose a threat to gods? It might serve you well, especially because I've decided to take this quite seriously, Neza suggested with a hint of seriousness in his tone. Valley, wearing a confident grin, retorted, I had already been planning on doing that. As his words trailed off, he commenced his incantations, ready to enter his most powerful form yet. The pure white dragon dwelling within me, rise up from your supremacy gradually. The once supreme silver armor underwent a transformation, gradually revealing intricate jet-black patterns that adorned its surface. The silvery white morning star I possess within me claimed the throne of dawn in reaction to Albion's line. The light wings adorning his back took on a deep shade of obsidian. Subsequently, numerous sets of fresh wings unfurled from his back. The jet-black god of infinity, the mysterious and unfathomable father of Devil's Valley, sprouted a dozen jet-black wings from his back, while the edges of his armor morphed into an organic shape, becoming more razor-sharp. In a symphony of voices, Valis and Albion's words melded, overlapping seamlessly with each other. We shall transcend the limits to accept the oath Lucifer's crest graced each of the gems embedded in his armor, setting them ablaze with a radiant brilliance that was nothing short of spectacular. Valley, Albion, and Ophis joined their voices to chant the final stanza. Thou shalt kneel down before our bright and glorious existence. LL Lucifer, Dragon Lucifer Drive. As his newfound transformation came to an end, the entirety of his armor radiated a brilliant and blinding light, while his aura experienced a substantial surge in power. Following the crescendo of his aura, Neza found himself face to face with a completely reimagined White Dragon Emperor, boasting a dozen sleek and obsidian wings unfurled majestically. Without uttering another word, Vala materialized in front of Neza with an even greater speed than before, leaving the god visibly startled by his sudden appearance. With a lightning-quick motion, he thrust a punch at Neza's cheek, and it connected with stunning force, sending the god hurtling through the air. Valley wasted no time, and, tapping into his demonic brilliance of evil light, unleashed a relentless barrage of white, demonic energy at Neza. Neza, recovering swiftly in midair, instinctively opted to dodge, rather than attempting to deflect the incoming onslaught. He had a nagging feeling that facing these attacks head-on wouldn't bode well for him. As Vala's demonic auras raced past Neza, they struck one of the islands within the game field. In a matter of moments, the island erupted into a colossal, blinding white pillar of energy, obliterating it from existence. Amidst this chaos, Neza cast a quick glance back at the obliterated island, and then returned his attention to Valley. A faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, It appears I made the right choice of strategy. Let's press on, Vala Lucifer. Bring it. Vala shouted with unwavering determination as he launched himself back at Neza, a fiery spirit burning in his eyes. The two combatants engaged in a furious exchange of punches, kicks, spear thrusts, and slashes that left the audience in the stadium spellbound. As they observed this electrifying spectacle, the spectators were rendered speechless. Vala Lucifer's reputation had preceded him in the supernatural world. His battle prowess and formidable power had earned him a place on the main stage of the tournament. Yet, none of the challengers they had faced thus far had boasted gods among their ranks. True, there were teams that featured god-class members, with some even hailing from Team DXD. However, it was the first time the crowd had witnessed a devil going head-to-head with a god in a hand-to-hand combat showdown. Even Diehauser Belial, known for his strategic prowess, had relied on his clan's trait, Worthless, to attempt such a feat, but in this intense moment, Valley Lucifer required none of that. He relied solely on his fists, his sacred gear, his illustrious bloodline, and the wealth of experience he had accumulated throughout his life. Even though Neza had been alive for a longer duration, Vala matched him blow for blow, much to the astonishment of the onlookers, especially the other gods and Buddhas present. The whole battlefield is quivering as a result of their intense clash. This is truly astonishing. Even player Diehauser, who has never before challenged a deity to a fair and square fistfight without relying on his clan's abilities in this tournament, has never attempted such a feat. Today, we are witnessing an absolutely magnificent spectacle. The announcer exclaimed with palpable excitement. Vala Lucifer is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Few individuals can accomplish such a feat, the other announcer chimed in, acknowledging the exceptional skill on display. With a sudden and forceful surge of divine aura, Neza propelled Vala backward. In the same breath, Neza channeled his 2-ki into the bracelets adorning his wrists, and they underwent a remarkable transformation, expanding in size until they resembled chakrams. These were none other than Neza's prized universal rings, akin to his famed fire-tipped spear in potency and reputation. Targeting Valley, Neza flung the chakrams in his direction. Valley, quick on his feet, attempted to evade their relentless pursuit, but to his dismay, the rings exhibited an uncanny ability to lock onto him and followed his every move as he zipped around, desperately trying to shake them off. As a last-ditch effort, Valley extended his hand towards one of the rings, unleashing a continuous barrage of demonic aura attacks that resulted in a small explosion. However, when the dissipating smoke unveiled the battlefield, the rings remained unscathed, a revelation that took Valley aback. Frustration and determination intermingled in his voice as Valley shouted, "Divide." He endeavored to diminish the ring's powers by half, and then he roared, "Compress," in an attempt to utilize his compression divider. Yet his efforts yielded only a modest reduction in their speed. Unyielding in the face of this formidable attack, Vala continued his aerial evasive maneuvers, determined to evade the unrelenting rings. However, Neza proved to be a relentless opponent. Employing his wind-fire wheels, another of his divine arsenal, he manifested wheel-like contraptions at his feet. These unique wind-fire wheels possess the ability to emanate fire and wind, granting Neza the power to fly at godlike speeds, effectively keeping pace with Valley, even in his formidable Diabolo's dragon Lucifer form. In a sudden burst of action, Valley summoned his wyverns, commanding them to relentlessly assail Neza while he skillfully evaded the relentless onslaught of the universal rings. With each nimble move, he distanced himself further from the relentless pursuer. Seizing a strategic moment, he instructed his wyverns to employ his powerful ability, Half Dimension, which exerted a formidable gravitational force on Neza, causing a significant slowdown in his movements. In response to this, the Buddha-like figure grinned confidently, maintaining his pursuit of Valley as if unfazed. Valley couldn't help but mumble with a measure of admiration. What a persistent Buddha. I can't say I dislike it, though. Meanwhile, Neza's grin revealed a cunning plan as he reeled his arm back, propelling the fire-tipped spear with precision and power directly at Valley. Simultaneously, the universal rings emitted a dazzling light before unleashing potent energy attacks in Valley's direction. Reacting swiftly, Valley grunted in response to the incoming attack, and with a powerful flap of the wings behind his back, he began to prepare himself for a counteroffensive against the multifaceted attacks aimed at him. LOL. Satan Compression Divider. Valley's entire body radiated a dazzling aura, a mesmerizing blend of silver and black, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This aura, filled with an overwhelming force, had such intensity that it sent shivers down Neza's spine as it swept across the entire playing field. The divine armaments, specifically the fire-tipped spear and universe rings, which had been aimed at Valley, found themselves subject to the might of this compressed aura. While they weren't obliterated, their relentless advance was halted, and they were forced to succumb to the inescapable grip of this energy before descending gracefully into the water below. Nezha's astonishment was palpable, so much so that he couldn't help but emit a soft chuckle and whispered, "What a truly astounding display of power, Val Lucifer." His aura surged once more, its raw intensity causing the wyverns to stagger backward. However, the wyverns quickly retaliated by unleashing a barrage of aura blasts at Neza. In that critical moment, Neza swiftly reached for a scarlet cloth draped over his form. He unfurled it with a fluid motion, transforming it into a protective shield. The wyvern's attacks, like arrows loose from a quiver, found their mark on the red cloth and were effortlessly deflected away in a graceful dance of energy. But just as Neza turned his attention back to Vala, he was met with a colossal, swirling sphere of silvery white and black energy hurtling toward him. There was no time for Neza to react. The orb struck with devastating force. Neza was hurled away, his body careening through the air until it collided with a nearby island. The impact was so fierce that it caused the island to tremble before it erupted in a cataclysmic display, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Down! Vala Lucifer has just taken down none other than Prince Neza, along with the entire island. Today is turning out to be full of surprises. The announcer exclaimed with enthusiasm in his voice. After the deafening explosion had finally subsided, Prince Neza emerged, standing gracefully atop the water surface. His head was marred by a trickle of blood, and his clothes lay in tatters, but he had miraculously escaped the loss of a limb. Throughout the tournament, just like many other formidable teams, Team Journey to the West had been an unstoppable force. Their members had remained unscathed in the preliminary matches. However, today, in this rating game, Prince Neza, the linchpin of that legendary team, had finally suffered an injury, marking an unexpected twist in their journey. It's been quite a while since someone pushed me to these limits, Neza reflected, his voice tinged with a sense of wonderment. Being able to fully unleash my powers in this tournament, and now being injured to this extent, it's truly remarkable. I hope this tournament becomes a recurring event in the future, he mused aloud. A glint of excitement danced in his eyes. I wonder if the same kind of challenge would await me if I were to face the dual Dragon Emperor, he chuckled. No, if anything, it would be even more daunting due to his almost miraculous abilities. Valley, intrigued by Neza's thoughts, inquired, Aniki is in a league of his own. If you were to battle him, it would be like trying to scale an insurmountable mountain, even for the gods themselves. But tell me, do you not like fighting dragons? Neza's laughter rippled through the air as he summoned his fire-tipped spear into his grasp, twirling it skillfully before conjuring his universal rings with a flourish. Let's just say, strong dragons, aside from Yulong, are more than welcome, he declared with a grin. With that in mind, shall we continue, Vala Lucifer? Vala's response was swift and resolute. Bring it, he thundered, the challenge hanging in the air as both combatants charged toward each other with unwavering determination. In a different section of the game field, a particular dragon who was part of Sun Wukong's team found himself in a frenzied dash for survival. He sprinted, or rather, soared for his life, skillfully evading a barrage of incoming missiles and menacing fangs, all of which were perilously close to making contact with him. No, get away from me, you stupid wolf and mechanical idiot. Yulong's voice quivered with terror as he cried out in desperation. Stop it! I'm telling you to stop, he shouted once more, then executed a swift turn to face his enemies. With a determined resolve, he unleashed a fiery breath attack at the duo. However, both Fenrir and Gogmagog displayed remarkable agility and smoothly sidestepped his fiery attack, leaving Yulong to confront the stark reality of his predicament. Fenrir, the god-devouring wolf, didn't mince words as he questioned Yulong, one of the Dragon Kings. You hold the esteemed title of a Dragon King, but you seem to lack courage. How did you even come to possess such an imposing title? Yulong responded with a touch of defensive pride. I engage in battles with those whom I can match in strength or who come close to my power. When it comes to enemies stronger than myself, I'd rather avoid it entirely, he added. And the two of you are clearly stronger than me. Well, maybe not that peculiar little robot fellow. He's a bit odd. Fenrir, clearly unimpressed, couldn't help but scoff before remarking, such a letdown as an opponent. Gogmagog, let's do that to end this. The metallic giant, Gogmagog, responded by igniting its luminescent eyes and propelling itself into the air, leaving Yulong baffled by the sudden turn of events. In a remarkable display of transformation, Gogmagog began to alter its form, then gracefully touched down on Fenrir's back. A radiant glow emanated from the robot, enveloping Fenrir in a set of advanced armor. Mechanical wings sprouted from Fenrir's back, while rocket boosters emerged, signifying a profound shift in his capabilities. What the hell is that? Yulong exclaimed in sheer astonishment. However, he didn't linger to seek an explanation. Instead, he swiftly accelerated his own flight, leaving the scene behind in his wake, determined to distance himself from this unpredictable confrontation. However, in the blink of an eye, Fenrir closed the gap between him and Yulong, a sinister grin dancing on the wolf's lips. Horror etched itself across Yulong's visage as the wolf drew near, leaving him little time to react. With a swift motion powered by the boosters on his back, Fenrir tackled Yulong and sank his teeth into the dragon's body. Wow, that hurts. Still, Yulong's pained cry echoed through the game field. He made a futile attempt to scratch at Fenrir, but it proved ineffectual in halting the relentless wolf's assault. Fenrir, sensing an opportunity to secure victory over the Dragon King, shrouded his form with pulsating energy. He bit deeper into Yulong's body, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh before swiftly leaping back. The radiant light of retirement started to envelop Yulong, its glow intensifying. Aya, I want that slime pill. Get it ready. Ow, 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 ow. I didn't want to participate in this tournament, but that insufferable monkey coerced me into it. Yulong's cries grew even more fervent as he was forced out of the game field, the agony of his defeat and the regret of his participation resonating in his screams. One pawn of Team Journey to the west retires. Fenrir and Gogmagog, having reversed their transformation, paused briefly. Fenrir extended his massive paw towards the machine, and they shared a light, congratulatory high five. We've successfully completed our task, Fenrir remarked. Now, it's time to reunite with the stupid monkey of our era, he added. As Arthur Pendragon clashed swords with Wang Tianqing of Team Journey to the West, he couldn't help but admire Wang's remarkable blade skills. Between the strikes and parries, he decided to strike up a conversation. Wang Tianqing-san, Arthur said between breaths, your mastery of the blade is truly impressive. I'm curious, where did you acquire such exceptional skills? His genuine curiosity mirrored his respect for his opponent's abilities. Wang Tianqing stood at a modest height of 5 feet and 7 inches, his physique speaking of athleticism. His long, obsidian hair cascaded down his back, meticulously tied into a sleek ponytail. His eyes, a striking shade of yellow, held a certain mysterious allure. The weapon at his side, a sword of mysterious origins, had been bestowed upon him by none other than Ningguang herself. The reason for this act remained veiled in secrecy, adding an intriguing layer to his enigmatic character. Tianqing's attire was as distinctive as his presence. Draped in a qipao that blended shades of black and blue, he emanated an air of both elegance and mystery. I'm entirely self-taught. Even though there's a trace of dragon blood running through my veins, I depend solely on my own power, Tianqing replied with a sense of independence and determination in his voice. Arthur found himself profoundly impressed by this newfound information. In response, he offered a silent nod of acknowledgement before they seamlessly resumed their fierce duel. As their battle unfolded, Arthur, determined to gain the upper hand, accelerated his movements, unleashing a relentless barrage of thrusting attacks upon Tianqing. To Arthur's astonishment, the knight from Sun Wukong's team displayed remarkable precision in parrying each of his thrusts. In a swift and calculated response, Tianqing countered with a flurry of slashing strikes, aiming directly at Arthur. Astonishingly, Arthur exhibited a skillful defense, perfectly repelling the incoming slashes. For the onlookers in the crowd, It appeared that these two combatants had chosen to place their utmost reliance on their swordsmanship. Yes, their assessment was accurate. Although both Arthur and Tianqing possessed formidable magical skill, their shared unspoken agreement as knights dictated that this contest be decided solely through their exceptional sword skills. In the midst of their battle, both of them exhibited a phantom-like swiftness, their forms appearing and vanishing at various points within their immediate surroundings. Their blades clashed with such intensity that the very air around them vibrated, sending shockwaves rippling through the ocean waters below. These shockwaves possessed such power that some of them extended all the way to the lotuses and islands, causing them to quiver and tremble. Then, in a sudden, unexpected move, Tianqing leaped away, his landing graceful as he touched down upon the water surface. There, he swiftly coated his sword with a shimmering, pale blue energy, imbuing it with a mysterious aura. With a fluid motion, he swung his sword multiple times in the direction of Arthur, conjuring enormous crescent moon-shaped slashes aimed at the Pendragonair. But Arthur, never one to shy away from a challenge, enveloped his own sword with a combination of 2k and a radiant, holy aura. Determinedly, he surged toward the formidable onslaught of attacks. With precise, single-motion strikes, he expertly dismantled the aura-infused strikes that Tianqing had unleashed, leaving the man visibly astonished by his skill and power. After completing his previous move, Arthur swiftly closed the distance between himself and Tianqing. With remarkable speed, he directed his swords in a sweeping downward motion aimed at his opponent. Tianqing managed to barely parry this initial strike. However, to his astonishment, the scene took an unexpected turn as multiple replicas of Arthur manifested around him. Each of these clones mirrored the original Arthur, wielding their swords confidently and closing in on Tianqing from all directions. Inwardly, Tianqing couldn't help but wonder, clones? I hadn't anticipated Arthur having mastered such a technique. In response to the looming threat, he used his blade to push Arthur away while simultaneously swiping at the phantasmal figures. To his bewilderment, every Arthur he had just swung at, including the one he had forcefully moved aside, turned out to be mere illusions, vanishing like a mirage. A sudden realization struck Tianqing, and he cast his gaze upward, only to see Arthur hovering above him. The young swordsman descended with a powerful, calculated swing of his blade, catching Tianqing off guard with the attack from an unexpected angle. Tianqing skillfully thwarted another of Arthur's attacks. Yet in the very moment their blades made contact, Arthur executed a rapid, vanishing act. His sudden disappearance left Tianqing taken aback, and before he could react, a devastating blow struck the side of his stomach, catching him off guard and sending him hurtling through the air. Arthur, however, was far from finished. With a swift summoning of his trusty Caliban, he propelled himself toward Tianqing with remarkable speed, materializing above his opponent and launching a powerful sword swing. The knight from Sun Wukong's team valiantly attempted to deflect the attack, but his efforts proved insufficient as Arthur's blade managed to slice a portion of his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. In a display of remarkable swiftness and decisiveness, Arthur wasted no time as he executed a deft spin, followed by a powerful kick directed squarely at Tianqing's side. The impact of the kick was powerful, sending Tianqing hurtling through the air and ultimately causing him to crash forcefully onto one of the nearby islands, a significant distance away from their initial position. Arthur made a graceful landing on the island, his trusty sword sheathed at his side, while he patiently awaited Tianqing's resurgence. When Tianqing finally clambered to his feet, he regarded Arthur with a perplexed expression, his gaze brimming with incredulity. In a moment of curiosity, he couldn't help but voice his question, "You're a swordsman, yet in a knight's duel, you chose to rely on hand-to-hand combat?" A gentle, knowing smile graced Arthur's face as he adjusted his glasses, ready to shed light on his unorthodox approach. "I might have echoed your sentiments had we crossed blades before I confronted His Eminence Strata once more. Nevertheless, let me clarify. At my core, I'm a warrior, and being a swordsman is secondary. Over time, an exclusive reliance on my swordsmanship had merely acted as a hindrance, impeding my journey toward mastery. So, I decided to broaden my horizons. Of course, I must credit Jean and his subordinates for imparting this invaluable advice to me. Arthur explained, his words laced with a sense of wisdom gleaned from experience. Tianqing's brow furrowed in response to those words. He held a strong belief that prioritized his swordsmanship above all else. Using his fists and legs was an option he would only consider when he found himself separated from his cherished sword. Otherwise, the very idea of resorting to such tactics held little appeal for him. Tianqing's life journey had a rather unusual beginning. As an orphan at the tender age of 6, he received his name from an elderly beggar he had encountered. This name became a precious part of his identity, something he clung to as if his very existence depended on it. It was during these early years that he stumbled into the supernatural realm, facing a Chinese yukai's malicious attack. In a twist of fate, that same beggar, who had gifted him his name, came to his rescue once again. Tragically, the beggar's heroic act to save Tianqing cost him his life. In a curious twist, one of the beggar's most treasured possessions, a peculiar cane that he had always kept close, was revealed to be no ordinary staff. It was in fact a sword shrouded in potent magic. This magical blade proved instrumental in defending Tianqing from the menacing yukai, ultimately defeating the threat. Before the beggar's passing, he bestowed this invaluable item upon Tianqing, setting in motion a profound transformation in the young boy's life. Driven by the memory of the beggar's selfless act, Tianqing delved headlong into the realm of the supernatural. He embarked on a rigorous journey, developing and refining his own unique sword techniques and style. The path was marked by countless defeats, a testament to the unforgiving nature of his training. However, with unwavering dedication, he gradually ascended to mastery. It was only in a recent confrontation, a duel with Long Wang, the Dragon King, that his hard-earned skill and his sword reached their zenith, breaking new boundaries. This remarkable transformation came at a significant price, the shattering of his beloved sword, a symbol of his prowess. Nevertheless, fortune smiled upon him when Ning Guang, who was well acquainted with his exploits and had been duly impressed by his reputation across China, presented him with a brand-new sword. This gracious gift not only symbolized her awareness of his existence, but also testified to her deep admiration for his abilities. In a touching tribute to the sword that had served him well, Tianqing chose to inaugurate it with the name Lanshun, a fusion of the names Longwei and Shun, in honor of the old beggar who had once owned it. Tianqing's tuki erupted from within him, and he assumed a formidable stance, clutching Lanshun with unwavering determination. His words carried the weight of unyielding resolve as he declared, "I shall forever place my trust in my sword and the skills it has bestowed upon me. Unless you manage to render my swords useless, I shall refrain from employing hand-to-hand combat. So, Arthur Pendragon, let the battle between us continue." A soft smile graced Arthur's lips upon hearing those words from Tianqing. In that moment, he found himself recognizing a reflection of his own character in the man standing before him. Therefore, he held back any criticism, understanding that such judgment would be hypocritical. With deliberate precision, Arthur unsheathed his sword once more, poised and ready to strike. A hushed stillness blanketed the area, a palpable tension that signaled the impending climax of their battle. Tianqing, weakened and gradually losing blood, knew that his time was running short. The culmination of their duel was marked by a resolute charge from both combatants. Their collision at the epicenter of the battleground unleashed a shockwave that sent everything nearby into chaos. The island and the delicate lotus flowers surrounding them were swept away, and even the ocean beneath them was displaced, a testament to the sheer might they possessed. However, despite this tremendous display of power, a subtle but significant shift occurred. A pained groan escaped Tianqing's lips as he found himself steadily pushed back by Arthur's relentless attack. His injury was undoubtedly a pivotal factor in his struggle, but he refused to yield, pushing himself to the very limit, determined not to succumb at this critical juncture. Arthur, his voice carrying an air of calm assurance, spoke amidst the tumultuous clash. "It may have been a brief encounter, but I have thoroughly enjoyed our duel, Wang Tianqing." In an instant, the world around Tianqing seemed to flip upside down. He caught a glimpse of Arthur's figure, the young Pendragon wearing a serene smile. In the brief moment before everything went dark, the words, "It's over," echoed in his ears. With astonishing speed, Arthur materialized behind the now airborne Tianqing. Countless slashes materialized around the fallen warrior's body, culminating in a small but explosive finale to their intense battle. One night of Team Journey to the West retires. The announcer's voice rang out with exhilaration, shouting, "Duon! Player Sun Wukong's Soul Knight has been retired. The victor of their duel is none other than player Arthur Pendragon." In the wake of the duel, the triumphant figure who emerged victorious was none other than Arthur Pendragon. This pivotal win marked an important milestone in his journey, one that had also witnessed his personal evolution and growth. With a sense of anticipation burning within him, Arthur eagerly looked forward to his impending rematch with Yumi Kira in the months to come, a duel that destiny seemed to hold in store for them. "Quit running around the place, you stupid geezer." Baika's frustration had reached its boiling point. He and Jinbu Duman had been engaged in a heated battle against the first-generation Sun Wukong. However, the elderly Monkey King seemed to treat the encounter as a mere jest. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Sun Wukong effortlessly evaded all their attacks. He delighted in drenching them with water and playfully prodded them with his own Rui Jingu Bang, a staff considerably weightier than the ones wielded by Biko. "Ho-ho, come now, my descendant. You'll have to be much quicker than that," Sun Wukong taunted, his tone dripping with amusement. He couldn't resist adding, "Jinbu-chan seems to be putting up a better fight than you know?" These words only served to further stoke Baika's irritation. Jinbu summoned her sacred beast, the black tortoise, which stood at her side and unleashed watery attacks in tandem with her. In addition to this, Jinbu herself utilized her water manipulation powers to complement her beast's attacks. Surprisingly, despite their combined efforts, none of their attacks had managed to land on Sun Wukong thus far, leaving her feeling a touch frustrated. The need for caution weighed on her as well, for Biko was recklessly chasing the elusive Sun Wukong, making it crucial to avoid accidentally harming him. Sun Wukong, agile and evasive as ever, dodged another attack for Biko. Amidst the chaos of their confrontation, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts, his tone tinged with disappointment. "I had hoped that perhaps you'd have matured a bit after your departure from the ranks of terrorists and your entry into Team DXD, but it seems that's not the case." In a swift and unexpected twist, Sun Wukong pivoted and delivered a swift kick to Baika's ass, sending him crashing into the surrounding water. Witnessing this turn of events, Jinbu hurriedly made her way over to the fallen Biko, her concern evident in her voice as she anxiously inquired, "Are you all right, Biko-san?" Biko swiftly rose to his feet, fixing an intense glare upon Sun Wukong. His gaze then shifted to Jinbu, and he remarked, "I'm perfectly fine, Jinbu. It's just that old geezer is being really annoying. Regardless, I can't afford to let Vala down, nor can I stand by and see you get hurt. It'll take the full force of that old monkey's attack, so please continue to support me, okay?" Jinbu responded with a warm smile, wholeheartedly endorsing Baika's decision. She extended her hand, conjuring a set of water bracelets around Baika's wrists. She proceeded to provide an explanation, saying, "These bracelets will automatically generate water-based shields to block certain attacks. However, if the incoming power exceeds their capacity, they'll shatter and you'll sustain injuries. It's obvious that I'm not as powerful as Sun Wukong-san, so please be careful." "Roger," Biko exclaimed with enthusiasm as he executed a graceful twirl, wielding his Rui Jingu Bang with finesse. He squared up once more to face Sun Wukong. As Biko and Jinbu engaged in conversation, Sun Wukong's keen ears caught the essence of Baikus' words. A faint but unmistakable smile graced the legendary Monkey King's lips. He recognized this as a subtle sign of growth and maturity in his young descendant. For Biko had long held a reputation for his self-centered nature. Hearing these words from Biko, Sun Wukong couldn't help but swell with a hint of pride. "Ho ho, are you ready to take me on again?" Sun Wukong inquired, his tone carrying a playful undertone. Baikus' countenance displayed an air of confidence as he replied, "Oh, I've had a plan brewing all along. It just needed the right moment to activate." Without allowing his words to fully register with Sun Wukong, Biko swiftly closed the distance between them, his staff swinging towards Sun Wukong with impressive speed. Sun Wukong, though distracted by Baikus' words, managed to evade the incoming attack. Yet, it was a close call, and his momentary distraction didn't go unnoticed. Undeterred, he continued to sidestep Baikus' attacks with an air of playfulness. However, the subtle shifts in the young monkey Yukai's movements seemed to perplex the older monkey Yukai, leaving Sun Wukong in a state of mild confusion. A sudden creation of Baikus clones manifested, each wielding a staff of their own. They converged on Sun Wukong, mounting a simultaneous attack. However, the old Monkey King merely scoffed at Baikus' antics. With a swift Jiu-Jitsu technique, he conjured swirling wheels of wind, which he then unleashed upon the clones. In an instant, all of Baikus' duplicates were vanquished. As Sun Wukong turned his attention back to Biko, ready to deliver a reprimand, he was met with an unexpected sight. His descendant had vanished from sight, and before he could react, Biko reappeared, wielding an even larger staff. He swung it with tremendous force in Sun Wukong's direction. "Fufu, Biko, you certainly making this match a lot more fun for me," Sun Wukong exclaimed, a glint of amusement in his eyes. With a flourish, he pointed his staff toward Biko and bellowed, "Grow, Rui Jingu Bang." In response to his command, the staff elongated and hurtled toward Biko with remarkable speed. When the two colossal staffs collided, a seismic shockwave reverberated throughout the entire battlefield. Sun Wukong's surprise was palpable as he realized that Biko had matched his power, and neither of their weapons yielded an inch. Sporting an enormous grin, Biko taunted, "What's the matter, old geezer? Are you surprised by this?" Sun Wukong couldn't help but flash a mischievous smirk in Baikus' direction. With a quick gesture with his hand, a multitude of fiery, serpentine figures manifested beside Biko, and then they surged toward him. This quick usage of his jiu-jitsu served as a clever ploy to divert Baikus' attention. In the midst of the chaos, Baikus' concentration wavered, causing him to momentarily lose control of his strength. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong skillfully manipulated his trusty Rui Jingu Bang. It danced gracefully around Baikus' own Rui Jingu Bang, ultimately landing a solid blow on his side. The impact sent Biko hurtling through the air, accompanied by a pained grunt. Witnessing her owlie's plight, Jinbu directed her focus and unleashed a relentless onslaught of water-based attacks on Sun Wukong. Yet, despite her determined efforts to harm the old Monkey King, her attacks proved futile. Sun Wukong adeptly countered her attacks by creating a defensive magic circle, rendering her attempts to harm him ultimately in vain. Jinbu's brow furrowed in contemplation. She mused, "I need to use more of my powers. It's fine since it's the tournament. Even the gods are freely using theirs. Xuanwu-san, please lend me your strength." Her gaze shifted towards the small tortoise companion resting by her side, which responded with a nod of understanding. With a graceful leap, the tortoise positioned itself in front of Jinbu. In an instant, it emitted a brilliant radiance that bathed its surroundings. In a mesmerizing transformation, the modest tortoise expanded into a colossal, imposing black tortoise. A wave of astonishment washed over the announcer, who couldn't contain his excitement. In a voice filled with anticipation, he exclaimed, "There it is, one of the legendary sacred beasts, the black tortoise. Is player Jinbu finally taking this match seriously? The audience, too, buzzed with curiosity and intrigue at this unexpected turn of events. As Sun Wukong pivoted on his heels, his gaze fell upon the immense tortoise that loomed before him. An involuntary whistle of astonishment escaped his lips as he marveled at the creature's sheer size and majesty. He couldn't contain his amazement. I never imagined that today I'd find myself in a serious confrontation with one of the sacred beasts. This era truly holds remarkable surprises, he chuckled, a sense of anticipation tinging his words. The enormous tortoise, with its vast elemental power, conjured a multitude of water-based attacks, an impressive display of its prowess. These watery attacks encompassed a wide spectrum, targeting not only inanimate objects but also living beings, demonstrating its versatility. Then, with remarkable precision, it propelled this torrent of attacks in the direction of the old Monkey King, Sun Wukong. In response to this daunting challenge, Sun Wukong demonstrated his quick thinking and battle-hardened skills. He swiftly modified the size of his legendary weapon, the Rui Jingu Bang, making it more manageable for the impending clash. With an air of determination, he poised himself to intercept the incoming onslaught. As the attacks surged towards him, Sun Wukong's movements were a ballet of grace and power. With a single, fluid swing of his staff, he dismantled multiple attacks in one sweep, leaving no room for error. His mastery of the situation was evident as he seamlessly blended in elemental techniques, employing his jiu-jitsu to counter the relentless torrent of water-based attacks directed at him. Yet, what perplexed Sun Wukong most was the mysterious smile gracing Jinbu's face. The young girl remained rooted in her position, manipulating water to conjure attacks that supported Xuanwu, the black tortoise, in their assault. As Sun Wukong persistently destroyed the relentless torrent of water-based attacks, a peculiar sensation coursed through his body. He noted a subtle sluggishness creeping into his movements. However, he merely brushed it off, attributing it to the passage of time, a testament to the challenges of aging. Without further ado, he continued to skillfully parry and shatter each incoming attack. Suddenly, Biko re-entered the fray, swinging his staff with renewed vigor, compelling Sun Wukong to deftly sidestep the impending strike. Biko's grin remained firmly in place as he launched his audacious attacks, mirroring his earlier ferocity. But this time, something was amiss for Sun Wukong. He found himself wrestling with newfound difficulty, a development that left him profoundly bewildered. The once clear advantage now seemed to be slipping from his grasp, and the old Monkey King couldn't help but contemplate this perplexing turn of events. "Brat, what have you done?" Sun Wukong inquired with a mixture of curiosity and incredulity, his tone filled with a hint of suspicion. Biko's response was an impish grin, which only deepened the mystery. "I've been telling you, haven't I? I had a plan all along. I've dedicated myself to training in jiu-jitsu precisely for this moment." Biko's voice boomed with enthusiasm as he thrust his staff towards Sun Wukong, landing a perfectly precise hit on the old Monkey King's shoulder, leaving him taken aback. Sun Wukong, momentarily stunned by the blow, managed to regain his footing, but his body began to sway unsteadily. He glanced at his trembling hand in surprise and uttered a perplexed question. "What is this? Poison?" Biko descended in front of Sun Wukong, motioning for Jinbu and the black tortoise to cease their attacks. A mischievous grin played on his face as he explained, "Yes, it is indeed poison. I've dubbed it Anti-Sun Wukong Invisible Poison Mist. As the name suggests, it weakens its victims considerably through the manipulation of jiu-jitsu." He went on to recount a tale of his encounter with Kuroka, who had used a similar poison on him in the past. The experience had been remarkably effective, and it had sown the seeds of an idea in Biko's mind. "I thought, if we're related and I'm your descendant, then I should ask Kuroka to devise a poison that would work on you as well." I willingly became a guinea pig, enduring her torturous experiments until we discovered a poison that could affect you. It cost me a pretty penny, but it was worth every bit of it. Damn it, Biko exclaimed with a mix of determination and pride. Without warning, Biko charged at son Wukong once more, catching the old Monkey King by surprise. He executed a body slam that sent Sun Wukong hurtling through the air. To Sun Wukong's astonishment, as he turned around, he was met not by one, but by two other formidable figures, the first-generation Xiao Wujing and Zhu Beiji, adding an unexpected twist to the unfolding battle. A perplexed expression crossed Sun Wukong's face as he inquired, "What are the two of you doing here?" Xiao Wujing responded with a hint of wry amusement. "Well, it's pretty straightforward, really. Our descendants are out there, taking care of the business we've left behind, like kicking our old butts." Zhu Beiji chimed in with a reluctant admission. "As much as it pains me to say it, he's right. It's our own progeny who've got us backed into a corner." And then, in a surprising turn of events, something entirely unexpected unfolded, leaving everyone in attendance utterly astounded. One queen of Team Journey to the west retires. "The Lucifer brat beat Prince Neza?" Xiao Wujing exclaimed, his surprise evident in his voice. The astonishment hung in the air, a question mark etched on the faces of the others. Before anyone could formulate a response, a sudden shift in the environment disrupted their movements. The gravity, a once familiar constant, now weighed them down with a noticeable increase. All eyes were drawn upward, revealing Calantha Vordenberg and Lufei Pendragon, the wielders of gravity magic, who stood alongside a battered and bruised Vala Lucifer. Despite his injuries, Valley appeared determined and ready to engage in further combat. His outstretched hand beckoned a squadron of wyverns, which, under his command, initiated their half-dimension, amplifying the gravitational force around them. The situation grew increasingly precarious, and the first-generation Xiao Wujing voiced his concern, his urgency evident in his shout. "We might be in real trouble here." In that crucial moment, the three descendants, charged with determination, closed in on their elder counterparts. Biko, with a fiery spirit, shouted, "The older generation just needs to shut up and take a back seat. Leave this era and the future to us, you stupid older geezers." The rebuke in his words carried a mix of youthful exuberance and defiance, underscoring the generational dynamics at play. The current Xiao Wujing exhibited her extraordinary powers by conjuring a colossal water spear, suspending it menacingly above her. She held it at the ready, exuding an aura of impending might. Simultaneously, the current Zhu Beiji harnessed his abilities to craft a massive, blazing wheel that began to whirl with incredible speed just above him. Not to be outdone, Biko pointed his Rui Jingu Bang toward the impending fray and unleashed a commanding cry. "Grow, Rui Jingu Bang. Get them." His weapon obeyed, expanding to attack his elders. As Vala's team effectively corralled the remaining members of Team Journey to the west, unity took center stage. Valley himself orchestrated a powerful silvery white and jet black sphere, an imposing force of its own. Lu Fei and Calantha likewise contributed their powers, launching substantial elemental attacks towards the beleaguered opponents. Arthur, bearing his sword with sheer determination, swung it in a sweeping arc, birthing an immense holy slash that surged forth with a divine fervor. In the final flourish of aggression, Gog-Magog released a volley of missiles, further adding to the overwhelming assault. However, Fenrir, their queen, opted to remain on the sidelines, observing the relentless fusillade of attacks aimed at the remaining members of Sun Wukong's team. In his sagacious assessment, he deemed the combined onslaught sufficient to secure their victory. As the relentless barrage of attacks drew nearer to Sun Wukong and the few comrades who stood by his side, a recent memory suddenly flashed vividly in his mind. Just a couple of days before the upcoming match between Valley and Sun Wukong, Aaron gathered with several other leaders from the Alliance for a crucial meeting. What he unveiled in that moment took them all by surprise. "Are you serious?" Azazel inquired, his tone rife with incredulity. "Yeah," Aaron confirmed with resolve. Team DXD and I intend to confront the Phantasma and Eevee head-on. So, once we wrap things up with the Cow's order here, we'll venture into their universes. They'll be entrusting the protection of our world to the EXC, my shadow soldiers, and a multitude of Electa while we're away. Amidst the discussion, Sun Wukong, who had been quietly enjoying his pipe, interjected with a playful smirk. Hey, youngin', don't forget the older generation still has some fight left in us. I'm a part of DXD, after all. Aaron chuckled and gave a nod of acknowledgement. Certainly, old man. But why don't you consider retiring now? Let the newer generation shoulder the responsibilities that come with age. Anyway, I wanted to keep everyone in the loop about my future plans. With that, Aaron exited the room, followed closely by Velgrind, Latia, and Rossweiss. Sun Wukong, however, couldn't let the retirement suggestion slide without a response. Retire? I'll have you know, I've still got plenty of youth left in me. Azazel, sighing thoughtfully, scratched the back of his head. You know, it's not such a bad idea. We're not as active as we once were. Jean and DXD have taken center stage, inspiring the newer generation. Maybe it's time we took a step back. Step back, Surzex mused, his words echoing a shared sentiment among the venerable gods and leaders present. It seemed like they were all entering a phase of contemplation about their roles in the ever-evolving world around them. Looks like it's time to pass the torch to the younger generation. Sun Wukong mused, a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he closed his eyes, seemingly accepting the inevitable turn of events. As the onslaught of attacks launched by Valis' team closed in on them, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, its shockwave rippling through the entire realm. The remnants of lotuses, leaves, islands, and a substantial portion of the water beneath them were utterly obliterated. And then, in a momentous declaration, the outcome was decided. One bishop, one rook, and one king of Team Journey to the west retires. The winner of the game is Team White Dragon Emperor of the Morning Star. They've done it. They've defeated the legendary trio. The arena's announcer's voice resonated with ecstatic jubilation, while the stadium resounded with deafening cheers from the enthusiastic crowd. It was a historic victory that marked the changing of the guard and celebrated the triumph of the new generation over the legends of old. Aaron Toole's soliloquy the room I found myself in was suddenly engulfed in exuberant cheers, and the loudest of them all came from Lavinia and Valis' family. It was a heartwarming sight to witness their unrestrained joy, and I couldn't help but share in their pride. After all, they had just secured a resounding victory, which was reason enough to celebrate. Adding to the excitement was the fact that Valley had triumphed over Prince Neza in a brawl that mirrored my own with Serorg. As the prince's powers waned toward the end of their battle, it became evident that Valley had emerged as the superior combatant. Big Bro did it, Rasmus exclaimed as he jumped around, joined by Hela in their joyful celebration. Vakoin is in for a real ramen feast today, Lavinia chimed in, her laughter bubbling with anticipation of the treat that awaited. Cookie couldn't resist adding his own playful comment, remarking, looks like Ramen Dragon Sama just took down a Buddha, didn't he? He's going to be bragging about his for a long time. Amid the chatter and excitement, my gaze settled on Vivi. At the start of the event, she had been apprehensive, burying her face against my chest in an attempt to shield herself from the action. However, as time passed, her curiosity began to outweigh her initial fear. Slowly but surely, she turned her attention to the unfolding game, her grip on my hand and shirt remaining firm as she observed the unfolding spectacle. Among those who had found their place beside me were Lavinia and Aine. Initially, both had made earnest attempts to encourage Vivi, but they had quickly come to realize that it was best to let the girl navigate this on her own. However, at this very moment, Lavinia was wholly engrossed in celebrating Valis' triumphant victory, her excitement radiating as she tightly clutched my free hand. Meanwhile, Aine took on a gentler role, her hand tenderly caressing Vivi's head in a comforting manner. What do you think, Vivi? Rating games aren't scary, right? The goddess inquired warmly, leaning in close beside me. Her gaze fixed kindly upon Vivi, who returned her gaze with a silent, little nod of agreement. It was clear that the experience of the raiding games had left a positive impression on the young girl. In a spontaneous burst of enthusiasm, Aoife sprang to her feet and proclaimed, "All right, let's head out for a hearty lunch. We should invite the Ramen Dragon and his team too, since they were the ones that won." My gaze shifted from Lavinia to Lina and then settled on Vala's siblings and Ivar, all of whom readily agreed to this unexpected change of plans. It seemed that the entire assembly was on board with the idea. I couldn't help but imagine the restaurant's delight at the prospect of serving such a large group, and my wallet was bound to feel the pinch. As I pondered the logistics, Vivi tugged at my shirt, prompting me to look down at her. Her head tilted slightly, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. I leaned down her level and reassured her, saying, "We're going to have lunch with Valley and his team. We'll enjoy delicious food, okay?" Vivi responded with an eager nod. Turning to address the group, I suggested that they head to the entrance first. I wanted to escort Vivi there quietly, avoiding the commotion caused by the departing crowd after the conclusion of the game. Much to my astonishment, Lavinia, though clearly reluctant, decided to depart. The one who remained by my side, alongside little Vivi, was Ain. A sudden bout of restlessness overtook Vivi in my arms, prompting her to squirm and extend her tiny hand toward Ain. Without hesitation, I gently handed Vivi over to the goddess, who embraced her with the tenderness of a doting mother. This twist of events caught me off guard. Initially, Vivi had shown a strong attachment to the fated ones, Tiamat, Velgrind, and myself. Yet now, her affections had unmistakably shifted, centering on Ain. I couldn't help but wonder if Ain's powers held some sway over Vivi, or perhaps, even as a child, Vivi possessed a perceptive nature that guided her preferences. In any case, Ain radiated joy, her face illuminated by a warm smile. And this simple fact filled me with a profound sense of contentment. Ain skillfully used her magic to capture Vivi's attention, directing it away from her surroundings. With her free hand, she approached me, and I attempted to meet her gaze. However, she halted just before reaching me and bestowed a gentle kiss on my cheek. In a soft murmur, she expressed her gratitude with a simple, "Thank you," before turning her focus to Vivi. She drew the young one into a playful interaction, inquiring, "Shall we make our way with Papa, dear?" Vivi, her eyes shifting between me and Ain, displayed a faint hint of melancholy in her eyes. Eventually, though, she nodded in agreement, a gesture that evoked a quiet squeal of delight from Ain. This was a surprising moment for me. Vivi referred to me as Papa, a title I had not expected. I had assumed that both Vivi and Ain might still be resistant to the idea. Nevertheless, I recognized that this might be their way of healing from the scars of their past, even if Vivi remained unaware of it for the time being. As we made our gradual exit from the room, I gently encircled my arm around Ain's waist, drawing her and Vivi nearer to me. Not only did Ain not resist, but she also willingly pressed closer to me. It was one of those moments that filled me with a deep sense of warmth and belonging. In that instance, it was as if we had transformed into a bona fide family, and this stirred a multitude of emotions in my heart. Amidst the bustling scene unfolding around me, the term chaos seemed rather fitting. While it didn't quite reach the same level of pandemonium as my home usually did, it was undeniably close. We had just arrived at the restaurant we had reserved in Lucifad, and the atmosphere had shifted into a state of controlled tumult. Following a conversation between Lavinia and myself and the restaurant staff about the unusual circumstances, we collectively made the decision to secure the entire establishment exclusively for our use. Of course, this choice came with a small additional cost, but that was of no concern to me. After all, I possessed the ability to generate wealth seemingly out of thin air, although I exercise caution in using this power to avoid disrupting either the human or supernatural economy. That being said, it quickly became apparent that the restaurant staff was somewhat overwhelmed by the sudden change in plans. In response to their overwhelmed expressions, I offered a helping hand, which they graciously accepted. Yet, Their gratitude was tinged with a touch of consternation, as the guest who had come simply to dine had now unexpectedly shifted into a role of assisting the very staff whose service they had sought. Are you absolutely certain about sticking to ramen, Va? Maybe you should consider trying something different, Lina inquired, her maternal concern evident in her voice. Vala's biological mother was visibly troubled, witnessing her son indulging in his fifth serving of ramen. The last two bowls had been crafted by me, considering my recent involvement in the culinary process. Given my heightened hearing abilities, I overheard Lina's heartfelt concerns while I was in the kitchen. Valley shifted slightly in his seat, his voice carrying a hint of shyness as he replied, "WL, I suppose I could give other dishes a try, but you see, Aniki made this ramen, and I've grown accustomed to its taste. It happens to be one of my absolute favorites." His admission bore a touch of nostalgia, revealing the sentimental attachment he held for the dish prepared by a familiar hand. "Vakuin, you do love your big brother's ramen, don't you?" Lavinia playfully prodded Valley, a hint of mischief in her tone. "It seems like your husband, Rasmus, and Hella-chan enjoy it too." Tasty," Rasmus mumbled, and Hella nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Ivar briefly paused his meal, nodding in sync with his children. "I can see why Valley has a fondness for this. It's delicious, though I've always had a hankering for authentic traditional ramen, not just the store-bought kind," he admitted, a wistful note in his voice. Lina heaved a resigned sigh, acknowledging the possibility that her family might become quite enamored with ramen in the future. Once I had finished preparing another platter of food, I brought it to their lively table, ensuring there was enough for the boisterous family, especially Valley. "Here you go, and I've added a variety of dishes for you to try. Valley, just as your mom suggested," I informed him, a light chuckle escaping me. Valley offered a mumbled response, then hesitantly sampled one of the new dishes. His expression underwent a swift transformation, and he nearly devoured it all in one go. "See, I tried telling you that the other dishes are equally delightful. Come on," Lina chimed in, her hand affectionately patting Vala's head, causing the young Lucifer to blush modestly at the attention. Shifting my focus to a different table, I made my way over and distributed the remaining plates. This assembly was, to put it mildly, a peculiar gathering. Among the occupants, I recognized Mom, Vivi, Aoife, Cindy, Arthur Pendragon, Lufay, Ain, and Azathoth. With a genial smile, I placed the plates before them and said, "Here you go. Enjoy your meal." My gaze drifted to Vivi, who rested contentedly in Mom's embrace. Beside her, Aoife and Ain doted on the little girl. I inquired, "Is she enjoying the food so far? I'll finish my tasks shortly and rejoin you all." Aoife responded cheerfully, "Yes, little Vivi is savoring the tasty dishes you and the kitchen staff have made. I think she has developed a particular fondness for the vareniki, as she's been mostly enjoying them." She extended another vareniki to Vivi, who accepted it with evident delight. Vareniki, I noted, were boiled dumplings filled with a variety of delectable fillings, such as potato, cheese, and others. Despite the peculiar nature of our ingredients, these delicacies essentially resembled the traditional vareniki known in the human world, thus preserving the essence of this beloved dish. While everyone else around the table reveled in the meal and shared mirth, Arthur's demeanor stood in stark contrast, a deep frown etched upon his face as he took each bite. This did not go unnoticed by Lu Fei, who felt a ripple of unease herself. Curiosity and concern tugged at my thoughts, and I couldn't help but address Arthur, my question laden with care. "Is there something the matter, Arthur?" The inquiry slipped from my lips, and his surprised gaze turned toward me, drawing the attention of those seated around us. His response was a thoughtful one, a mixture of gratitude and reservation. "Oh no, it's nothing, Jean. The meal is truly delightful, and I appreciate your generosity. I just have some matters to attend to once this is over." His words, while seemingly reassuring, carried an undertone of complexity, leaving an air of intrigue hanging over the table. I chose not to push the matter any further, and the rest of us followed suit, our collective attention fixed on the present moment. Nevertheless, even from that brief interaction. A collective realization began to take shape among us, a subtle awareness that something significant loomed on the horizon. Over the course of the following few hours, we thoroughly enjoyed our time at the restaurant. It was a lively atmosphere, and though a few individuals got a bit unruly, I made sure to promptly repair any unintended damages caused during the occasional chaotic outbursts. Thankfully, the owners didn't seem particularly distressed by these minor disruptions. In fact, one of them expressed contentment, sharing that he was genuinely pleased that his establishment was receiving increased attention, given the presence of numerous notable figures. As our time there drew to a close, a sudden and potent tremor rocked the surroundings, accompanied by a cacophony of terrified voices in the distance. Responding swiftly, I dashed outside, driven by an instinct to protect Lucifad and the community of devils under our care. In a matter of moments, I had raised a protective barrier, shielding them from whatever peril loomed outside. It was in this intense moment of uncertainty that Draig, the dragon residing within me, voiced his astonishment, a note of surprise permeating his thoughts. What the hell? Is that me? Others had gathered alongside us, their expressions mirroring our shared sense of astonishment. Draig's voice reverberated with a hint of ferocity as he continued, "Motherfucker, let me out. They'll put an end to that asshole." Draig had previously shared his apprehensions concerning the future events that were going to unfold. Given the significant alterations I had made to the course of events, there is uncertainty regarding the appearance of fake Draig and fake Albion. However, it was undeniably the former that had manifested before us. Yet, Draig detected a distinct and unsettling difference in this fake. Beside me, Rias chimed in with her assessment, her voice steady despite the situation. "Is that a clone of Draig? The cow's order must be behind this," she mused, her words tinged with a sense of foreboding. I gazed upward at the imposing figure of the fake Draig and began to elucidate the origins of its construction. You see, the body and its various components are actually crafted from the leftover remains of those evil dragons that they were mass-producing. It's rather intriguing because the level of power it possesses carries a certain resonance with the original power of Draig and Albion. However, what sets them apart is the absence of their distinctive abilities like Boost, Transfer, and Barato, I explained, striving to offer some clarity on the matter. I paused for a moment, allowing the weight of this revelation to sink in before continuing. Moreover, it's crucial to note that what we're facing here is not the real deal. It's a clone's clone, essentially a sort of experimental trial based on a previous experiment. They're dipping their toes into uncharted waters with this creation, I added, my gaze still fixed on the enigmatic fake Draig. This insight shed light on the intricate nature of the adversary before us and the motivations driving its creation. "So, you're suggesting that we can take it down?" Valley inquired, his face lighting up with a mischievous grin, looking in my direction for a response. Understanding his intent all too well, I heaved a resigned sigh and gently shook my head. "Save back your energy, Valley. Engaging in a battle with that thing would likely amount to little more than a futile endeavor. A waste of our precious time," I cautioned Valley, my words carrying a tone of practicality. Just as I extended my hand toward the fake Draig, a sudden, unexpected occurrence unfolded. Large, corroded nails abruptly shot forth, hurtling towards my friends and me with alarming speed. Without hesitation, I expanded my infinity to envelop our entire group, acting as a protective barrier. The rusty projectiles met their match as they struck the invisible shield, instantly disintegrating upon contact. Then, a mysterious voice resounded in our ears, its presence disembodied. Oh well, it would have been quite entertaining to toy with a middleman, or perhaps even a descendant of Lucifer. But I suppose I didn't quite succeed this time. Farewell, it dawned upon me that this presence was not physically present here, but had executed a distant maneuver. They had created a magical portal or circle from their remote location, launching an attack that had materialized in our vicinity. A quick glance toward Lu Fei revealed a glimmer of recognition in her expression. It was unmistakably her. The puzzle was beginning to come together. A heavy sigh escaped my lips, and I couldn't help but murmur, "So it's beginning, isn't it?" I shifted my gaze back to the expansive sky above, my fingers finally curling into a determined fist. In that decisive moment, I shattered the illusory form of the fake Draic, extinguishing it in a dazzling display of power. As the last remnants of that spectral dragon vanished, I directed my attention to the surroundings. Noticing the minor damage that had been inflicted upon the nearby structures during the brief encounter, I felt compelled to repair them. With a touch of my magic, I mended the damaged buildings, restoring them to their former glory. Following this impromptu attack, we came to a unanimous decision. It was time to convene a small meeting with the Satans in the underworld. A critical discussion lay ahead, and it was essential to ensure that we were all on the same page. So, we're dealing with a fake Draic. Huh. And the one responsible for the attack on Lucifad was a copy of a copy, which is pretty odd. Now, the pressing question is, who's the strongest among the three? The real Draic, the clone, or the clone's clone? Azazel inquired, having promptly joined us in the underworld upon Raynar's summons. Our gathering took place in the Four Great Satans conference chamber, a space meticulously prepared for such discussions. To facilitate our conversation with the other leaders of the Alliance, we had established several magic circles linking us to them. This arrangement was a necessity, given the abrupt nature of this meeting. With a thoughtful tone, I responded, "Without a doubt, it's my partner. The clone and its clone are both lacking in comparison, though it does sound somewhat strange to label a dragon equivalent to the original heavenly dragon as weak. However, it's crucial to note that they possess solely raw power and are durable. They lack the unique abilities that Draic and Albion possess." I offered this explanation to clarify the distinction and emphasize Draic's superiority. Lu Feiquan, Surzex asked with a thoughtful expression, "It appears you might have some knowledge about the individual responsible for that nail attack on your group. Would you be willing to share what you know?" Lu Fei responded with a nod of agreement, her gaze focused on Surzex. "Certainly," she began. "Meredith Ordenton is a magician, born from a union of a member of the British royal family and his commoner lover. Our paths crossed during my time as part of the magicians' organization known as the Golden Dawn. While we didn't visually identify the assailant, her distinctive voice is etched in my memory. We spent time together, engaged in the study of magic after all." Sarah Fall turned her attention toward me, her demeanor exuding a sense of professionalism as she addressed me with a question. Dressed in her customary attire, she had Yevlunia by her side, who was assigned to accompany Sarah Fall during this important phase. I began to explain the details as best as I could. Of course, there was a degree of uncertainty, as plans could shift at the last minute, but I did my best to outline what we could anticipate. The challenges we were preparing to face were numerous and formidable. We were bracing ourselves to confront not only Hades himself, but also his remaining army, Ingramenu, Akamana, who is currently possessing Meredith, Zervn, Veu, Wind, Tvarshtar, Space, and Tar, Fire, Ahura Mazd, the remaining Wizards of Oz, Malsumis, the Spirit God of Chaos, as well as impostors like Fake Draic, Fake Albion, Azidakatu, Verine, and Balberith, among a few others. The scope of this impending conflict was vast, spanning the entire Earth. Nevertheless, I, along with a select group, were designated to travel to the United Kingdom for a direct confrontation with Hades. The remaining team members were entrusted with the task of tackling the other enemies. It promised to be an arduous and protracted endeavor, but our goal was to put an end to the chaos order within our universe once and for all. Following this, we would turn our attention to the Phantasm and Evie Itold universes, along with Fader Fedora. Eventually, I had to address Mitsuya and Shizuka's alternate timeline, seeking resolution and closure, and finally, I will go to the Central World with Velgrind and a few others. After I finished explaining, a heavy silence settled over the room. The magnitude of our task weighed on everyone's minds. We were faced with the formidable challenge of taking down numerous enemies, each linked to the cow's order. Surprisingly, among those present, a sense of relief was discernible in many faces. They realized that our collective efforts aimed to bring an end to the cow's order's reign in our universe. However, I emphasized that this wouldn't mark their ultimate demise. We couldn't forget that the Eevee and Phantasm factions were still intertwined with the cow's order, which meant that Team DXD had the responsibility of defeating them as well. It was a complex and multifaceted battle we were entering, with the fate of our universe hanging in the balance. Nevertheless, there were certain details I chose to omit during our discussion. Topics like the Central World and the matter involving Mitsuya and Shizuka, which I suspected Ajuka might have his own insights about. Our conversation continued for a few additional minutes as we delved into the logistics of the plan. We considered issues such as the placement of the human population, addressing the damage to our world, and many other aspects. Ultimately, we arrived at a resolution that involved crafting a complete duplicate of Earth. I would take on the responsibility of transporting everyone to this replica, which included not only our group, but also the various factions affiliated with the Cow's Order. The rationale behind this decision was that the leaders believed that my previous practice of continuously forcing humans to sleep and relocating them to different dimensions wouldn't serve their long-term benefit. I found no objections to this approach and readily consented to it. The impromptu meeting had finally drawn to a close, and most folks began to disperse. Many of them made their way back to the comfort of their homes. My mother, accompanied by a few others, including Vivi, headed homeward as well. For my part, I chose to linger behind, for experience had taught me that there were often people seeking my counsel or companionship. As I wandered through the peaceful surroundings of the garden just outside the building, a faint inkling tugged at the edges of my awareness. I hadn't anticipated anyone following me after the meeting, so I turned around, intrigued by the presence of the visitor. "Is there something on your mind, Momo?" I inquired. Momo, Sona's trusted bishop and one of my cherished lovers, had indeed trailed me out into the garden. She had maintained a respectable distance, choosing not to approach me directly. A sense of surprise overtook me, but I welcomed her with a warm smile as she eventually joined me. Her gaze darted around us, as if checking for any unwanted eavesdroppers, and she hesitated for a moment before responding. No, it's nothing," she stammered. "I just wanted to spend time with you. We've been apart quite a bit lately, and with this upcoming mission," I nodded understandingly, recognizing the concern that weighed on her. "You're worried about your parents, aren't you? Rest assured, I've learned from past mistakes. We'll ensure their well-being during the mission, and as we journey to the Phantasma and Eevee Atoll, I assured her, my tone reassuring and filled with genuine care. Momo hesitated for a moment, her gratitude evident as she began to voice her thoughts. "Thank you, but I wanted to discuss something with you, given that I've spoken to my parents recently," she expressed. I nodded in understanding, signaling her to continue. However, her cheeks took on a noticeable shade of crimson as she stammered. Would you consider meeting them before we go to the Phantasma?" Meeting her parents? It was an unexpected proposition, but I reflected on the fact that I had already met Kanami, Natsum, and Shigen's families. So, I saw no reason to decline. "Of course, Momo. But just to clarify, your mom is aware of the supernatural, right? I recall you mentioning that your dad was in the know due to his association with a Citri-affiliated business in the human world," I inquired, seeking assurance. Momo affirmed with a nod. While we continued to traverse our surroundings, our hands were intertwined. Momo's grip on my hand conveyed a sense of security and affection. Well, I only discovered the truth earlier this year. Before the tournament began gaining momentum, I decided to confide in her. But as of now, only my parents are privy to this knowledge. The rest remain in the dark, she disclosed. Just as I was about to voice my thoughts, a distinct sensation brushed against my senses, alerting me to the presence of two people standing behind us. I pivoted to face them, addressing them with an inquiry. "Ajuka, Milianis, how can I help you?" Momo, recognizing them, offered a respectful bow to the two devils. Ajuka, wearing a composed demeanor, expressed his intent. "I would like to have a conversation with you, Jin-kun. Momo Hanakai. Your presence is also welcome. Please accompany us." Without hesitation, Momo and I readily accepted the invitation, recognizing that this discussion held significance. I had a sense of what lay ahead, and without any hesitation, I willingly joined Ajuka and Miliani's. The anticipation of our meeting with Ajuka left me intrigued, as I had an inkling that his words would be more than just your typical conversation. Chapter 15, Part 2, To the United Kingdom. Aaron Toole's soliloquy upon entering a relatively compact chamber. Ajuka executed a simple snap of his fingers, conjuring a set of cups brimming with fragrant tea for our small gathering. I took a seat on a designated couch, and to my side, Momo settled in, her demeanor carrying a hint of apprehension, despite her already impressive power. After taking a sip from my tea, I inquire, "So, what's on your mind?" Ajuka initiated the conversation, stating, "I've got two topics to discuss. Firstly, the situation concerning Mitsuya and Shizuka, and secondly, our impending rendezvous regarding the Moon City." I responded with a nod, signaling my readiness to listen. Although our meeting on the moon still lay ahead, I held a sense of anticipation about what Ajuka had to convey. "Let's kick things off with Crosstime's kiss," Ajuka continued. "Frankly, I don't possess an extensive understanding of them. However, the documents and notes I've received, they originated from me in that particular timeline. It appears that my other self in that era anticipated the possibility of this organization attempting contact with a different timeline in the future, so he left behind some insightful notes. To put it simply, they're the last remaining defenders of their own universe's Eevee Atolled. The spirits from Atolled and Team DXD are all deceased, along with an individual named Haruhi Sei, who held the title of their Red Dragon Emperor. To be honest, I was already aware of the information Ajuka was sharing with me. However, the tidbit about the Ajuka from the alternate timeline passing notes to the Ajuka in my presence was news to me. Despite my awareness, I chose to keep this particular detail to myself. They possess technology that serves a dual purpose. It can function as a conduit for other sacred gears, enabling different individuals to wield them. Alternatively, it grants them the ability to extract these sacred gears from their wielders without killing them during the process. The origin of this knowledge, whether it was obtained from Grigori or myself, is not clarified in the notes, Ajuka explained, but it appears that Mitsuya is opting for the latter method. On that note, I've had interactions with both of them. They claim to be collaborating with you. Is that true? I nodded in affirmation. Yes, that's correct. Shizuka Karino reached out to me recently, and they did indeed provide valuable assistance during the previous attack. They played a pivotal role in taking down one of the Malbranche and aiding Antares in Mexico. However, they'll be honest, I had an earlier encounter with them. I may have employed a certain spell to exert a subtle influence on them. Ajuka didn't delve further into the matter, opting to shift the conversation. Their organization isn't particularly large, but it has come to my attention that a few gods might have survived, although they're keeping a low profile. They've devised a way to remain concealed from the Eevee. That being said, they're still facing overwhelming odds. What I'm wondering, Jean, is whether you might have a solution for this situation. Will you extend your help to them as well? Ajuka posed the question, seeking my perspective on the matter. When I've completed dealing with the Phantasma and our own Eevee, I began, my voice laced with purpose. My plan is to go to their timeline and execute a speedy resolution in eliminating their Eevee. Subsequently, I intend to restore everything and resurrect everyone in that specific timeline. It's crucial because Mitsuya and Shizuka don't naturally belong in our reality. Given my position as the ruler of the Omniverse, I have a responsibility to ensure that alternate individuals don't linger in a separate timeline, unless there are truly unique circumstances at play. I wish I could divulge more, but their presence here is also causing unforeseen alterations. I shared this insight with Ajuka and Miliani's, who both nodded, grasping the significance of the situation. While I don't actively intervene in those places, certain locations within the world and the supernatural realm have been affected by Shizuka and Mitsuya's actions, or even just their mere existence. Naturally, I possess the power to rectify these disturbances, and I have already done so. However, should more members of their team or organization arrive, it would, to be frank, become an increasingly annoying situation. Hence, my desire to send them back to their native timeline. I aim to undo the harm that the EV has done there as well. There's been an unnecessary loss of life, and it serves as a token of gratitude to them for their assistance. After all, both Shizuka and Mitsuya are accompanying us on our journey to the Phantasm and Eevee. I believe it would be a therapeutic experience for them, a chance to annihilate this particular version of the Eevee. Subsequently, we will return to their own timeline to face them once more. The timing of this endeavor, whether it precedes my journey to the central world or follows it, remains uncertain at this juncture. I do have a few more questions, but for now, that will suffice. Thank you. Now, on to the Moon City discussion, he stated with a determined gaze, addressing me seriously. You mentioned that you'll be leaving some of your Electa here, correct? If so, I'd like to request their assistance in initiating the construction of the city, Gene. While you and DXD are occupied in both universes, we aim to commence construction and potentially complete it within the span of a year or two. The process might expedite with aid from your subordinates. Ajuka elaborated. Miliani's chimed in. We haven't yet disclosed this plan to the other leaders, but Serafal, Surzex, and Falbium are already privy to it. We intend to convene for a discussion soon. What are your thoughts on this proposal? So, the initiation of the Moon City's construction. Huh? Well, my plan entails leaving Antares and Lian here, alongside the Giobi and the Guardians, which should ensure relative safety. However, should any form of disruption arise, I can always halt the Omniverse time and intervene, but that's a contingency I'm prepared for. With a raised eyebrow, I inquired further, do you have the blueprint for this city? In response, Ajuka nodded, conjuring a magical circle before all of us. As it activated, a mesmerizing 3D holographic image emerged, showcasing the vision for the city. The city will be a singular entity, occupying the entirety of the moon's surface and underground. I believe that crafting multiple cities or towns would prove to be superfluous, so I prefer to consolidate it into one vast metropolis. What are your thoughts on this? Ajuka inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Naturally, when we venture to other planets, we can adapt the approach, but for the moon, I deem simplicity to be the key. I extended my hand, manipulating the 3D hologram with a series of thoughtful movements, all the while posing a couple of questions. After a brief exchange, my curiosity led me to inquire further. What are your plans for the underground portion? Ajuka acknowledged my question with a nod and proceeded to provide some initial insights. However, he made it clear that a fully detailed plan was yet to be finalized due to the sudden nature of this meeting. I contemplated his explanation and concluded that time constraints aside, moving forward with this project was a wise decision. Ajuka's tone grew somewhat uncertain as he broached another topic, his expression tinged with concern. Also, he began, what are your thoughts on the idea of unveiling our existence before the tournament's finals? I believe it would be beneficial for humans to witness the last 2 games of the World Tournament, the finals, and your exhibition match against the victor. His proposal held potential ramifications, and I contemplated the implications of this decision. Momo's voice nearly rang out, surprising both Ajuka and Miliani's, who gave her encouraging nods, urging her to continue. Aaron has confided in us about his intentions. You see, she began hesitantly. He's considering revealing that he was behind the incidents involving the missing people. But, is this really the right time for that? It might cause a lot of people to despise him, which could decrease viewership for the tournament on the human side if we reveal ourselves. Ajuka acknowledged her concerns with a solemn nod. I understand your reservations. However, he continued, I've been contemplating this, Gene. Is it truly wise to go ahead with this revelation? While your existence might have triggered a series of events, It's essential to recognize that you aren't to blame for Lapis' actions. To be blunt, she was unhinged, and let's not forget the Nyarlathotep outer god. They no longer exist, so there's no need to carry their burden. Before I could respond, Ajuka motioned for me to pause, raising his hand. I understand your desire to be honest with many people, but divulging the complete truth could have detrimental consequences for a lot of individuals. I propose a different approach. Share the details about Lapis and Nyarlathotep, painting them as the villains in this tale, and move forward. It might lead to a smoother path for everyone involved, don't you think? He suggested. It's not just about hating you, Jean. Miliani's began with a thoughtful tone. From what I've gathered, you're known for your honesty and sincerity. However, that very nature of yours, while commendable, should also guide you towards making wise decisions. Consider this: if you were to reveal that you were responsible for the 2 billion humans disappearing, wouldn't it bring harm to your close friends, family, and loved ones? Seraphal mentioned your expanding family, didn't she? Adding little Vivi-chan to that equation. Do you think it's wise to expose her to such hate and animosity? I hadn't really thought of it in that light. I perceived it as everyone directing their animosity solely at me and no one else. Yet, I couldn't ignore the validity in Miliani's words. Revealing the truth would undoubtedly affect those closest to me, particularly if humans discover my harem. The thought of malicious individuals targeting them, especially Vivi, sent a surge of anger through me. With a measured and earnest smile, Miliani's continued, "Your reaction speaks volumes, Jean. It's clear you don't desire such consequences. Please consider what we're saying. We're not imposing our will on you, but we hope you understand the implications." Surveying my surroundings, I realized that my emotions had unconsciously manifested in the physical world. Some destruction had occurred, and my aura had been inadvertently released. My phone buzzed incessantly, a sure sign that the girls were bombarding me with messages due to the commotion. I sighed and finally conceded. They'll give it some thought, but it seems unlikely that it'll take that path. Thank you for your insight. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss? If not, I'm in favor of proceeding with the construction of the moon base. Ajuka responded with a simple, "No, that's all for now. Thank you." I acknowledged his words with a nod, rising from my seat. Momo joined me, her hand finding mine as we exited the room. An oppressive silence lingered between us as I couldn't help but release a heavy sigh. How had I not considered that option earlier? I berated myself for this oversight, feeling rather foolish. Nevertheless, the decision was made, and despite the guilt that would inevitably follow, it seemed like the right course of action. Nyarlathotep and Lapis would unwittingly serve as my scapegoats, safeguarding my family, friends, and loved ones. "Let's head back, Momo," I suggested, breaking the silence. In response, she offered a wordless nod and clung to my hand even tighter as we made our way homeward. The path forward might be fraught with challenges, but the safety and well-being of those close to me remained my top priority. Several hours had elapsed since the pivotal meeting with Ajuka and Miliani's. In the quiet confines of my office, I found myself pondering the events of that gathering, turning over their words in my mind. A few hours ago, everyone had been relentlessly inquisitive about the sudden flare of my aura during the meeting. I tried to pacify their concerns by attributing it to a minor lapse in control, but it was evident that my reassurances did little to quell their apprehensions. In the midst of this contemplation, my mother's voice rang out melodiously from the same room, where she played with Vivi on the couch. With everyone else busying themselves in preparation for the impending operation, the sight of Mom and Vivi's joyful interaction granted me a momentary sense of solace. As I continued to mull over the proposition put forth by Miliani's and Ajuka, I felt increasingly inclined to follow their suggestion, recognizing its potential for greater benefits. Moreover, the mere thought of my mother and Vivi's radiant smiles fading away filled me with a deep sense of indignation. Noticing my gaze upon them, my mother approached with Vivi in her arms. As they reached my side, Vivi extended her tiny hand toward me, and Mom gently transferred her into my waiting embrace. The warmth of their presence reassured me, fortifying my determination to make choices that would secure their happiness and well-being. A warm smile graced my mother's face, and she gently inquired, "Is there something on your mind, Aaron?" I paused for a moment, reflecting on my feelings. Then I responded, "No, not anymore at least. After witnessing both of you together like that, I've made up my mind." My mother's brow furrowed with confusion as she tilted her head inquisitively. "Made up your mind?" I rose from my seat and approached my mom, positioning Vivi between us. Her infectious giggles filled the room as she enjoyed the playful moment. Mom extended her arms to cradle Vivi, and I brought them closer to me, a profound sense of concern etched on my face. In a gentle, yet resolute tone, I expressed my deepest fears and desires. "Mom, can you stay here? The Phantasma and Evie are dangerous places to go into, and I don't wish to expose Vivi to such dangers. I'd like you and Cindy to remain here, along with a select few others," I explained, my voice carrying a note of earnestness. Mom, clearly concerned and determined to assert her strength, started to voice her objections. However, I quickly intervened, needing her to understand my perspective. "I know you powerful, Mom, but I need someone I can wholeheartedly trust to watch over Vivi. My greatest wish is to return to both of you safe and sound. Can you please do this for us?" My plea was filled with love and an underlying sense of responsibility, and I hoped she would see the wisdom in my request. My mother found herself dumbstruck, her wide eyes fixed upon me in sheer astonishment. As I gazed back at her, I couldn't help but acknowledge that some of my recent actions may have left her with conflicting emotions. Perhaps it was a bit manipulative on my part, but my intentions were rooted in a desire to shield her from the harrowing experiences that awaited her in that place. The horrors she would undoubtedly witness were simply too much for her, and I couldn't bear the thought of her enduring them. Furthermore, there was the matter of Vivi, and the prospect of her being left alone when Tiamat, along with the others in my home, would be embarking on the same journey. Leaving Vivi in the care of a stranger felt like an unsettling prospect to me. Drawing nearer to my mother, I pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Softly, I reiterated my plea, "Please." It was clear from her response that my affectionate gesture had left her flushed and flustered. Her cheeks painted a deep shade of red. Her emotions were vividly etched on her face, and it was evident that my request had affected her deeply. Fine. Geez, don't tease me like that," she stammered, attempting to reprimand me, but not quite succeeding. "Papa, Mama," Vivi murmured with a tinge of sadness in her voice. "Don't fight." Her eyes welled up with a hint of tears, and it seemed that she had misinterpreted our interactions, interpreting them as something close to fighting. Unexpectedly, Vivi referred to me as Papa and my mom as Mama. It took me somewhat by surprise, but I didn't really mind. In all but name, she was my daughter, and her words carried a special significance. The intricacies of the mother aspect were a separate matter altogether. "We're not having a fight, sweetheart," my mom comforted Vivi, her cheeks flushing once more. "Daddy's just discussing some work-related stuff, and, well, we had a tiny disagreement, didn't we?" She turned to me, a warm smile gracing her lips. I nodded, confirming, "Yeah, just a little disagreement." Mulling over the situation any further would only lead to a headache, so I opted to let it rest for now. I joined my mom and Vivi on the couch, eager to engage in some playful interaction with my little one. Interestingly, Mom seemed to exhibit a touch more affection toward me after our brief exchange, adding an extra layer of warmth to the atmosphere. A couple of days had drifted by, and our journey led us to the United Kingdom. When I mentioned we, it referred to my group's specific destination, London, where we had a rendezvous with certain individuals. In the meantime, the remaining members of DXD and EXE embarked on their own distinct paths, scattering across various countries. Their mission: prepare, establish connections with the local supernatural entities, and confer with their leaders in readiness for what lay ahead. Within my group, I had a formidable assembly of allies. The likes of the renowned Fated Ones, Aoife, Azathoth, the Slash Dog Team, and Chow Chow's team composed our ranks. They were a formidable force, well-suited to confront the challenges that awaited us in London. Yet, our strength didn't stop there. I could also depend on the might of Draig, Albion, Apophis, and Comptoir, ensuring that we were well prepared to face whatever trials lay before us. I wonder how much longer we'll have to hang around in this place. Irina mused, her voice laced with a hint of impatience. Earlier, we had performed a teleportation spell, landing in a room cloaked in almost complete darkness. No light barrado this chamber, and we were instructed to await further instructions, a task we had faithfully carried out for a relatively brief 2 minutes. Aoife, ever practical, offered a suggestion. "Can't you use your powers to see in the dark?" She inquired of Irina, her curiosity evident. An aha moment seized Irina, and she promptly acted upon it. "Ah, you're absolutely right," she exclaimed before delving into her angelic abilities. As her eyes adjusted to the dimness, her initial excitement faded into something quite the opposite. "I'm starting to regret it now," she confessed, her voice tinged with discomfort. "It feels like we're in some sort of basement or cellar. It's pretty damp and musty down here." Disgust was palpable in her tone as she observed our gloomy surroundings. The serene moment was short-lived, interrupted by the creak of the door swinging open. In walked a man clad in a sleek, professional black suit, gripping a luminous ball. He extended a cordial greeting. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I represent the Secret Intelligence Service. Please follow me." Without hesitation, we obeyed and trailed behind him, departing from our previous location. While on our way, Irina couldn't help but voice her curiosity, asking, "Where are we headed? Also, what was that place we were in? It was so damp, soggy, and gross." The man let out a hearty chuckle, followed by an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry," he began. "We were under a tight schedule and in a bit of a rush when we selected that room, prompted by the sudden change in location as per Altaria's message. You see, we're M16 agents, and we're currently stationed in an underground mansion on the outskirts of London. It's one of our covert operations centers." He continued to explain, "Originally, we were informed of a different meeting location, but when we received a message from the Angel Altaria indicating the change, our priority was to ensure that your arrival remained discreet. Hence, we opted for the rather small and somewhat damp room." Kanami chimed in with an observation. "So, it seems the human side is willing to cooperate. It's quite unexpected." A sense of seriousness crossed the man's face as he responded, "Indeed. After the war that transpired last year, we recognized the need for better preparation, much like many governments worldwide. We requested supernatural leaders to keep us informed about any global conflicts or significant operations." Aoife, with a keen eye, narrowed her gaze and posed a pointed question. "Hey, aren't you Magnum Rose? The one who wields the new Longinus unknown dictator and was formerly part of Team Phoenix?" The man, now identified as Magnum Rose, nodded in confirmation. "Yes, you're absolutely right, Miss Transcendent Flash. That's me. I'm somewhat surprised that you recognized me." Magnum Rose, an M16 agent, possesses the new Longinus, the unknown dictator or imperial child of Machine World. This Longinus blurs the line between magic and technology, often described as Magitech due to its unique nature. Unknown Dictator, the core of this exceptional sacred gear, grants the wielder the extraordinary ability to manipulate iron. Among its many talents, it excels at controlling and crafting electronic devices and modern mechanical equipment. Its true potential remains shrouded in mystery, but it has demonstrated its ability to govern and influence mechanical systems on a town-wide scale. In my opinion, what sets Unknown Dictator apart is its propensity to evolve alongside technology. In other words, it grows and adapts in harmony with human progress and societal advancements. In my view, this Longinus perfectly embodies the boundless potential of humanity. Its versatility is nothing short of extraordinary. It can interface with mana reactors, harness the power of mana accumulating and firing satellites, utilize nanomachines, enhance smart devices, Nanoha, and even employ CAD, magic irregulars, to facilitate human magic. It's akin to having the ability to create and control magi tech seamlessly. Even the concept of evil pieces can be seen as a form of magi tech, illustrating the breadth and depth of unknown dictator-esque capabilities. With that thought in mind, I decided to share my perspective. It's worth noting that only a handful of countries around the world harbored supernatural groups integrated within their governments. However, post-war, this landscape began to shift. More and more nations started fostering such organizations, driven by the need to be adequately prepared for any scenario remotely resembling the events of the past. And that's exactly what our next operation resembles, a scenario akin to those times. Take the CIA, for instance. They already had their own dedicated branch before the war even unfolded. Kanami couldn't contain her excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, it feels like we're right in the middle of a Hollywood movie." Forming an alliance with the CIA and MI6. It's pretty exciting, isn't it? Magnum Rose let out a chuckle in response. It's actually the opposite. Your group's existence is more like something out of Hollywood or a fantasy story compared to us. If you ever decide to reveal yourselves to humans in the future, they'd be more fascinated by uncovering the mysteries of the supernatural world than by organizations like the CIA, MI6, or any other secret government agency. He pointed out the intrigue and allure of their world, emphasizing its potential impact on humanity. Before you get the chance to ask, I interjected, "I want you to know that we do plan to reveal ourselves eventually. However, the exact timing of that reveal is something I want to disclose right now. Maybe after we've sorted out this whole mess, but for the time being, let's keep our focus on the task at hand." That being said, could you fill us in on how things are with the Pendragon family and other key figures here in England? I inquired. Magnum Rose's expression darkened, and he began to convey the disconcerting news. The members of the Pendragon family have already come under the influence of Meredith Ordenton's sacred gear. They're being targeted by her and her formidable abilities. We've relocated them to a place beyond her reach. Fusie's voice carried a note of sorrow as she murmured, "The grip of the Alfeca tyrant wielder, Meredith Ordenton, has indeed reached the Pendragon household." Magnum Rose added, "Indeed, but one of the Electa from the Middleman faction came to our aid and helped evacuate those who hadn't been ensnared. They're safe now." Natsum raised an important concern, causing all of us to pause. "Wait a moment," she interjected, her words hanging in the air. "Do you have any proof that you haven't fallen under her control? Many of you are sacred gear possessors, right?" It was a legitimate question, and all eyes turned to Magnum Rose. In response, he shifted his gaze toward me, causing me to let out a resigned sigh. I shook my head and clarified, "No, he's unaffected. Only 2 members in their ranks were influenced, but they were swiftly freed from her control, thanks to Ryuna, who is with us. She and another group are awaiting our arrival. So let's continue." Swiftly, we made our way outdoors and boarded vehicles that were waiting for us. These cars transported us to a distinct section of London. While traversing the bustling streets of London, the city's charm captivated those among us who had never set foot here before. It was a place of intrigue and allure, drawing their attention in various ways. Amidst the unfolding sights and sounds, Aoife's touch suddenly found my hand, and she inquired, "I heard from Royson that during your 5th year in secondary school, you visited London for a day for a specific play?" I paused, recollecting the somewhat hazy memory of that particular trip. "Yeah, I do recall it, though not entirely clearly. I wasn't in the best frame of mind, but we did come here because our English teacher insisted on it. It turned out to be a memorable day for everyone else." I responded with a wry smile, reminiscing about the past. I noticed a hint of regret in Aoife's expression for bringing up the topic. To ease her concern, I reassured her, "It's all right, it doesn't bother me now. In fact, maybe we can return here in the future and create our own enjoyable memories." Her smile and response conveyed an understanding of my sentiment. However, before our moment could fully flourish, Irina's voice cut through the air, a sharp exclamation of surprise and excitement. "Ia, are you telling me we're heading there?" she exclaimed, her finger pointing animatedly outside the window, her enthusiasm infectious. Her finger extended, pointing to a particular restaurant adorned with the name Shidu displayed prominently at its entrance. She glanced at me, then over to Magnum Rose, and back at me again, her excitement tangible. "Did you know about this, Aaron?" she inquired, her eyes widening with anticipation. I responded playfully, "Well, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. It's a mystery, isn't it?" My response was met with a chuckle as I enjoyed her enthusiastic reaction. The cars came to a halt, and one by one, we made our way into the building. As we stepped inside, I noticed Irina's curiosity evident in her gaze, her anticipation for the arrival of her parents palpable. It wasn't long before a pair of individuals emerged from a doorway. Irina's mother, I had heard, managed a modest Japanese food restaurant in London. Though I wasn't privy to all the details, Tuji had mentioned it before his departure for the United Kingdom. The woman bore a striking resemblance to an older Irina, except she was elegantly adorned in a kimono. A warm smile graced her lips as she greeted us with enthusiasm. "Welcome. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she extended her greeting. "Mama, I'm back." Irina's joyous exclamation filled the air, and with unbridled excitement, she rushed towards her parents, their reunion forming a touching moment of family connection. "Welcome, DXD, or at least a portion of it. Please, follow me to the rear," Tuji warmly invited us, prompting our prompt relocation. Irina's mother, Yumiko Shidu, had thoughtfully prepared tea and a selection of snacks for our impending discussion. However, the atmosphere took a sudden turn when Chow Chow, his curiosity piqued, inquired, "Who might be the other group joining us?" A woman's voice replied, "It's us." Emerging from the very door through which Yumiko had entered earlier, the leader of the 8 divas, Rixia, graced us with her presence, offering a nod of acknowledgement. George, ever analytical and pragmatic, adjusted his glasses as he raised a pertinent question. "The 8 divas from the Chinese pantheon? Is your realm not in need of help? Should it come under attack?" Rixia clarified the situation, her tone resonating with a sense of obligation. "Our gods were insistent, and so we have heeded their call. They have undertaken the task of safeguarding our country and pantheon. Furthermore, we have brought along 2 additional individuals to provide support." As Rixia's explanation finished, 2 more women stepped forward, one of them being Quan Xinyue, a familiar face from our previous encounter when we journeyed to the tiles of Dog City's base. Or, as I had humorously dubbed her, the Shinha look-alike. The other was someone we hadn't seen before. Her hair, a verdant cascade, was artfully fastened into a bun, its hue as refreshing as a spring meadow. Her eyes, a gentle shade of lavender, held a mysterious allure. Adorned in a traditional Chinese qipao, the fabric was a delicate shade of pale blue, reminiscent of a tranquil sky at dawn. Securely propped behind her, a gleaming spear, an embodiment of her strength and purpose. Her physique was a testament to dedication, a fit form standing at a height of approximately 5 feet and 8 inches. "This is Liang Meiying, but you can simply call her Meiying," Rixia introduced. "Quan Xinyue and she mainly reside in the wilderness of our realm, dedicating themselves to training and conversing with the spirit beasts." With a warm and friendly smile, Meiying extended her greetings, expressing her pleasure in meeting all of us. "Hello, I'm delighted to make your acquaintance. As Rixia mentioned, just Meiying will do. My full name can be a bit of a mouthful. I'm committed to doing my best in this operation." On the other side of Rixia, Xinyue maintained a composed silence, her gaze curiously fixed upon me. I couldn't help but recall our initial encounter. Didn't she nibble my finger or something during that peculiar meeting? Once the introductions had concluded, Rixia and her companions from the 8 Divas ensemble took their places at the table. However, a hint of vexation flitted across Lavinia's expression when Zhang Mei, also known as Shizuna Rem Misurugi, took a seat on my lap. Lavinia responded by gently nudging her aside, securing a spot on my other side. so they shared the same space. Despite this somewhat unconventional seating arrangement, we pressed on with our discussions. Following the conclusion of our discussions, Chow Chow and his team set out to explore the city of London. However, their true purpose was to meticulously survey the urban landscape, with a keen eye on anything out of the ordinary. Simultaneously, the Slash Dog team embarked on a similar task, yet their responsibility encompassed not only the city's perimeter, but also extended a bit beyond it. This time, they were accompanied by SAE and Tobio, the team growing in numbers for this important mission. For safety's sake, we opted to leave Hana-chan back at home in the care of Mom and Cindy. In the midst of our trip here, the only people left at our location were the 8 divas, along with my immediate group consisting of the Fated Ones, Azathoth, Irina, and Aoife. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Rossweiss, Velgrine, and Azathoth had taken to learning the culinary arts alongside Yumiko, gaining new insights into cooking and baking. As for the rest of us, we gathered within the restaurant area, which had been exclusively reserved for our group for the entirety of the day. A lengthy pause in our conversation was broken by Yang Ji, a member of the 8 divas, who abruptly seized everyone's attention with her query. "You know, Jean," she began, her tone contemplative, "you have quite a few women in your circle. Do you ever hang out with guys?" Her question hung in the air, awaiting a response. I acknowledged her inquiry with a nod, responding, "Yeah, I do spend time with male friends on occasion. I've been known to hang out with Gentru, Gasper, Tobio, Sarorg, Cookie, and Dulio. However, these meetups are dependent on our busy schedules aligning. If that doesn't happen, well, not so much. Unless, of course, you're referring to the various meetings and discussions I participate in with the leaders of our alliance, in which case, yes, I do find myself in the company of men rather frequently. My words aim to shed light on my interactions with both genders, balancing the scales, so to speak." Saizo's voice held a thoughtful tone as she shared her perspective. Her eyes, currently hazel gold in color, helped me identify her as Saizo rather than the legendary Xiangyu, whose eyes were red. She brought up an interesting point and asked, "Have you ever thought about the need for balance? When a guy spends too much time with only women, it tends to raise questions about his sexuality among other men, doesn't it?" I considered her question and responded, "I'm not sure. No one, not even my human friends who were aware of the supernatural, has ever asked me about that. I suppose, as Yang Ji once pointed out, I've somehow managed to find a balance." Saizo nodded in contemplation, her expression reflecting her deep thoughts on the subject. "Why did you want a harem?" Lin Chong and Quan Xinyue asked in perfect synchronization. Their eyes briefly met before returning to me, awaiting an explanation. Before I could respond, Lavinia interjected, adding a touch of complexity to the matter. "It's a bit more complicated than that, but let's simplify it. He wanted a big family," she offered. Zhang Mei couldn't help but be curious and pose her own question. "A really big one?" Lavinia nodded in response. "So, you'll have a lot of kids in the future, won't you?" she inquired, gently patting her own stomach. "Out of sheer curiosity, how many children do you imagine having with each of your future wives?" The question left me momentarily speechless as I contemplated the ever-changing nature of the distant future, which was influenced by my actions and those of others. After some reflection, I finally replied, "Honestly, I don't know. Since I'm not the one giving birth, it'll leave that decision to them. But I suppose at the very least, one child with each of them, right?" Shizuna, formerly known as Zhang Mei, nodded solemnly, her hand still resting on her stomach, deep in thought about the idea of future family expansion. She wasn't making any effort to conceal her interest in me, although, to be honest, I didn't pay much mind to it. I glanced over at Lavinia, silently conveying my gratitude through our telepathic connection. She returned the sentiment with a warm smile and a gentle peck on my cheek. For the rest of the day, we simply lounged around, delegating the reconnaissance mission to the capable hands of the Slash Dog team, Chow Chow's crew, and my trusty shadow soldiers. Nightfall descended, and thanks to my assistance in expanding the shittest London residence, we were graciously offered a place to spend the night. Despite the warm invitation, Yumiko remained watchful, her eyes fixed on her husband, Tuji. It was evident that he held no romantic interests outside of his devoted marriage to her, rendering her feelings of jealousy entirely unjustified. However, we were not alone in the household. Tobio, Cao Cao, Zot, and Leonardo were still lodging with us. Perseus, Marsilio, Heracles, and Mamono, on the other hand, had opted for a hotel I had reserved for them, seeking some well-deserved privacy. Each of our companions had their own unique circumstances. Chow Chow's heart was set on someone else in the Phantasma. George appeared disinterested in romantic relationships at the moment, and Leonardo was too youthful to be occupied with such matters. As for Tobio, he was entirely dedicated to us, and his affection for her was unwavering. Right now, it was beginning to dawn on me that I found myself in an unusual predicament. In an attempt to unwind, I decided to take a bath, initially assuming I would have the space to myself. However, things didn't go as planned. One by one, the ladies of our group joined me, beginning with Lavinia, followed by Irina. To my bewilderment, the rest of the females in our group, with the exception of Yumiko and SE, congregated in the expanded bathroom of the Shido residence, creating an unexpected and somewhat cramped situation. I couldn't help but voice my curiosity. Why did all of you come here? Didn't you already take a bath? Lavinia replied in a straightforward manner. I just felt like it, and promptly moved closer, perching herself on my lap and resting her head on my chest. The other fated ones echoed her sentiment, except for Velgrind, who remained quiet. Sure, Jean chimed in with an explanation. Well, Zhang Mei thought it would be funny, so she convinced us to do it. Zhang Mei, on the other hand, stammered out her reasoning. I just wanted to see you six, I just wanted to play a little prank. She seemed to falter in her speech, and I noticed a slight droplet of saliva at the corner of her mouth. I'd like to pick up where we left off in our conversation. Jean, Yang Ji's voice carried a note of enthusiasm. She couldn't hide her excitement. So, have any of your women become pregnant yet? She inquired, a sly grin directed at those closest to me. In response to the question, Lavinia decisively announced, Yes, I am, causing an abrupt hush to settle over the room. The shock was palpable, particularly among Rose, Sisku, and Danu, who stared at Lavinia with wide-eyed astonishment. I thought you wanted to wait until after college for that kind of thing. Kanami blurted out, unable to conceal her surprise. No, I'm actually the one pregnant, Shigen added, her tone profoundly serious. Huh, BB, but you're still a virgin, Shigen, Natsum exclaimed, her shock even more evident. I found myself utterly perplexed. None of this made sense. I hadn't fathered any children. Why were they making these claims? I shot them confused looks, and in response, they only blushed, their expressions just making me even more confused. Shigyun still has the sin of a virgin, so she's lying, Velgrind remarked matter-of-factly, causing Shigyun to shrink back. Lavinia Rennie isn't actually pregnant, Azathoth chimed in. No one is. I spoke up, feeling the need for a bit of relaxation. I had a sense that the upcoming days might bring some unexpected turns. Could we, maybe, take things a bit easier here? I asked, and after some reluctance, they agreed to the idea. Thankfully, the rest of our time in the bathroom did become somewhat more laid back. Well, sort of. An impromptu tournament took place, with a rather peculiar prize at stake, a place on my lap. But that's a tale for another occasion. Late into the night, the clock struck 1 in the morning, and the grip of sleep eluded me. It appeared that the members of the Slash Dog team and Chow Chow's team shared the same nocturnal restlessness, as they embarked on another patrol. With my own restlessness prevailing, I found myself atop the rooftop of the Shittest restaurant, an ideal vantage point for surveying the surroundings. Those who were supposed to be sharing the night's rest with me were already deep in slumber, relieving me of any concerns for their safety. My solitary vigil was abruptly disrupted when the door to the rooftop swung open, revealing the figure of Tuji Shidu. He inquired, "You're still awake, Jin-kun?" Acknowledging his presence, I explained, "We're conducting some additional surveillance." It appears that Hades and his associates are beginning to congregate in the underground of London. I'm letting them assemble for now to facilitate our future operations. It was a tactical decision to allow them to gather, as it would simplify the next steps. However, I also had a plan to confine them once they were assembled. You see, once they arrived here, they'd find themselves trapped. I had taken measures to obstruct their use of teleportation and communication circles. If they attempted to teleport to this location, they wouldn't be able to teleport out or employ their magic to alert the others. They would effectively remain confined underground until I decided to initiate our operation. This strategy applied not only to Hades, but also to the other members of the Cow's Order. Once everyone was in place, the operation would commence. He came over to stand beside me and spoke. Is that so? Well then, I wish you the best of luck with your mission, and please do look out for Irina. I know I've said this before, but she's quite energetic and might be a tad bit troublesome, but she's a good kid. I couldn't help but emit a soft chuckle, nodding in response. My home just wouldn't be the same without Irina, and I could say the same for everyone else. So, no need to worry. We'll take good care of her. Tuji's face lit up with a grin, and he playfully nudged my shoulder. Oh, is that a proposal for my daughter I'm hearing? If that's the case, he'll respond with the classic line, I want hand her over until you defeat me in a duel, or something like that, he declared before breaking into laughter. I'm grateful that Irina has loving parents because many people in this world aren't as fortunate. Some have strained or peculiar relationships with their parents, while others face far more tragic circumstances. Some have lost their parents, some have been abandoned, and, sadly, some have endured abuse. It's a stark reality. Even when I reflect on Issei's situation back then, I realize he had a more fortunate start in life. His parents were wonderful and even tolerated his excessive perverseness, given that he was their miracle baby. It's something I can understand and appreciate. Comparing my own life to Issei's, I can't help but feel he had a better foundation. Like I mentioned before, his parents were great. In contrast, my mom is amazing, even with her imperfections, and Cindy was always there for me. However, the individual I consider my dad was a terrible person through and through, causing pain and hardship to me and everyone around him. I shifted the conversation, revealing my plan to propose to Irina and the others once they graduate, and this declaration caught his attention, making him pause in his laughter. His expression grew solemn as he responded, So that's your plan? I understand. Well, I should bring Yumiko with me when we attend Irina's graduation this time. You already have our blessings, so best of luck with your plans. His supportive words meant a lot, and I appreciated his understanding and encouragement. We lingered on the rooftop a while longer, enjoying the peaceful solitude. Eventually, Tuji decided to turn in for the night, leaving me alone. A few minutes later, both teams reconvened with me, ready to share the results of their investigations. That's good work, everyone. Now, go get some rest, and we'll resume our efforts tomorrow, I suggested. Chow Chow's team and most of the Slash Dog team promptly departed. The only one who remained behind was Maroom, piquing my curiosity. I inquired, Is there something on your mind? Do you need something? Maroom hesitated for a moment before speaking. Middle and I have chosen a place to live, and would like to discuss it with you after this operation is finished. I acknowledged his request with a nod, asking, You've finally made your decision? Could you tell me where you've chosen? We can go into the details once this operation is done. Maroom shifted uncomfortably before answering, Columbia. During our visit, we managed to establish a strong network of associates. His words left me momentarily surprised. I gazed at him incredulously and asked, You didn't subdue the local gangs, did you? You didn't force them into becoming your unwilling subordinates, did you? Maroom's silence in response prompted a deep sigh to escape my lips. I offered Maroom a suggestion. Let's discuss things further once this situation is resolved, and then we can visit the place you and Middle picked out. All right? But for now, it's time to rest. He accepted my proposal, nodding before taking his leave. As he departed, I turned my attention elsewhere and released a weary sigh. Vivi, please don't turn into a handful like Maroom. I mused aloud, though a part of me admitted that such an outcome might actually be enjoyable. With a final glance toward the moon above, I decided it was time to call it a night and retire to my quarters. The following day arrived, and we reached the place where the remaining Pendragon family and other related families had taken refuge to avoid becoming targets of Meredith. Among them, we discovered several legendary figures, including Mordred Pendragon, Morgan Le Fay, and even the Loch Ness Monster, which astounded me since it apparently had the ability to shapeshift. The final addition to this notable gathering was none other than Gawain. A few others were notably absent, as they were engaged in discussions with the Gaelic Alliance and Serafal, who had journeyed there. The intertwining mythologies of Ireland and England had always presented a complex relationship. Even in my past life, I found their stories to be a perplexing mix. Even now, many of the gods and deities seem to fluidly shift between the two countries, further complicating the situation. It mirrored the intricate connection between Ireland and England, evident in the human world as well. Thank you for coming, Aaron Sama. Maintaining the magical concealment of this place to appear normal could be quite a hassle, Rihanna mentioned as she approached us. She removed her oversized witch's hat, a silent request for a friendly pat, which I readily granted. Thank you for your hard work, Rihanna, I acknowledged with a grateful smile. But now, shall we make our way over there? It seems Le Fay and Arthur have already arrived. Roger, follow me, Rihanna responded, donning her hat once more, and guided us to a room. As we passed through, our sizable group drew curious glances from the various families in attendance. Rihanna took a moment to explain that the legendary individuals we had glimpsed earlier would be joining our discussion. Upon reaching our destination, the doors swung open, revealing an assembly that included the Pendragon siblings, an older man with an aura reminiscent of Arthur and Le Fay, the mysterious Morgan Le Fay herself, Gawain, Mordred, Magnum Rose, and an intriguing guest, the Loch Ness Monster, or perhaps simply Nessie. I decided to get straight to the point, catching them off guard. Let's not beat around the bush, I stated abruptly. Who among us is going to join this operation? And who isn't? I'd like to sketch out a preliminary plan before we dive into this. Nessie chimed in, I won't be participating. I might be able to handle some adversaries, but the ones you're up against are beyond my capabilities. So we'll sit this one out. However, I believe the others may join in. Morgan Le Fay began to explain. She's right. She glanced at her descendants, Le Fay and Arthur. Before continuing, Rihanna mentioned that the Wizards of Oz will be making an appearance here. If that's the case, I want to be part of this operation, even if we haven't formally formed an alliance. Intrigued by her decision, I inquired, could you share your reasons for wanting to participate? And what's the significance of the Wizards of Oz in this context? Instead of giving me an immediate response, her gaze shifted towards Tobio and the members of the Slashdog team. Young man, you've certainly grown since then, earning yourself the moniker of Slashdog. How about you share the details? She suggested, directing her inquiry to Tobio. I turned my attention to him, and he let out a sigh before beginning the tale. It happened about 4, or maybe it's been closer to 5 years now, Tobio began. We were in pursuit of one of the members of the Wizards of Oz, the Witch of the North, Locasta, who is sometimes referred to as Tadipo. To keep it short, with the assistance of Lavinia, Grigori, and the supernatural community here, particularly Lady Morgan, we managed to confine her within a different realm. We engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately emerging victorious. However, it wasn't without its consequences. Locasta had her subordinates launch attacks on several small towns and villages in England, resulting in the loss of lives among those who worship Lady Morgan. It's likely that she still harbors a grudge because of that, he explained, painting a vivid picture of the events from the past. A sinister smile curved across Morgan's lips as she turned her attention to me. She spoke with an air of determination, saying, if they are indeed resurrected and are heading this way, I shall play a role in their downfall. Her gaze then shifted to Lavinia. Glinda is no longer among us, which suits me fine, considering her strong connection to you, Ice Princess. Lavinia remained silent, her expression tinged with a subtle frown. She knew that their impending arrival was inevitable, but her resolve was unwavering. She had every intention of standing alongside the Slashdog team to confront and put an end to this looming threat. Curiosity prompted me to inquire further. And what about you, Gawain and Mordred? Are you here of your own accord? Or are you simply following Morgan's orders? Gawain offered a warm smile, nodding his head earnestly. Indeed, it is by my kings that we stand by Lady Morgan's side. Mordred is doing the same, he affirmed. Mordred, positioned just behind him, responded with a roll of her eyes, her gaze deliberately averted, suggesting a mix of agreement and perhaps a touch of defiance. Magnus Rose, who had joined our gathering earlier, inquired, "So, Jean, who precisely is on their way here?" I began by listing the formidable forces heading in our direction. Hades and his army of Grim Reapers, Ungramenu, a group of super devils, and lastly, the remaining Wizards of Oz and their 3 demonic beasts, I detailed. The remainder of their forces will be scattered across various counties, incorporating more gods, some remaining super devils, the last 2 Malbranche, and, well, the remaining allies of the Cow's Order. It's as if they're pooling everything that's left in their arsenal and forces for this impending attack. It's a high-stakes situation for them, a do-or-die scenario. My explanation offered a clear perspective on the gravity of the imminent clash. Natsum posed a question that had been on her mind: the 3 demonic beasts. Now, that SAE has 1 as a sacred gear. We only need to deal with 2 of them, right? I nodded in agreement, affirming her observation. Yes, that's pretty much the situation, I replied. The 3 demonic beasts of Oz included Cowardly Leo, which was now in Sa's possession as a sacred gear, and the other 2, known as Dead Lumberjack and Rampage Scarecrow. The Utsasimi agency had successfully transformed Cowardly Leo into an Utsasimi, but it hadn't become a sacred gear. However, thanks to the collaborative efforts of the Cow's Order and the Wizards of Oz, they had undoubtedly managed to convert the latter 2 into sacred gears or potentially something else altogether. The precise nature of these transformations remained shrouded in mystery well to them. I more or less knew what happened to them. Natsum inquired with an intent gaze, her curiosity evident. "Are you going to tell us?" She pressed, waiting for an answer. I chuckled in response, acknowledging the need for information. "You're right, my bad. So, hayrase the deal, they've got 2 wielders, for lack of a better term. These 2 entities function like independent avatar-type sacred gears and possess their own true form, not unlike the balance breaker form seen in the case of the 4 fiends," I began to explain. I continued, offering a word of caution. "While any of you can take them on, you need to exercise caution. You've encountered them before, but this time, they'll be more formidable, armed with a wider array of abilities. What's more, they'll have the support of their wielders this time around." My words emphasized the heightened challenge that lay ahead. Gawain raised his hand and inquired, "Could you share how we're going to be divided? Being the leader of this operation, it's reasonable for you to decide who goes where and who faces whom. Personally, I don't have a preference for my opponent." Mordred, on the other hand, expressed a more direct desire, stating, "I just want to fight strong opponents." It was a clear and resolute statement, leaving little room for discussion. Lady Morgan, with a determined air, chimed in, "As long as I get the chance to confront Locasta and contribute to the downfall of the Wizards of Oz, I don't mind who I'm paired with." Her focus was singular and unwavering, highlighting her commitment to the mission at hand. The consensus among everyone was unanimous, though I was aware of Lavinia's inner desire to confront the Wizards of Oz, a way of finally putting that chapter of her life to rest. I also suspected that the Slashdog team might share a similar inclination, given their past experiences with the group. With collective determination, I began to outline our plans. I detailed who would face whom and in what locations within London, a sprawling battlefield that extended slightly beyond the city limits. The remaining conflicts will be distributed across various countries, where others would take charge. This marked the conclusion of our meeting, at least in terms of formalities. The remainder of our time together was dedicated to forging connections and getting to know one another better. Following our meeting, Mordred, Gawain, Magnum Rose, and Nessie took their leave, leaving behind only Morgan and Uther Pendragon, the father of the Pendragon siblings. Uther stepped forward, expressing his gratitude to me. "I'd like to thank you for looking after my children, middleman. Especially Lufay," he said, his tone filled with appreciation. Arthur, perhaps feeling a bit protective of his independence, chimed in, "We're not children anymore, father. We can look after ourselves." Uther, however, wasn't swayed by Arthur's words. He maintained his stance with a gentle smile and replied, "Until you both reach the age of 18, and you remain younger than me, you'll always be my children." The bonds of family and the protective instincts of a parent remain strong, regardless of the passing of time. I couldn't help but speculate that Arthur might be older than he appears, which likely spared him from certain concerns. However, when it came to Lufay, the situation was different. She was close to reaching the legal age, and it was precisely this reason that I had refrained from pursuing anything with her. Nonetheless, it was becoming apparent that she had been influenced by her surroundings, including Ravel. These two had become rather assertive lately. Morgan Le Fay's curiosity got the better of her, and she directed her inquiry at me. "So, middleman, are you interested in my descendant? Why not the original?" Her question prompted me to instinctively take a step back, putting some distance between us. With a sense of integrity, I replied, "I don't pursue married women." Simultaneously, Lavinia and Suzaku swiftly grabbed my arm, pulling me away from the older woman. This action seemed to amuse Morgan Le Fay, and she let out a light chuckle, her amusement evident in her expression. With a wry and cunning smile, she remarked, "So, the young dragon has some restraints, does he? He'll be sure to remember that." Her expression held an air of mischief, and she even added a playful wink directed my way before turning to leave. "He'll share our decision with the others. Keep in mind that we might send reinforcements. Until then," she concluded before making her exit from the room. Uther then turned his attention to me and inquired, "Your name is Jean, right?" He looked at me and, wearing an unusual smile, he voiced his thoughts. "I don't mind if my daughter pursues a relationship with you." He leaned in rather closely and added, "Just remember to wait until she's of legal age." His words were delivered with a touch of discomfort. With a casual tone, I responded, "That was already my plan, but I appreciate the reminder." Uther was then gently pulled away by Le Fay, bringing our conversation to an end. Le Fay couldn't help but rebuke her father, her voice carrying a hint of embarrassment as she stammered, Please, don't express it so bluntly, father." Uther's gaze shifted toward his son, Arthur, seeking confirmation. "Is that the case?" he inquired. With a matter-of-fact tone, Arthur responded, "Yes, it is." Lu Fei's patience wore thin, and her frustration was evident as she raised her voice, addressing both her brother and father. "Brother? Father?" she exclaimed. Surprisingly, it seemed that the Pendragon family had its moments of humor and lightheartedness, especially when among themselves. I had anticipated a more uptight atmosphere, but this informal exchange was rather enjoyable. Zhang Mei opened the conversation with a playful tone. "You know, Jean," she began, "you seem to be collecting lovers from every species, race, and nation. Is that what you're aiming for?" A chuckle accompanied her words as we exited the meeting room. I responded, explaining, "Not really. It's just pure coincidence, honestly. I don't actively pursue it. I simply let things unfold naturally." My next destination led me to a survey of our surroundings, and a handful of individuals joined me in this endeavor. The likes of Rihanna, Lavinia, Le Fay, Rose, Zhang Mei, and Fusey decided to accompany me, driven by their shared interest in the magic demonstrated by Rihanna. As for Zhang Mei, she was more of a tag-along, as Rixie has let her join our little expedition. We stepped outside and found ourselves surrounded by a vast expanse of countless trees that encircled the yard. When viewed from above, it became apparent that this wooded area stretched on for miles, boasting dense and towering vegetation that naturally concealed the building. At the same time, I detected Ryuna's magical influence woven into the surroundings, manifesting in a series of barriers with distinct effects. One of these magical barriers simply redirected humans, causing them to involuntarily change course. Another invoked a strange feeling to deter intruders. Some were purely illusions, while others emanated an eerie and forbidding aura. Among the more conspicuous enchantments was a concealment spell that triggered when someone approached the building, transforming the immediate vicinity into an open field. This made anyone who ventured near walk right past the building, utterly oblivious to its presence. It was fascinating to witness these magic defenses at work. To bolster the security of the location, Ryuna had also crafted a variety of defensive creatures, stationed both outside and within the building. They were a last line of protection, just in case an enemy managed to burrow deeper into the territory. Yet, given my trust in Ryuna's magic powers, it seemed unlikely that anyone would overcome the initial layers of spells and magic she had carefully devised. The magicians in our small group gravitated toward Ryuna, engaging in an in-depth conversation, leaving Zhang Mei and me alone. Without hesitation, Zhang Mei latched onto my arm, which didn't escape Lavinia's notice. While Lavinia didn't voice her thoughts, her watchful gaze made it clear she was keeping a close eye on the mischievous girl beside me. She narrowed her eyes at Zhang Mei before redirecting her attention to the ongoing discussion with the rest of the group. Zhang Mei leaned closer and whispered, "She seems to have a sixth sense that's exclusively tuned into you, Aaron." I chuckled softly, acknowledging our unique connection. "Well, we have a special bond," I replied. "By the way, I've been meaning to ask, what name would you prefer I use for you? Zhang Mei or Shizuna Rem Misurugi?" I inquired, genuinely curious about her preference. "Jiang Shishuna Mei Rem Misurugi," she exclaimed, and then she attempted to kiss me, but I playfully halted her advance. "What?" she asked, clearly surprised by my response. I couldn't help but tease her a little. "Weren't you the one who mentioned wanting a date first?" I questioned, a sly grin spreading across my face. "Ugh, I really shot myself in the foot, didn't I?" she muttered in frustration. She briefly gazed down, but then her eyes flicked up, and with determination, she leaned in again to kiss me. Little did she know, I had something else in mind. Swiftly, I discreetly made a small gesture with my hand near her face, and she failed to notice. Why did two thin and long things just enter my nose?" she inquired, her eyes shut as she leaned in for the kiss. When she reopened her eyes, she was met with the sight of my fingers in her nostrils. "This isn't what I had in mind at all," she exclaimed. For some reason, her reaction struck me as humorous, and I couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a moment of mirth, I removed my fingers and leaned in to plant a gentle peck on her forehead. "Will that do for now? We'll have some time after we finish this operation before heading to the Phantasma, so I can plan a proper date," I assured her. First, it was Momo, and then it would be Shizuna. Her face blushed a deep crimson, and an adoring smile played on her lips. "You. Deal. I want to have a date in the countryside of China, or even better, let's return to the tiles of Dog City's base for our date. I love the view there," she exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. "Then I'd like one too," declared Lavinia, reappearing before us. Her sudden request took us by surprise, but Lavinia wasted no time. She leaped toward me, and as Shizuna released her grip on me, I caught Lavinia, who hugged me tightly. Then, without hesitation, she reached over to Shizuna, practically forcing her into a hug as well. Shizuna, the white-haired woman who had seemed a bit suspicious moments ago, was taken aback, but ultimately happily joined Lavinia in embracing me. To be honest, I wasn't entirely sure about Lavinia's feelings. One moment, she appeared to be harboring doubts about Shizuna, and the next, she was partaking in this display of affection. It left me pondering the complexity of their relationships and wondering about the future, especially when it came to our children. Nevertheless, the rest of our group also joined in, creating a pile of affectionate embraces. I found myself enveloped by their warmth and comfort. I couldn't deny that being surrounded by so many people, and yes, many of them had voluptuous bodies, had its perks. Third-person point of view laughter filled the air as Meredith Ortonton couldn't help but find amusement in their predicament. She turned to the people gathered around her, a wry smile playing on her lips. Ha ha ha. Oh boy, it seems we're in quite the pickle. Huh? She quipped, her tone reflecting her light-hearted view of the situation. However, the responses from those surrounding Meredith were diverse. Some were lost in deep contemplation, pondering the gravity of the challenge they faced. A few had already come to terms with their situation, resolute in their decision to put their lives on the line for what appeared to be their last mission. In contrast, some individuals were struggling with silent panic, their expressions betraying their inner turmoil. Hades interjected with a solemn reminder, "This is no laughing matter, Meredith Ortonton." The rebuke was stern but well-founded. Meredith herself was a striking figure, her foreign appearance lending her an air of uniqueness. She boasted a cascade of auburn hair, the rich reddish-brown strands braided with the texture of rope, framing a beautiful face with captivating blue eyes. Observers often noted that she appeared to be a year or two younger than Aaron, further distinguishing her within the group. It is though, she pondered aloud, "I did try to give you all a heads up, but my magic circles weren't working. You see, that's why you found yourselves stuck here." Some others attempted the same, and they discovered it didn't work for them either. It's becoming quite apparent that the middleman is present and gearing up to capture us all. Then, another realization dawned on her. Wait, doesn't that mean the same thing could be happening in the other places we're planning to target? Oh dear, we might be in real trouble. She let out an exclamation, followed by hearty laughter that only added to the frustration of those present. Oz initiated the conversation, her words laden with a sense of resolve. "Nonetheless," she began, "we have no choice but to await the middleman's commencement of this elaborate scheme. Once that's underway, we must be prepared to execute our own strategies. Rest assured, DXD will come at us with all their might." Augusta, positioned at a considerable distance from the group, chimed in with a pragmatic response. She took flight on her broomstick, drawing nearer to the others. "Our task is clear. We must defeat them. That's the crux of it," she affirmed. Addressing someone specific, Augusta continued, "Girl, you will accompany me and Varine. Balberith, you will join the others. Do you understand?" She had a tone of authority, leaving no room for ambiguity. In response, Meredith enthusiastically complied. "Roger that, old hag." She delivered a sharp salute to the elderly woman, adding a playful touch that seemed to irk Augusta even more. The two super devils, Varine and Balberith, shared a moment of silent agreement, each engrossed in their own thoughts. Zeno, assigned to accompany Balberith wherever he ventured, was also present. On the other hand, Varine had the freedom to move about as she pleased. However, on this occasion, she was tasked with accompanying the wielder of Alpheka Tyrant and Augusta, the Witch of the East. Meredith, displaying her characteristic curiosity, couldn't help but inquire, "But what about those two? You know, the simple lumberjack and the seemingly clueless scarecrow?" Augusta, taking on the role of the wise guide, responded reassuringly, "They will manage just fine. They have their own followers and a specific mission. Your main focus should be on assisting me, girl." Meredith, in response to Augusta's guidance, wiggled her body and playfully said, "Why yes, Mommy," a gesture that seemed to somewhat disturb Augusta. She turned her attention to Oz and Hades, silently seeking their opinions on working with Meredith. Their nonchalant response was to avoid eye contact and look away, reflecting a combination of resignation and mild discomfort. "Although the others haven't arrived yet, we should keep getting ready. Girl, accompany me. I'll instruct you in advanced magic. It's vital that you grasp these skills, or you'll end up being a hindrance," Augusta declared, her broom carrying her aloft as she floated away. With a mixture of respect and cheekiness, Meredith responded, "Understood, old hag." She then eagerly trailed after Augusta, determined to absorb the wisdom the experienced which had to offer. Tool's soliloquy. Several days had elapsed since the initial preparations, and everyone was fully prepared for the upcoming task at hand. I had taken it upon myself to caution a few individuals about the involvement of certain gods. It appeared were primarily motivated by their personal interests. The situation was particularly troublesome in Ireland, where a persistent individual had been harassing Queen Orla, also known as Queen Pumpkin, making the impending operation even more annoying. In response to these developments, Aoife had made her way to Ireland, as it wasn't too distant from our current location. She would be joined by Danu and a few other allies within the Gaelic Alliance, reinforcing our efforts in that region. Currently, I found myself perched atop the iconic Big Ben, observing the final members of Hades' group as they teleported in. I had communicated that all preparations were, for the most part, complete, signifying that today marked the commencement of our operation. Riuna dangled from my neck, her presence a comforting one. She voiced her concern, asking, "Are you sure you want me to primarily focus on that mansion? I can always help Aaron Salma." With a reassuring smile, I assured her, "It's perfectly fine." Gently, I removed her from my neck and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Our gaze cast over the expanse of London. I feel much more at ease knowing you're protecting that place. If anyone tries to attack, I trust you to handle them for me. All right? Riuna reciprocated the embrace with enthusiasm and nodded vigorously. I won't let anyone get through the defenses. In fact, I'll ensure no one even breaches the first line of defense. Observing the final members of Hades' group arriving through teleportation, I noticed a heightened sense of urgency among them. I continued to stroke Riuna's head gently, a smile playing on my lips. "That's really reassuring to hear. He'll begin shortly. Could you return for now?" She gazed up at me, her expression indicating a desire for a bit more of my attention. In response, I couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Leaning in, I planted a gentle peck on her lips, causing her to break into a radiant smile before she teleported away. I reached up and touched the transceiver on my ear, transmitting a message to my teammates, Tobio, Kinami, Rixia, and Chow Chow. Could you all come to my location? Without the need for spoken words, they promptly materialized behind me. Kinami, ever the playful spirit, jumped towards me and couldn't resist offering her witty commentary. "You decided to look over the city from here? Aaron, that's quite extra of you." I grinned at her and, in response, leaned in to kiss her lips. "Well, you know me," I replied playfully. "Anyway, I'm about to start, so could you get your teams in position? I'll inform the rest of DXD." "Roger," they replied in unison and swiftly moved out, leaving only Tobio and Kanami behind. Tobio, with a somewhat somber look on his face, addressed me. "Gene, we're going to the Phantasmus soon, right?" I noticed the concern in his eyes and pressed further. "Yes, we are. What's on your mind? Is it that you're hesitant about going? Are you worried about SEE, Hannah, and your unborn child?" Tobio remained silent, his expression speaking volumes. I turned to face him and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "We still have a few weeks before we depart. Take your time, Tobio. I won't have any objections if you decide not to go. In fact, having you here with the rest of my team would be a comfort, knowing there's another person I can rely on. So, whether you choose to go or not, it's entirely your decision. Just inform me a few days before we leave, okay?" I assured him. A grateful smile emerged on Tobio's lips, and he silently nodded before departing. I then turned my attention to Kanami. "And what about you?" I inquired. "What about your mother and Vivi? Aren't you concerned for their well-being?" She inquired, gently extricating herself from our embrace and rising to her feet. I explained, "I've already discussed it with them. My mom and Vivi have chosen to stay here, along with Cindy. I'd rather spare them from the horrors we'll face in the Phantasma. I know they possess great strength now, but I don't want to risk losing them again. So, I've insisted that they remain here. The same goes for Vivi. She's still quite young, and she's been through some traumatic experiences already. I want to provide her with the childhood she rightfully deserves at this moment." Kanami chose to remain silent, and a rosy blush colored her cheeks. She offered a playful wink and a salute before vanishing in a teleportation magic circle. Sometimes, I couldn't help but marvel at the eccentric workings of her mind. I muttered to myself, determined to initiate the operation. With a simple raise of my hand, I began to manipulate the perceptions of every living being in the world. Then, I conjured an enormous magic circle, vast enough to cover an area twice the size of Earth. In a matter of seconds, the spell activated, releasing a blinding burst of light that engulfed the entire planet. Once the radiance subsided, I found that I had successfully transported DXD, EXE, and anyone involved in our operation to a replicated Earth. Even the remaining members of the Cow's Order were brought into this realm. It was important to note that the previous rules remained in effect, preventing them from teleporting out of this realm and reducing the effectiveness of their healing abilities and items by half. Eager to commence our mission, I broadcast a message to all participants, declaring, "Let's get this started." In response, I received a resounding chorus of "yeah" through the transceivers, signifying that everyone was prepared for the task ahead. With the aim of simplifying the situation, I devised a strategy. Placing my right hand atop my left arm's wrist, I conjured a small, vibrant purple sphere and swiftly launched it toward a specific area. The moment it struck its target, a tremendous explosion of purple energy reverberated throughout England, resulting in the demise of countless enemies below. Kanami, somewhat startled by the display, inquired, "What the hell was that?" I responded calmly, "No need to worry. I've just taken care of some of the minor enemies, lightening the burden for all of you." With that, I executed a nimble leap, distancing myself from Big Ben. "Draig, Albion, Apophis, it's time for you to deal with those three," I conveyed to the trio of dragons accompanying me. In response to my directive, the three of them promptly departed, heading off to engage their respective opponents in battle. Third-person point of view in the realm of thine Ephraim rhymes, and its sub-realm, Spear erased, chaos reigned. Ed, the god of the dead, had launched an audacious assault on these two domains with the sinister aim of kidnapping the current Pumpkin Queen, Orla. In response to this dire situation, Aoife, along with a select group of Irish deities and Sonus peerage, had ventured into this tumultuous realm to put an end to Ed's nefarious plans. Jinchuru, as he battled undead soldiers created by Ed, couldn't help but comment, "I never thought we'd find ourselves back here." Huh? Rhea, while skillfully dispelling a group of undead, chimed in thoughtfully, "Perhaps fate has woven its threads to bring us back here." Ruruko, engaged in combat with the undead as well, retorted, "You're only saying that because Errant Senpai comes from Ireland." Jinchuru, scanning their surroundings and noticing the absence of the Sonasitri and Tsubaki Shinra, inquired, "Where are the president and vice president?" "They're not here." Tsubasa, explaining the situation, responded, "Didn't you hear earlier? They've gone ahead to spear a race to confront Ed, the god of the dead, and safeguard Orla, the Pumpkin Queen." Jinchuru, slightly panicked by this revelation, asked, "Wait, should we go there too?" Rhea, playfully chiding him, assured it's all right. Momo and Rugal-san are accompanying them. "You should have paid more attention earlier," Jinchuru-kun. Mumbling and blushing, Jinchuru admitted, "I was." Asbeel, a fallen angel who joined them, playfully interjected, "We had a wild night together last night, and it kept him awake, right, Ruruko?" Unfortunately for Jinchuru and Ruruko, the comments caused their faces to turn bright red. The rest of the peerage, embroiled in their own struggles, chose not to comment on this matter, though their flushed cheeks indicated that they were not oblivious to the situation. Benia couldn't help but shout in disbelief, "We really didn't need to hear that, Asbeel-san." Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous explosion that sent shockwaves through the vicinity. Startled, they turned their gaze in a specific direction and were met with a daunting sight. An army of colossal undead creatures, each towering around 500 meters in height, causing the ground to quiver beneath their colossal footsteps. Tomo, equally alarmed, exclaimed, "They're on the other side as well." They shifted their attention to the opposite direction, where they discovered yet another gathering of these immense creatures. With urgency in the air, Jinchuru took charge, putting aside his earlier embarrassment. "We should split up and handle each group separately," he ordered. Rosalia, part of the Milstein family, chimed in, "We'll remain here and offer support. Our task is to safeguard the townsfolk and aid the Citri peerage in fending off Ed's attack." "Thank you." Jinchuru acknowledged her before taking flight, heading toward one group of the massive undead creatures. Ruruko, Espiel, and Rhea joined him in this mission. Meanwhile, Benia, Tsubasa, and Tomo ventured in the opposite direction, ready to face the giant threat head-on. "Coming in hot." Jinchuru's voice rang out, an enthusiastic call to action. "Come and join us, Vritra." In a matter of moments, the colossal dragon king Vritra materialized by Jinchuru's side. Vritra, with an air of readiness, communicated, "This may be a bit over the top, Jinchuru, but I am willing to assist you." Jinchuru, ever the pragmatic warrior, responded with a determined tone, "I understand, but let's make this a quick one. I regret not being able to summon you during our previous operation." He then proceeded to activate his perfected balance breaker. "Ruruko-chan, Espiel, both of you, I'm counting on your support too." Eager to contribute, Espiel chimed in with unbridled enthusiasm. "Absolutely, Jinchuru-sama." Ruruko, echoing the sentiment, shouted back, "You can count on us, Jin-chan." Their readiness to assist painted a picture of unity and determination among the group. Jinchuru surged forward with determination, his target one of the colossal creatures. His arm was shrouded in eerie black, cursed flames as he delivered a powerful uppercut straight to its shin. The moment of impact marked the creature's doom, as its entire body became a blazing inferno. It writhed in agony and let out a deafening scream before ultimately succumbing to the flames, collapsing lifeless to the ground. With a quick pivot, Jinchuru wasted no time and unleashed another torrent of cursed flames upon two more of these towering beings. One of them displayed remarkable agility and managed to evade his fiery attack. However, the other was not as fortunate. Its movements were too sluggish, and it, too, met its demise in the searing embrace of the cursed flames. Simultaneously, Vritra moved gracefully through the area, his sinuous form weaving a complex dance. Purple lines extended from him, attaching themselves to the undead creatures and gradually siphoning away their powers. Once weakened, he employed his own breath attack or swiftly cleaved them in two with his powerful tail. Perched atop Vritra's head, Espiel let out an exuberant cry. "Forward, our mighty, evil dragon Sama." She conjured a multitude of light balls, numbering in the hundreds, and hurled them toward their enemies. Although her magical prowess was substantial, it fell just shy of being able to dispatch her foes in a single strike, in contrast to the other three's impressive feats. As their group continued their relentless assault, a handful of undead creatures merged together, forming a colossal and mightier abomination that loomed ominously over them. What is that?" Espiel exclaimed in astonishment. She pointed at the towering creature, which stood at a colossal height of around 1,000 meters, twice the size of its counterparts. She hurled several luminous orbs of light in its direction, but to her dismay, the creature's decaying flesh seemed to absorb her attacks without flinching. "Leave it to me," Jinchuru bellowed, displaying unwavering determination. He conjured numerous purple lines, intending to fasten them onto the creature. However, to his surprise, the moment they made contact, the lines melted away. Undeterred, he hatched a new plan and unleashed his cursed black flames upon the colossal foe. Vritra, observant and ever ready, joined forces with Jinchuru. Their combined flames merged, forming a devastating attack that engulfed the colossal undead creature. Yet, to their shock, it continued to move, defying their expectations. "Wah, it's still moving?" Jinchuru cried out in disbelief. The undead behemoth pressed forward, attempting to swipe at them. In response, They swiftly took to the skies to evade its reach. Jinchuru urgently warned, "Don't let it touch you. If our flames come into contact with us, it'll cause significant harm." Vritra, ever watchful, relayed his strategic insight. "I don't detect any signs of regenerative abilities in that creature. Would be better off focusing on long-ranged attacks rather than engaging in close-quarters combat. However, it's crucial to handle the remaining ones before they have the chance to merge into more of these monstrosities." Ruruko, in the midst of dispatching another group of undead creatures, expressed her amazement. "It's pretty surprising how it can simply absorb some of our attacks like that." Vritra, the wise serpent, provided an informative response. "It's important to remember that these abominations were crafted by a deity. Regardless of how much stronger you become, you must acknowledge that they were constructed using divine power. Your abilities lack any trace of divinity. In fact, they bear demonic characteristics, which stand in stark contrast to divine powers. What sets you apart from most gods is your raw power. However, their divine abilities follow their own set of rules and effects that may render your attacks ineffective. We have to press on regardless. The rest of our team might be in trouble, and we can't forget about helping the president. That Ed guy might use the same tactics against them," Jinchuru exclaimed, his words punctuated by another torrent of black cursed flames directed at the undead creature. He furrowed his brow in concern and questioned Vritra. "Are our flames even affecting it?" Vritra provided a disheartening revelation. For some inexplicable reason, once they merged, they don't experience pain anymore. "So while our flames are causing some damage, it's not sufficient. But you mentioned they can't regenerate." Jinchuru protested, feeling frustrated at the situation. Vritra clarified, "Their decomposing flesh isn't regenerating. Rather, it's absorbing the attacks and slowly bolstering itself. It's a gradual process, and it will eventually disintegrate, but you wouldn't want to wait for that, would you?" "Absolutely not. So what's our course of action?" "We can't utilize the anti-healing or anti-regeneration abilities that Eren Senpai provided us," Jinchuru lamented, his frustration apparent in his voice. However, his determination remained unwavering as he and the others continued to eliminate the remaining undead, preventing them from merging further. A wicked grin stretched across Vritra's reptilian features. "Then all we need to do is burn everything in sight. We were transported to a replica of the planet, and this includes the other realms within the planet, right? So we don't need to worry about any damages we cause." Jinchuru's shock was palpable as he interjected, "Wait, you don't mean?" "Yes, we're going to incinerate this realm with our flames. Inform the rest. Ruruko, I entrust that task to you." Vritra's voice brimmed with enthusiasm and determination. Okay. Well, go tell the others," Ruruko exclaimed before dashing away to convey the plan to their comrades. Jinchuru, now flying towards Vritra, couldn't help but express his concern. "Will this plan really work?" Vritra responded with confidence. "It can't regenerate from nothing. If we reduce it to ashes, we'll emerge victorious. Besides, as I mentioned, this is a replica of our world, encompassing our realm and planet. Our actions here won't bear any consequences for our actual planet. In essence, Jean has given us the green light to wield our full power from the very outset. I believe your king and queen are well aware of this." Vritra's explanation shed light on the sound strategy they intended to use. "We're ready. We've evacuated everyone to the town, and Rosalia and everyone else have erected a barrier." "Do it, Jinshan." Ruruko's voice echoed through the transceivers, conveying urgency. Jinchuru swiftly responded, "Espiel, join us." The fallen angel wasted no time and made her way toward him. Together, Vritra and Jinchuru ascended to a height beyond the reach of the menacing undead creature, granting them a comprehensive view of their surroundings. Vritra offered guidance through their mental link, advising Jinchuru, "Gather the cursed flames in your stomach and utilize the gem at the center of your armor to amplify its power even further. Don't hold back, Jinchuru. Thanks to Jean, this realm will remain intact." With a resolute expression, Jinchuru relayed his intentions to Asbeal. Asbeal, go higher to ensure your safety. She responded, her tone laced with concern. Of course, Jinchuru-sama. Please be careful. Asbeal then ascended to a safer distance. Both Jinchuru and Vritra started on the task of accumulating flames in their stomachs, meticulously building up their power. They remained committed to the process for several seconds, perhaps even a full minute, determined to ensure the total obliteration of the undead creature lurking beneath them. After this meticulous preparation, they exchanged a nod, an unspoken signal of readiness. Go! Asbeal's voice from above spurred them into action. With synchronized precision, they unleashed a colossal torrent of cursed black flames, shrouding the entire realm. The immense wave of fire surged toward the giant undead creature, eradicating it with ruthless efficiency. A tremendous circular explosion engulfed the entire realm, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Fortunately, the realm itself remained intact, thanks to the fortifications put in place. In the midst of the town, those protected by the barrier, strengthened by Aaron's vigilant oversight, remained unscathed, bearing witness to the awe-inspiring power that had just been harnessed. As the dust and debris gradually settled, Vritra and Jinchuru were presented with the aftermath of their cataclysmic attack. The undead monstrosity had been reduced to charred nothingness. Not only that, but the forest surrounding them also lay in ruins, consumed by the cursed black flames. The devastation extended beyond the woods, reaching the town and even Queen Halloween's castle, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Jinchuru, faced with the magnitude of their actions, couldn't help but question, did we go too far? Not far enough, came a response from the Dragon King. Jinchuru quipped back, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. You're starting to sound like Drake now. He cast an inquisitive look in his partner's direction. Vritra, in turn, responded with a snort before retreating into his sacred gear. Jinchuru decided it was time to revert from his balance breaker and rejoin the others in the town. Upon his return, he couldn't help but ask, I have to wonder, why did some of you stay? His question was aimed at a group of townspeople who had remained. One of the witches stepped forward and admitted, well, we are witches, so we do possess some magical power. But we never imagined we'd be so utterly powerless in the face of such a threat. Although we did manage to hold our own against the weaker undead. She was joined by silent nods from her fellow witches, who appeared somewhat disheartened by their perceived inadequacy. Jinchurun, well, stay here in case more of those things appear. Go and join Sonosama and Tsubaki-senpai, said Rhea. Tomo and Tsubasa agreed with her, and so he, Ruruko, and Asbeal thanked them and made their way to Spear Erased. Wah! Their arrival via the official magic circle revealed an even more devastating scene. The town lay in ruins, overrun by hordes of undead creatures, leaving destruction in their wake. Abruptly, a familiar figure descended before them. He turned to face them and questioned, Jinchuru and his harem, what brings you here? Rugal-san, where are the president, vice president, and Momo? Jinchuru inquired, concern etched on his face. Rugal provided some reassurance. They're safe. They're confronting a god on another island. Momo, a few shadow soldiers, and I were left to handle the undead. Thankfully, the townspeople here weren't teleported. Otherwise, the casualties would have been significant. Before Jinchuru could respond, a massive explosion reverberated through this subrealm, prompting them to turn toward the source of the disturbance. Jinchuru couldn't hide his surprise as he muttered, what in the world? A colossal leviathan, one of the president's creatures. I'm heading over there. Can you two assist Rugal-san? Jinchuru swiftly made his decision, concern for the ongoing chaos evident in his voice. Count on us. Asbeal and Ruruko declared in unison. Then let's get to work. These things keep returning, no matter what we do, Rugal stated with determination. Utilize fire magic to reduce them to ash. Asbeal commanded, causing Lu Geru to raise his bow. She then shared the tactics employed by Jinchuru and Vritra, earning a nod of appreciation from Rugal. I see. Then let's follow that plan. Their coordinated efforts aimed to put an end to the relentless undead menace. As Jinchuru landed on the island where he sensed the presence of his king and queen, he was greeted by a truly astonishing sight. The god is on his knees. They must be going all out, he thought, his amazement evident. He touched down quietly behind them, joining their scene. Sona noticed his arrival and inquired, Oh, Saji, have you finished your business in Queen Halloween's realm? With a nod, Saji responded, Yes, we're done there. We came here to offer our assistance. Sona, appreciative but confident, shook her head and said, Thank you, but we're managing just fine. In fact, we're close to wrapping this up. She then turned her attention back to the god of the dead, Ed, who was visibly consumed by fury. Damn you, Citri devil. Ed muttered through clenched teeth, slowly conjuring dark purple and dark blue divine aura balls behind him. His anger was palpable as he readied himself for another ensuing battle. Chapter 15, Part 3, Final Battle with the Alliance of the Evil Gods, third-person point of view. Don't underestimate me, devil. Ima good. Ed's voice rang out in defiance. Ed possessed a distinct appearance. His short, jet-black hair swept gracefully over the right side of his face, partially veiling it. His eyes were dark and intense, and his elvish ears gave him an otherworldly quality. Silver earrings adorned both of his ears, and a matching silver ring graced his right ring finger. He donned a sleek black polo shirt, paired with matching pants and shoes. A touch of rebellious style was evident as he had painted his fingers in a deep shade of black. Don't you understand? What Orla and I shared was genuine divine love. A devil like you can't possibly fathom its depth. Today's events just seemed like the perfect moment to make my move, he declared, a wicked grin directed at Sona, Tsubaki, and Jinchuru. Sona, her arms folded, and her colossal leviathan coiled around her, fixed an intimidating gaze upon Ed. She inquired, Are you affiliated with the Cow's Order, then? Ed responded, a touch of defiance in his tone. I only joined them in my pursuit of Orla. Once I have her, I'll depart. It's a simple arrangement. They provide me with information, and I reciprocate. It's not terrorism, it's love. His words betrayed a clear sense of delusion as he tried to rationalize his actions. Sona let out a sigh and retorted, You're simply delusional. While I may not possess any divinity within me, my boyfriend certainly does, and he doesn't resort to such deranged tactics to win someone's heart. Jincho, who stood behind her, couldn't help but suppress a snicker at his king's momentary stutter. His amusement, however, was short-lived as Sona swiftly pivoted to glare at him, prompting him to avert his gaze. The lizard, you say? Please, that philanderer knows nothing of true love, even if it were right before his eyes. His affections are fickle. He spreads them far and wide. Do you honestly believe he loves you? Well, ludicrous notion. My love is the epitome of purity, the truest form. Once I reunite with Orla, we shall elope, marry, and raise a large family. It's a flawless life. Ed exclaimed fervently, his fervor on full display. Sona sighed once more, realizing that reasoning with the delusional god before her was futile. It was evident that her words would merely bounce off him, as he seemed hell-bent on fighting back and tarnishing Aaron's reputation in her eyes. With a resigned tone, she conceded. It's clear that my words won't bravado your delusional mindset, she remarked. So, I'll opt for a different approach. I'll defeat you and bring you to face justice through the Alliance's judgment. Get ready for what's coming. Her declaration signaled a shift in her demeanor, and the Leviathan surrounding her sprang into action, creating a multitude of water-based attacks that swirled around her. Ed, however, remained steadfast in his conviction, responding with defiance. Nonsense, devil. Victory will be mine. Come forth, my children. His words carried a resounding boom, and the dark purple and dark blue divine orbs surrounding him multiplied even further. Soon, the battlefield became teeming with the appearance of undead creatures. Saji, in retracting my previous statement, Please focus on handling the undead creatures. They'll take on the god, Sona announced decisively. Jinchuru, filled with concern, couldn't help but voice his worry. Are you sure you'll be all right? He inquired. Sona reassured him, her determination shining through. If we secure victory in our next match, we'll be up against a team with God's Indrasama and his group. You could say this battle is like a warm-up against a god. Please, trust in me, she implored. With a resolute nod, Jinchuru exclaimed, Roger. Good luck, President. He promptly activated his perfected balance breaker and took to the skies, dealing with the undead creatures in a whirlwind of action. Ed's frustration boiled over as he attempted to launch an attack against Jinchuru. However, his swift action was quickly thwarted by Sona, who commanded her Leviathan to unleash a barrage of watery attacks in his direction. Ed clenched his teeth and retaliated by conjuring thousands of divine magic circles, which he hoped would shield him from the oncoming deluge. Much to his surprise, Sona's Leviathan effortlessly shattered his defensive barriers. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ed swiftly leaped out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding the worst of the water attacks. Nevertheless, his escape didn't come without cost, as he suffered minor lacerations on his legs and thigh, stoking the flames of his anger. Refusing to back down, Ed used his dark purple and blue divine orbs, which in a dazzling transformation, took the shape of two powerful creatures. One bore a striking resemblance to a praying mantis, while the other manifested as a massive T-Rex. Both divine beasts charged forth, aimed squarely at Sona and her Leviathan. In response, Sona raised her hand and conjured a compact ball of condensed demonic water. With precision, she directed it at the praying mantis, while her Leviathan let out an ear-piercing screech, amplifying her attack as it took on the form of a serpentine creature and collided with the divine mantis. The mantis had no chance to react, as Sona's attack surged at an astonishing speed, leaving it unable to comprehend or evade the impending impact. An eruption ensued, shaking both the atmosphere and the island beneath, and even causing significant damage to the towering tree that loomed behind them. Sona reacted swiftly, leaping away from the T-Rex just in the nick of time as its massive jaws snapped shut in an attempt to bite her. The prehistoric creature immediately turned its gaze toward her and unleashed a barrage of divine aura blasts from its maw. Sona, undaunted, summoned her elegant wings and gracefully evaded the oncoming attacks. To her surprise, these divine attacks persisted, relentlessly following her. Quick thinking, Sona directed her Leviathan to lock onto the divine projectiles, and in an instant, it discharged colossal water bullets, effectively intercepting and detonating the divine attacks. The resultant explosion sent billows of smoke swirling through the skies, creating a shroud of momentary obscurity. Taking advantage of this chaotic cover, Sona harnessed the power of her Leviathan to fashion large water spears around her, imbuing them with energy. Silently and with a purposeful focus, she aimed the augmented water spears at Ed, launching them as a countermeasure against the imposing threat. Sona's attack moved at a pace that outmatched Ed's reactions. However, his immortal nature kicked in, and his body responded even before his thoughts could keep pace. He contorted his form swiftly, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic fate, yet not entirely unscathed. His left arm was severed as Sona's blows made contact with the island below. Grimacing with pain, Ed groaned at the loss of his limb, but showed no signs of being deterred. Instead, he leaped away from the impending danger and retaliated by launching a relentless barrage of divine aura attacks towards Sona. His frustration mounted when the Leviathan, acting as a protective shield, shielded Sona from his attacks, effectively absorbing the force meant for her. In the blink of an eye, Sona vanished from sight, and Ed's consciousness lagged behind. Only when his senses caught up did he realize that his other arm had been severed from his body. In a startled moment, he tried to muster a defense, but it was too late. Sona's leg struck his neck with incredible force, sending him hurtling away. The colossal tree on the island bore the brunt of his impact, quaking violently before he plummeted to the ground below. Ed struggled to catch his breath, coughing violently as he endeavored to rise, even though he was now bereft of both arms. With determined resolve, he managed to get back on his feet, fixing a stern glare on Sona, his indomitable spirit refusing to yield. "Wouldn't it be wiser to surrender, Ed Sama?" Sona inquired with an unflinching, stoic tone. "Don't assume victory just yet. Sir Mate will arrive to assist me after dealing with your queen," Ed shouted defiantly. "Sir Mate? Ah, your brother, I presume? He's notably less powerful than you, and I have full confidence that Tsubaki will emerge victorious," Sona calmly retorted as she swiftly materialized beside Ed. Her ability over demonic water allowed her to immobilize him. "It won't be much longer now. He'll say it one more time, Sir Mate Sama. Surrender, or he'll have no choice but to use stronger measures to detain you," Tsubaki firmly addressed the wounded god standing before her. Aoife, her frustration evident, added her voice to the conversation, pointing her sword at the god. What she said, "Why are some gods so relentless? Just accept that Orla doesn't like your brother's weird love." Sir Mate, his gaze filled with anger, glared at Aoife and shouted, "You've no room to talk about love when you're in the middleman's harem. That's not love. It's a fantasy for the feeble-minded to chase after. My brother's love may be unconventional, but it's more genuine than what the middleman has." His retort carried a mix of resentment and defiance, revealing the complexity of their situation. Various forms of love exist, and your brother's love is just one among them. Not everyone may approve of how Aaron handles his relationships, but at least all of us involved are content with it. Queen Orla, I assure you, does not and will not love Ed in that way ever again. Aoife vehemently retorted, her irritation evident at Sir Mate's criticism of Aaron's choices. In Irish mythology, Sir Mate was one of the sons of the Dagda and a brother of Ed. For reasons stemming from a past incident involving Luff, they had distanced themselves from the Tuatha De Danann, harboring strong aversion toward the group. Despite Thanu's attempts at reconciliation on behalf of the Tuatha De Danann, the two brothers remained adamant in their disdain. Sir Mate, fueled by anger, let out a bitter exclamation. Only a whore would say such a thing. His words dripped with venom as he continued. Every woman connected to the middleman is a whore, and he himself is no different. Nothing will sway my judgment, you damn whore. His outburst was so intense that it caused a minor shockwave, underscoring the depth of his emotions. Just as Tsubaki was on the verge of speaking, a small light materialized beside them, followed by the emergence of a magic circle. From it, Ain and Danu made their entrance. "Hello, Sir Mate. It's been a while." Ain greeted him with a tinge of sadness in her gaze as she looked upon him. Sir Mate's fury swelled like a tempest, and he let out a thunderous roar. "Ain!" Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged toward the goddess, and Ain offered no resistance to his charge. However, his attack was swiftly halted as Aoife intervened, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Simultaneously, Danu employed her control over nature, restraining him with roots summoned from the earth. Despite his physical restraint, Sir Mate's anger remained unbridled. He continued to unleash a barrage of bitter and demeaning words at Ain, most of which consisted of harsh insults and derogatory accusations. Ain sighed, her gaze moving from Sir Mate to Tsubaki and Aoife, who were both puzzled by the unfolding situation. "Have you heard my story from Aaron?" she inquired, and both nodded in acknowledgement. "He was one of my victims, and he's held resentment toward me ever since. Perhaps, to some extent, he's harbored animosity toward women as a result." She shed light on the source of Sir Mate's deep-seated resentment, a narrative that had left a lasting impact on the bonds between these individuals. "He'll kill you," he bellowed once more, his struggles to break free from his restraints proving futile. Ain, weighed down by the gravity of his actions, spoke with a heavy heart. "I can't undo the harm I've caused to these men, and I don't expect them to forgive me." The least I can do is accept their insults without protest, for they have every right to express their anger. Surmate's rage continued unabated. Tsubaki had much to say on the matter, yet she hesitated to provide her limited insights on love in this fraught situation. However, in the end, she sighed and employed a touch of sleep-inducing magic on Surmate, finally quelling his tirade. Sona-sama is most likely engaged in a battle against the god Ed, so we should make our way there, she informed the others. Ed. So he truly came here to abduct Orla. We were just with her a few minutes ago, and she seemed fine, with shadow soldiers and her maid Vilja by her side, Danu explained, her expression etched with sadness as she cast a lingering gaze upon the now slumbering Surmate. Just as they were preparing to shift from their current position, Jinchuru appeared on the scene, having vanquished the final vestiges of the undead army. Hello. The president has finished her battle, and it seems like you all are ready as well. Let's head to the rendezvous point with her, he cheerfully announced. The group swiftly concurred with his suggestion, making haste to join Sona. We've cleared them out, haven't we? Rosalia inquired. The Citri peerage had regrouped back in the Thine of Freen rhymes, joined by the others who had assisted them. Sona concurred, but with a sense of caution, yes, but our work in this country isn't complete. There might be more foes lurking beyond, even in this replicated realm. We should press on. Rosalia nodded, patting the two unconscious gods they had subdued. We'll deliver these unruly troublemakers first. Afterward, we'll rejoin you all, as there's little point in lingering here. Very well, Sona acknowledged with a respectful bow. She and her team then utilized teleportation to depart. Vita, curious about the next steps for the four goddesses in their company, inquired, what are your plans? Kana, Danu, Ain, and Scathach exchanged glances, contemplating their course of action. Fufu, I was tempted to stay with Orla, but it appears that Afe has taken that role, the Queen of the Land of Shadows explained. Danu interjected, you did stay behind as we left earlier, though. Scathach chimed in with a mischievous grin. I had faith that you all could handle things without me. But now, I'm itching to get out there, stretch my legs, and deal with some terrorists. Aaron did mention they would pull out all the stops, and I anticipate facing the remaining battle gods, Fufu Celine. Emma's familiar couldn't help but shake her head and mumbled, these battle maniacs. Scathach, however, took offense and grabbed Celine's tail, playfully raising her. What did you say, Cat? Celine let out an indignant meow. Let me go, as she protested the unexpected tail lifting by the goddess. I didn't expect us to be here of all places. Ifufu Aquino chuckled softly, her amusement evident. Rias, understanding the situation, responded, well, it's where Aaron and many of us live. It would make sense for the attackers to target this place. The Gremory team found themselves in Japan, where they had forged alliances with various factions to defend the nation. The remaining Super Devils and other Chaos Order allies had launched an assault, and the defenders were fighting valiantly. Aquino, while battling various devils with her holy lightning, expressed a hint of longing, saying, I do wish I could have gone with Aaron. Though she pouted slightly, her emotions a mix of sadness and determination as she continued to protect her homeland. Vasco Strata, who was among the group, decided to chime in with a humorous remark. Aaron casually mentioned to me that I should become the priest for all his future marriages, Fufu. This revelation caught Rias off guard, and she reacted with surprise. Really? She exclaimed, taken aback by this unexpected tidbit of information. Before Vasco Strata could respond to her inquiry, an ominous sensation seemed to envelop all of Japan. The members of the alliance swiftly directed their attention to a specific location. A man with crimson hair and imposing black horns had materialized there, sporting a broad, enigmatic smile. Kromkruch conveyed his insights to the group, Scarmiglione. His appearance matches what Jean previously described. With determined resolve, Kromkruch announced his intentions. They're going to go fight him. Without hesitation, he took to the skies and made a beeline for the Malbranche, known as Scarmiglione. Rias, concerned for Crom's well-being, called out to him, wait. Crom, however, The resolute evil dragon pressed on and continued his advance. He quickly closed the distance, confronting Scarmiglione head-on. Crumcrutch unleashed a powerful punch, but the Malbranche's agility allowed him to evade the attack with ease. In response, Scarmiglione playfully whistled. "You're quite eager, aren't you? I prepared this dramatic entrance, and all I get is an irate dragon trying to attack me." "Sheesh," the crimson-haired man remarked with a sly grin. Suddenly, a barrage of attacks materialized from all directions, taking Crumcrutch and Scarmiglione by surprise. Crom found himself swiftly teleported away, while the onslaught of attacks homed in on Scarmiglione's position, resulting in a colossal explosion that sent shockwaves through the skies of Japan. Crom couldn't help but express his annoyance, stating, "I was doing fine." Rias, her brow furrowing with concern, adopted an authoritative tone as she reminded him, "Even so, you can't charge in recklessly. You know what Aaron told us about his abilities. He's a trickster, and you can never predict his next move." Crumcrutch and Rias Gremory locked eyes, their auras radiating with power and tension, causing unease among those nearby. However, after a tense standoff, Crumcrutch ultimately heaved a sigh and withdrew. "Tisich, fine," he grumbled, crossing his arms and directing a fierce glare at Scarmiglione. "Wow, bravo. I didn't expect you to attack us like this. Are you sure you're the heroes here? Don't they usually fight fairly, or something?" inquired the Malbranche, his tone laced with skepticism. Scarmiglione, in a sudden whirl, executed a courteous bow in their direction, signaling false respect before unleashing a flurry of magic circles. These mystical sigils produced small boxes that were expelled into the air. Scarmiglione gazed up at the group and flashed a confident smile. "Hey, race, a little gift for all of you," he announced with a grin and nonchalantly snapped his fingers. Instantly, all the boxes erupted in a chaotic spectacle, releasing a motley crew of opponents. Zenobia couldn't hide her astonishment and blurted out, "What the? Is that Kokobile?" An eerie, malevolent laughter filled the air. "Yohaya-haya," echoed one voice, and it was followed by another maniacal laugh. "Ha-ha-ha." Yumi knit her brows, a sense of recognition crossing her features. "That laughter, it definitely sounds like Rise of Imps, and the other one resembles Kusuk, the man who supposedly took over for someone named Freed." As more and more of their previously vanquished foes emerged from the boxes, the most conspicuous among them was an individual with distinctive pink hair. "Yao, did you all miss me?" she chimed in cheerfully. Aquino hissed softly. Lapis, Rias, attempting to maintain her composure, advised, "Don't be deceived. It's one of his abilities, remember?" Gasper, providing some clarity, explained, "Didn't Aaron and I call it phantasmatic pop-up? It's like a form of illusion magic that gives them physical properties. Even in this state, they won't possess their unique powers and will only have the same strength as Scarmiglione." His words aimed to dispel any undue panic among the group. Scarmiglione grinned, his smile displaying a hint of mischief, and he winked at them once more. "And now, go ahead and enjoy this little gift from me. Oh, and there's more. We can't forget about these folks, can we?" With another snap of his fingers, two clones of each of the evil dragons manifested before them. Crumcrutch, Apophis, Ladin, Azidaka, Niger, Grindel, Vritra, and Yamada no Orochi, every one of the former evil dragons stood before the alliance. The original Crumcrutch seethed with anger, his aura surging. "You!" he hissed, his voice laced with fury. Scarmiglione couldn't resist a taunting chuckle. "Fufu, did that get under your scales, lizard coin? Oh well, I don't really care. Enjoy my little treat, I've got somewhere to be." He made an attempt to depart, but to his surprise, he found himself unable to teleport away. Scarmiglione found himself in an unusual predicament and mused, "Now that's strange. I can't leave. I wonder why." He couldn't fathom the reason for his confinement. Vasco Strata, a voice of authority in this chaotic moment, offered a directive through the transceivers. "Don't panic, group up, and engage opponents of equal or lesser strength. Leave the stronger ones to the rest." His words provided a clear battle plan. After a brief pause, a thunderous roar erupted from the assembled fighters, resonating through the Japanese skies. With unwavering determination, they charged into combat. Vasco Strata, a formidable presence, wasted no time. He swiftly closed the gap between him and Scarmiglione, infusing his fist with holy energy before delivering a resounding blow to the Malbranche's side. Scarmiglione, taken aback by the old man's incredible speed, managed to block the attack in the nick of time, using his demonic aura as a shield. Despite this defense, he was sent tumbling backward from the force of the strike. Rias, assessing the situation, saw Crom Crutch's input. Crom, you have the option to fight alongside His Eminence if you wish. Alternatively, you may choose to focus on eliminating those clones. What's your preference? She inquired. Crom Crutch, the evil dragon, answered with a resolute nod, indicating his choice. Clones. They're an embarrassment. He then took flight, heading toward his two clones who greeted him with wicked grins. In the vast expanse of the skies, a fierce aerial battle was unfolding, and Yumi found herself under attack from none other than Kasuk. His laughter echoed through the air as he taunted her. Hi-ha, it's been a while, but I never imagined you'd turn into such a bitch. Yumi didn't dignify his words with a response. Instead, she summoned Graham, a powerful sword, and poised herself for Kasuk's impending attack. To his surprise, the young man noticed the formidable weapon in Yumi's grasp. Oya, isn't that Graham? Wow, I didn't expect you to wield such a powerful sword. Time has certainly passed, hasn't it? He mused, his tone tinged with a touch of nostalgia. But I'm still the superior swordsman. In the blink of an eye, Yumi materialized right in front of him, catching Kasuk off guard. The deranged priest swung his blade towards her, and Yumi responded in kind with Graham. Yet, at the point of impact, she unleashed a surge of her strength, shattering Kasuk's arm and weapon upon collision. What the hell did you just do? Kasuk demanded, his expression a mix of confusion and fury. He summoned another blade into his remaining hand and made another swing at Yumi. However, the same outcome repeated itself, as her enhanced strength obliterated his second arm and weapon. Finally, Yumi spoke, her tone resolute. What do you mean by being the better swordsman? You already lost to us before, and that was a year ago. We've all grown even stronger since then, while you've remained stagnant as an illusion, dwelling in the realm of the deceased. She poised her sword and declared, Return to the abyss, Kasuk. Your presence isn't needed in our world. With that, Yumi darted past Kasuk, and within moments, a multitude of slashes appeared on his body, reducing him to countless fragments. Yumi's battle wasn't over yet. One of her teammates, Lint, found herself under attack by a man who bore a striking resemblance to someone they all knew. Friedeniki, snap out of it, damn it, Lint shouted, fending off the sword strikes from the deranged man. Yumi swiftly swooped in to join them and made a decisive move, slicing off Fried's arm. W8. Yumi Pizon, Don. Lint, I understand you've told us some things about him, but he's just an illusion, not real. I suspect these illusions might have predetermined responses. It's possible they're drawing from Scarmiglione's memories to create these new ones. So what they know is essentially false. The Fried you're facing isn't the real deal, Yumi explained, her voice strained by the circumstances. There was something Yumi refrained from sharing with Lint. She had crossed paths with Fried before, back when Saror's fiancé had been kidnapped. Yumi had encountered a being claiming to be Fried in a chimera form, and she had swiftly dispatched him. The memory of his distinct aura from that encounter lingered, and the man battling Lint emitted the same aura. Hi-ha-ha! I managed to come back even after being killed twice. The middleman just randomly appeared and blew a hole through my stomach when I reached Kuo. What a ruthless kid, Fried boasted, taking Lint by surprise. He did what? Lint inquired, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Well, I did go there to kill a few people, so I can understand why he would want to kill me. But that was when I had just entered the town. He didn't even give me a chance to interact with anyone. TCH, he's kind of boring, huh? Fried mused, his tongue caressing the barrel of his firearm. You shouldn't do that, Friedenike. We were supposed to. I don't care. I don't want to be some kind of guinea pig. So, I choose to do whatever I want. And stop calling me Aniki, it's weird. I barely know you. He rebuked her, his expression tainted with mild disgust. Im Lint Zetsen. We both hail from the same institution. And for that reason, I took on your name to atone for your sins, she calmly explained. To their surprise, Fried broke into laughter. So you're just me with tits? You're even smaller than me. And wow, you have really small tits, don't you? It's kind of disappointing. But you know what? I don't care. Those crimes and sins I committed are like trophies to me. Don't try to tarnish that. He hissed back at her. Fried's gaze settled on Lint, causing her to feel slightly uneasy. Well, I wouldn't mind having some fun with you. But would it be considered incest? Or maybe self-cist? He quipped, letting out a laugh. Unfazed by his crude remark, Yumi intervened sternly. That's not the issue. You need to be taken down. With resolute determination, she charged at Fried. Hindered by the loss of one arm, Fried was powerless to defend himself, and Yumi easily severed his remaining arm with a lethal gram. After her swift attack, Yumi stepped back, offering Lint an opportunity to speak to the illusion. That's Graham, right? I recall some pretty boy using it. His name was Siegfried, wasn't it? He had quite the collection of impressive swords, Fried remarked with a hint of disdain. Yumi smiled and summoned Balmung, Nothung, Turfing, and Dainsleif. You mean these? She inquired, displaying the array of weapons. I acquired them after Siegfried's passing. Her revelation prompted Fried to erupt into another fit of laughter. Fried's smug words cut through the air, and he couldn't help but smirk. So that idiot met his end as well? Ah, this is just perfect, he declared with a mix of satisfaction and disdain. His laughter ceased abruptly. Lint, who had maintained a somber expression throughout, finally spoke up. I'll remember your name, and I'll continue to do good deeds to make amends for your sins and transgressions. Even if you insist you don't want it, I still regard us as siblings, Friedenike. Fried, unimpressed by Lint's heartfelt words, rolled his eyes and casually cleaned out his ear with his pinky finger. Whatever, just get it over with and kill me already. I'm tired of waiting, he grumbled in irritation. Yumi, with a sense of determination, retracted her summoned swords, save for Graham. She cast one last glance toward Lint, who gave a resolute nod. Without wasting a moment, Yumi shot toward Fried with blinding speed, slicing through him in a swift motion and dispelling the illusion. Are you certain about your decision? Yumi inquired, casting a quick glance in Lint's direction. Lint, resolute and unwavering, responded with conviction, absolutely. Even if he doesn't approve of my actions, it'll continue because we're bound by blood. Her commitment to her principles shone through her words. Akino Wakano Chan-chan, why are you so angry with me? Lapis playfully inquired. Is it because I killed you? It was just a little prank, sweetie pie. Akino's eye twitched as she endured Lapis' voice, or at least the illusion that resembled the woman many despised. Fortunately, these illusions lacked the replication of their original abilities, possessing only the same strength as Scarmiglione. Akino found herself in a rather straightforward battle with her opponent. Shut your mouth. You have no right to speak to me after the harm you inflicted on so many people, Akino hissed in response. Lapis, with a cunning grin, retorted, Wow, so mean. Daddy won't love you if you keep up that attitude, you know? Her taunts persisted, but Akino remained resolute in her determination. Akino remained silent, her response manifesting as a relentless onslaught of holy lightning dragons unleashed upon Lapis. The woman, ever the giggler, countered with her own attacks, conjuring pink aura dragons. Despite her best efforts, it became evident that Akino possessed the advantage in raw power, swiftly dispelling Lapis' attacks. Seems like I won't be coming out on top here, will I? Lapis mused aloud. Oh well, I might as well push her buttons a bit more, she contemplated with a playful smile. Akino, meanwhile, darted past Lapis with remarkable speed. Before the pink-haired woman could react, Akino's knee connected with her face, the knee itself imbued with the power of holy lightning. The impact inflicted even more damage upon her opponent. Fufufu, keep it up, Akino-chan. You can do it, Akino-chan. You can kill me, Akino-chan. Lapis cheered, artfully evading the attacks that Akino launched. You're just a puppet, Akino-chan. You're not loved, Akino-chan. Lapis added with the intention of provoking the young woman further. Akino found herself deeply unsettled by Lapis' taunts. In fact, she had taken to tuning out Lapis' voice, fully aware that the pink-haired woman would likely continue to utter bizarre and disturbing statements. To counter, Akino summoned holy lightning tornadoes that swirled around them and then directed them toward Lapis. Caught off guard, Lapis was compelled to halt her stream of insults and retaliate with pink aura blasts aimed at the lightning tornadoes. However, her attacks proved ineffective, forcing her to retreat. Strangely, Lapis seemed unfazed, maintaining a steady stream of giggles throughout the encounter. "Do you really hate me that much?" Lapis inquired. To her astonishment, Akino offered a gentle smile in response. "I certainly do," declared another voice, and before Lapis could react, she was ruthlessly cleaved in two, a vertical gash running from her head to her feet. The architect of this abrupt and brutal act was none other than Aurelia Le Guin. She had used her great sword to execute the decisive strike. Aurelia regarded the severed illusion with a triumphant grin, relishing her act. "Even though you're nothing but a mirage, the satisfaction of ending your life brings me some joy. Yufufi, you're just so cute, Ori-chan." Lapis cooed before vanishing into thin air. Akino, somewhat taken aback, remarked Aurelia, "I didn't expect to find you here." She pouted playfully. "I want to take her down too. You know, she's the one who killed me." Aurelia couldn't help but chuckle at Akino's reaction. "Ha ha ha. Well, perhaps you shouldn't have toyed with your prey for too long. Consider it a lesson," she quipped with a mischievous grin. "However, there are still other opponents to face. For instance, there's Kokobile over there. Don't you want to confront him for what he did to Lavinia last year?" Aurelia gestured beyond Akino, prompting her to turn and see Kokobile launching beams of light at the Alliance. It was evident from his expression that he hadn't anticipated encountering so many formidable humans and other supernatural entities. Akino, determined, responded, "You're right. I'll deal with him myself before anyone else gets the chance." With that, she took flight and swiftly closed the distance to confront the fallen angel. Oh, if it isn't the daughter of Barrakiel. Would you like?" Kokobile's words were abruptly cut short as Akino clenched her hand, conjuring a colossal lightning strike that struck him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Akino then extended her left arm, pointing her palm directly at Kokobile. She drew back her other hand, mimicking the motion of pulling a bowstring, and this action gave birth to a powerful demonic fire arrow. With swift precision, Akino released her attack, and the fiery arrow raced toward Kokobile. In response, Kokobile began to laugh at the incoming projectile. "Bah-ha-ha-ha! Is this all you've got? I've been dead for a year, and this is your best effort? How pitiful! Daughter of lightning, my ass!" He boomed, his laughter ringing through the air as he retaliated by launching spears of light. To Kokobile's astonishment, his light spears were rapidly consumed by the demonic flames. "What? How can my light attacks be destroyed by demonic flames?" He roared in frustration. He narrowly evaded the fiery onslaught, continuing to taunt Akino. "Ha! It's so slow that it can't even touch me." "You're still," Akino maintained a calm smile as the blazing arrow altered its course, swiftly piercing Kokobile in the stomach. Kokobile's words abruptly ceased as he was engulfed in flames, his expression a mixture of shock and despair. With a playful tune on her lips, she cheered, "That's for Nia," clapping her hands in delight. Aware of the numerous enemies surrounding them, she swiftly took flight, heading toward her comrades to offer assistance. Aaron Toole and his companions teleported to the underground section of London, specifically the area where Hades and some of his underlings were located. am going ahead to confront Hades. Can I trust the rest of you guys? Eren inquired, addressing his group. Irina and the Fates once stood by his side, minus Lavinia, who had gone to join the Slashdog team. Go ahead, Eren, Suzaku responded with a confident nod. Eren offered them a warm smile before vanishing, leaving a faint rush of air in his wake. Straight ahead, a super devil is approaching. They'll take them on, Irina declared, her wings unfurling as she soared to their left. There are enemies for each of us to handle. It appears there's a hybrid, among them a super devil with dragon blood. I'll make my way toward that one, Velgrind announced before disappearing in a fiery blaze. Rosweiss, can I entrust you to deal with any opposition we encounter? Let's work on clearing out this underground base, Suzaku requested. Of course. You can count on me, Rosweiss replied before taking flight as well. Danu-sama departed earlier. Azathoth-san, what's your plan? Suzaku asked as she and Azathoth paused momentarily. In the distance, the sounds of numerous battles commencing could be heard. Azathoth considered for a moment. I will traverse this underground fortress of theirs. If I encounter any enemies, I'll either capture or eliminate them. Ultimately, I'll make my way to Eren's side. Is that acceptable? Suzaku nodded in agreement. Yes, that works. All of us will converge at Eren's location once we've cleared out this temporary base of theirs. She then turned and summoned Juke, and the sacred beast swiftly transitioned into her humanoid form. Come with me, Juke. Juke sighed in response, her voice tinged with a hint of irritation. Another operation. One would think we'd get some respite for a few days or weeks before these troublemakers threaten the world once more. What a troublesome bunch. Suzaku shared some insight, saying Eren mentioned that after this we'll have dealt with the Chaos Order in our universe. All that remains are the Phantasma and Eevee factions, along with any lingering members across the multiverse. Is that so? Well, it better be the case. I'm looking forward to some relaxation, the sacred beast replied before they set off, leaving Azathoth to navigate the underground on her own. Hey, isn't that the dreamer everyone's been yammering about? The one the old fogies and researchers wouldn't shut up about? Think would make a tidy some by grabbing her? A man's voice inquired. Oh damn, it is her. Let's nab her. Another voice chimed in. In an abrupt turn of events, about 20 enemies encircled Azathoth, many of them already airborne and poised to strike. These individuals were mercenaries in the service of the Chaos Order, drafted into this mission as numerous other factions under their banner had either been captured, annihilated, or disbanded. Azathoth surveyed her surroundings, her expression betraying no emotion. She found herself pondering the motivations of these men, asking herself, they know I'm stronger than them, so why are they coming after me? As she contemplated the situation, her thoughts turned to some words of wisdom Eren had once shared with her. That's a curious thing to wonder about, Azathoth, but in simple terms, greed can sometimes blind people and cloud their judgment. Plus, many folks are skeptics when it comes to rumors, even in the face of compelling evidence. It's a mystery to me, really. So consider this. If your opponent starts underestimating you, seize the opportunity. With a soft sigh and a subtle nod, she came to a stark conclusion. They were utter fools. That was the thought that crossed her mind. Without further delay, Azathoth's eyes briefly shimmered, and the mercenaries found themselves inexplicably paralyzed. What the hell? I can't move. One of them exclaimed, his voice filled with panic. Me neither. What the fuck is happening? Another shouted in sheer surprise. She couldn't help but voice her disdain for their actions. Humans, or rather, I shouldn't single out humans alone. Creatures, regardless of their species or race, can be inherently foolish. Their greed often clouds their judgment. You attempted to harm me, and now you must face the consequences. I'm not as forgiving as Eren, she declared. With a graceful motion of her arm, she conjured towering shadowy creatures, each sporting a singular eye in the center. These grotesque entities featured razor-sharp teeth, and, as they laid eyes on the immobilized mercenaries suspended in the air and on the ground, they couldn't help but drool. Eat them, she commanded, and the shadowy creatures responded with elated screeches. They descended upon the helpless mercenaries and began their gruesome feast. The echoes of the mercenaries' anguished cries reverberated throughout the underground fortress of Hades. Azathoth concluded her task, looking around the area, and chose a direction to continue her journey. Yet, before she moved on, she cast a brief backward glance and included a directive: make sure to eat the remaining hidden mercenaries as well. In response to her command, a cacophony of distressing cries echoed throughout the underground base, indicating that more mercenaries had been discovered and killed. Hirokazu and his team, along with Shala, soared high above the American skies. This day marked their participation in a critical operation, and their opponent was no ordinary foe. They were tasked with confronting Malsumis, the spirit of god of chaos, a deity they had a close connection to. Tabaldak, the chief god of the Abenaki realm, had entrusted Aaron with the mission to capture Malsumis alive and bring him back. Aaron had assigned Hirokazu and his team, with support from others and Shala, to subdue Malsumis and ensure his return. With a cheerful demeanor, Shala expressed her readiness to assist. "Well, I'll leave it to you guys. If you need help, I'm here." Hirokazu responded with gratitude, saying, "Yes, thank you very much." He then rallied his team, exclaiming, "Let's go, guys." Their collective determination was evident as they prepared to confront Malsumis. To think that fool would follow me even now. A fool to the very end. I'll entertain you, nascent dragon come. I'm not foolish enough to be ignorant of the current world's events, declared Malsumis. Malsumis conjured millions of divine balls that materialized in the skies above America. A confident smirk graced his face as he continued, "Once I unleash this attack, everything beneath us will be obliterated, including your team. Surrender and join my side, or meet your demise today." Before anyone could react, Minato Hayashi, one of Hirokazu's pawns, appeared behind Malsumis. In his right hand, he held a sizable blue Tuki ball. With determined resolve, he exclaimed, "Like hell wed, let that happen," and forcefully thrust the ball into Malsumis' back. To their collective astonishment, a colossal mouth materialized behind Malsumis, swiftly closing in on Minato's arm. Panic washed over Minato, but a well-aimed magic ball, discharged by Shala, managed to push the god away in the nick of time, sparing Minato's hand from being devoured. "Holy shit, my life just flashed before my damn eyes." Minato gasped, his breaths coming in heavy, rapid bursts as he realized how narrowly he had escaped a dire fate. "We're not finished yet." Shala's voice rang out with resolve. She summoned countless magic circles and unleashed a barrage of magical attacks, just as Malsumis' divine orbs hurtled toward them. "Go!" Shala commanded, and her magical attacks clashed with the god's attack, creating a spectacular display of explosions in the sky. "Man, this is like a scene from a movie." Lance Katz, one of Hirokazu's knights and a miracle child equipped with a sacred gear gun birth, remarked with a hint of amazement. He swiftly conjured a firearm into his hand and declared, "I'm going to take a shot at one of his testicles." With resolve, he aimed his weapon at the deity and unleashed a volley of light bullets. Malsumis effortlessly regained his balance in midair and casually deflected the oncoming barrage of light bullets. He responded with a condescending tone, taunting Lance. "A hybrid, those abominations of this world. Do everyone a favor and put into yourself to free up some space here, especially because you possess a sacred gear. Our faction's goal, no, our organization's mission is to rid this world of sacred gears and their wielders, as well as hybrids." With a gesture, Malsumis summoned an imposing divine construct, an embodiment of a figure riding a horse, armed with a shield and spear. He declared, "The gods from our world shall be the ones to safeguard it, not any of you. The traditional status quo has always been effective and will continue to be so. There's no need for change. Be gone." He then released his divine creation. The figure on horseback charged relentlessly towards Hirokazu and his group. However, Kita acted swiftly, unleashing multiple energy shots aimed at the divine construct. Malsumis initially scoffed at Kata's efforts, but was soon taken aback when her attacks not only neutralized his, but also triggered a powerful explosion. Malsumis muttered under his breath, contemplating the situation. The subordinate of the middleman and you, the others are too feeble to pose a threat to me. If I dispose of you two, victory will be assured, he reasoned, nodding with a sense of determination. Malsumis fixed his gaze on Yawanakashima, one of Hirokazu's bishops. The god narrowed his eyes and inquired, You're a hybrid too, aren't you? A half-spirit at that. How repulsive. Yawanaka wasn't one to back down. He retorted fiercely, so what? To hell with you and any gods who discriminate. With anger, he launched a barrage of icy attacks toward the god. Malsumis, unfazed by the onslaught, mumbled, and you're incredibly weak. Pitiful. He promptly retaliated with his own divine attacks directed at Yawanaku. Despite Yawanaka's efforts to match the god's power, it was evident that he was outmatched as their attacks collided. On the scene, Daiki Kimura, another pawn from Hirokazu's team, and Minato suddenly materialized beside the god with the aid of Minato's teleportation technique. They stood ready to join the fray. Meanwhile, Hirokazu, in his X-side balance breaker form, emerged behind the god with his sword poised for a decisive strike. Don't underestimate humans and my teammates. Malsumis. Hirokazu's voice echoed as they combined their attacks, launching a powerful attack against the god. Malsumis grunted with disdain, a radiant divine aura erupting from his body. The force of it sent all three of them hurtling backward, rendering their previous attacks utterly futile. He turned on his heel to confront Hirokazu and delivered a foreboding proclamation. If this is the limit of your power, you're bound to suffer a pitiful defeat in the tournament. No, you may not even make it out of here alive today. Malsumis covered the distance between him and Hirokazu in the blink of an eye. With a fist shrouded in divine aura, he aimed a punch directly at the young man. However, just as his fist was about to strike, a magic circle materialized out of thin air, intercepting his punch and taking him by surprise. Shala, a knowing smirk on her lips, wagged her finger playfully at the deity. Oh, no. You can't do that, she chided him. If you want to get to them, you'll have to get through me first, Fufu. They'll take you down first, he declared, materializing beside her in an instant and launching a punch. But just before his fist connected with Shala, Malsumis vanished, replaced by an army of his clones, each brandishing a spear forged from divine energy. Without hesitation, he directed this legion of spears at Shala, who met the impending onslaught with a confident smile. Extending her arms, she conjured millions of miniature magic circles that soared toward the divine spears. As they neared their target, these circles deftly intercepted and dispersed the spears. Shala executed a graceful twirl and pointed at Malsumis, an act that momentarily confounded him. However, his instincts kicked in as Hirokazu successfully landed a blow with his sword, this time making contact. With a grin, Hirokazu addressed the god. This is a team effort. Nun's son Minato unleashed several large yellow Tuki balls that struck the god, interrupting his response. He said it's a team effort. The god made another attempt to speak, but the rest of Hirokazu's team barraged him with magic attacks and Tuki bullets, further exacerbating his anger. Fed up with the relentless assault, the god surged his divine aura once more in an attempt to deter them. Yet this time, as he did so, he felt a sudden impact on his side. Malsumis turned to identify the perpetrator, Kita. She had manifested a blade composed of her own energy. You wench! He roared, attempting to seize Kita. Swiftly, she evaded his strike and in a single fluid motion, sliced off his hand, eliciting a piercing scream of pain from the god. Before Malsumis could react, Kita spun around and delivered a powerful kick to his stomach, sending him tumbling backward. Kita's kick packed a formidable punch, shattering several of the god's ribs, with a few even breaking under the intense force. Shala playfully wagged her finger and remarked, Fufu, you shouldn't let your temper flare up, God-sama. Otherwise, these up-and-coming fighters might just outmatch you. Following her words of warning, she swiftly drew everyone behind her and employed her magic to create a protective barrier. From Malsuma's position, an even more intense eruption of divine aura burst forth. Nathan Lewis, one of the rooks on Hirokazu's team, couldn't hide his anxiety as he remarked, "We definitely pissed him off, didn't we?" Mason Whaler, the other bishop among Hirokazu's team, nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, it seems we have." The tension in the air was palpable as they prepared for what lay ahead. The others struggled to keep pace with the unfolding events, but Shala and Kita were able to follow the action. A relentless storm of attacks and punches crashed against Shala's protective barrier, a surprise for the rest of the group. The relentless assault continued as Shala maintained her defensive stance. Her expression creased with concentration. "Kita-chan, can you track his movements?" Shala inquired. Kita nodded confidently. "Yes, I can. I'm still more powerful than him, so I'm confident in my ability to defeat him." She cast a brief glance at her teammates and added, "Unfortunately, they can't. This might be the first time I've seen a god of this universe unleash their full power in sheer fury." Lance, not content to be written off, shouted at her, "Hey, don't underestimate us like that." However, Kita paid his protest no mind. Turning to Shala, Kita asked, "Shala-sama, should I take him on, or do you want to handle it?" Shala considered her options. If she intervened, the confrontation would likely end quickly. On the other hand, if she allowed Kita to engage, the battle wouldn't pose a significant challenge, as Kita's power level was comparable to Ophis and Irene's before Eren enhanced their abilities. After contemplating the situation for a few moments and witnessing the relentless onslaught against her barrier, Shala made her choice. "Eren-sama instructed us to support you, but not to coddle you. So, Kita-chan, go and defeat him. As for the rest of you, I'm sorry, but releasing you would result in your demise. Eren-sama might require every member of DXD to undergo training in his training facility before venturing into the Phantasma and Evi's universes. Staying as you are now would almost certainly lead to your deaths," Shala conveyed somberly. The majority of Hirokazu's team members wore expressions of disapproval. However, they refrained from challenging Shala's decision, understanding that she wielded greater strength than them. Not only was she a direct subordinate of Eren, but their leader, Hirokazu, though also a subordinate, was notably less powerful than the others. Shala, in a cheerful tone, addressed Kita. "Okay, Kita-chan, prepare yourself." "Oh, and DXD can unleash their full power here, since it's a different dimension created by Eren-sama. You all were aware of that, right?" She grinned at the group. Many of Hirokazu's team members didn't meet her gaze, as they hadn't been aware of this. However, Eren had actually informed them the previous night via text, and even reached out a few hours prior to the operation's commencement. Shala brushed off the lack of awareness, declaring, "Well, it doesn't matter now. Anyway, Kita-chan, go. Just remember not to kill him." With that, she created a small opening in the barrier, and Kita shot out through it. Kita's lightning-quick foot struck Malsuma's arm with a fierce, crackling impact. He had hastily crossed his arms to shield himself from her attack. In this electrifying moment, words were superfluous. Their intentions were crystal clear. Only one of them would emerge victorious. And with that victory came the power to command the beleaguered nation at stake. Without the need for spoken communication, Kita and the god, Malsumas, vanished from view. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared at opposite corners of the vast expanse of America. Here, in this sprawling battleground, their magic attack, auras, and fists clashed with a relentless fury, their cataclysmic impacts echoing across the land. With every collision, vast swaths of the country met a devastating end, vanishing from the map as if they had never existed. Though the fierce clash endured for a mere 60 seconds, the once proud mosaic of America, comprising 50 states, saw 30 of them reduced to ashes. Only a scant 20 remained standing by the battle's end. Following one final, explosive exchange, Their fists propelled them away from each other, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. The combatants, having pushed their abilities to the limit, locked eyes in a brief, tense standoff. Simultaneously, both of them raised their arms and created their own attacks. Malsumis, tapping into his divine aura, conjured a vast multitude of divine creatures. Birds, deer, foxes, elk, dogs, rabbits, wolves, and other animals materialized, each brought to life with a scream. Malsumis intermingled these with conventional divine elemental attacks, crafting giant butterflies from his divine flames, hurling divine water spears, and generating enormous tornadoes that swirled around them. In contrast, Kita embarked on her own powerful display. She created massive, radiant diamonds that encircled her, their size sufficient to cast shadows over entire states within the USA. Simultaneously, her body became enveloped in a shimmering aura of pink, purple, and blue, while a mysterious creature of unknown origin materialized behind her. What in the hell is that? Kita has never used that before. I mean, that monster thing behind her. Kenji Sato, the other member of Hirokazu's team, exclaimed in astonishment. Hirokazu remained fixated on Kita, his team's realization of her extreme capabilities growing. While they recognized her as a powerful force, the extent of her strength had remained somewhat uncertain. They had never witnessed her fully unleash her might, even during their raiding game against Dulio's team, where Kita had purposefully held back. Today, it seemed they might witness a glimpse of her true potential. Since their loss to Dulio's team in the preliminaries, they had yet to encounter another defeat, contending with even more formidable opponents, some of whom included DXD members or individuals possessing sacred gears, some having evolved them or reached their own balance breakers. Malsumis' cry reverberated as he finally unleashed the devastating attacks he had conjured. A multitude of his divine attacks surged toward Kita, shaking not only the United States, but also Canada, and even reaching Mexico. However, Kita was not one to be outdone. With a subtle hand gesture, her colossal diamonds propelled themselves toward Malsumis' attacks. Her attacks divided into more diamonds, and some even seemed to come to life. Many of the diamonds soared toward specific attacks, intercepting them and generating even more powerful explosions that reverberated throughout the world. Aya, it's the end of the world! Yawanaka's panic scream filled the air as he clung to their fellow rook, Ryo Fujita. Jaya! Daiki's voice joined in, screaming in disbelief. Such a spectacle hadn't been anticipated since the war. Shala, slightly annoyed by the hysteria, chided, "Geez, can you guys stop screaming? We'll be fine. Where did that cool composure you all had during Dulio's match go? It's just a god. Don't panic too much. Just a god. Is she insane?" They collectively screamed in their thoughts. Normal people would panic if a god unleashed their full might on them. Yawanaka retorted. Shala remained unruffled. True, but we're not exactly normal, are we? Her calm response left the others stunned, with the exception of Hirokazu, whose gaze remained fixed on Kita. As the explosions rippled through the air, they were joined by multiple other blasts, painting the United States skies with billowing clouds of white and black smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Malsumis and Kita swiftly closed the distance between them. To their mutual surprise, they met in the middle, and another aerial confrontation ensued. Each punch they exchanged found itself deflected or diverted, sparing them from significant injury. However, it was apparent that Malsumis had thrown himself into this battle with a level of intensity he hadn't exhibited in years, and his divine stamina and powers were gradually waning. In contrast, Kita appeared unfazed. "I need to finish this swiftly, or it'll exhaust my power and stamina," Malsumis panicked inwardly. Kita, recognizing her advantage, accelerated even further and landed a powerful punch on Malsumis' cheek, sending him hurtling through the air once more. The force of her blow had shattered his cheek and jaw, leaving the god dazed. Kita wasted no time and summoning the mysterious creature behind her once more. She whispered, "Assist me," and the creature responded with a subtle nod. Two magic circles materialized, adorned with symbols resembling blazing rocks, before crimson-purple, fiery diamonds emerged in her wake. The creature took hold of them and aimed the diamonds at the god. Kita, mindful of her goal, cautioned, "Do not kill him. We need him alive." The creature acknowledged her command and hurled one of the diamonds at Malsumis's leg, violently tearing it from his body. The other diamond followed, severing his left arm. As these colossal diamonds approached Earth's surface, they pierced through it, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated America, Canada, and Mexico in a swift, devastating burst. "Oh shit, the USA just got blown up," Lance exclaimed, gesturing toward the spot where the nation had existed. "What about the guns?" Rio's response was filled with frustration. "Are you kidding me?" he shouted at their hybrid companion. "What about the tacos?" Hirokazu couldn't help but be taken aback by their priorities. "Is that what you two are concerned about?" He wondered in astonishment. Just as Kita was about to turn around, the monstrous figure behind her swiftly conjured a protective shield, intercepting an attack aimed at her. She stood there momentarily, her gaze fixed on the god she had seemingly just defeated. Malsumis's body was enshrouded in ominous black and red energy, and new limbs manifested on the missing parts of his form. Laughter bubbled from him, growing louder and more eerie with each passing moment. With the swiftness of a silent but deadly predator, Malsumis materialized beside Kita and unleashed a point-blank divine aura blast. Kita reacted just in time, shielding herself from the attack. The impact still sent her tumbling backward, but she quickly regained her footing and turned to confront the god. To her astonishment, he had vanished. In a flash, Malsumis reappeared at her side, launching a relentless onslaught of strikes, each one seething with animosity and rage. Legend spoke of Tabaldak, the creator of humanity, who, as the story goes, formed Gluskab from the dust of his hand. Some versions of the tale even suggested that Tabaldak also created Gluskab's twin brother, Malsumis. Tabaldak endowed Gluskab with the power to craft a benevolent world, while Malsumis, his twin, wielded power to sow discord and evil, perpetually seeking to spread malice. Despite their shared capacity for both good and evil, Malsumis consistently channeled his abilities for malevolence and trickery, like adorning plants with thorns. Gluskab protected humanity, while Malsumis hatched schemes to bring about humanity's end. Malsumis' disappearance served his own egotistical aims. His disdain for humans remained unabated, and he harbored an unrelenting desire to rid the world of their presence. While his alignment with the Cow's order and his proclamation of wanting to dismantle the sacred gear system and eradicate hybrids may have seemed like a charade, his true objective was to facilitate his takeover of the world, working in concert with his organization. "What's wrong? Why aren't you fighting back?" Malsumis screeched, his relentless onslaught showing no sign of abating. He left Kita with little room to retaliate, fueling the god's growing confidence. In a sudden gesture, he flicked his hand upward, conjuring a multitude of divine creatures resembling dragonflies. They swarmed toward Kita with incredible speed. Positioned behind Kita, the creature in her service created thousands of diamonds, using them to counter Malsumis' attacks. The god's assault was thwarted, but rather than giving up, it only stoked his fury, leading him to intensify his unrelenting onslaught. D, why won't you just die?" he roared, his anger boiling over. But it seemed that his rage was of no assistance, and the dwindling levels of his power and stamina threatened to be the very factors leading to his eventual downfall. Shala had opted not to intervene thus far, her hope hinging on the possibility that Malsumis would exhaust his reserves before he could inflict any significant harm on Kita. Yet, to her great astonishment, she discovered an unexpected twist in the unfolding drama. A peculiar creature or avatar had emerged, seemingly in support of Kita. As Shala observed this mysterious entity, she felt a certain hesitation about jumping into the fray. The presence of this mysterious being indicated that Kita remained unscathed and might have a powerful ally by her side. Shala couldn't shake the sense that this creature held an array of hidden talents, far beyond the mere capabilities it had displayed so far, such as creating diamonds and conjuring flames. "You're increasingly sounding like a child," Kita remarked, a tinge of amusement in her voice. Malsuma's response was a vehement, "Oh, it's as if you're having a temper tantrum because things aren't going your way," she continued, shaking her head in mild exasperation. It seems that Master Jean's observation was right. Some gods are akin to spoiled children who have wielded immense power for far too long. When they finally encounter someone who can challenge them, they regress into petulant children. It's rather pitiable, isn't it? Annoyance flitted across Malsuma's lips and eyes, and he launched into another tirade against Kita. "You little by yet." Before he could finish his sentence, the creature floating behind Kita swiftly intervened, delivering a forceful punch that effectively silenced the god. As Malsumis turned his attention toward the mysterious creature, Kita seized the opportunity to launch her attack. Her fist struck Malsumis' neck, followed by a rapid roundhouse kick to his groin. Finally, she and the creature unleashed a close-range, potent surge of purple energy directed straight at the god before them. Their devastating attack shook the American skies, leaving behind a vast and admirable purple dust cloud in its wake. As the dust gradually settled, they observed Malsumis' body descending toward the earth below. What had once been the land of the free was now an immense crater, a stark reminder of their earlier ferocious attacks. The newly formed gigantic hole, the result of their preceding clashes, was not yet completely filled by the surrounding waters. However, it was steadily being reclaimed by the rising tide. Malsumis' form plummeted into this watery abyss, producing a resounding splash and a powerful impact that sent waves rippling through the surrounding waters. Although, Kita mused, not all of them are like that, but the vast majority are. I don't know how Master Jean can tolerate them, though. As Kita turned around, she was immediately enveloped in a group hug. Her teammates squeezed her tightly, their enthusiasm overflowing. "Kidea!" They cheered, hugging her with all their might. "WW, what's wrong with all of you? Why are you hugging me?" Kita protested, attempting to wriggle free from their grasp but finding it impossible. She turned her gaze toward Hirokazu, silently pleading for his assistance, as she didn't want to exert more force and risk injuring them. Shala clapped her hands together and declared, "Well done, Kita. But my friends, were not done yet. There are still numerous enemies scattered throughout what remains of America." "Wait, are our teammates okay?" These two obliterated 3 countries earlier and unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks at each other. Iwanaku fretted, his anxiety mirrored by the others as they surveyed their surroundings. Shala reassured them, "It's all right. I shielded them earlier," and Aaron-sama also lent his aid. As he's fully aware of the situation, she nodded, a confident expression on her face. "There might be more powerful enemies around us, so let's give it our all and continue supporting the alliance." "Come on, everyone," Hirokazu encouraged, setting off on his sword. His teammates responded with cheers and swiftly joined him in the fight. Kita lingered for a brief moment, her gaze fixed on their retreating figures. She then turned to Shala, voicing her concern. "Something seems to be bothering him." Shala nodded in agreement. "Yes, Hirokazu has faced countless challenges throughout his life. Just when he thought he had reached the starting line with his X-side balance breaker, today's events reminded him that he still has a long way to go before he can match most of you." "Does he?" Kita began to inquire but trailed off. Shala quickly clarified, "No, it's quite the opposite. This setback has only fueled his determination. As I mentioned earlier, there's a possibility that DXD might be trained under Aaron-sama's guidance at his training facility for several hundred years. Hirokazu may be looking forward to that. Anyway, let's rejoin your team," Shala explained before taking flight and leaving Kita behind. Kita observed Shala's signal towards the spot where Malsumis had made his impact. In response, his body swiftly ascended and joined Shala. The sorceress efficiently mended the unconscious god's injuries with her swift healing magic. Following this, a gentle radiance emanated from Shala's hand, indicating that she had employed a sleep-inducing spell to ensure the god remained in slumber. Kita experienced a sense of relief as she soared to catch up with the others. What brought her comfort was that they hadn't raised any inquiries about her other ability. She felt uncertain about explaining her powers in a manner they could grasp and hoped to reveal the details once they entered the phantasma. Furthermore, she intended to wait until they had spent some time there, so that the explanation would be more accessible and comprehensible for her companions. "We didn't expect you to arrive here alone," Ta, R.A. remarked. In the Egyptian pantheon, particularly in the realm of Nimbusuk, all the structures lay in ruins, leaving Ras Abode as the sole surviving edifice. Ta, a god who once dwelled among these divine beings, had returned with the intent of retrieving certain items and, possibly, exacting vengeance on a few gods. "Now, my dear Sekhmet, do accompany me," Ta urged, gesturing with his staff toward the goddess. Unlike their previous encounters, Sekhmet glared fiercely at Ta and held her ground. "No," she declared with unwavering determination, "I refuse to be manipulated by you any longer, and I will not forsake my home." Isis, her voice tinged with indifference, added, "It might be in your best interest to surrender, Ta. You find yourself surrounded, and our subordinates, along with Jean's shadow soldiers, are dealing with your small army." Ta wore a sly grin, his laughter echoing through the divine realm. "Surrender? Do you truly believe I'd waltz into this situation without a plan, Isis? You underestimate me." His smile widened, and he raised his staff high. As if summoned from the very ether, a multitude of colossal magic circles materialized across Nimbusuk. From these magic circles emerged Ta's own creations, a reimagined array of battle gods. Unbeknownst to the researchers of the Chaos Order, Ta had spent months secretly tinkering and perfecting his versions of these powerful beings. He had infused them with his personal touch, enhancing their abilities in various ways. Each of Ta's battle gods donned brown armor and wielded distinctive weapons, all connected to Ta's divine powers. The gods of Nimbusuk stared in shock as this display unfolded before them. With a triumphant smile, Ta taunted, "Now, who's the one surrounded and powerless?" His confidence radiated as he reveled in the astonishment of the onlooking gods. Following that, Ta extended his mystical summons to include smaller creatures, each a unique blend of various animals. By his side stood a creature that bore the form of a lion, but it sported wings reminiscent of a griffin, fangs akin to a serpent, and a tail that bore a resemblance to a shark's. This amalgamation of animal traits emitted a distinct divine aura, a testament to its direct connection to Ta's divine power. "Advance!" Ta commanded his creations, and they surged toward the gods surrounding him. Yet, in the midst of their charge, an unexpected event unfolded. One of the freshly minted battle gods was abruptly hurled aside, as if it were a mere plaything, crashing behind Ta. The sudden turn of events left him stunned. The shock was compounded when an enormous spear plummeted from the heavens, driving straight into the battle god's head. "What in the... Who dares?" Ta bellowed with righteous fury. A woman's voice resonated through the chaos. High above the battlefield, Kurosagi, Vera, Latia, and Ophis floated gracefully, with the dragon god giving a peaceful gesture. "We've arrived to halt your actions, Ta-sama," the woman declared. "I hope you'll consider surrendering without further resistance." The tension in the air thickened as the goddesses confronted Ta, poised to restore order to the tumultuous realm. Ta grumbled in frustration, naming the adversaries before him, the imposter goddesses, a devil, and the Ouroboros dragon. His irritation was palpable, but it matters little. "Press on," Ta commanded, and his fellow battle gods began to wield their weapons with deadly force, laying waste to the replicated Nimbusuk. In a surprising turn of events, Ophis spoke up, her voice carrying a determined tone that caught her companions off guard. "Let me fight him." Latia, intrigued by the dragon's request, inquired, "May I ask why, Ophis-san?" Ophis, her eyes revealing a flat determination, responded, "Irene and I saw the same memories Aaron did. The ones where that god tormented the goddess known as Sekhmet and all the other atrocities he committed through his time here. And because of that, I want to hit him." Vera and Kurosagi shared amused giggles in response to Ophis' explanations. Meanwhile, Latia let out a weary sigh. "Please refrain from ending his life, Ophis. Both Aaron and the Alliance are insistent on keeping him alive," Latia implored the mighty dragon god. Ophis, wordlessly, expressed her approval with an enthusiastic fist pump. "All right, proceed as you wish. We'll handle the aftermath." Latia conceded to Ophis' intentions. With a nod, Ophis appeared directly in front of Ta, catching the god off guard. Ta scrambled to mutter incantations, attempting to conjure a spell, but before he could complete his mystical words, a swift and decisive kick to his groin sent him hurtling through the sky, vanishing into the distance. Turning back to the other gods, Ophis quipped, "Give me some candy as a reward afterward." And with that, she vanished, pursuing Ta. Isis, the goddess of magic, raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "See candy?" she stammered. "She wants candy as a reward?" Latia, with a knowing smile, nodded. "Indeed, Ophis-san has her unique ways," she remarked. "But if you're willing to lend a hand, please do. However, if you prefer to take cover elsewhere, keep in mind that this replica lacks the reinforcement Aaron usually provides for our buildings. It might pose a challenge." The chief god R.A., a towering figure of authority, chimed in with determination. "No, we won't back down. These abominations were deployed during the war, right? Although Ta has altered them with his own powers, we should be capable of holding our own against them." His resolute words echoed in the gathering. Ta's agonizing scream pierced the air, a sensation he hadn't experienced in eons. He writhed in pain, his grip instinctively going to his nether regions. Desperation welled up within him as he attempted to harness his divine powers to mend the injury, but to his dismay, it failed. Frustration surged, evident in the fiery aura that erupted from his being. "Why?" he bellowed, addressing the empty expanse around him. "Why won't it work?" In response to his outcry, a figure materialized before him. It was Ophis, the enigmatic presence who had orchestrated this torment. She offered an explanation with an air of confidence, "Because I've used anti-healing and anti-regeneration measures on you. Any form of healing magic, technique, or item you attempt to use is rendered ineffective." Ta's fury erupted like a volcanic eruption, his staff raised high, and he summoned countless magic circles, unleashing the full force of his power upon the dragon god. Each spell he cast possessed the potential to obliterate entire countries 10 times over. Despite the overwhelming display, Ophis gazed upon it with an unflinching demeanor. With a wearied exhalation, she nonchalantly waved her hand, and in an instant, all the destructive magic dissipated into nothingness. Ta stood there in stunned silence, grappling with the reality of what had just transpired. Finally, he found his voice and uttered, "What? What have you done?" Ophis, appearing equally perplexed, tilted her head slightly. "What do you mean by what?" "I simply dispelled your attacks," she explained, her expression one of genuine confusion. Ta's fury showed no signs of abating. If anything, it had intensified, stoked by Ophis' recent actions that threatened to derail his meticulously laid plans for the day. The very alliance he had reluctantly entered now stood as an impediment to his ambitions. Though officially affiliated with the Cow's Order, in Ta's mind, he was more of an opportunistic collaborator. He had extended his aid on several occasions, but he never truly considered himself an integral part of the group. His involvement had a self-serving purpose, twofold. First, he sought to pilfer specific items, artifacts, and tools from within his own pantheon, and second, his desire to reclaim Sekhmet. To him, their connection still persisted. They were, after all, once husband and wife. In a surge of renewed anger, Ta raised his staff once more, conjuring an array of intricate magic circles. This time, he wove in a menagerie of animals he had previously summoned, each poised to attack Ophis. However, the dragon god emitted an overwhelming and otherworldly aura that sent a shiver through the conjured creatures. Ophis, still aloft, crouched in the air and made a commanding gesture for the animals to approach her. With a hint of hesitation, Ophis extended her hand toward the approaching animals, cautiously patting them on the head. "I enjoy it when Aaron does this to me. Do you like it?" She softly inquired, her words directed at her newfound companions. Among the animals, one managed to sneak behind Ophis, raising its scorpion-like tail high. This particular creature possessed a peculiar combination of features: a penguin's body, a blend of snake and scorpion for a tail, and wings reminiscent of a hawk. The tail, concealed in a venomous shroud, crept closer to Ophis, poised for a sudden strike. Moments later, without Ophis even turning around, the creature erupted in a violent explosion, scattering its body parts, blood, and entrails in all directions. The other animals, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, stood momentarily stunned. "Do you like it?" Ophis repeated, her voice devoid of emotion, taking on an almost robotic tone that contrasted sharply with the surreal and grim scene that had just unfolded. The creatures swiftly nodded in agreement, their fear of Ophis surpassing any loyalty they held for their creator, Ta. They shifted to Ophis' side, ready to confront Ta, leaving the Egyptian god utterly astonished. "How dare you, you worthless creatures!" Ta shouted, but his expression contorted with pain from a previous strike. "I'll kill all of you." His threat remained unfinished as Ophis swiftly struck him in the stomach, sending him tumbling away. Ophis uttered a wordless command, directing her gaze toward Ta. Creatures with ranged abilities promptly launched their attacks, which converged into a unified attack on the god. The combined force of their attacks struck Ta, resulting in an explosive outburst that sent shockwaves through their immediate surroundings. Ophis and her new creatures swiftly reached the location where Ta had crashed into. She scanned the surroundings and spotted the god, his form kneeling on the ground while using his staff for support. A quick assessment revealed that the injuries he had sustained were relatively minor, but due to his inability to self-heal, they had begun to accumulate. Ta, his eyes smoldering with anger, gazed up at Ophis. Without hesitation, Ophis landed a few feet from him on the ground and directed her attention toward him. "I will win by using this," she declared. Ophis then raised both of her hands, palms upturned, and began to rhythmically sway her hips, a perplexing dance that left everyone present bewildered. Amidst this tense moment, Ta fixed his gaze upon Ophis, a cocktail of curiosity and uncertainty swirling within him. He pondered the significance of her unconventional actions and the strange words she had uttered just moments before. Out of nowhere, music filled the air, a harmonious melody with no visible source. A mischievous little smile curled upon the lips of the dragon god. "For every move you can't mimic that I perform," she spoke, her tone laced with a playful challenge, "you'll say goodbye to a part of your being, whether it resides outside or within." "Ta, is disbelief palpable?" stammered W. The dragon god wasted no time. "The game begins now," she declared, and her hips swayed to the rhythm of the invisible music. But Ta hesitated, reluctant to follow suit. Then, 10 seconds later, an abrupt and gruesome explosion claimed his pinky finger on the left hand. Every 10 seconds, Ophis reiterated, her hands on her hips as she continued her hypnotic dance. "If you fail to mimic my moves, another piece of you shall part ways with the rest." The stakes were high, the tempo unforgiving, and Ta's choices had far-reaching consequences. In a state of panic, Ta found himself mirroring Ophis' every move, even though it filled him with a deep sense of shame. He reluctantly copied her graceful hip sways, aware that it was the only way to avoid dire consequences. 10 long seconds passed, and Ophis, with her unique sense of whimsy, started skipping toward Ta. Unable to defy her commands, Ta once more replicated her actions. But this time, a sharp, Searing pain tore through his groin, and he collapsed, his hands urgently clutching the source of his agony. However, he couldn't afford to forget the repercussions of failure. With sheer determination, he attempted to stand back up, but the pain surged back, forcing him to the ground once again. 10 seconds have passed, Ophis muttered, her words filled with an enigmatic air. Moments later, Ta felt something within him vanish. Confused, he stared at Ophis, who had taken a peculiar pose, only to discover that his left eye had turned a deep, unsettling black. His fingers touched the hollowness where his eye used to be. Ophis resumed her dance, her reminder echoing in his ears. In the next 10 seconds, if you deviate from my lead, another part of you will vanish. With a swift, precise motion, she delivered a powerful kick to Ta's head, sending him hurtling through the air. Also, our battle is far from over, so give it your all, she stated in a motionless tone. She wasted no time and swiftly pursued Ta, with the strange creatures trailing behind her. Arriving at the spot where Ta had crashed, she gracefully continued her dance from earlier. However, Ta remained concealed, prompting her to announce, another 10 seconds have passed. The air was filled with tension as the moments passed, and then a sharp cry of agony pierced the surroundings. Ta emerged once more, his left leg now missing, and a seething anger burned fiercely within his remaining eye. However, due to his injuries, Ta found himself unable to replicate Ophis' agile movements. She leaped and twirled, but Ta remained immobile. 10 more seconds ticked by, and then a sudden terror gripped him. He clutched his throat in silence, a desperate plea in his eyes, as if he were trying to convey to Ophis that he couldn't breathe. Ophis whispered to herself, I can't let him die, since Aaron needs him. She pointed at the god before her and uttered a spell, her eyes locking onto Ta. Now, you won't lose your breath, your sanity, or suffer any lethal injuries, unfortunately. With renewed energy, Ophis resumed her intricate dance, but Ta still struggled to mimic her fluid movements. Instead, he stood there, leaning on his staff, rage etched on his face. With his free hand, he conjured intricate magic circles. As he prepared to unleash their power upon the dragon god, another 10 seconds passed, and he felt his arm vanish into thin air. His magic circles, however, remained. Desperation fueled his voice as he roared, Kill her! A barrage of elemental magics surged toward Ophis, but with a graceful spin, she created a potent, invisible force that obliterated the incoming attacks. Kyun, Ophis mumbled, her voice tinged with a playful tone. She placed a peace sign on her forehead and spoke. Another 10 seconds have elapsed. And in that moment, Ta's final leg disappeared. He couldn't contain his frustration any longer and screamed, Curse you, dragon god! Ophis approached Ta, his immobility evident as he had lost all his limbs. She gazed down at him and remarked, You were pretty boring. Though Ta attempted to utter incantations, hoping to conjure some last resort magic, Ophis, without a word, gestured to enact a spell that silenced him. Letting out a resigned sigh, she lifted her foot and brought it down upon Ta's face, rendering him unconscious. Adding insult to injury, she delivered a second blow to his head and applied a touch of sleep-inducing magic. Turning her attention away from Ta, Ophis directed her gaze to the creatures he had summoned earlier. With a casual wave of her hand, she bid them farewell. Goodbye, and thanks for the entertainment. She then playfully formed her fingers into the shape of a gun, and moments later, the creatures vanished. In a moment of contemplation, Ophis muttered to herself, Maybe I could request a pet from Aaron, or maybe spend time with Shin or Laidan. Her musings ceased as she used magic on Ta to levitate him, carrying him with her as she soared back toward the rest of their company. Latia, who had been keeping a watchful eye on the ongoing battles, occasionally joining the fray herself, suddenly noticed a significant change. Ta's divine signature had vanished, and a triumphant smile graced her features. It appears that Ophis has emerged victorious. Everyone, let's quicken the pace and vanquish the remaining foes, for it seems they can continue to function without Ta's constant supervision. That was impressively fast, R.A. remarked. She's the dragon god of infinity. After all, Osiris chimed in, acknowledging Ophis' extraordinary power. In the distance, Kurosagi had assumed her formidable end god mode. With grace and precision, she cleaved through the battle gods that stood in her path. These variants of the battle gods, like the creatures Ta had created earlier, possessed enhanced capabilities. They could extend venom-tipped tentacles, take to the skies with their wings, boasted reinforced armor for added defense, and their weapons could transform into two distinct forms. The battlefield buzzed with action as the gods and their allies rallied to confront this new challenge. Vera, her wand wielded adeptly, continuously etched intricate magic circles into the air behind her, offering unceasing support to her fellow gods. In the midst of her conjurations, she skillfully imbued her companions with added strength using enhancement magic. Meanwhile, Latia positioned herself atop Ras' dwelling, her vigilant gaze overseeing the unfolding chaos. With grace and precision, she wielded her shambles, a power that could manipulate space to shift allies out of harm's way when they failed to react swiftly. Her mastery of time-based abilities allowed her to temporarily freeze adversaries, bolstering their defenses. 10 enemies remain. Stay vigilant, Latia cautioned. However, her warning came as the last of the battle gods inexplicably halted in their tracks, hastily retreating to regroup. Latia relayed this unexpected development to her comrades, prompting them to gather around her. Perplexed by this retreat, Horus, his battle axe resting on his shoulder, inquired, "Why did they suddenly do that?" Aten, the ever-observant, responded, "It appears they are merging." The 10 remaining battle gods commenced a mesmerizing fusion, gradually increasing in stature and might. Upon the culmination of their swift transformation, they stood 10 times taller than their previous forms. Bizarrely, their bodies now sprouted a medley of animal-like appendages and additional heads, an eerie display to all of them. Unfinished, Ophis declared, the unconscious god floating beside her. Latia extended her appreciation, saying, "Welcome back, Ophis-san, and thank you for your hard work." She conjured a handful of candy, presenting it to Ophis. "This is your reward. More will be on the way. But first, we must address that," she remarked, gesturing towards the colossal monstrosity looming before them. Ophis turned her attention to the menacing creature, her expression contemplative. She popped a piece of candy into her mouth, savored it for a moment, then swallowed before asking, "Do you want help?" "Would appreciate your assistance, especially since we have to return to Egypt to help with the situation there," Latia explained. "I just received a distressing message about some of Ta's subordinates wreaking havoc in the country." "Za not that, Solemni. We've already dispatched our own forces there, including the Egyptian group from DXD. Batet and Anubis are leading the charge on the ground." Ophis turned her gaze toward R.A., her curiosity piqued. "Sweets?" she inquired with an air of innocence. A faint smile tugged at the chief god's lips as he responded, "We will prepare some Egyptian sweets for you to enjoy once this day ends. How does that sound? Ouroboros dragon?" Ophis' approval came in the form of a contented hum. She then turned her attention back to the mutated battle god looming before them, ready to face it. Ophis, with an air of nonchalance, hovered just in front of the onlookers. The crowd brimmed with anticipation, eager to witness her unique approach to the gigantic monster. Hathoth, the goddess and wife of R.A., voiced her curiosity, her voice trembling with uncertainty. "How do you suppose she'll defeat it?" Aten, always a voice of reason, replied with a thoughtful tone, "It's anyone's guess with the dragon god of infinity. Her methods are often as whimsical as they are effective." As they gazed upon Ophis, her mysterious actions deepened their confusion. She raised her hands, an unconventional gesture that left them all puzzled. Placing both hands atop her heart, she crafted a heart shape, further mystifying her audience. With fluid grace, she extended her left leg behind her, completing her intricate sequence of movements. "Bakuan," Ophis uttered robotically, casting a momentary hush over the area. It was a silence pregnant with anticipation. Seconds later, an immense pink heart-shaped attack descended from the heavens, crashing with devastating force into the colossal battle god. The impact was cataclysmic, reducing not only the formidable enemy, but also a considerable portion of Nimbusuk's structures to nothingness. The gods and goddesses of Nimbusuk watched in awe and bewilderment, for Ophis' unorthodox power had proven to be both confounding and overwhelmingly effective, leaving them to ponder her true nature and the extent of her abilities. Ophis turned to face the group. "It's done," she declared, flashing a peace sign. With an inquisitive look, she asked Latia, "So, are we ready to go?" Approaching Latia, Ophis was met with a gentle pat on her head. "Yes, it's time for us to depart," Latia replied, her voice warm and reassuring. She turned to R.A. and extended an invitation. "R.A.-sama, you're welcome to join us as well. Remember, this place is but a replica, and any damage won't be repaired." Still somewhat taken aback by the unusual turn of events, R.A. managed to stammer out his response. "Yes, let's go. And thank you," he added, his gratitude evident in his voice as they prepared to leave. "I never expected to face a stupid and weak angel today," taunted the super devil with a wicked grin. Irina's eyes blazed with defiance as she retorted, pointing her fingers squarely at the man before her. Their confrontation hung in tense silence, unbroken by any other words. "We have many enemies ahead, so step aside. I refuse to let my parents worry about these terrorists in London of all places." The super devil's grin widened as he responded, his laughter dripping with malice. "Such a stupid reason, you stupid little girl. I'm looking forward to tearing you apart." The battle's tension hung heavy in the air as these two formidable foes prepare to clash in their pursuit of opposing goals. Chapter 15, Part 4. The strongest youth's third-person point of view without hesitation. Irina conjured sparkling hoops of radiant light and flung them toward the super devil confronting her. In response, the devil before her unleashed a barrage of demonic bullets from his fingertips. The collision of these opposing forces produced an earth-shaking explosion that reverberated through the subterranean depths of London. Irina couldn't help but grumble in disbelief when her attack was met with an equally potent counter from the devil confronting her. This unexpected turn of events, however, didn't deter her in the least. With determination in her eyes, she propelled herself toward her enemy and unleashed a barrage of light attacks. The devil, grinning maliciously, couldn't contain his laughter as he, too, unleashed a flurry of demonic attacks in return. "Ha ha ha! Are you surprised by my power?" he taunted with a sinister glee. "Even though you might be stronger than me, I possess the unique trait to match your strength. It's an incredible ability I was born with." Irina remained silent, her resolve unshaken. She increased her speed even further, vanishing from sight. In a split second, she reappeared, now standing directly behind the super devil. Her fist crackled with intense light energy as she aimed a powerful blow at his back. To her astonishment, a formidable barrier of dense, dark demonic aura materialized, weakening the force of her strike before sending the devil hurtling away. The super devil landed away from her and laughed to himself. He had short, spiky black hair, glowing yellow eyes. The pupils in them resembled goat horns. He was 61 in height, had a muscular physique as he wore a black hoodie with black pants and crimson shoes. "Would you be interested in learning its name and understanding how it works?" He jeered at her. Irina met his taunt with a scathing retort, her voice laced with disdain. "You won't share that with me, so keep quiet." Her eyes remained fixed on the devil standing before her. He chuckled in response, a wicked mirth dancing in his eyes. He tilted his head, considering a different topic. "How about I share something about myself?" he proposed. "I go by the name Valzether, an artificial super devil forged under the guidance of Hades-sama." Irina's expression remained defiant as she answered, "No, I won't reveal my name to you." Valzether's laughter persisted, his demeanor showing an eerie indifference. He shook his head with a sinister smile. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? Your fate is sealed, and soon you'll be dead. I simply wanted the first angel I kill to remember my name. With that proclamation, he sprinted towards Irina, moving at blinding speeds. Irina found herself taken aback by the sudden move, yet her instincts kicked in, allowing her to track his swift approach. As he materialized on her left side, she reacted with an unexpected point-blank discharge of potent light energy. Valzether, clearly surprised, managed to evade her attack with a nimble leap to the side, avoiding the scorching energy by a hair's breadth. But Irina wasn't done. In a fluid motion, she summoned her prized Hautaclear, its gleaming blade a beacon of holy power, and swung it towards her elusive opponent. Valzether's agility seemed to defy reality as he launched himself backward once more, narrowly escaping the oncoming blade. However, he soon realized that evading her strikes wouldn't be enough to claim victory in this duel. With an angry expression, Irina summoned more power and unleashed holy aura slashes in rapid succession, sending waves of radiant slashes hurtling toward Valzether. In response, he tapped into his own demonic power, forging a demonic sword from it, and retaliated with his own demonic aura slashes. The two opposing forces clashed mid-air, creating a stunning explosion of holy and demonic power. As the shockwaves reverberated between them, the battleground crackled and they were blown away from each other. Irina's mind raced with uncertainty as she grappled with the dilemma. Should I ask for some help here? I'm not exactly a genius, and trying to find out this man's power seems like a bothersome task, she pondered. The last thing she wanted was to turn to Aaron, so she opted to reach out to someone else for aid. Comptoir-san, can you hear me? She mentally called out, her inner voice echoing in the depths of her thoughts. Comptoir, answer. Yes? What kind of power does this super devil have? Irina inquired, her voice filled with curiosity, even as she skillfully evaded Valzether's relentless assaults. In the midst of her evasive maneuvers, she harnessed her own radiant abilities to retaliate against him with beams of light. Comptoir, answer. Adaptive Equinox. Valzether's unique trait enhances his strength to match that of his opponent. When confronted by multiple foes, he has the extraordinary capability to direct his focus on all of them simultaneously, combining their strengths to further fortify himself. Comptoir, answer. The second facet of this remarkable ability bestows upon him resistances to an array of powers. However, to harness these resistances, he must first experience the impact of each power, allowing him to gradually adapt to them. This process is akin to Gressel's resistance trait, yet even more potent, rendering Valzether a formidable opponent. So, how can I defeat him when he'll adapt to my light powers? Irina questioned with a thoughtful frown. Do I simply strike him down in an instant? I mean, I have the ability, but you did mention he's on par with my power at this point. Irina's concern loomed in her words as she contemplated the challenge before her, seeking a solution to overcome an opponent whose strength mirrored her own. Comptoir, answer. Similar to numerous other artificial super devils, Valzether is still in the early stages of his development, which presented an opportunity. What Valzether remained unaware of regarding his own capabilities was that he could only sustain them for brief periods due to his lack of mastery. Irina, her heart pounding, urgently asked, Wait, it's on a timer? He has to actively keep it going? Is there some kind of indication? Comptoir, answer. Do you see his pupils? When the goat horns are upright, that's when it's active. But if you flip them upside down, it deactivates. His eyes even emit a subtle glow when it's in the active state. Roger. Irina's scream pierced the air, catching Valzether off guard. With newfound power, she closed the distance between them swiftly. Her speed surged as she unleashed a barrage of sword strikes, a flurry of thousands in the blink of an eye. The super devil, caught off balance, found his arm severed. Valzether, visibly taken aback, uttered in frustration, What? TCH, I've already developed resistance against holy and light powers, but that blade's sharper than it appears. His words were punctuated by a surge of demonic aura that erupted from his form, sending Irina hurtling away from the explosive force. Valzether, in the midst of conjuring fiery, demonic spears, found himself encircled by light whips that materialized out of nowhere, latching onto him. Despite his inherent resistance to light-based powers, a vexed expression overcame him. "Humph," he scoffed, his voice brimming with defiance. "Do you truly believe these weak restraints can keep me at bay? Don't get cocky, you weakling." With that, he made a valiant effort to free himself from the unexpected bindings. To his astonishment, the whips refused to yield, confounding him. "What the hell is happening?" Valzether exclaimed in frustration. "I can't break free from these stupid things." The battle had taken an unexpected turn, leaving him grappling with the mysterious light whips that had him ensnared. Irina sighed as she held her sword to her side. "I guess asking Kuntuar-san for that extra ability really helped." "Huh? But I'm surprised she agreed to it," she mumbled. "Kuntuar, answer. You're one of Aaron's lovers, part of his harem. It goes without saying that he'll assist you. His happiness is intertwined with mine, and that's all that matters to me. Besides, your request isn't a major task. I actually wish more of the women in his life would seek my assistance for such things." Irina had made a specific request to Kuntuar earlier, asking for an ability that could effectively neutralize Valzether's unique trait, known as the adaptive equinox. With this ability rendered inert, facing Valzether will become a far less daunting task for her. Ordinarily, Irina possessed the strength to engage Valzether in an all-out battle, making quick work of him. However, the situation was more complex than that. She was determined not to inflict damage on the fabricated city of London, even though she was well aware that it wasn't real. Her angelic nature demanded that she uphold goodness, and this commitment weighed heavily on her conscience. Furthermore, her uncertainty regarding the full extent of Valzether's adaptive equinox added another layer of caution. She had heard tales of other super devils swiftly adapting during combat, and she had no desire to provide Valzether with an opportunity to master his ability further while they were in the midst of their confrontation. This complex web of considerations and concerns played on Irina's mind. "You piece of shit. Get these fucking things off me. Why can't I fucking break these pieces of shit?" Valzether's voice thundered through the underground base. His eyes widened in shock as realization struck. "Why can't I activate my ability? What the fuck did you do, bitch?" Desperation welled up within him, and he fought against his restraints, his struggles threatening to wreak havoc on the very ground beneath. Yet, Kuntuar, always several steps ahead, had already anticipated this and reinforced the bindings, rendering his efforts futile. Maybe it was underhanded, but let's face it, Valzether-kun, do devils really play fair? I've encountered my share of them, some playing by the rules, and others not so much. I'm uncertain which category you fall into, but I'd rather not take any chances. So I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me, Irina declared, her tone a blend of resolve and regret. Irina stretched her wings wide, an aura of radiance enveloping her form. Her sword gleamed with an intense, holy energy. Valzether's body quivered as he witnessed this spectacle. If only he still possessed the powers that had enabled him to confront formidable foes like this earlier. But alas, he didn't, and for the second time in his life, fear washed over him. The first instance had been during his encounter with Hades. "Wait," he stammered, hope tinging his voice. "Maybe we can find a way to resolve this peacefully?" His plea, however, fell upon deaf ears. Irina remained resolute, her determination unwavering. "Kuntuar-san," she implored, "after I've dealt with him, please strip him of his trait and transfer it to my ring. He no longer serves any purpose for the Alliance, does he?" Her question hung in the air, the destiny of a once mighty figure now teetering on the edge of decision. "Kuntuar, answer." "No, he does not. Feel free to kill him." Irina wore a faintly sorrowful smile as she lowered her sword. "Haudaclear, to her side. With determination, she sprinted toward Valzether. In one swift, decisive motion, her blade ended his life. The severed head of the fallen devil lay upon the ground. When Irina turned her gaze back to the lifeless form, her eyes drifted to the ring she wore. There, she discovered that Valzether's unique trait had been transferred to the ring. Irina pondered the possibilities, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. Maybe Aaron could find a worthy recipient for this in the future. Or maybe one of our devil allies, or even his own children, she mused. Irina let out a sigh and shook her head. No, forget it. He'll ponder that another time. Right now, we still have more enemies to confront. Kuntuar-san, can I count on you even more? Kuntuar, answer. Sure, go ahead. Aaron has become more self-sufficient with his newfound abilities, so I find myself feeling somewhat excluded lately. How about you appear in your human form and join me? Irina suggested. That way, you can interact with Aaron immediately after the operation. Wait, why don't you do it more often? A sudden burst of light surrounded Irina, and Kuntuar materialized beside her. Well, she began, it's because when I'm in my usual form, I feel the closest to Aaron. We have regular conversations when he's in his office or helping out in his restaurant, although those chats often get interrupted by Drake talking about memes. Memes? Irina questioned, tilting her head in curiosity. Kuntuar's eyes and lips twitched with a hint of annoyance. It's probably better if you didn't know. Anyway, let's proceed. He'll provide more direct assistance from now on. With those words, they moved forward together, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Looks like Aniki's instincts were spot on. Going straight here did lead us to you, Ungra Mainyu, Valley remarked as he faced the formidable evil god from Zoroastrianism. Ungra Mainyu, with a hint of amusement, responded, I understand now. That's why the teleportation to London was blocked. It was the middleman's doing. So, Vala Lucifer's team is the one we're up against? You're a bit too weak to handle us, boy. Before the operation commenced, Valley and his team had received detailed briefings about the various groups and gods they might encounter. After careful consideration, Valley had made the deliberate choice to confront Ungra Mainyu and his group. Despite being forewarned that it would be a difficult challenge, Valley remained undaunted. He held a few secret strategies close to his chest, and that gave him the confidence to proceed with the encounter. Ungra Mainyu manifested as a phantom, his form shrouded in a deep, obsidian hue. His physique exuded power, characterized by well-defined muscles. Glowing eyes, akin to flickering flames, burned with an intense, fiery light, and two menacing horns crowned his head. An air of pure chaos emanated from his very being, making his presence all the more ominous. I shall personally see to your demise, while my fellow gods attend to the remainder of your team. Once our task is accomplished, we shall depart this nation, Ungra Mainyu declared, his voice dripping with malevolence. Ungra Mainyu and his group had found themselves situated within Iran, where they had been diligently making final preparations in anticipation of their imminent teleportation to London. However, the interference caused by Aaron had disrupted their travel plans. To make matters worse, a mysterious barrier had encased the entire country, leaving them with no means of escape. The conditions for their eventual departure mandated that they defeat a team from the Alliance, and the fateful enemy they were now confronting happened to be none other than Val's team. They were well informed about Valley and his team's might, particularly since they had witnessed their recent victory over Team Journey to the West in the highly competitive World Tournament. This impressive feat had firmly established Valley and his team as formidable enemies, along with other achievements. Dark, looming shadows suddenly cast their veil over Valley and Ungra Mainyu. In the blink of an eye, the rest of Val's team was whisked away, leaving only Gogmagog behind, unnoticed by the gods and Ungra Mainyu's company, who saw no threat in the massive creature. Now, descendant of the Lucifer bloodline, let the battle commence. Ungra Mainyu's voice boomed, a declaration that marked the beginning of their clash. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a relentless barrage of elemental attacks aimed squarely at Valley. Normally, The self-assured young Lucifer would have faced these attacks without so much as a flinch. However, something about them felt amiss, raising his suspicions. In a swift and agile maneuver, he soared away from the oncoming onslaught, conjuring his own intricate magic circles in the process to counter the elemental attacks. In the midst of this perilous dance, a voice sounded within Val's mind, that of Albion, his trusted companion and partner. Valley, I sense something unique about those attacks, akin to the power of dragon slaying. Ungramenu is no novice in the ways of magic, and it's no surprise he wields such formidable abilities. Stay vigilant and take care, Albion cautioned, a note of concern in his words. I guessed as much, Vala grumbled with a mix of irritation and grudging admiration. He swiftly activated his balance breaker, followed by his Imperio Juggernaut overdrive, preparing to confront the evil god standing before him. You underestimate me, heir of Lucifer. If you believe that weak form is sufficient to defeat me, you'll be the one to fall today, declared Ungramenu, exuding unwavering confidence. Valley retorted, determination in his voice. We'll see about that. He unleashed a relentless storm of demonic attacks at Ungramenu, who, in response, met his challenge with a barrage of elemental attacks. Their attacks clashed with explosive force, sending shockwaves through the nearby town. Buildings crumbled, and structures were torn apart in the wake of their fierce battle, leaving destruction in their wake. Ungramenu wielded his dark magic, conjuring a myriad of shifting shapes behind him. Valley watched with a mix of confusion and heightened alertness. He didn't give Ungramenu the chance to complete his puzzling creations, launching a relentless assault of white demonic swords, a signature of his clan's power. Sensing imminent danger, Ungramenu reacted swiftly, evading the oncoming blades. Yet, Vala displayed his mastery by materializing above the evil god, preparing a colossal demonic sphere that he hurled with devastating force. It struck Ungramenu, sending him tumbling to the ground. Valley wasted no time, following up with a barrage of elemental demonic attacks that rent the earth beneath them. Valley maintained his distance, his senses heightened as he observed the magic emanating from the place where Ungramenu had been. As the dust began to settle, Valley was disheartened to see that Ungramenu had suffered only minor scratches, nothing to seriously impede the god. However, Ungramenu's response took Vala by surprise. A sinister smile played upon his lips as he snapped his fingers. In an instant, behind the evil god manifested female humanoids, dressed in bikinis. Vala couldn't help but express his bewilderment. What on earth is this god up to? He muttered. I've heard from various sources that you have a particular fondness for the female, but Valley Lucifer, Ungramenu taunted, catching Valley off guard. So, I shall battle you with precisely that. The female humanoids swooped toward Valley, leaving him further perplexed. Nonetheless, he braced himself for whatever strange attack was about to unfold. But his bewilderment deepened as the humanoids turned around and aimed there, but in his direction. This is absurd. It won't work, Valley. Albion, Vala's sacred gear, exclaimed in disbelief. He watched his wielder turn red in the face and flee from the bizarre scene. Are you serious? Pull yourself together. We need to focus so. In that moment, Albion recalled that Valley had recently experienced an intimate encounter with his two lovers, Jinbu and Calantha, following their victory against Sun Wukong. It had been a spontaneous and passionate moment, unplanned but deeply enjoyed by all. Although Valley didn't openly display his happiness, both Jinbu and Calantha could sense his contentment. They did tease him with their buts quite a bit during it. Did he genuinely become even more affected by them? Albion pondered, his tone tinged with resignation. The battle had taken an unexpected turn, leaving everyone, including Valley, grappling with the strangest of distractions. Vala swiftly pivoted and prepared to unleash an attack at the humanoid figures, only to be left dumbfounded when they transformed into two familiar faces, Jinbu and Calantha, his partners. This sudden revelation stunned him, and before he could react, they closed the distance and began showering him with affection. Valakian, the disguised Calanthus, said sweetly, "Do you love me?" V. Valasand, "Please, hold me close," the imitation Jinbu implored with a sultry tone. Valis' cheeks flushed even deeper, and his sacred gear, Albion, who resided within him, let out a sigh. With an effort, Albion assumed his dragon form and, thanks to a modification by Aaron, used his power to dismiss the humanoid figures. The modification allowed Valis Albion to mirror Aaron's Albion's abilities. "Valley, switch to your other form," and while confronting him together, Albion commanded, giving his wielder a pointed look. Valis' embarrassment still lingered, but now annoyance seeped in. He swiftly agreed, ready to face the upcoming challenge alongside his faithful partner, Albion. "The pure white dragon dwelling within me. Rise up from your supremacy, the silvery white morning star I possess within me. Claim the throne of dawn, the jet-black god of infinity, the mysterious and unfathomable father of devils. We shall transcend the limits to accept the oath. Thou shalt kneel down before our bright and glorious existence." LL Lucifer, Dragon Lucifer Drive. Valley wasted no time, swiftly entering his Diabolo's Dragon Lucifer form. With Albion by his side, they charged headlong towards Ungra Mainyu, who greeted their approach with a sinister grin. Behind the evil god, millions of intricate magic circles materialized, forming a mesmerizing and ominous spectacle. Then, in a show of devastating power, Ungra Mainyu unleashed a relentless barrage of magic spells. The onslaught was as varied as it was potent, featuring spells drawn from an array of mythologies, from fairy and black magic to the cursed magic in Norse and Greek magic circles. Valley, unwavering in his determination, exulted with a triumphant shout. His wings began to shine brilliantly, a clear indication that he was employing his Satan Compression Divider. LLL, Satan Compression Divider. Valis' attack surged toward Ungra Mainyu's magical onslaught, rapidly compressing it until all the magical assaults dissipated. Ungra Mainyu stood there, utterly stunned by the display of power. So, this is what vanquished Azidaka and countless others. Truly remarkable. You are, without a doubt, the most powerful white dragon emperor in history, he admitted in sheer amazement. However, you should know I'm not one to be outdone, he added with a sly grin. Ungra Mainyu responded by conjuring two massive, obsidian magic circles beside him. From these circles emerged doppelgangers of Albion and Valley. The copy of Valley was in his own Diabolo's Dragon Lucifer form, a sight that left Valley and Albion shocked. Not too long ago, I created another Albion, although it can't replicate your unique abilities, Ungra Mainyu revealed. But it should serve as a fine distraction in London. And about that form of yours, young Lucifer, you rely on it quite frequently. So much so that I've been able to replicate it in this manner. He taunted, savoring the tension of the encounter. With a sly chuckle, Ungra Mainyu issued his command, and the doppelgangers of Valley and Albion surged forward, closing the distance between themselves and their originals. However, to the evil god's astonishment, the original Albion wasted no time. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on his own replica, gripping its head and slamming it to the ground. In a powerful display, he unleashed a colossal breath attack that rippled through the town. Valley, equally swift and decisive, used his incredible speed to reach his own doppelganger. With precision, he delivered a point-blank shot that sent the imposter hurtling away. Before Vala pursued his replica, he harnessed his teleportation abilities to strategically position all his wyverns around Ungra Mainyu. The evil god's reaction was swift, but even he struggled to cope with the onslaught that followed. Vala's wyverns, with their uncanny ability to utilize half-dimension, closed in on Ungra Mainyu. They also launched attacks intermittently, forcing the evil god into a defensive stance and keeping him pinned in place. Ungra Mainyu recognized the gravity of the situation. Underestimating these wyverns and their attacks could result in fatal injuries, especially given Vala's heightened power, following his victory against Sun Wukong's team. In Valis' eyes, Ungramenu was less durable than the Monkey King, even though the reality painted a different picture, with the evil god possessing far greater resilience. Valis swiftly left the evil god behind and closed the distance to catch up with his doppelganger. The duplicate Valley wore an evil grin as he unleashed a barrage of demonic attacks toward the real Valley. But the real Valley reacted with lightning speed, deploying his divide 4 times to nullify the incoming attacks, rendering them harmless. The fake Valley, or F-Valley, soared toward him, initiating an aerial brawl. F-Valley aimed a punch at Valis' face, but the real Valley deftly shifted his head to the side, narrowly evading the blow. Valley responded by swiftly placing his hand near F-Valis' chest and releasing another point-blank demonic aura shot, propelling F-Valley backward once more. In this contest, the original Valley held the upper hand because F-Valley lacked access to divine dividing S abilities. However, it was worth noting that both F-Valley and F-Albion possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities, capable of regrowing lost limbs in a matter of seconds. F-Valley hung suspended in the air, recovering from Valis' previous attack. He observed the gaping hole in his form, where Valis' blow had landed, only to watch it swiftly mend itself. With a confident smirk, F-Valley taunted, "You can't do much about this, can you?" He gestured at his remarkable regenerative ability. Valley remained impassive, his gaze fixed unflinchingly on his doppelganger. In an instant, he vanished without a trace and generated a powerful sonic boom that took F-Valley by surprise. A mysterious hand touched the fake Valis' back, and before he could turn around, he felt a circular object pierce through him. "You see," Valley began, his voice carrying a note of certainty, "Aniki is quite meticulous in certain matters, especially when it comes to his dream of peace. Today, that meticulousness works in my favor, and with this move, I claim victory in our brief fight." Valley declared his triumph, and seconds later, F-Valley was violently propelled away by a powerful kick. His stomach exploded upon impact, slicing him in two, sealing his fate in this fierce confrontation. "Didn't I just tell you this power will heal me?" F-Valley retorted, his voice filled with frustration as he faced Valley. He expected his grievous wounds to rapidly mend, but to his horror, his lower half began to disintegrate. What's going on? Why isn't my ability working?" Valley let out a weary sigh, his gaze steady on F-Valley. "It appears you were created hastily. Even though you possess the power of a heavenly dragon, I've surpassed that level of strength. Moreover, Aniki has granted me access to an ability that nullifies all forms of healing." Valley gestured towards the disintegrating body of his duplicate. F-Valley's anger flared, and he bellowed, "It's always that meddling lizard, always interfering with people like us. Peace is an illusion because beings like us will always exist." A surprising response escaped Valley's lips, catching F-Valley off guard. "That's just fine," he declared, a look of anticipation in his eyes. "Aniki already understands that, and I'm looking forward to it. This way, I can continue battling powerful enemies, not just within our universe, but in different dimensions and worlds. As a part of DXD, I could traverse various realms and face even more stronger opponents. It's a dream come true for battle enthusiasts like myself." The prospect of boundless battles excited him, leaving F-Valley both bewildered and agitated. "Damn you, Valley Lucifer!" Valley's doppelganger roared before finally crumbling away. Valley scoffed, and then turned to face Ungramenu, who was still being suppressed by his wyverns. "Albion should finish up soon," he mumbled before flying back to the evil god, Ungramenu. In the distance, F-Albion bore the signs of battle, missing an arm and a leg. The true Albion loomed over his doppelganger, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Did you truly believe a mere imitation could surpass the original?" Albion questioned his duplicate. F-Albion, undeterred, retorted, "It matters not if you are the genuine article or a copy. Strength is the ultimate recognition of superiority." A sly grin adorned Albion's lips. "In that case, it appears I am the stronger one," he declared. Leveraging the same power that Vala possessed, he prevented the fake from regenerating. With a resolute gesture, Albion crushed Albion's head, bringing an end to the doppelganger's existence. After defeating his duplicate, Albion swiveled around to find Vala locked in combat, with Ungra Manu once more. The battle appeared evenly matched, with Vali enjoying a slight advantage. However, the evil god proved to be a formidable adversary, giving Vali a challenging fight. Without hesitation, Albion joined the fray, unleashing a fiery breath attack at Ungra Manu. The evil god, alert to the incoming attack, retaliated by launching a flurry of icicle spheres to intercept the fire breath. The collision between their two attacks resulted in a small but powerful explosion, the fierce clash of elements lighting up the battlefield. Both White Dragon Emperors launched their attacks on Ungra Manu with remarkable synchrony. It was as though they had an unspoken understanding, never impeding each other as fists and legs were hurled toward the evil god. Vali and Albion, however, found themselves taken aback. The evil god managed to keep pace with them, even if he did suffer the occasional hit. His ability to dodge or deflect their attacks demonstrated his strength and mastery of his formidable powers. "I'm not too shabby in hand-to-hand combat, am I?" Ungra Manu lauded himself, while admirably keeping up with the two White Dragon Emperors. The battle raged on, with both sides displaying their remarkable combat prowess. Finally, Ungra Manu heightened his powers, shrouding himself in an intensely malevolent aura that sent Albion and Vali tumbling backward. Countless dark tentacles emerged from his back, and an enveloping darkness and shadows swirled around him. "Is this the best the heavenly dragons can muster?" he taunted, his voice dripping with scorn. Vali and Albion exchanged a silent communication. "I'm ready," Albion murmured. Vala nodded. "Gogmagog and Malakota, lend me your strength. Azazel isn't available yet, but with you two, we should be more than capable," he declared, a sly grin playing on his lips. Albion transformed back into his compact form and rejoined Vali. Gogmagog manifested behind Vali, and a subtle mark of the Malbranche appeared near him, accompanied by a tail that extended from Vali's back. "I'm at your service," Vali Lucifer Malakota affirmed. These Malbranche, including those captured during recent operations, had undergone alterations at the hands of Aaron, much like Avetsa and Sadnal. As a result, they now collaborated with the Alliance, with no hesitation, as their loyalties had shifted. Vala's aura grew even more intense, and a brilliant surge of silver-white and blue energy radiated from his core. Simultaneously, the Lucifer emblem manifested across his gems, and behind him, Gogmagog transformed into a colossal, radiant yellow form, fusing with Vali. Numerous magic circles bearing the insignias of the Malbranche and the figure of Malakota himself materialized around Vali. Their combined magic created a titanic aura, unleashing a powerful blast that sent Ungra Manu hurtling backward. The display of power not only affected the evil god, but also obliterated the entire town in Iran and its surrounding areas. As the two lights merged with Vali, his armor underwent a transformation. The immense shift in his power was felt by all members of the Alliance and groups affiliated with the Chaos Order. Their attention turned toward the nation of Iran, where this awe-inspiring change in the balance of power had just taken place. Vala's armor retained its predominantly silver hue, but now it sported captivating golden accents, as well as luminous, captivating blue highlights. His transformation extended further with the emergence of sharp, menacing protrusions on his arms, legs, shoulders, and helmet. The wings of light on his back took on a futuristic edge, crackling with vivid blue electricity. Notably, 16 bat-like wings materialized behind him, a striking manifestation of his enhanced power and evolution. "What in the world is that?" Ungra Manu exclaimed in sheer astonishment. Vali responded, his tone laced with a touch of amusement. "Well, what do you think it is? Azazel has been working on enhancing Gogmagog recently, so this is its first test run. Consider yourself my guinea pig evil god Ungrameño. Vala chuckled wickedly as he spoke. With blinding speed, Vala closed the gap between himself and the bewildered evil god. Before Ungrameño could react, a powerful strike landed from behind, accompanied by orbs of white, demonic aura crackling with blue electricity. As the searing pain registered, Ungrameño let out a blood-curdling scream, sent hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, Vala's Divide ability activated, sapping the evil god's formidable powers. Vala's relentless assault continued unabated. He pursued Ungrameño, who turned to face him and unleashed a barrage of attacks. However, the young Lucifer met the evil god's attack with a confident smirk. A tail, gleaming silver-white with black, adorned with gold and blue accents, emerged from Vala's form. It absorbed and nullified Ungrameño's attacks. What the fuck is that? This is unfair. You can't just devour my attacks. The evil god protested. Valley offered no verbal retort. Instead, he harnessed the excess energy absorbed by his tail, strengthening himself even further. With newfound power coursing through him, Vala darted around Ungrameño at a pace that the evil god could no longer match. Ungrameño attempted to strike or seize Vala's elusive form, but found himself unable to keep up. In a final act of defiance, Vala grabbed hold of the evil god's wings from behind, and, before Ungrameño could react, tore them off, causing the evil god to emit a tortured scream. LLL. Vala's power surged even higher, causing his new armor to crackle with intensified energy. Much like Aaron's armor, two cannons emerged above his shoulders and below his armpits, while the original cannon in the center of his stomach glowed with impending might. Vala swiftly began charging a devastating attack, while the evil god Ungrameño lay helpless on the ground, unable to escape. Fear gripped Ungrameño as he realized the dire straits he was in. Thoughts raced through his mind, this can't be the end for me. I'm the leader of this group, and they'll mock my downfall if they discover it. Panic gnawed at him. As he attempted to move away, a familiar sight sent a shiver down his spine. The wyverns from before reappeared, their ominous presence causing his face to pale. With their half-dimension ability, they manipulated gravity around Ungrameño, halting his escape entirely. No, not like this. Ungrameño's voice echoed with despair, his cries of agony filling the air as he grappled with the inevitable. Vala grinned and then remarked, "Well, I suppose you weren't too shabby, after all." With those words, he unleashed a devastating attack on Ungrameño. Satan Lucifer Smasher. A colossal barrage of silvery white and jet black auras surged forth from the 5 cannons on his armor. The destructive energy hurtled toward Ungrameño, who found himself unable to mount a defense. The power of this new attack was staggering. It annihilated Iran and several neighboring countries in its path, the silver-white and jet-black beams piercing through the Earth's surface, nearly reaching its very core. After the cataclysmic explosion subsided, there remained nothing beneath Valley, the heir of Lucifer, who floated there with a contented smile, having accomplished a part of his mission. "Okay, let's head over and see if the others need assistance," Valley proposed, taking a deep breath. With that, he took to the skies and flew off, ready to offer aid or confront any remaining gods who posed a threat. A shadow soldier who had been observing the intense battle flew over and landed beside the fallen evil god. With a skillful touch, the shadow soldier applied a soothing enchantment that induced slumber and administered a modest measure of healing to the unconscious deity. Baru, the diligent soldier, let out a sigh of relief and carefully lifted the slumbering god. "Lord Valley, it seems you overlooked bringing him to the designated relocation point," Baru murmured under his breath. "I won't bring this up with my liege to spare you from any teasing." That day, Vala found himself unexpectedly rescued by a loyal and discreet ally. Sarorg Bale and his team found themselves in an unexpected place, Hawaii, where a unique group stood before them. Among this assembly were Zeno, Balberith, along with a multitude of super devils, grim reapers, and 2 apprentices of the Wizards of Oz. Balberith was struck with a sudden stillness at the sight of Serorg Bale. He had watched the legendary match between Serorg and Aaron Tool over 100 times. The very battle where Aaron unleashed his awe-inspiring queen form. Each viewing of that match ignited Balberith's fighting spirit and brought tears to his eyes, though he couldn't quite explain why. Before anyone could utter a word, Balberith's voice rang out, resolute and unwavering. Serorg Bale, I challenge you to a one-on-one duel. The declaration left everyone in the vicinity dumbfounded, their surprise etched across their faces. The only one who fully comprehended Balberith's motivation was Zeno, their team's king. Serorg regarded the super devil before him in silence, then nodded his agreement. Without another word, the 2 warriors leaped away to engage in their showdown. Ha! Who would have guessed that little ball would pull something like that? Inquired the young female magician apprentice from the Wizards of Oz. She introduced herself with a cheerful smile, saying, "Oh, I'm Cleida, by the way, super orphan and super magician. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Cleida bowed gracefully. Cleida was a young woman with short blonde hair and striking green eyes. She donned a white witch's robe, complete with a broom by her side. An air of mischievousness surrounded her, adding a touch of enigma to her presence. "Clay, be cautious with your words," advised the young man. He sported a substantial black witch hat atop his head, donned circular glasses that framed his vibrant green eyes, and displayed striking blue hair. His figure remained concealed beneath a flowing brown robe. "Oh, come on, Zed, it'll be just fine. We had everything set up before these folks arrived," she reassured with a confident grin. She pointed her broom at Serorg's team, and it transformed into a small green wand. "Let's get this started," she exclaimed, and thousands of magic circles materialized around her. With a burst of energy, she released a deluge of magical attacks at her opponents. Serorg's team remained composed as Keisha harnessed her clan's unique trait, Whole, and absorbed every incoming attack. Then, in a swift and surprising move, she redirected the collected power, sending it back towards Zena's group. "Wow!" Cleida exclaimed in genuine admiration, her applause resonating through the area. She conjured another set of magic circles and launched a barrage of counterattacks to meet the returning magic. "Stay vigilant, everyone, and let's await Serorg's return," Keisha commanded, and the group readily complied. "Regulus, go and join him." At once, Regulus responded, having stayed behind. He vanished from their midst, following closely in their master's wake. As Regulus neared the battleground, the clash of Balberith and Serorg was in full swing. Each time their fists met, the very foundations of Hawaii trembled under the immense force. It was evident that neither of them had unleashed their full power yet. Instead, they seemed to be engaged in a preliminary skirmish, a dance of testing the waters to gauge each other's strength. "Regulus, stay put until I call for you," Serorg ordered. "Understood," came the reply from the sacred gear. Serorg faced his formidable opponent, Balberith, with a curious expression. "Balberith, was it? I've observed your battles, and you seem quite powerful. Can you tell me why you wanted to fight me?" He deftly dodged yet another straight punch from Balberith. Without warning, Balberith shifted his stance, going down on his hands, and executed a swift spinning kick aimed at Serorg. The impact was substantial, prompting Serorg to employ his arms as a shield. The force of the attack sent him tumbling backward. "Because I'm a fan of a pay dragon, and I saw you fighting him that day, the day he first unleashed his queen form. I wanted to experience a battle with you at your best. I thought it might help me evolve and grow stronger. I aspire to be like a pay dragon." Balberith's revelation left both Serorg and Regulus astonished. The sincerity of this response caught them off guard. Serorg, quietly assessing his opponent's facial expression and the nuances of his life signature, detected no hint of deception in Balberith's words. This revelation brought a genuine smile to Serorg's face as he faced the super devil before him. "Very well, Balberith, unleash your full power, and I'll meet you with all I've got." Saror declared. A broad, eager grin stretched across Balberith's face. He nodded enthusiastically, reminiscent of a child about to embark on an adventure. In mere moments, an immense column of demonic aura erupted from Balberith's form. It was intense, potent, and so vast that it pierced through the clouds in the sky. The very earth quivered under the weight of Balberith's overwhelming might. Saror's smile broadened as he observed this display of power. I always suspected you were holding back during the tournament preliminaries, he admitted. All right, let's do this. Regulus, Saror shouted, prompting Regulus to transform into a golden sphere and merge with him. Together, they quickly donned his balance breaker armor and began their incantation, ready to face the impending challenge. This body, this soul, even if it falls into an endless ravine, my lord and I, we will exhaust this body and this soul to rise up the endless royal road. Raise, triumph, play, and shine. This is the body of a demonic beast. Lodged on top of my fist is the glorious imperial authority. Dance, dance, bloom, break down the beast, climb over. A tremendous surge of power emanated from Saror as he assumed his breakdown the beast form, altering his stance to confront Balberith. A hushed anticipation hung in the air, enveloping the surroundings as both warriors poised themselves for combat. Then, with swiftness akin to a fleeting gust, both of them vanished from sight. In the epicenter of their confrontation, their fists collided, generating an enormous explosion that laid waste to the surface of Hawaii. The sheer force of Saror and Balberith's intense clash sent shockwaves that propelled their teammates backward, leaving them in awe. However, not a single member of their group dared to intervene, for they understood that this battle was a personal duel, one that needed to be settled between the two powerhouses. Their legs clashed, with Saror enveloped in potent purple 10k and Balberith's shrouded in a dense demonic aura. In a swift move, Balberith vanished from Saror's sight and reappeared just below him, launching an uppercut at the Lion King. However, Saror, determined not to be outdone, bent backward, causing the Super Devil's strike to miss its mark. But Balberith wasn't finished. Utilizing his agility and flexible body, he spun around and directed a kick at Saror. Once again, the Super Devil found himself surprised as the Lion King adeptly maneuvered mid-air, using Balberith's own leg as a propellant to elevate himself. Then, with a simple punch, Saror released a condensed shockwave, aiming it squarely at Balberith. Balberith managed to shield himself by crossing his arms, reducing the impact of the powerful punch, but still feeling the stinging pain. The earth beneath him shattered from the force of the blow. As soon as the force ceased, the young Super Devil launched himself once more towards Saror, his arm poised for a strike. He arrived in front of the Lion King, launching a lightning-fast jab. To his astonishment, Saror countered it with a swift headbutt. Without missing a beat, Saror's 10k-infused fist connected with Balberith's chest, propelling the Super Devil downward, where he crashed into the ground. Balberith couldn't help but break into an enormous grin that spread across his face. Surprisingly, he didn't experience any despair or anger during this battle. Quite the opposite, he felt a surge of elation. The fight was turning into something he thoroughly enjoyed, even more so than his previous bout with Mahabali from Team Azura. This is fun, Lion King, Saror Bale, Balberith exclaimed, his enthusiasm evident. With an even wilder gleam in his eyes, he leaped towards Saror once more. Without much hesitation, he launched a barrage of wild haymakers and rapid kicks, attempting to overpower his opponent. However, Saror, the Lion King, remained unruffled. He moved with a graceful ease, effortlessly dodging Balberith's relentless attacks. Surprisingly, he wore the same satisfied smile that graced Balberith's face. The joy of the battle seemed to be mutual, creating an electric atmosphere in their clash. In an instant, Saror's fist clashed with Balberith's, creating a powerful shockwave that sent both of them tumbling away. They landed on the ground, locking eyes. Saror broke the silence. Balberith, he began, your movements, they don't feel like your usual self. It's like I've seen them somewhere before. So, let me ask you this. Why are you imitating him? Sarorg's gaze was filled with curiosity. Balberith stuttered in his response. Because I want to be like a paid dragon. The young super devil had been emulating Aaron Tool's fighting style during their brief confrontation. This was one reason why Sarorg found it easier to evade the blows. He had grown accustomed to them, and they paled in comparison to Aaron's lightning-quick movements. Sarorg crossed his arms and briefly closed his eyes, releasing a slightly weary sigh through his nose. When he opened his eyes, he fixed a stern gaze on Balberith. It's perfectly fine to idolize Jean, to look up to him, and even aspire to be like him, but never settle for mere imitation. He continued to explain, your unique style was a key factor in many of your victories. Your opponents couldn't predict your next move, giving you an advantage. Balberith's brows furrowed in frustration. Are you telling me to give up on becoming like a paid dragon? Sarorg shook his head, determination evident in his voice. No, what I'm saying is... Sarorg pointed directly at Balberith, taking him aback for a moment. Become your version of a paid dragon. Infuse your powers, style, and techniques into your fighting style, and become someone distinct from Jean while still carrying the same essence as him. Don't be content watching from the sidelines. Get stronger and stand alongside him. Don't be just a fan, become his friend. Sarorg's words resonated with authority, enveloping the surroundings in a profound silence. Become my own paid dragon? Balberith repeated, his voice tinged with astonishment at Sarorg's words. I can do that. Absolutely you can. Sarorg thundered with enthusiasm. Don't just mimic him. Take everything you've learned and create your unique style. Let's get started. A fresh surge of power coursed through Balberith's body as the young super devil readied himself to charge at Sarorg once more. However, this time, Balberith employed a flurry of 100 feints in just 2 seconds. He seemed to materialize at various points around Sarorg, each of these clones launching powerful punches toward the Lion King. Sarorg, a confident smile gracing his lips, gracefully evaded the strikes aimed at him. In a swift motion, he delivered a powerful blow to Balberith's stomach, leaving the super devil even more astonished. The force of the strike sent Balberith hurtling, crashing into a pile of rubble. So that's what I'm talking about. Well done, Sarorg commended, nodding in approval. Balberith rose from the spot where Sarorg's powerful punch had sent him crashing. The blow had inflicted significant damage on the super devil, but he got to his feet with the same unwavering grin. That's right, he always bounces back with a smile, so you better do the same. Sarorg proclaimed with an infectious laugh, his spirits undaunted. Balberith, still grinning, declared, I'll make my own path as another paid dragon, my very own version of what a hero is. Sarorg's enthusiasm surged as he encouraged his opponent, shouting, Indeed, become your true self, Balberith. With their determination renewed, both of them charged at each other, ready to continue their intense duel. Ho ho, rieshkungakon, facing me. Well, should I be flattered? Scarmiglione asked with a mocking tone. Back with Rias Group above Japan, the ongoing battles against illusions of once-deceased foes still raged. Rias herself had chosen to confront the Malbranche, as she had informed the entire alliance of her strategy. Yes, it's me. I may not possess the same abilities as my brother, but for dealing with you, it should suffice, Rias replied with her customary smile. Scarmiglione's expression soured, and he inquired, Do you think I'm weak? Rias shook her head, her tone firm. I never implied that, Scarmiglione. You're misinterpreting my words. Let's put an end to this charade before anyone gets hurt. Humph. You'll regret this, little girl, he retorted, his arrogance unshaken. Scarmiglione wasted no time. He conjured thousands of magic circles and unleashed a barrage of attacks toward Rias. In addition, he harnessed his demonic powers to create several hovering whips, which he promptly directed to attack her. All the while, a self-assured smirk played upon his lips. He believed himself to be superior to Rias, largely due to his limited knowledge of her and her accomplishments over the past year. Rias, however, remained composed. She observed the approaching attacks without a trace of panic. As the attacks drew nearer, she enveloped herself in her power of destruction. The moment these attacks made contact with her power of destruction, they disintegrated, never even coming close to her body. Scarmiglione couldn't help but express his annoyance with a click of his tongue. The power of destruction. How vexing. If it weren't for your mother, you wouldn't have that ability, since it's a specialty of the Bale clan. You owe everything to it. Rias Gremory. He hissed at her, his tone dripping with contempt. From the beginning of the operation until now, the fact that Scarmiglione was confined to Japan had been a source of great frustration for him. He harbored grander designs, plans that involved wreaking havoc on multiple cities and pantheons, schemes that he yearned to execute. True to his title as a troublemaker, Scarmiglione possessed a penchant for chaos and destruction that surpassed even the most notorious mischief makers. However, there was one crucial detail that eluded many. When Aaron had transported all the remaining members of the Cow's Order to their current location, he had introduced a new rule to the realm. This rule was reminiscent of the way he had manipulated reality for them previously. What most of the Cow's Order didn't realize was that they had been transferred to a replica of the planet. They firmly believed they were still on the genuine Earth, convinced that their actions held the power to influence humanity. Are you going to fight me? Or will you continue to stand there acting like some self-important brat? Scarmiglione snapped, his patience wearing thin. Rias responded with a knowing smile. If I chose to fight, our battle would already be concluded. I'm offering you a chance to surrender, Scarmiglione. The Malebranche scoffed incredulously. Surrender? Me? Are you mentally sound? I always knew you were less clever than your older brother, but I didn't realize it was this bad. He turned to one of his illusions and shouted, Did you hear this? She wants me to surrender. In the distance, a devil's laughter rang out. Yuhaya, a mocking tone that went unnoticed by Rias as she maintained her confident gaze upon the Malebranche before her. Scarmiglione turned towards Rias with a scornful expression. If you want to make the move, I will, he declared, his voice ringing out before he closed the gap between them in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he summoned massive jack-in-the-boxes that surrounded them, their eerie screams resonating through the air. Each scream unleashed circular waves of aura attacks aimed at Rias. Simultaneously, Scarmiglione made an attempt to touch her, his hands and arms enveloped in dense, powerful demonic aura. However, Rias' power of destruction acted as a formidable shield, thwarting his advances. Upon contact with her power, his demonic aura disintegrated, compelling him to retreat. Moreover, the destructive forces emanating from Rias' power of destruction extended to her body, swiftly eliminating the earlier attacks launched by the jack-in-the-boxes. Frustration welled up in Scarmiglione's eyes as he gazed at Rias. She was proving to be an unfavorable matchup for him, his usual bag of tricks utterly ineffective against her. Earlier, he had attempted to employ a potent illusion technique against the Alliance, but had been swiftly dispelled by several members, including Rias. This failure had discouraged him from trying that approach again. In a bid to gain an emotional upper hand, he had even resorted to gaslighting her, but to his chagrin, his petty insults and manipulative tactics seemed to have no effect on her. He had expected her to succumb easily to such tactics, but he had been proven wrong. It seemed that his only recourse was to engage her in a fair battle, yet that, too, was not going in his favor. His options dwindled, and Scarmiglione found himself trapped in an unexpectedly challenging situation. Is that really all you've got? Rias inquired, her tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. She seemed unfazed by the persistent jack-in-the-boxes surrounding them, which continued to launch relentless attacks. No way. I've got more tricks on my sleeve, Scarmiglione shouted, his anger growing for various reasons. He snapped his fingers once more, igniting a series of fireworks that burst in a dazzling display high above, their fiery tendrils descending toward Rias. At last, the Gremory heiress took action. She raised her hand and conjured thousands of small orbs made with the power of destruction. With a commanding gesture, she directed them toward the approaching fireworks and jack-in-the-boxes. Upon contact, the fiery explosions and the malicious toys were swiftly obliterated in a brilliant crimson-black blaze. Scarmiglione stood in stunned silence, his array of tricks dismantled before his eyes. Without warning, Rias vanished and reappeared behind Scarmiglione, catching him off guard. In a split second, she unleashed a close-range demonic blast, sending him hurtling away with a significant injury to his back. Scarmiglione's pained cries filled the air, his frustration evident. However, he quickly regained his composure while still in midair. He returned fire with his own attacks, but Rias countered them effortlessly, harnessing her power of destruction to disintegrate his incoming attacks. Frustration mounted for Scarmiglione as he attempted to evade the relentless spheres of destruction that pursued him. Despite his best efforts, they closed in, refusing to be deterred. He pulled out all the stops, unleashing a barrage of techniques, from his jack-in-the-boxes to fireworks, elemental attacks, magic, and even 10k. Yet, to his surprise, none of these tactics proved effective against the inexorable orbs of annihilation. As Scarmiglione turned to face forward, a sense of surprise washed over him. Rias had somehow materialized right in front of him. Swiftly, Rias delivered a powerful uppercut to his chin, leaving him momentarily stunned. His body was sent soaring higher into the sky, even as the cacophony of battles continued all around. In that suspended moment, he found himself reflecting on his own existence. Created by the original Satans, they were promptly sealed away, a fact not widely known. What set them apart was their unceasing awareness of the world beyond their imprisonment. They remained in a state of suspension, their lives put on hold, awaiting the day they would be unsealed, a notion that Scarmiglione found utterly loathsome. His very essence yearned for liberation, a desire to sow chaos, to revel in mischief, to stir up trouble, and to bask in the despair of others. Scarmiglione's animosity extended not only towards their captors, but also towards their leader, Malakota. While Malakota did allow them considerable freedom, he ruled them with an iron grip when the need arose. Disobedience was met with consequences. This newfound understanding only truly surfaced once they were unfrozen and unleashed into the current era. Yet, they had gleaned from Malakota's aura during their shared imprisonment that he towered above them in power. However, when word reached them of Malakota's defeat at the hands of the middleman, Scarmiglione couldn't help but feel elation and newfound hope. However, the hope that swirled within him was on the brink of being shattered. He knew he had to confront Rias Gremory again, and in his heart, he realized that defeating her was an insurmountable challenge after their brief encounter. There was so much left undone, and he despised it all. So, he made a fateful decision to unleash his full, unfettered power, regardless of the consequences that might follow. Rias materialized near him, and with a swift, forceful motion, she brought her foot crashing into his face. The impact sent him hurtling downward, demolishing numerous buildings along the way. In a matter of seconds, Scarmiglione rose to his feet, his countenance dark and determined. Then, a transformation began. His body was consumed by a jet-black crimson energy that radiated outward, expanding and enveloping the entire city they were in. His form underwent a radical alteration as he grew taller, more muscular, and more imposing. Veins bulged from every inch of his body, his already crimson hair lengthened, and his eyes turned pitch black. His hands transformed into formidable claws, and a total of 16 wings sprouted from his back, signifying the manifestation of his true, unleashed power. Upon the completion of his transformation, a series of events unfurled. Hundreds of jack-in-the-boxes materialized all over the city, springing to life and targeting anyone in their vicinity. A few members of the Alliance fell victim to these mechanical onslaughts, sustaining injuries, but fortunately, most were not fatal. Asia, who stood with them, promptly activated her balance breaker, conjuring a sprawling green field that provided continuous healing to those in need. In the skies above, a multitude of jesters appeared, each armed with bazookas that unleashed a volley of missiles. These projectiles possessed homing capabilities, making them exceedingly challenging to evade. If the missiles were destroyed, they erupted into a misty cloud that swiftly spread, enveloping the surrounding area and plunging anyone caught within into a deep slumber, rendering them vulnerable to further attacks. A group of clowns just showed up on the south side. Is this one of the Malbranche's tricks? Should we eliminate them? A member of the Alliance inquired, their voice laced with panic. Rias, one of the leaders, swiftly responded, destroy them, but exercise caution. These may have hidden effects or abilities that could activate upon their defeat. She received a resolute roger that in acknowledgement. Scarmiglione bridged the distance between himself and Rias. Immediately, he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks aimed at her. Simultaneously, a multitude of magic circles materialized behind him, relentlessly bombarding her with magic attacks. To complete this onslaught, a tail protruded from his back, launching a variety of elemental demonic attacks in her direction. Rhea saw no need to evade these incoming attacks. She enveloped herself once more in the power of destruction. As expected, Scarmiglione's hands and feet suffered instant annihilation upon contact with the aura of destruction surrounding her. The same fate befell the multitude of magical and demonic attacks directed at her. However, she found herself taken aback when Scarmiglione's extremities regenerated instantly. Undeterred, he pressed on with his assault. Yet, his continued aggression was short-lived. Rias launched a punch, cloaked in her power of destruction, squarely at his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. His stomach was obliterated by the attack, but once again his remarkable regenerative abilities kicked in, rapidly mending the injury. Scarmiglione stood his ground, a grin spreading across his face as he taunted Rias. "What's the matter? Can't you finish me off?" he mockingly inquired. "So, you want surrender?" "I'll ask one more time," Rias stated firmly. Her gaze locked onto Scarmiglione, who responded with a mocking laugh. "The flames of hell would freeze over before I surrender to the likes of you. As long as I have my regeneration, I won't be defeated," Scarmiglione declared confidently. Rias sighed and shook her head, a sense of resolve in her eyes. "If that's your choice, then I will have to eliminate you for now," she declared. She initiated a telepathic conversation with Aaron, asking, "Aaron, I'm going to eliminate Scarmiglione. Can you resurrect him later?" "Sure thing," came Aaron's reply. With a determined nod, Rias turned her attention back to Scarmiglione, a smile on her lips. Then, something extraordinary began to unfold. The entire planet quivered, and her body was bathed in the formidable power of destruction. Her very being radiated with an intense glow, and her surroundings began to crumble and disintegrate. "I plan to reveal this in my next match, but I suppose here will do since there are no tournament players left," she muttered. A sudden surge of the power of destruction emanated from Rias, creating a powerful shockwave that cleared everything and everyone from her vicinity. Scarmiglione's eyes widened in shock as he stammered. "How do you have that? You shouldn't have this power. It's a unique ability. Only your older brother, an anomaly among your kind, can wield it, as he's essentially a living mass of destruction in human form." Rias maintained her smile and replied, "I have a doting and protective fiancé. That's why I can do this." "That infernal lizard again?" Scarmiglione shouted in frustration. Rias had undergone a remarkable transformation, assuming her own version of the aura of destruction, much like Surzek's own. This incredible feat was made possible by Aaron's assistance, who had aided her in subtly altering her body. In the past, during her raiding game against Surorg, Rias had managed to create a semblance of this technique, which had bore a resemblance to Aaron's or Issei's Cardinal Crimson armor. However, over the course of centuries spent within Aaron's pocket dimension, Rias had made numerous adjustments and fine-tuned her ability. Now, as she floated there, a manifestation of the formidable power of destruction, Scarmiglione began to feel a growing sense of dread. Shit. How the hell am I going to get out of this alive? He thought, his panic escalating. Scarmiglione attempted to take flight to escape, but before he could get far, a sphere of power of destruction enveloped both him and Rias, sealing off any means of getaway. Rias, with deliberate composure, informed him, "If you attempt to break through that barrier, you'll meet your demise, and your boasted regenerative abilities won't save you." Frustration welled up within him, and his anger erupted. He unleashed a relentless onslaught of attacks, employing a wide range of powers, from magic to demonic energy and 10k. However, all of his efforts proved futile against Rias' impenetrable aura of destruction. "You claim I'm the boring one," Rias retorted with a smug air. Her words only served to further irk the Malbranche standing before her as he continued his relentless yet futile onslaught. Suddenly, Rias swiped her hand downward, unleashing invisible slashes crafted from the power of destruction, severing Scarmiglione's arms. "Aart!" He howled in pain and desperately attempted to regenerate his lost limbs, but his powers failed him. The power of destruction was known for its capacity to destroy anything, and that encompassed even the effects of regenerative abilities. However, to bypass this protection, the wielder of the power had to surpass their opponent in terms of sheer strength. Occasionally, exceptions arose, especially when an individual's regenerative ability significantly outweighed the person it belonged to. Such was the case for Scarmiglione. Yet, Rias' power of destruction, enhanced by her mastery of the anti-healing and regeneration technique bestowed upon her by Aaron and to his harem, effectively nullified the Malbranche's healing abilities. "We are the evil claws, equivalent to the Longinus created by that old man. How can a mere devil like you hope to defeat me?" Scarmiglione vented his frustration. Rias couldn't help but chuckle at his question. "Because Aaron altered your perception of reality," she calmly explained. Scarmiglione found himself taken aback by this revelation, but Rias pressed on. "A few months ago, he reshaped the perception of reality for many members of the Cow's Order, including you, the Malbranche. In reality, my power surpasses what the Dragon God had last year." In truth, Rias possessed even greater strength, but attempting to convey the specifics using Aaron's ranking system would likely only confuse her opponent. Instead, she drew a parallel with Ophis' previous level of power. Before Scarmiglione could react, Rias closed the gap between them in the blink of an eye, seizing his head in a vice-like grip. He struggled and attempted to employ his powers or scratch at her arm, but none of his efforts proved effective against her superior strength. "I might have struggled against you if you had shown up a year earlier, before Aaron helped us become stronger. But I'm grateful you delayed your attack until now. It made things easier for all of us," Rias said with an unexpectedly warm tone in her voice. She conjured a sphere of power of destruction from the hand gripping Scarmiglione's head. With a swift movement, she unleashed the deadly power, causing the Malbranche's head to instantly vaporize. Rias' destructive force continued, obliterating the rest of his chest. She ceased her powers when only the lower half of the man remained. With Scarmiglione confirmed dead, Rias looked around. The illusions of past enemies they had been battling against vanished, leaving only the clones of the evil dragon. "Why are the evil dragon clones still here?" Rias inquired through the transceivers. "It appears they were created in a similar manner to the mass-produced evil dragons from last year, except these clones are stronger on par with the heavenly dragons," a member of the 5 principal clans responded. "We just got word from Kuntuar San a few minutes ago. It seems they fell under the enchantment of Scarmiglione's powers and the Cow's Order," a member of the Alliance reported. "I understand. Well, handle them. If you can't join the fight, please find cover," Rias instructed before turning her attention to one of the evil dragons, Yamada and No Orochi. The 2 cloned Yamada No Orochi were locked in intense battles against several members of DXD, as the members slowly sapped its strength. Rias extended her fingers like a pistol, unleashing bullets of power of destruction at the 2 evil dragon clones. The destructive power instantly engulfed and vaporized them, bringing a swift end to the fierce conflict. The only figures that remained in the field were the two clones of Crom Cruch, along with Apophis, Ladin, Azidaka, Nige, Grendel, and Vritra. These evil dragons were engaged in combat with other members of DXD. In the distance, Crom Cruch battled against his own clones. It was evident to onlookers, including Rias, that the original Crom Cruch was vastly superior to his duplicates. With each passing moment, he dominated his clones, slowly but surely wearing them down. In a stunning display of supremacy, Crom Cruch impaled one of his clones through the chest, extracted its heart, and obliterated the remainder of its body with a potent burst of draconic energy. He then turned his attention to the remaining clone, dispatching it with a single horizontal sweep of his hand, and reduced its remnants to ashes with another mighty surge of energy. The other evil dragons were gradually being dealt with. Zenobia and Vasco Strata joined forces, taking on the formidable Grendels, and they were on the verge of victory. Vasco Strata's holy fist obliterated one of the clones, while Zenobia unleashed a devastating cross-crisis wielding both Durandal and Excalibur. Meanwhile, Yumi and Aquino confronted the two Azidaka clones. Yumi had already destroyed 2 of the 3 heads on the clone she faced, leaving it severely weakened. Aquino, on the other hand, subjected the other clone to relentless torment. She unleashed holy lightning and various demonic elemental attacks, causing the clone to writhe in agony. Gasper assumed responsibility for dealing with both Apophis clones. He devoured the darkness the evil dragon used, leaving the clones stunned and disoriented. Gasper's mastery over his sacred gear and the darkness within him continued to grow, and Baylor, residing within him, couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in the young Dampier's accomplishments. Chiron and Asia faced off against the 2 clones of Ladin and Vritra, determined to overcome this challenge. Ahin, Asia's familiar, provided invaluable assistance as he joined Asia in battling the clone of Vritra, while Chiron took on the Ladin clones single-handedly. Among the evil dragon clones, Niger stood alone. Rias set her sights on them and prepared to fly in that direction, but before she could reach her target, Crom Cruch beat her to the punch. In a swift and merciless move, he seized one of the clone's heads, crushing it in his powerful grip. Then, Crom Cruch unleashed a fierce torrent of fire breath, reducing the clone to charred ashes. Puzzled by Crom's sudden outburst, Rias couldn't help but ask Crom, "What's gotten into you?" Her curiosity aside, she extended her palm toward the remaining Niger. In one powerful discharge of power of destruction, she vanquished the last clone, bringing an end to the threat. "I despised those clones when we were imprisoned," Crom declared, his aura growing more intense as he glared at the other evil dragon clones, who were gradually succumbing to their opponents in the distance. "I vowed to eliminate any clones that reappeared in this world." But his eyes focused on the distant figure of another Azidaka clone in London. "There's one more Azidaka clone in London, but he'll entrust it to Apophis, who's with Draig and Albion. They're facing their own clones over there." Rias, noticing his hesitation, inquired, "Do you wish to join them?" However, Crom shook his head, surprising her. "As I mentioned, they'll let them handle it," he responded, his determination firm. "But if by any chance they fail—" He briefly contemplated the scenario before shaking his head, dismissing the thought. "No, that's not possible. I will go help the others fight the dragons." With that decision, Crom soared away, heading to assist in vanquishing the remaining evil dragons. "I didn't expect to see you here," Draig remarked, genuinely surprised by the unexpected appearance of a familiar face. Sikvera Agars, with her pale greenish-blonde hair, responded calmly, "I'm still a part of DXD, and it's worth noting that both I and Serorg Bale play pivotal roles behind the scenes in the underworld." Rias has been steadily increasing her influence as well. Sikvera had reached out to Aaron a few days earlier with the desire to join the front lines. However, she had also requested a unique enhancement to aid her in the battles to come. Now, here she stood, fighting alongside Drake, Albion, and Apophis. Her futuristic-looking armor bore a striking resemblance to the scale mail of the boosted gear and divine dividing, but with distinct modifications. The armor boasted intricate, mechanical elements, adorned with visible gears intricately integrated into its design. Green dominated its color scheme, accented by occasional touches of gold and white. Distinctive, angelic wings graced her back, adding an air of elegance to the otherwise mechanical appearance. The upper section of her armor featured a hollow area that concealed a miniature cannon, a special customization made to cater to Seek Vera's unique combat style. "So, who's my partner in this fight?" Seek Vera inquired. Drake, Albion, and Apophis exchanged glances as they weighed their options. Ultimately, Apophis let out a resigned sigh. "Come with me. Those two aren't keen on the idea. This Azidaka clone is still quite formidable, so stay alert," Apophis cautioned. "Roger," Seek Vera replied with enthusiasm. She and Apophis took to the skies and vanished within a shroud of darkness. "I was going to suggest she join me, but Appy told her go with them," Drake remarked with a smug grin. "Liar, you'd have remained silent until either I or Apophis made the call." "Cut the crap," Albion retorted, and Drake laughed at him. "Enough chatter. It's time to battle." Fake Drake shouted, charging at the real Drake, while fake Albion did the same with the original Albion. Drake and F-Drake clashed with tremendous force, their blows sending shockwaves through the heart of London as they plowed through several buildings. The two dragons exchanged grins before Drake swiftly kicked F-Drake away. Without hesitation, Drake unleashed a fiery breath attack. F-Drake managed to regather himself, returning the favor with his own scorching breath attack. The two attacks collided, erupting into a blazing inferno that devoured yet more buildings in its path. "Seems like we're evenly matched," F-Drake exclaimed, a smirk playing on his lips. Drake, however, shook his head. "No, we're not. I'm just having some fun here, but I know my partner wants to wrap this up quickly." In an instant, he appeared behind his duplicate, a sly grin on his face. "So let's finish it now." Drake thrust his arm through the fake heavenly dragon's chest. "What? We were told you were weakened." The duplicate protested. Drake couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the confusion. "Weakened? What's he talking about?" He mused to himself, but then his smirk returned. "Oh well, not that I care." With that, he released a point-blank breath attack that annihilated everything in its path. When his breath attack ceased, Drake gazed upon the sight of F-Drake, his upper half missing, and a smirk curled upon his lips. As Drake prepared to turn and fly away, he suddenly heard F-Drake's voice echoing. "Where do you think you're going?" F-Drake inquired, a grin adorning his face. When Drake glanced back at F-Drake, he beheld a surprising sight. F-Drake's upper half had completely regenerated. I see, that's how it is, huh? Regeneration, huh? Well, no matter, it's easy to deal with. It'll be finished in just another moment," Drake declared nonchalantly, a chuckle escaping his lips. "Easy to deal with? Please, our regeneration ability surpasses whatever you're thinking," F-Drake retorted. Drake said nothing more, but simply offered F-Drake a knowing smile. Then, to F-Drake's surprise, he transformed into his human form, leaving his doppelganger stunned. "This form is more than sufficient to take you down. Come on, faker," Drake taunted with a casual wave of his finger, further infuriating F-Drake. "Don't underestimate me, just because you're the original," F-Drake roared, drawing in a deep breath and unleashing a colossal attack of his own against Drake. Drake nonchalantly cleaned his ear, flicking some earwax aside, and glanced at the incoming attack. With a casual belch in its direction, he effortlessly dispersed it. "What the hell? Did you just burp and cancel that attack?" F-Drake exclaimed in astonishment. Drake smirked, muttering to himself, "What does it look like, you idiot?" He then materialized beside F-Drake. "Have I always been this big? I should shed some weight," he grumbled before delivering a forceful blow to F-Drake's side. The impact sent F-Drake tumbling through the air, but Drake wasted no time, pursuing him with a series of swift blows. Drake continued to strike Drake, as though he were playing an impromptu game of aerial juggling. To an outside observer, it might have appeared as if a giant were swinging Drake's tail in a wild and chaotic dance through the skies. Finally, Drake descended to the ground after delivering a powerful punch that sent Drake hurtling toward the earth. With a swift motion, he drew back his arm and struck Drake, launching him back into the skies with immense force. The shockwave from the impact wreaked havoc on the surrounding buildings. As Drake soared through the skies, Drake lowered his hands to his sides, a mischievous grin on his face. "Hee-hee-ha-ha-ha, gah!" he shouted. A small, radiant blue beam materialized in his hands, rapidly intensifying in brilliance. "Mehamaha!" Drake bellowed, thrusting his hands toward Drake. The unleashed energy resembled one of Goku's signature attacks, the Kamehameha. The massive blue beam streaked toward Drake, striking him with tremendous force and triggering a colossal explosion in the skies above London. The impact reverberated throughout the world, shrouding the globe in a bluish mist. As the smoke from the explosions dissipated, Drake gazed upon the shattered form of Drake, watching as the fake heavenly dragon began to wither away. "This is bullshit. How can I be defeated when I have such a powerful regeneration ability?" Drake voiced his frustration, still seething with anger. Drake couldn't help but boast, "Well, that's because I'm amazing, and I have a unique ability to nullify all kinds of healing powers." He conveniently omitted the fact that it was Aaron who had granted him this ability. "Screw you, you shitty dragon," Drake sneered at Drake, his words laced with bitterness. Drake responded with a triumphant grin, "Suck it, loser." Another victory for the one and only Drake. He couldn't contain his joy and began celebrating, swinging his arms around like an exuberant child. After his doppelganger vanished, he turned his attention in Albion's direction. With a mischievous grin, he contemplated, "Shall I pay a little visit to the White One?" Albion's voice cut through the tension, addressing Albion's weakened state. "You lack my abilities, and this is the state you find yourself in." "Quite disappointing, really," he remarked. Albion lay immobilized, poison coursing through his body, a grim reminder of his predicament. Frustration and anger welled up within him. "Didn't we agree that we'd rely solely on our body, claws, mouth, and flames after meeting the Red One?" he asked. "And how is it that my own poison now works against me?" Albion responded with a hint of superiority. "You still think my abilities are on the same level as yours, and that they function the way they used to? I've evolved further, thanks to my bond with my wielder and partner, Aaron." Drake chimed in, landing beside Albion in his dragon form. "Yeah, what the grumpy guy said." Albion turned to Drake, inquiring, "Are you done dealing with your doppelganger?" Drake nodded. "Of course, he was a pushover. I just used that anti-healing trick. By the way, you haven't finished off yours?" Drake glanced at Albion. Albion explained with a hint of smugness, "My doppelganger boasted he could withstand my poison, so I put it on him. Now he can't move a muscle, except for his mouth." The situation seemed to have shifted, leaving Albion at a distinct disadvantage. Drake tilted his head, a perplexed expression on his face. He inquired, "But doesn't your poison affect gods and beyond now? Even Ophis has to be cautious of it. Our partner altered it during our 10,000 years apart." Albion, wearing a smug grin, responded via their mental connection. "He isn't aware of that." Silent agreement passed between them as Drake and Albion lifted their arms, conjuring enormous balls of draconic energy overhead. Drake's energy glowed red, while Albion's radiated white. Albion mused, "Well, it wasn't a bad fight, fake me." Albion, the imposter, remained silent as he came to terms with his impending fate. The battle hadn't been lengthy, yet it left him with an unsatisfied longing for more. A yearning to explore the full extent of his newfound powers without the weight of the original's abilities. Regrettably, this desire remained unfulfilled. Drake and Albion unleashed their combined attacks upon Albion, erasing him from existence with a powerful surge of energy. All that remains is Seekvera and Apophis. This should be before Drake could complete his thought. A powerful explosion of dark and green energy disrupted their conversation. Both heavenly dragons swiftly shifted their attention towards the source. "Let's head in that direction," Albion concluded, and together they rapidly soared toward the site of the explosion. The clash of darkness between Apophis and his fiery opponent, Azidaka, raged on as they hurled immense waves of shadow at each other. Seekvera, adorned in her newly acquired armor, stood beside Apophis, offering her support by creating a vibrant green ring that encircled him. This ring not only boosted Apophis' speed and heightened his awareness of the battlefield, but also granted him a slight increase in strength. "Feel free to join the fray," Seekvera Agar's Apophis invited, his voice echoing within their vicinity. "Right," Seekvera responded. She wasn't entirely certain about the offensive capabilities of her armor. She had requested it on short notice, primarily focusing on utility and support features. Yet, as she observed the armor's design, it struck her that it bore a resemblance to those scale mail armors known for their diverse capabilities. It should have some offensive potential, she mused, her uncertainty gradually giving way to some confidence. "Offensive mode?" she muttered aloud. Within seconds, boosters sprouted from her back and legs, while mini cannons and nozzles materialized on her shoulders and arms. She also felt numerous other functions activate within her armor. With her arms raised, she directed her missiles to lock onto Azidaka, then unleashed them. A swarm of missiles emerged from her, each enveloped in her demonic power, enhancing their speed and destructive force. They raced toward Azidaka, who swiftly realized the threat. "Missile? How amusing," Azidaka remarked as she summoned primordial black water to counter the incoming projectiles. However, to his astonishment, the missiles sliced through the black water and continued their trajectory toward him. "What?" he exclaimed, caught off guard. In a desperate move, he conjured multiple defensive magic circles to protect himself. An abrupt explosion rocked the surroundings as Seekvera's missiles found their mark on Azidaka defensive magic circles. The impact caused Azidaka, Shroud of Darkness, to falter, allowing Apophis to surge forward and envelop the area, his own darkness swallowing Azidaka. As the dissipating smoke revealed the aftermath, it was evident that Azidaka had sustained considerable damage. A chunk of his arms and legs were missing, and his body bore numerous bruises. Those missiles had properties that can slay dragons. "Curse you, devil!" Azidaka yelled, his voice strained as he struggled in the air. "It did," Seekvera exclaimed in surprise. "I need more time with this armor, and I have to consult Jean for further information. I didn't have the opportunity to thoroughly test it due to my other obligations," she muttered, her weariness evident in her voice. "Well, it did work out in the end," Apophis commented as he landed next to Seekvera. He summoned a massive hand made of darkness, capturing Azidaka. Using his primordial water, he conjured black water spears, swords, and swirling orbs around Azidaka. "Let's finish him together, the heiress of Agars." Before Seekvera could respond, both Albion and Drake descended, taking them by surprise. "You two are finished?" Apophis inquired, and they both nodded in confirmation. Drake then added, "My partner mentioned that there's a large cannon located in the center of your chest, much like Valet Lucifer's muzzle. Those cannons on your armor will also launch more than just missiles. Use your demonic power as a source, and it will automatically infuse dragon-slaying properties into your attacks. Your armor will enhance your other attacks, including your demonic power, with this attribute. Focus on your armor and use your powers or use voice commands. You're a big fan of that show, right?" Aaron designed this armor with that in mind, Albion chimed in. The show Albion alluded to was the equivalent of Gundam in this world, although it bore a different name. Seekvera was an avid enthusiast of the entire franchise. She had amassed a collection of various model kits she had meticulously assembled over time, along with a horde of DVDs, Blu-rays, and other show-related merchandise. It was no secret that Sikh Vera felt a twinge of envy toward Rania's grimoire. One day, she had paid an unannounced visit to the grimoire household, necessitating secrecy. During that visit, she encountered Rania's, who shared details about the armor Jean had gifted her. However, by the visit's conclusion, Sikh Vera had confessed that Rania's had arranged the gift as per her own request. Sikh Vera had also learned about Rania's true parentage, discovering that she was an illegitimate child of Zeoticus, a fact carefully concealed from her to maintain family secrecy. This visit to the grimoire estate and the revelation about Rania's armor had spurred Sikh Vera to contact Jean, initiating the process of acquiring her own customized armor. Infinity Go! Sikh Vera's sudden cry took everyone by surprise, but the real astonishment came when a voice emanated from her armor. Target locked. Beginning cannon charge sequence. Opening muzzle, the voice declared. Sikh Vera's armored suit had an array of cannons that locked onto the captured Azidaka. Its central section slowly revealed a substantial muzzle. The cannons began to emit an eerie glow and peculiar sounds as they powered up for an imminent attack. Drake, observing the scene, couldn't help but be intrigued. That's interesting. Should we lend a hand? Albion, however, had a different perspective. No, this is their battle, he replied. Drake shrugged, settling down on the ground in his human form. Albion followed suit, and they patiently awaited the outcome of the confrontation. It appears you're almost ready, Apophis observed, his attention unwavering as he monitored Sikh Vera's ongoing preparations for a charged attack. The energy crackled and surged, anticipation building with each passing moment. Sikh Vera, with a deep breath, responded, "It's taking slightly longer than my preference, but the power output should prove more than sufficient, especially when harmonized with your attack. Whenever you're prepared, Apophis-san, I'm ready to go." Apophis nodded in understanding, his confidence in their strategy unshaken. Without any hesitation, he unleashed the full force of his formidable attack upon the beleaguered Azidaka. The grotesque figure, locked in a futile struggle, could do nothing but bear the brunt of their combined might as his adversaries conversed. Sikh Vera, wrestling with a flurry of incantations, ultimately settled on a series of incomprehensible words. Her armor's cannons and muzzles unleashed torrents of jet black and green energy beams. The coordinated attacks struck Azidaka simultaneously, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the London streets. A swirling vortex of black water and interweaving green energy beams merged, shrouding the very spot where Azidaka had stood moments before. The awe-inspiring display of power rapidly dissipated, leaving only Azidaka's disintegrating remnants scattered across the area. "We've met our defeat. How vexing," Azidaka grumbled, his frustration palpable. "Vexing," the right head chimed in. "This is goddamn bullshit." The left head fumed. "That asshole Apophis silenced us with his magic during the battle. We couldn't even speak." Before the heads could utter another word, they began to wither and fade away, leaving behind a sense of eerie silence. Sikh Vera heaved a sigh of relief and removed her helmet, turning to face the dragons who had resumed their conversation. "I'll make my way to join the others, although I'm not sure how much help it'll be." She expressed her intentions to the dragons. Drake responded with encouragement. "Yeah, we'll also go help the others. Good luck." Albion and Apophis exchanged silent nods before Sikh Vera took flight, heading towards the ongoing battle with determination in her heart. Chapter 15, Part 5. The end of the Wizards of Oz third-person point of view Sarorg and Balberith battle had devolved into a one-sided and sluggish contest. Sarorg stood unscathed, a picture of unwavering strength, while Balberith's body bore a multitude of bruises and a prominent indentation on his chest in the shape of a fist. With another powerful punch from Sarorg, Balberith was sent hurtling through the air, yet the super devil somehow managed to remain on his feet, defying the odds. He gasped for breath, his energy waning. "H.A.? Lion, King, please grant me one wish," Balberith implored between his labored breaths. Sarorg, resolute and unwavering, inquired, "What is it?" He could see that Balberith teetered on the brink of collapse, with a single push likely to send him sprawling. "I don't care what happens to Hades-sama. He deserves the consequences, but please spare the super devil named Varian. She's more or less my older sister," Balberith stammered, glancing at Zeno, his king. The weight of his request hung heavily in the air. The battles throughout Hawaii had reached their conclusions, with many members of the Cow's Order either eliminated or captured. The island, once a battlefield, now bore the scars of their conflict. "The same goes for Zeno, the Grim Reaper," Balberith added, causing Zeno to blink in surprise. He was at a loss for words. "I may not fully comprehend the concept of family, but from what I learned from the show A Pay Dragon, the connection I share with Varian and Zeno could be something close to that." "Why, you fool? Why would you say something like that in a situation like this?" Zeno questioned in bewildered confusion. Balberith turned to look at Zeno, a weary but genuine smile gracing his face. "You accompanied me to Kyoto in that show. I'm truly grateful for that," he admitted. Zeno, already on his knees, sank further to the ground, his gaze fixed on the earth. "Why? Why would you say such a thing? Damn all," he muttered bitterly under his breath. Balberith and Zena's relationship resembled that of a foster parent and child. From Zena's reaction, it was clear that he held Balberith in the same regard. He had witnessed many of the artificial super devils under Hades grow to a certain extent, but only a few had experienced significant growth. Balberith was one of those few. Tears welled up in Zena's empty eye sockets as he grappled with the realization that their journey was nearing its end. "Today, even if it means facing death, the mere fact that I got to meet a pay dragon and even purchase a figurine in Kyoto, even if it was a brief encounter, it was truly enjoyable," Balberith reflected with heartfelt sincerity. Sarorg fixed his gaze on Balberith, contemplating his options for a few moments. Then, a faint smile graced his lips. "I can't predict their fate, Balberith. Jean, the Apay dragon, has the power to aid them. I'll convey that to him." Another surge of powerful Tuki burst forth from Sarorg's body. "Come, Balberit. If you aspire to catch the Apay dragon, to become like him, you must fight with every ounce of strength, even to your last breath." "Haa!" Balberith let out a final, resolute scream, drawing upon the very last remnants of his power. This was a straightforward charge, devoid of tricks or special maneuvers. As Balberith closed in on Sarorg, he threw his entire weight into a punch, and Sarorg met it with equal force. Their fists collided with a thunderous impact. Balberith winced as he felt the bones in his hand crack from the sheer force, but he pressed on. Blow after blow was exchanged between Sarorg and Balberith, with the super devil steadily waning in strength. After being forcefully pushed back by Sarorg's might, Balberith staggered, his resolve momentarily faltering. Balberith's voice trembled with uncertainty as he posed a heartfelt question. "Can I truly become like a pay dragon? Can I genuinely stand beside him?" Sarorg, the indomitable devil, gazed at Balberith with a warm smile and reassurance. "What are you asking? You're already following in his footsteps. From giving that figure to that child in Kyoto to safeguarding your family, Zeno and Varian. You're fighting for their sake, aren't you?" Balberith beamed with the radiant joy of a child praised for his efforts. However, as he re-engaged Sarorg in their exchange of fists and blows, the outcome became evident. With each punch, Balberith found himself faltering, his vision dimming, and consciousness slipping away. Sarorg, despite the disparity in their strength, shouted encouragingly, "If you were to master this new style, gain more experience, and grow in power, I would unquestionably lose to you." He punctuated his words with a final blow that sent Balberith crashing to the ground. To the astonishment of many, Balberith managed to regain consciousness as he lay on the earth, his gaze fixated on the sky, a contented smile gracing his lips. Sarorg exited his breakdown the beast and joined Balberith, sitting beside him. Balcoen, you were his fan, right? Jean informed me of that.